When walking transforms into the key to wealth, Chen Mo's life undergoes a profound metamorphosis. With the system in hand, each step translates into currency, from the bustling city streets to iconic global landmarks. Witness as he meticulously progresses, ascending to the pinnacle of his existence. Chapter 1. The Thomas Spin. How dare you? In the outskirts of Jinling City, amidst the thoroughfare, Chen Mo's eyes widened in terror. As soon as his national essence escaped his lips, he was violently struck by a massive dump truck. In an instant, his body executed a Thomas-style accelerated spin in midair, before crashing down with a resounding thud. At that moment, Chen Mo was filled with indignation. He had just been ruthlessly berated by a heartless supervisor at work, and his mood was already in the depths of despair, only to be met with this unexpected calamity. During those 2 seconds of flight, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is this how I am to meet my end? Will I perhaps transcend to another realm? Indeed, Chen Mo is an avid enthusiast of online literature. Having perused countless tales, he dreams daily of acquiring a golden finger akin to those of novel protagonists, thereby embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of life. However, this hefty truck had merely commenced its journey, its speed not particularly swift. The acrobatic maneuver he had just performed was entirely a testament to Chen Mo's extraordinary talent. Once he regained his composure, he realized he had not been transported to some bizarre realm, but remained in this all-too-familiar and unfortunate street. Just then, a chime resonated. Upon hearing that melodious sound, Chen Mo sprang upright from the ground, startled. Binding the wealth generation system. The system has arrived. Chen Mo erupted into laughter while seated on the pavement, his voice echoing through the streets. The truck driver, hastily disembarking, was rendered pale with fright, exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no, I've turned him into a fool." He rushed over in a fluster to inquire about Chen Mo's condition, while onlookers gathered, urging him to seek medical attention without a single soul daring to assist him. Under the polite scrutiny of passers-by, Chen Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the aches throughout his body as he rose to his feet, beginning to assess his injuries. He first retrieved his phone, using its reflective surface to inspect his face, which was slightly less handsome than that of his esteemed readers. "Fortunately, my visage remains unscathed." He then flexed his limbs and discovered that aside from a few scrapes and bruises, he bore no serious injuries, which allowed him to exhale in relief. Chen Mo gazed silently at the dump truck driver, unable to suppress the thought, could being struck by a vehicle be an essential rite of passage? The driver, looking ashamed, fumbled in his pocket for his phone. "Young man, are you all right? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Forget it, forget it. We all have our struggles. Just transfer me a sum of 100 to 800,000, and we'll call it even." The driver, upon hearing this, widened his eyes to a size even greater than the car's headlights and exclaimed, "I toil all day and barely earn a pittance." His face flushed crimson as he rummaged through every pocket on his person, ultimately retrieving a crumpled wad of cash from his inner pocket. With his fingers dampened by saliva, he counted it thrice with a pained expression before reluctantly handing it over. "There truly isn't that much. I only have this 2,000. Shall we consider it settled privately?" Very well, but do be more cautious next time." Chen Mo casually accepted the money and slipped it into his pocket, his mind preoccupied with the newly acquired system, eager to find a place to delve into its mysteries. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, contemplating, "Considering you were the one who delivered the system, I shall overlook this matter." Nearby, there was a small park, and Chen Mo sat on a bench at its entrance, pondering step by step to wealth. It certainly sounds like it pertains to money. He could hardly contain his excitement as he began to explore the precious system he had just obtained. "System? Are you bound securely? It must be fastened tightly. I am indeed weary of poverty. Congratulations, host. The system has been successfully bound. The step-by-step wealth system is tailor-made for seasoned individuals, and from now on, with each step taken at a normal pace, the host will earn 1 yuan. Steps can be selectively exchanged for money or skills. Friendly reminder, all funds distributed by this system will be dispersed through a legally compliant overseas fund company. Please use them with confidence." "That's quite splendid." Chen Mo could hardly suppress a smile. Wait a moment, steps can also be exchanged for skills? All those novels he had read were not in vain. Chen Mo adeptly navigated the interface, and with a mere thought, a panel unfolded before him. Skill shop, muscle and skeletal enhancement, 100,000 steps once. Stamina recovery speed, 100,000 steps once. Memory enhancement, 100,000 steps once. A 1 centimeter increase in height, 200,000 steps once. Chen Mo beamed with delight at one of the options. To think such a feature exists. At that moment, the system's explanatory voice resonated in his mind. Body enhancement can elevate the host's physical capabilities, endowing them with greater stamina for walking and assisting in the accumulation of points to unlock new modes of transportation in the future. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It can also unlock modes of transportation. The panel then flickered, displaying the following data. Transportation. After unlocking, every meter traveled counts as a step, and this remains permanently effective. Next phase, bicycle. Unlocking requires accumulating 5 million steps. Chen Mo's eyes still glimmered with excitement. There was no rush. He could accumulate them gradually. The earlier feelings of frustration and the misfortunes of being struck by a vehicle evaporated, and he cheerfully inquired, "System, is there a beginner's gift pack?" A cold, mechanical voice responded, "No, that could be acceptable," Chen Mo said earnestly. "There truly isn't one. System brother, foster father, the gift pack has been issued. Please check your inventory." Chen Mo's face lit up with joy. Although the system's gift pack was not grandiose, it was satisfying, consisting of a body enhancement and stamina boost. He felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, as a faint current flowed through his body, instantly alleviating the abrasions and soreness from the earlier accident. Chen Mo marveled at the swiftly healing wounds on his body, exclaiming, "This thing even possesses healing properties." He clenched his fists and lifted his legs, feeling invigorated. With a shift in thought, he opened a straightforward character panel. Name, Chen Mo. Age, 25. Overall physical quality, 12. Current steps, 2. Unlocked modes of transportation, none. Chapter 2. A breath of fresh air at 5:30 in the evening, beneath the company's edifice. Supervisor Ma adjusted the few strands of hair tousled by the wind and jested with Wang Lei, who walked alongside him towards the parking lot. Wang Lei, a colleague of Chen Mo, belonged to a different department. His affable demeanor made him more favored by the higher-ups, and he maintained a decent rapport with Chen Mo, often engaging in light-hearted banter together. Upon reaching the parking lot, Wang Lei greeted Chen Mo with a cheerful wave. However, Supervisor Ma's expression soured upon spotting Chen Mo, and he reprimanded, "Look at the time. You sprint to the parking lot the moment it strikes 5, as if your feet are greased. You are the most eager to clock out in the entire company. If only you could channel half that enthusiasm into your performance. Last month's report wouldn't have been such an eyesore. Ignoring client calls, dragging your feet on proposals, just waiting to punch out, are you? Let me tell you. If you can't deliver results by the end of the month, you won't need to rush home. You simply won't be returning." Chen Mo felt a surge of anger. Supervisor Ma was clearly targeting him. This animosity traced back to that evening's company dinner, where his colleagues had been merrily toasting Ma. Standing at the table with his wine glass, Ma boasted about a recent deal he had closed, claiming the client's boss was hesitant at first. "But I managed to persuade him with just a few words. You youngsters ought to learn the art of negotiation." Meanwhile, Chen Mo was asked about the same client. And without much thought, he casually replied, "Actually, Mr. Wang reached out to me last week, eager to clear some inventory and inquired about the prices." The table fell silent for a heartbeat. Ma's hand froze mid-air, his face reddening in embarrassment. Chen Mo, realizing the gravity of his words too late, fell silent. But Ma could not save face in front of everyone. The boast he had just made was punctured, leaving him feeling exposed. As they dispersed, Ma purposely bumped into Chen Mo, muttering, "Mind your own business from now on." Since that incident, Ma had regarded Chen Mo with disdain, believing he was deliberately undermining him. Even Chen Mo's punctuality in leaving work became a slight in Ma's eyes, a perceived affront to his authority. The humiliation of losing face at the dinner became a festering grievance that he could not shake off, leading him to target Chen Mo at every opportunity. Yet, the once timid Chen Mo had transformed. Emboldened by newfound financial stability, he refused to tolerate Ma's indignities any longer. He slammed his car keys onto the hood, pointed an accusing finger at Ma, and was about to unleash a torrent of expletives when Wang Lei, sensing the brewing storm, intervened, saying, "Calm down, let us avoid confrontation." Chen Mo glanced at Wang Lei, appreciating his usually amiable demeanor, and chose to grant him a moment of reprieve. He glared at Ma and declared, "Listen up, I quit." Ma replied with a sneer, "Those are bold words, just don't regret them." "I'll regret you, you arrogant fool," Chen Mo retorted, his language colorful and unrestrained. Ma, with a disapproving glare, cautioned, "Young people shouldn't be so hot-headed. Isn't that what defines youth?" Chen Mo shot back defiantly. "Humph. I won't stoop to your level, Ma proclaimed, considering himself a man of civility, and adjusted his hair once more. He then cast a derisive glance at Chen Mo's second-hand vehicle, deliberately retrieving the keys to his shiny new BMW from his pocket and unlocking it in plain sight. Before sliding into the driver's seat, why go to such lengths? Wang Lei sighed. Never fear, where there's a will, there's a way. We shall meet again. Brother Wang, Chen Mo responded, patting Wang Lei on the shoulder before entering his own vehicle. This car, a 2009 BYD F0 that Chen Mo had acquired for a staggering 4,000 yuan, was a testament to his boldness. He had purchased it outright, without a second thought. As he drove out of the parking lot and onto the street, he caught sight of the pristine BMW waiting at a red light. With a smirk, he fastened his seatbelt, tugging at it to ensure it was secure. As the saying goes, endure a moment's discomfort, and it shall simmer. Take a step back, and the anger only deepens. Chen Mo reveled in the sheer thrill of his rebellious thoughts. Avoid confrontation? I'll show you, old man. At that moment, the light turned green. Chen Mo engaged the clutch, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator with fervor. The engine roared to life, reaching a staggering 888 revolutions per minute. 3 seconds later, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The rear of the BMW crumpled under the impact, its tail light shattered. Ma, seated in the driver's seat, was humming to himself when suddenly, his car was jolted forward by the collision. He felt as though a giant hand had grasped him and yanked him forward. His neck snapping forward violently before the seatbelt yanked him back, causing his head to thud against the headrest. Dazed for a moment, the pain in his neck surged up his spine, and his temples throbbed as he instinctively cursed under his breath, finally realizing he had been rear-ended. Fumbling to unbuckle his seatbelt, his fingers trembled with rage. Just when he thought Chen Mo's earlier insolence had subsided, this fresh affront ignited his fury anew. As he pushed open the car door and peered back, his face turned a deep shade of crimson. Chen Mo, Ma stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Mo. With a disarming grin, Chen Mo stepped out of his vehicle. Oh dear, what a clumsy mistake. Look at this. I'm so sorry. I pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Haha. He gestured toward his smoking car. Please don't be angry. It's truly a case of self-inflicted wounds. Look at my vehicle. It's totaled. Ma glared at his beloved new car, nearly choking on his rage. You admit it. You did this on purpose. Take it up with my insurance company. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, retrieving his phone to call the police and the insurance company. Having secured full coverage on the car, he was well prepared for the circumstances. While awaiting the arrival of the authorities and the insurance representative, Chen Mo ambled around the scene, occasionally throwing out sarcastic remarks, his serene demeanor only exacerbating Ma's fury. 10 minutes later, both the police and the insurance personnel arrived, and during that brief interval, Chen Mo had walked over 800 steps. Where's the vehicle owner? The officer inquired, scanning the vicinity. Right here, Chen Mo replied, strolling over casually. What are you doing? Just taking a stroll, he said. Given the clarity of the accident's circumstances, the officer determined Chen Mo to be fully at fault, to which he raised no objections. After issuing a responsibility acknowledgement, the officer handed it over to the insurance company for processing, as the coverage was sufficient to handle the damages. Hello, Mr. Chen. Regarding your situation, the insurance agent began, but Chen Mo waved him off. Just arrange for it to be scrapped, thank you. With that, he swaggered away towards home. Chapter 3. A long road ahead. Chen Mo's residence was a mere 5 kilometers from the company, with a monthly rent of 1,500 yuan. Situated 40 minutes from the city center, the rent was relatively affordable. This location lay at the easternmost edge of Jinling City, and just a few kilometers farther east would lead to the neighboring Runzhou. In truth, had it not been for his girlfriend, he would not have opted for such an expensive place, considering that nearby, there were older, rundown apartments available for as little as 800 yuan a month. His girlfriend, Lu Qing, was slender and possessed an innocent beauty. They had met during their university years. Chen Mo's appearance was indeed quite pleasing. He possessed a high-bridged nose and deep-set eyes that concealed an indescribable nonchalance. Standing at a height of 178 centimeters, his figure was well-proportioned. When he smiled, the corners of his lips curled slightly, and the casual charm in his gaze held an alluring hint of rebelliousness, so audaciously mischievous that it was impossible to look away. The couple could be deemed a match made in heaven. Love during one's student years is generally pure, yet the distractions of the world can be beguiling. Upon entering society, Chen Mo realized that his partner had gradually transformed in numerous ways. When they first met, Lu Qing was the girl who would take a thermos to the library to reserve seats. In the summer, she donned a faded dress and paid no heed to the grass stains on her canvas shoes. When she received a crumpled bouquet of daisies, purchased with Chen Mo's part-time earnings, she could hold it and smile for an entire day, carefully preserving even the fallen petals within her notebook as bookmarks. Back then, She often said, "In the future, we can rent a small apartment with a balcony. I'll grow some pothoes, and you can set up an old computer. How wonderful that would be." However, last month while shopping, she pointed to a new handbag in the window, her tone light and airy. "Look at that one Wang Li is carrying. It's the same style." She said her boyfriend bought it for her, only 12,000. Chen Mo instinctively remarked, "That's a bit pricey." She immediately pouted, "You just lack ambition. Her commission in a month surpasses your 2-month salary." A few days ago, while dining, she sighed as she scrolled through her social media. "Look at our class monitor. He has already bought a property in Hushi for the school district. And he used to perform worse than you." As she spoke, a piece of food slipped from her chopsticks onto the table, yet she didn't even glance at it. Her gaze fixated on a photo on her phone, her false eyelashes fluttering delicately with each blink. She had spent several hundred on those lashes just last month. When Chen Mo advised her against such an extravagant purchase, she retorted, "What do you know? This is an investment in myself." The pot hose on the balcony had long since withered. She discarded it for taking up too much space. The notebook that once held the dried daisies had yellowed pages, and the petals crumbled at a mere touch, much like the remnants of their relationship, eroded silently by time. Reflecting on the past, Chen Mo exhaled with a smile. The days of hardship had finally come to an end. As he walked, he glanced at his fitness tracker, watching the steps incrementally rise, his spirits soaring. At that moment, his phone buzzed. "I have plans with my girlfriends tonight. I want to be home for dinner." As he read the message from his girlfriend, he was about to respond when he inadvertently looked up and saw two figures exiting a Mercedes by the roadside, a man and a woman. They entered a nearby restaurant, and the woman's silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Qing. Chen Mo froze, struck by the banality of this cliché unfolding before him. This was a route he seldom traversed, typically driving directly home. Today, however, he had been forced to walk after his car was totaled. As he beheld that familiar figure, his heart raced uncontrollably. He stealthily approached the restaurant, peering through the glass to see them seated inside, and it became unmistakably clear that the woman was indeed his girlfriend. Lu Qing. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him. It was evident she had lied, and the motive behind her deceit was unmistakable. Watching Lu Qing beam at the man opposite her, Chen Mo clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening under pressure. He took several deep breaths, striving to maintain his composure. Gradually, he retrieved his phone and dialed her number. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, he held his phone aloft, fixated on Lu Qing through the glass. When she answered, her voice was tinged with irritation. "Hello? What do you want?" Chen Mo forcibly suppressed his indignation, adopting a tone of detachment. "What are you doing?" Lu Qing's voice brimmed with impatience. "I told you, I'm having dinner with my girlfriends." He released a slow breath, his chest heaving. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of accusations, memories of their 4 years together flooded his mind. Those cherished moments, once fervent vows of love, flickered before him like an old slideshow. Clenching his teeth, he suppressed the impending fury and resolved to grant her dignity. "I'm right outside the restaurant," he stated as calmly as he could. Lu Qing instinctively looked up, her smile freezing, panic and terror flashing in her eyes. Her complexion drained of color. Her lips trembled as she stammered, "Why you here?" Chen Mo regarded her, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Why did you deceive me?" Lu Qing averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, stammering, "I." The man across from her noticed the tension, furrowing his brow as he questioned her, "What's wrong?" Realizing that the situation could no longer be salvaged, Chen Mo stepped into the restaurant, addressing the man with a steely voice. "Hey, are you unaware that she has a boyfriend?" Shin Chuan's eyes flickered with alarm before darkening with scrutiny as he turned to Lu Qing, his gaze rife with inquiry. Initially, he had been oblivious to Lu Qing's relationship. He had met her at a friend's gathering and seized the opportunity to add her on social media, an overture Lu Qing had not rebuffed. Since then, they had exchanged flirtatious messages online, and though he learned from a friend that Lu Qing was not single, he had not reined in his advances, inviting her out to dinner today. Lu Qing, eager to visit this restaurant yet reluctant to spend, had never anticipated Chen Mo would walk home today. Ignoring Chen Mo, she hurriedly explained to Shin Chuan, "It's not what you think. He and we've grown apart. We just haven't had the chance to break up." As Chen Mo listened to Lu Qing's words, a bitter smile crept across his face. "So that's how it is?" Guilt flickered in Lu Qing's eyes, yet as she recalled Shin Chuan's advantageous circumstances, her guilt was swiftly replaced by obstinacy. "What do you want?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo replied decisively, "Given the current situation, there's nothing more to discuss. Let us end this completely. We shall each go our separate ways." With that, he turned and departed, convinced that their paths would diverge from here on out. After walking a distance from the restaurant, Chen Mo glanced back at the door, the weight of 4 years of love resting heavily on him. To claim he felt no pain would be to deceive himself. Yet he understood that Lu Qing would come to regret her decision today. Fortune smiled upon him. He was now on a path to success. He imagined how she would react upon learning of his newfound wealth in the future. With that thought, he resolved not to linger in his turmoil. A breakup should be dignified. No apologies were necessary, as there was no debt to be repaid. Chapter 4. Dreamlike and ethereal. Chen Mo took an hour to walk home from the office, covering a distance of 5 kilometers and accumulating over 7,000 steps. He accessed the system panel to check his status. Name: Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness: 12. Current steps: 7886. Unlocked transportation: none. Total withdrawn. As his voice trailed off, his step count reset to 0, and his phone buzzed with a message. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your savings card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 788,600 yuan, with a balance of 1,355,621 yuan. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chen Mo smirked at the message. I effortlessly earned nearly 10,000. This hour surpassed my earnings for the past month. He lifted his gaze to survey the remnants of their shared life in the room. Expressionless as he stood to begin tidying up, he had just paid 3 months' rent for this apartment, yet he yearned to move out. Unwilling to wait for Lu Qing to return to continue their arguments. Instead, he opted to blacklist her completely. With capital now at his disposal, the world was his oyster. There was no destination beyond his reach. He first changed into a fresh t-shirt and a pair of athletic pants, as his previous ensemble had been marred by dirt after being tossed about. Subsequently, he procured a backpack, stowing away the essentials before departing without a second thought for the remaining clothes and shoes, which were merely crafted from polyester and held little value. Far easier to purchase new ones than to carry the old. Exiting the residential complex with his bag slung over his shoulder, Chen Mo summoned a ride-hailing service, directing the driver toward the bustling heart of the city, the Xinjiku area, having just reserved a room at the renowned Jinling Hotel. Established in 1983, it proudly held the title of the first 5-star hotel in the province and was once the tallest building in the country, widely regarded by international media as a hallmark of the reform and opening up era. Though he had spotted a newer establishment, the Ritz-Carlton, with a steep price tag of over 2,000 per night, he decisively opted for the former, which offered accommodations for a mere 800. With his steps still few, he resolved to conserve his resources, intending to earn a substantial sum in the coming days. As evening approached, the hour was late for securing a rental property, and he saw no need for such an endeavor. Having acquired wealth, it was only fitting to indulge oneself. The taxi ride was warranted. Given that the city center lay over 30 kilometers away, walking would have kept him out until dawn. The streets were slightly congested, and after a 50-minute journey, Chen Mo stepped into the hotel lobby. Good evening, sir, greeted the receptionist, her smile radiant, betraying no hint of judgment despite his modest attire. I'd like to check in, he replied, handing over his identification. He had booked 3 nights for a total of 2,400 yuan, leaving him with just over 10,000 in his account. Shortly thereafter, another staff member escorted him to his room, and Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. While the price was higher, the service was indeed exceptional. What floors housed the restaurant and gym? He inquired softly in the elevator. The attendant responded courteously, and after learning their locations, he stepped into his room. The accommodations were understated yet luxurious, impeccably clean and comfortable. After placing his backpack down, he made a beeline for the restaurant. It was already 8 o'clock, and his stomach had begun to grumble. The hotel boasted several distinguished dining options, including Meiyuan, Xuangu Palace, and Jinheiwen. Ultimately, he chose Xuangu Palace, a high-rise revolving restaurant on the 36th floor, offering breathtaking views of the city's nightscape and serving exquisite Western cuisine. Seated by the window, he perused the menu and ordered with abandon. Before long, an array of dishes including gelato oysters, M9 Wagyu beef, and French foie gras graced his table. As he savored a piece of the Wagyu, its tender juiciness burst upon his palate, the aroma of its fat wafting through the air. Chen Mo closed his eyes, relishing this luxurious experience, yet images of Lu Qing's betrayal flickered through his mind. He quickly cast aside such negative emotions. He was no longer one to squander a moment on someone so unworthy. As he enjoyed his meal, swirling the red wine in his glass and gazing out at the twinkling city lights, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Just this afternoon, he had dined on a modest boxed meal at a street vendor, and now he was indulging in gourmet fare at a high-end restaurant. Such a stark contrast left him feeling almost euphoric. The dinner cost him 2,000 yuan, yet he felt no remorse. He could easily earn it back in no time. After his meal, Chen Mo made his way to the gym. The facility was fully equipped and nearly empty. Ignoring everything else, he stepped onto a treadmill. It was still early, and sleep was far from his mind. He activated the machine, adjusting the speed, and began walking. Having just eaten, vigorous exercise was ill-advised, though he felt a strong urge to sprint. After an hour and a half of walking, he checked the monitor. His step count had indeed risen to 10,408. Let us call it a day, he decided. Cashing out. With his steps reset, his bank balance swelled to 18,856 yuan, exceeding what he had before checking into the hotel. Returning to his room, he enjoyed a refreshing shower before collapsing into bed. The following morning, around 8, Chen Mo stirred awake. His years of work having instilled in him a biological clock that made sleeping a challenge. With no desire to linger in bed, he swiftly rose and prepared himself. After a quick wash-up, he headed to the hotel restaurant for a buffet breakfast. The dining area was a feast for the senses, adorned with exquisite pastries, fresh fruits, and an array of dishes. He selected his favorites and settled at a window-side table, savoring his meal at a leisurely pace. After indulging for a while, he noted that it was nearing 10 o'clock. Chen Mo then ventured toward the nearby Central Plaza. It was late September, summer had just bid farewell, and the air in Jinling City had transformed, shedding its previous stickiness for a crisp clarity. The early autumn breeze was light, and his steps were buoyant. After all, each stride felt like a step toward greater wealth. Regrettably, the plaza was too close to the hotel, barely a kilometer away. While Central Plaza was not the finest shopping destination in the area, it boasted a neighboring Daiji Plaza that housed nearly all luxury brands, with the cost of a single restroom exceeding 10 million. Even if he had the means, that was not within Chen Mo's current budget. Fortunately, Central Plaza featured an array of shops that captivated his attention. In the past, his clothing purchases leaned toward the inexpensive and utilitarian, but now he was determined to entirely revamp his image. Chapter 5. A Sudden Reflection. Chen Mo first entered a Nike store, purchasing a stylish athletic ensemble and selecting a pair of high-quality running shoes. After acquiring his dining utensils, he sought something more refined and wandered into a men's fashion outlet. As he browsed, his gaze fell upon a ready-to-wear casual suit in a deep gray hue with subtle patterns. Its cut was impeccable, exuding both modernity and composure. He chose gray for its versatility, as formal suits were seldom required in domestic settings and often misinterpreted as insurance sales attire. Upon inspecting the price tag of 3,800 yuan, he would have previously recoiled in shock, but now he hesitated not at all. Please prepare a set in my size. Moments later, he took the garments to the fitting room. Emerging in the suit, the attendant's eyes widened in admiration. Sir, you look positively dashing in that ensemble, radiating sophistication. While Chen Mo recognized the hyperbole for what it was, salesmanship, he couldn't help but feel pleased as he assessed his reflection in the mirror. They say clothes make the man, and this suit indeed accentuated his physique, instilling a newfound confidence in his smile. He selected several shirts, polo shirts, and a few pairs of casual trousers that complemented each other splendidly. At the checkout, his total expenditure amounted to 8,500 yuan. Although his balance had dwindled significantly, the luxurious fabric felt well worth the investment. Following this, he acquired a smartwatch, spending several thousand more, contemplating a future when he could afford something even more prestigious. After this spree, his bank account was left with just over 6,000 yuan. Chen Mo glanced at his balance and thought to himself how much quicker it was to spend money than to earn it. In just half an hour, he had returned to square one. Thus, he began to meander through the mall, contemplating that he might as well accumulate some steps while browsing. There were only a few renowned shopping venues in Jinling City, and since today was a weekend, it was quite likely that he would encounter familiar faces. Chen Mo, while he was wandering aimlessly, a melodious voice suddenly called out to him. Turning around, he spotted a young woman standing a short distance away. What a coincidence! The newcomer, in her early 20s, radiated youthful exuberance, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Beneath her delicate nose was a slightly upturned cherry-red mouth, and when she smiled, she revealed two charming canine teeth, adding a playful touch to her demeanor. Her name was Su Qian, a former colleague from the real estate agency where Chen Mo once worked. They had shared a good rapport, but after his departure from the company, their contact had dwindled. Su Qian observed the well-dressed Chen Mo, who was carrying several branded shopping bags, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Wow, you seem to be splurging today. During their time as colleagues, she had held a favorable impression of him. He was witty and handsome, but at that time, he had a girlfriend and was rumored to have modest financial means, so she never entertained any notions in that direction. However, it appeared that circumstances had changed. Chen Mo casually replied, well, it's the weekend, so I thought I'd treat myself to some new attire. Su Qian appraised him from head to toe, her tone teasing yet inquisitive. Looking good. It seems you've been doing well lately. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Chen Mo. Just a whim. How have you been? Su Qian shrugged. Oh, you know, the usual, just working at the company. Are you out here alone? What about your girlfriend? She suddenly shifted the conversation. her gaze carrying an enigmatic glint as it rested on Chen Mo. "Oh, don't mention it," he replied, not wishing to elaborate. Yet Su Qian pressed on. "What is up? Did you break up? Just had a spat yesterday. It's best not to dwell on it," Chen Mo thought. He didn't want to delve into details, as it felt a bit embarrassing. Quickly, he redirected the conversation. "Are you here alone, too?" "I came with my best friend." She just stepped into the restroom. As soon as Su Qian finished speaking, a graceful girl approached, dressed in a short skirt that perfectly showcased her long, slender legs. Her black stockings added an element of allure. She came closer, linking her arm with Su Qian's, her voice bright and curious. "Qian, who asked this?" Seeing the opportunity, Chen Mo stepped forward with a sunny smile. "Hello, I'm Chen Mo." He gently shook the girl's hand, noting its soft and delicate texture. The girl smiled slightly. "Hello, I'm Lin Yu." A ripple of intrigue stirred within Chen Mo. He steadied his thoughts. "I won't intrude further. You two enjoy your shopping. When you have time, I'd love to treat you to dinner." He made a polite exit, as he felt that earning money was paramount at the moment, and romantic entanglements could wait. However, Su Qian insisted, her smile sweet. "Sure. We're meeting other friends tonight. How about tomorrow instead? It's Sunday, and I usually work late during the week." Chen Mo was taken aback. He had merely been courteous, yet she seemed quite insistent. However, having already spoken, he found it difficult to decline. After all, dining with beautiful women was certainly a delight, but he had plans to view some properties, as living in a hotel indefinitely was not ideal. "I'm actually quite busy these days," he replied, not wanting her to think he was backing out. "How about next weekend? You can pick a restaurant nearby." "Deal. You said it. Whoever doesn't show up is a little puppy," Su Qian said proudly. "Don't worry. We'll discuss it next time. I have to run now. Goodbye, you two." With a carefree wave, Chen Mo departed. Lin Yu watched the retreating figure of the man and teased, Qian, who asked that handsome guy? You've never mentioned him before." Su Qian shot her a glance. "Just a former colleague. I hadn't realized he had transformed so much until today." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "The way he looked at you was different." Su Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she nudged Lin Yu playfully. "Stop saying that. Besides, he just broke up recently." "Oh, this piques my interest. Why not invite me next week for dinner? I'll help you gauge his intentions." Su Qian hesitated. "Is that appropriate?" He was just being polite. Lin Yu, brimming with confidence, replied, "Don't worry, he'll definitely come. I know men best." Meanwhile, Chen Mo returned to his hotel and changed into athletic wear before heading to the hotel gym, where he embarked on a vigorous run on the treadmill. Running was certainly more efficient than walking. However, he severely overestimated his stamina. After just 2 kilometers, he felt utterly drained. Having spent most of his days seated in an office, he was unaccustomed to such abrupt exertion. Yet, fixated on the steadily increasing number on the display, he gritted his teeth and persevered, alternating between running and walking, relying on the minimal stamina boost from the system. He stubbornly remained on the treadmill for 4 hours. And when he finally stepped off, he felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Collapsing onto the floor, he gasped for breath and thought, "Open system panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 12. Current steps, 39, 860. Unlocked modes of transportation, none. From 1 in the afternoon to 5. He had managed to run over 30,000 steps, and with the additional wandering outside, his total exceeded 40,000 steps, equivalent to more than 20 kilometers. Chapter 6. The PAIM appointment. As Chen Mo left the gym, he was drenched in sweat. He initially considered running a few more kilometers, but the soreness in his calf muscles surged in waves. Though his heart was willing, his body was not. He would have to gradually build up his physical strength over time. Returning to his room, he turned on the shower, the warm water washing away his fatigue and sweat. After a refreshing rinse, he donned a clean, casual outfit and stepped out once more. This time, he chose the Jin Haiwan restaurant, known for its elegant decor and soft lighting. Settling into a window-side table, the waiter promptly presented the menu. As he perused it, Chen Mo quickly decided on his order: a serving of plum sauce ribs, crab meat lioness head, sautéed seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of rice. "Very well, sir. Please hold on," the waiter replied with a smile. Before long, the dishes began to arrive. The plum sauce ribs were glistening red, coated in a sweet and tangy sauce. And with a gentle bite, the meat separated from the bone. The crab meat lioness head was tender and succulent, melting in the mouth with exquisite flavor. The seasonal vegetables were refreshing and palatable, perfectly balancing the meal. Chen Mo feasted heartily. The dinner was reasonably priced, totaling just over 200. After enjoying his delightful dinner, Chen Mo took out his phone and booked a highly rated traditional massage spa nearby, approximately 2 kilometers away. After an afternoon of intense exercise, he needed a professional to help him unwind, and a post-dinner stroll would aid digestion while also contributing to his step count. Strolling along the street, he soon arrived at his destination. The establishment was adorned in a classical style, with a wooden sign displaying strong, elegant characters and several exquisite potted plants adorning the entrance. Upon opening the door, a gentle aroma of essential oils enveloped him, instantly refreshing his spirit. The receptionist warmly welcomed him and led him into an intimate treatment room. The room was tastefully decorated, featuring classical screens and soft lighting, as if transporting him to an ancient sanctuary of relaxation. "Good evening, sir. Your session with technician No. 6 will commence shortly." Chen Mo reclined on the massage bed, gesturing towards his legs. "Focus on my legs, please. I've exerted myself tremendously today, and they are quite sore." "No problem," replied the massage therapist, a lovely young woman. Upon hearing Chen Mo's request, she gently placed her hands upon his body. "Your muscles are indeed quite taut." Her skilled fingers danced adeptly over his physique, moving from his calves to his thighs and throughout his entire body, each tense muscle gradually yielding to her expert kneading. Chen Mo felt a wave of soreness and numbness wash over him, swiftly followed by an indescribable sense of relief. Time slipped away in this blissful ambience, and 2 hours later, the massage concluded, costing 400. Chen Mo emerged feeling invigorated and refreshed. He strolled back to the hotel along the familiar route, the streets illuminated with shimmering lights and bustling with passers-by. Upon returning to his hotel, he collapsed onto the soft bed, fatigue washing over him once more, but this time accompanied by a sense of fulfillment. He accessed the system panel. His visit to the spa had accumulated a total of 4 kilometers and over 5,000 additional steps, bringing his current total to 45,632 steps. Chen Mo found himself in urgent need of cash and, without hesitation, withdrew the entire amount, resetting his step count to 0. A bank notification arrived, revealing a balance of 51,632 yuan. What goals lay ahead? Naturally, purchasing a house and a car, followed by the pursuit of greater wealth. Chen Mo reflected on his day, having walked over 40,000 steps. That translated to over 1.2 million steps in a month. Yet, if he continued at this pace daily, his knees would surely suffer. Thus, his primary focus remained on enhancing his physical strength. However, now that he had come into some wealth, he felt an irresistible urge to indulge himself. The purchase of a home would take time, but he could consider acquiring a car first, as it was, after all, a man's grand toy. With this thought, Chen Mo retrieved his phone and searched his contacts for a certain individual. Chao Jun was a used car dealer, from whom he had previously purchased a scrapped BYD. Chen Mo lay on his bed, scrolling through Chao Jun's social media. As for why he opted against a new car, with his current funds, he couldn't even afford a Corolla, and the process of acquiring a new vehicle was fraught with complications. As the saying goes, spend a little to appear grand. A used car offered far greater value for Chen Mo at this stage. It was merely a tool, and he could always upgrade later when finances permitted. Accustomed to driving, Chen Mo knew he couldn't rely solely on walking. With a flick of his finger, he bypassed the luxury brands and settled on a Porsche Panamera. It was not a new model, but rather a 12-year-old vehicle of little monetary value, currently priced just over 100,000. Moreover, each generation of this model bore a striking resemblance to its predecessors, making it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. One could easily claim it was an heirloom. What he sought was the Porsche emblem, enough to impress the younger ladies. In the images, the sleek silver body resembled a poised cheetah, with flowing lines and a sharp grille complemented by piercing headlights, while the crimson rear lights and subtly raised spoiler exuded a sense of tension even when stationary. "Boss Chow, has that Panamera in your friend's circle been sold yet?" Chen Mo sent a message without hesitation. At that moment, Chao Jun was out walking his dog in the neighborhood. Upon seeing the message, he pondered briefly before casually replying, "Not yet. Why? Are you interested?" He recalled Chen Mo from the previous year when he had visited his dealership, exuding an air of arrogance as he inspected every fine vehicle in the showroom. Chao Jun had enthusiastically introduced various models, only for Chen Mo to ultimately point to a dusty BYD F0 in the corner and declare he would take it outright, leaving observers to think he had just purchased a luxury car. Chao Jun was initially reluctant to respond, but, adhering to professional ethics and a flicker of hope for a miraculous turn of events, he decided to reply. After receiving a response, Chen Mo inquired, "What is the price?" 128,000 yuan, came the reply. Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately called. "Hey, old Chao, I'm a loyal customer. Can you give me a discount?" "Discounts can be arranged. But are you actually buying?" Chao Jun responded with a hint of sarcasm. "You, of all people, are calling yourself a loyal customer. Since I'm asking, it's clear I intend to buy." Wishing doesn't accomplish much. Last year, Chen Mo interrupted, sitting up in bed. "Just tell me the lowest price, and I'll put down a deposit right now." Chao Jun, sensing the sudden urgency, thought to himself that perhaps Chen Mo had struck it rich. I can give you an 18,000 yuan discount, bringing it down to 110,000. How does that sound? This car had cost Chao Jun 100,000, so even with the discount, he would still make a profit. Without further ado, Chen Mo sent a deposit of 10,000 yuan. I'm securing the car. I'll pick it up in a couple of days. Chao Jun stared at his phone in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Miracles do happen. His demeanor shifted instantly. Haha, brother, I'll take this money, and I'll make sure the car is spotless inside and out. Just call me when you're ready to pick it up, and I'll be there. All right, it's settled, Chen Mo replied before hanging up. Just 100,000 steps. A mere drop in the bucket. Chapter 7, Summit of Purple Gold Mountain. The following morning, a loud ah echoed from Chen Mo's hotel room. He rose, massaging his calves. The lactic acid buildup causing an exquisite discomfort. But a true man fears not the challenges ahead, nor does he shy away from the stormy path. It's all about one thing, action. Chen Mo skipped breakfast and headed straight to the gym. The exhilaration of earning money with each step far surpassed any high he could derive from substances. The more he ran, the more invigorated he felt. He ran for 2 hours in the morning, took a brief respite after lunch, and continued running for another 2 hours in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, Chen Mo was still sweating profusely on the treadmill when a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Since binding, your step count has reached 100,000. The system rewards you with a scene card. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo quickly pressed the button to reduce the treadmill's speed, gasping for breath. A reward? While walking slowly, he pondered the system. What is the scene card for? The scene card, when used, enhances the value of steps walked in special locations. This scene is a famous historical site. Location, Purple Gold Mountain. Within the scene's range, the step value is adjusted to 5 yuan per step, limited to 3 hours. Steps accrued during this scene can only be withdrawn, not exchanged for skills. 5 yuan per step? Chen Mo felt elated. Then furrowed his brow. But I'm really too exhausted to walk today. Does this card have a time limit? The card is permanently valid and can be used at any time. That's good. Chen Mo calculated. He could run over 10,000 steps in an hour without issue. Including breaks, he was confident he could easily achieve 25,000 steps in 3 hours. The system didn't stipulate that he had to run up the mountain. He could simply take a cab to the summit and run down instead. He recalled that there was a road leading directly to the observatory on Purple Gold Mountain. Accessible by car, he had once taken Lu Qing there for a leisurely outing. Earning over 100,000 in 3 hours seemed effortless. What a thrill. He continued walking on the treadmill for a while longer to round up his step count. Opening the panel, he saw. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 12. Current step count, 40,010. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene card, 1. Pending use. This time, he opted not to withdraw all his earnings, but decided to save up for an early exchange for muscle enhancement. The next day awaited. Due to an increase in physical activity over the past couple of days, Chen Mo found himself in a deep slumber, only rising at noon. After a brisk wash, he donned his sports attire and running shoes, stepping out of the hotel and hailing a rideshare to the Purple Mountain Observatory. Once seated in the back, he lounged comfortably and inquired with a grin, "How much do you earn in an hour, my friend?" The driver, a spirited man in his 30s named Wang Xing, pondered for a moment before replying, "Well, it depends on the time. During peak hours, I might make 70 or 80 yuan, but during off-peak times, I might not earn a dime." Understanding the situation, Chen Mo declared, "In that case, don't accept any more fares this afternoon. I'll pay you 500 yuan for the entire trip." Wang Xing, slightly perplexed, asked, "Where are we headed, if I may ask?" "If it's out of town." Chen Mo waved dismissively. "We're merely going to circle around here on Purple Mountain. I enjoy running, particularly downhill. Just take me to the summit. And as I race down, drive me back up as quickly as you can. That 500 yuan will be yours." "Is it really that simple?" Wang Xing mused. Still skeptical of such a fortunate arrangement, Chen Mo urged him to pull out his phone, swiftly transferring 250 yuan as a deposit, stating, "Here as half up front. I'll send you the rest once I finish." "All right." Wang Xing's doubts vanished upon seeing the money. He thought to himself, "Is this how the affluent spend? It's practically charity." The Purple Mountain scenic area lies adjacent to the city, home to the renowned Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum. However, Chen Mo's destination was not there, as they ascended from the western side. It was a Monday, and with fewer tourists around, the western route was particularly quiet. The car wound along the serpentine mountain road, flanked by towering sycamores that filtered the sunlight into a mosaic of dappled shadows. Chen Mo slowly rolled down the window, letting the fresh air invigorate him, and soon they reached the summit. He jumped out, stretching his limbs while internally activating his scene card. Detected entry into the designated scene. The card has been activated for the host. Countdown begins for 3 hours. Just as the mechanical voice faded, Chen Mo dashed ahead, with Wang Xing leisurely following in the car. An hour later, Chen Mo arrived at the mountain's base, panting as he hopped back into the vehicle. "Hurry, drive up quickly," he urged. "Hold on tight." Wang Xing pressed the accelerator, racing back to the top. In just 10 minutes, Chen Mo leaped out of the car and sprinted downhill once more. Wang Xing smirked at the sight of him, muttering to himself, "What a leisurely pursuit." Another hour passed, and Chen Mo, out of breath and leaning against the car, gasped, "Take me back up again." Once at the summit, he stumbled out and began his descent, fatigue nearly overwhelming him. Just as he had run a few steps, the once clear sky darkened ominously. A flash of lightning split the air, followed by a torrential downpour. Oh no! The rain, akin to large beans, drenched him instantly. Yet, he couldn't afford to worry about that. Time was limited, and he needed to maximize his efforts. Seeing the downpour, Wang Xing eased on the gas, rolling down his window to shout, "It's pouring. Get in. I still have 37 minutes and 20 seconds. Chen Mo replied, undeterred as he pressed on. Wang Xing, bemused, thought, is he out of his mind? There's still time left. He fell silent, recognizing that the one who pays calls the shots. The thunderstorm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In no time, it ceased. Chen Mo had only managed to run halfway down when the system's voice echoed once more. Countdown complete. Total steps taken in this scene, 25,024. With a redeemable amount of 120 yuan. Would you like to withdraw immediately? Hearing the countdown end, Chen Mo paused, plopping down onto the ground, breathless and unable to articulate a complete thought. Withdraw. Withdrawal processed. Please check your account. A notification pinged as the cash arrived. And Chen Mo checked his balance. A total of 166,220 yuan, including previous earnings. The system panel still held over 40,000 steps. Oh yes. After resting on the ground for a moment, Chen Mo stood up, shaking off the excess water, and returned to the car. Where to now? Wang Xing glanced at the damp seats without concern, as the payment was already made. Take me to the nearest spa. I need a hot bath. There was a hot spring resort just 3 kilometers away. Upon arrival, Wang Xing took out his phone to scan a QR code, winking at Chen Mo, indicating it was time to settle the bill. Chen Mo promptly transferred 400 yuan without hesitation. That's generous, Wang Xing remarked, momentarily taken aback by the amount. Please buy me a change of clothes and have them delivered here while I enjoy my bath, Chen Mo said, feeling uncomfortable in his wet attire clinging to his skin. Sure thing, Wang Xing replied eagerly. Though Chen Mo was a bit eccentric, his generosity was undeniable, and fostering a good relationship might lead to even greater opportunities. Chen Mo stepped out and entered the spa, soon stripping down and plunging into the soothing waters. Ah, delightful. Chapter 8, The Engineering Master. Inside the hot spring, the two men engaged in casual conversation. Through their dialogue, Chen Mo learned that Wang Xing had previously served in the military and now had a family to support. His life, while not affluent, was manageable, a reflection of the average citizen's experience. Chen Mo recognized that he was no different. As they conversed, Wang Xing shifted the topic, asking, "So, Mr. Chen, how often does your inclination for downhill running arise?" "It's hard to say," Chen Mo replied lazily, swirling his hand in the warm water. Wang Xing, curious about Chen Mo's profession, tentatively inquired, "May I ask what field you work in?" "I'm an engineer specializing in human kinetic data collection and behavioral trajectory monetization." "Quite profound," Wang Xing exclaimed. "Shall we exchange contact information? If you ever feel the urge to run again, I'd be happy to drive you." "Certainly." After some time in the hot spring, Chen Mo felt the chill within him dissipate, signaling it was time to leave. Once dressed, the two climbed back into the car. "Where to now?" Wang Xing asked. "To the Central Mall." Having just earned a significant sum, Chen Mo was eager to indulge in some shopping. By the time they reached the mall, it was already past 5 o'clock. "All right, you can go about your business. I'll explore on my own." Chen Mo exited the vehicle and headed straight for the flagship phone store. He had a clear objective, to acquire a foldable phone that was aesthetically pleasing from any angle. The phone he was currently using was an old model he had purchased shortly after graduation, and it had started to malfunction frequently. This time, he was determined to make a purchase. Upon entering the store, a male attendant approached him eagerly. "Good day, sir. What can I assist you with?" "Just browsing," Chen Mo replied casually. "Of course," the attendant said, stepping back. Chen Mo made his way to a striking female employee. "Show me that device." The young woman quickly handed him a display model, smiling brightly as she explained, "This foldable model is incredibly popular. We happen to have stock available." Chen Mo listened attentively as she detailed the features, unfolding and refolding the phone, testing its durability. Satisfied with its quality, he declared, "I'll take it. Just swipe my card." The saleswoman, taken aback by his decisiveness, quickly regained her composure, her smile widening as she responded, "Certainly. This way, please." After spending 20,000 yuan, he found himself with a remaining balance of 140,000 yuan. With his brand new phone in hand, Chen Mo exited the store in high spirits. After casually resolving his dinner at a nearby restaurant, Chen Mo slipped away to a quaint and charming spa establishment. Upon entering the private room, he summoned the sixth masseur who had attended to him previously, instructing as per their usual arrangement, just focus on the lower half. For a 2-hour session, he spent 400. After returning to his hotel, he reflected on the day's exertion, having walked over 25,000 steps on Purple Gold Mountain, accumulating a total of over 10,000 additional steps. Quietly, he muttered to himself, "Open the panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical condition, 12. Current step count, 51, 186. Unlocked transportation means, none. With a little effort tomorrow, he could redeem a body enhancement." After several days of intense exercise, Chen Mo felt a slight discomfort in his knee joints, particularly from the descent during his run today. Thankfully, the enhancement would also offer some therapeutic benefits. Otherwise, even titanium alloy knees wouldn't withstand such strain. Closing the panel, he reclined on the bed, fiddling with his newly purchased phone, preparing to transfer data from his old device. It was then he noticed a message from Lu Qing, sent through a payment app's chat function, as he had previously blocked her contact and calls. "Chen Mo, as you have said, we are completely finished. Do not harbor any illusions. When will you come to collect your things?" After leaving the restaurant that day, Lu Qing had exerted considerable effort to soothe Shun Chuan's emotions. That evening, upon returning home, she discovered that Chen Mo had already departed, yet many of his belongings remained. Having shared so many years together, she understood him well and knew he was frugal. If he truly intended to leave, he wouldn't have left any belongings behind. She mistakenly believed he still wished to reconcile, unaware that he had long since lost interest in those old items. At this moment, Chen Mo furrowed his brow at the message and quickly replied, "Just throw it all away." He then deleted her contact and double-checked his other apps to ensure he had blocked her everywhere. The following day, at 3 p.m., he found himself at the gym. After stepping off the treadmill, he plopped onto a nearby bench, gasping for breath. Glancing at the numbers on the panel, he realized that after his morning run and the recent session, he had exceeded 50,000 steps. Now, he had finally accumulated enough to redeem a body enhancement. System. I want to become a Superman. The host will consume 100,000 steps to redeem a body function enhancement. Please confirm again. Confirm. In an instant, a familiar, tingling current surged through his body, enveloping him in a wave of comfort, compelling him to let out an involuntary shout of delight. Notably, he was not the only one in the gym that day. A striking woman was also exercising nearby. Tall and statuesque, she must have been around 170 centimeters. With a prominent nose and well-defined jawline, her figure exceptionally alluring. When Chen Mo arrived earlier that afternoon, she had already been present. Observing as a handsome man hopped onto the treadmill and ran vigorously for 2 hours, only to exclaim his satisfaction upon finishing. At that moment, Han Yutong could not help but find the scene somewhat amusing. Chen Mo turned, offering a friendly smile as a greeting, but chose not to engage further. Striding away with an air of confidence, his overall physical condition had now risen to 13, just 2 points shy of that of a professional athlete. After returning to his room for a refreshing shower, Chen Mo dialed Chao Jun's number. "Old Chao, come pick me up at the Jinling Hotel. I'll need the car this afternoon." "Sure, I'll be there shortly." Taking his time to get dressed, he decided to extend his hotel stay for a few more days. Spending over 3,000 yuan, as he had grown accustomed to this luxurious accommodation, complete with fine dining and a gym. Renting a new place would necessitate purchasing a treadmill and additional preparations, too cumbersome for now. He could always reconsider later. Before long, a silver Porsche Panamera pulled up in front of the Jinling Hotel. The window rolled down, revealing Chao Jun. As Chen Mo approached, he said, "Let me take it for a spin." "No problem," Chao Jun replied, swiftly moving to the passenger seat. Chen Mo opened the driver's door, settling into the leather seat, casually surveying the interior before gently pressing the accelerator and merging onto the street. "How does it feel to drive?" Chao Jun inquired with a grin. "Quite impressive, though I can't help but feel the urge to ram into a BMW 3 Series, Chen Mo replied. Chao Jun, not fully grasping the comment, continued to provide details about the vehicle. The previous owner took great care of it. Maintenance was impeccable. Chen Mo interjected, "That's irrelevant. It's an old car. Especially luxury vehicles, they may seem inexpensive, but regular folks can't afford the upkeep. Parts alone can cost thousands." Yet, Chen Mo was unconcerned. As long as it ran, he could always replace it if it broke down. Chapter 9. A reunion with old friends. At 5 p.m., having completed the transfer of ownership, Chen Mo sent Chao Jun the final payment of 100,000 yuan, leaving his account with a balance of 4,531 yuan. With a beaming smile, Chao Jun escorted him to the door before heading home to walk his dog. Stepping out of the business hall and into the car, Chen Mo's phone rang. He grabbed his flip phone and saw it was Zhou Yechuan, a close friend. Chen Mo had few companions over the years, but he and Zhou Yechuan were particularly close, having been college roommates. However, since starting work, their busy lives had diminished their meetings. Yet, the bond between men seldom dwells on such trivialities. As long as they resonate with each other, years apart would not create distance. Just yesterday, noticing Chen Mo's lack of response, Lu Qing had reached out to Zhou Yechuan. On the call, she vaguely hinted that they had broken up, asking Zhou Yechuan to help collect Chen Mo's belongings. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yechuan sensed something was amiss, prompting him to contact Chen Mo today to inquire. When the call connected, he asked, "Mosey, why did you break up with Lu Qing?" "She called me rambling about a lot of things that I didn't quite understand." Chen Mo replied, "Let us discuss in person, at our usual spot." They agreed to meet at Lao Yang's barbecue restaurant, a familiar haunt since their university days. The establishment was small, with only 7 or 8 tables, and the wall-mounted freezer hummed softly. A faded menu adorned the wall, with grilled kidneys circled repeatedly in red ink, while a few crumpled beer advertisements clung to the corner. Uncle Yang, rolling up his sleeves, was busy grilling skewers in the kitchen, the sizzling oil splattering onto the charcoal, sending up fragrant wisps of cumin and charred meat into the air. At the next table, 2 workers in uniforms clinked glasses of beer, their laughter and spittle mingling with the peanut shells on the table, creating a warmth that surpassed even the grill. The Porsche sped to the entrance, where a tall and muscular man stood, Zhou Yechuan, at 185 meters tall, broad-shouldered, his t-shirt stretched taut over his physique. With a chiseled face and an astonished expression, he gazed at Chen Mo stepping out of the Panamera. "Whoa, Mosey, what is going on? Did you rob a bank without me?" Chen Mo chuckled, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "It's just an old car. Let us head inside." As they entered the barbecue joint, Chen Mo cheerfully called out, "Uncle Yang, I'll have a platter of grilled oysters, and let's also get 10 skewers of kidneys and some lamb chops." "Wow, look at you, Chen Xiaozai, getting extravagant with 10 skewers of kidneys." Uncle Yang teased with a smile as he got to work. Finding a suitable spot, Zhou Yechuan still wore an incredulous expression, staring intently at Chen Mo. "Come clean, have you been secretly pulling off something big?" Chen Mo expertly extracted a bottle of beer from the refrigerator. After uncapping it, he took a hearty swig before slowly remarking, "Indeed, I have encountered a life-altering event, but I cannot divulge the details to you. Come on, why play coy with me?" Zhou Yechuan glanced around and lowered his voice, leaning closer to Chen Mo. "Did you really rob a bank?" Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "If I had the audacity for that, would I have been in such a dire situation for the past couple of years? Rest assured, if fortune favors us, I will certainly remember my brother when the time comes for lucrative opportunities." "Very well," Zhou Yechuan replied. "Let's not rush into this. What about you and Lu Qing? What is really going on? This time, it's truly over. I once believed we could continue together indefinitely, but she has changed." Zhou Yechuan furrowed his brow. "Please clarify." Chen Mo recounted the events from that day at the restaurant, detailing Lu Qing's attitude without omission. Upon finishing, Zhou Yechuan slammed his hand on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. "That's utterly outrageous. That guy is no good either." Chen Mo sighed. "Who doesn't yearn for a life of abundance? If we were to dissect the matter further, we'd find that everyone is essentially the same." "In what way?" Zhou Yechuan, slow to grasp the implications, remained puzzled. Chen Mo regarded him thoughtfully. "Consider it from a different perspective. You toil endlessly for a meager few thousand each month, and suddenly a young, attractive wealthy woman offers you tens of thousands as an allowance each month, freeing you from the grind. All you need to do is forsake love. What would you choose?" Zhou Yechuan had never been in love, but the dilemma struck him as quite convoluted. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Perhaps a change of scenery wouldn't be so bad. Chen Mo took another sip of beer. "I've come to terms with it. Life is fleeting, and one must seize joy when possible." Zhou Yechuan observed Chen Mo, sensing a transformation in him. He appeared more carefree and confident. The rugged bravado of his past significantly diminished. They say money can refine a person, and in just a few days, Chen Mo's demeanor had indeed changed remarkably, imbued with newfound assurance brought about by wealth. At that moment, their barbecue arrived, and the two continued their leisurely conversation while enjoying skewers. Chen Mo picked up a lamb chop and bit into it. "Let's not dwell on that. How have you been lately?" "Same old," Zhou Yechuan replied. His family was not from the area. He had 2 older sisters, and his parents were formidable business people. Years ago, his parents had brought a few relatives from their hometown, journeying on a green train to Jinling City, where they established roots amidst a chaotic old train station. earning their first pot of gold through unconventional means. They then shifted gears and began legitimate enterprises, gradually opening several supermarkets, hotels, and small restaurants, thriving in their endeavors. After decades of hardship, his parents sought to travel and enjoy life, entrusting their burgeoning businesses to their children. Zhou Yechuan currently managed a few supermarkets for the family. After a satisfying meal, Chen Mo insisted on settling the bill. They had spent over 300, and since it was usually Zhou Yechuan treating during their university days, he felt it was only right to reciprocate now that he was doing better. Let us go, my treat for a bath tonight. Indulge freely, Zhou Yechuan suggested. Having both consumed alcohol, Chen Mo spent over 200 hiring a designated driver. Half an hour later, they arrived at Tangshan, a renowned hot spring destination. The driver parked in front of the glimmering entrance of the Dingsun Hot Springs, its golden sign dazzling in the twilight. Zhou Yechuan looked up, impressed. You really know how to live now. The price of entry here could cover my meals for a week. Chen Mo draped his arm around Zhou Yechuan's shoulders and led him inside. The reception attendant, recognizing the Porsche emblem, greeted them with a smile. Welcome, gentlemen. In the steam room, the two sat side by side, bare-chested, sweat trickling down their chins. A faint pink scar, resembling a coiled serpent, adorned Chen Mo's left side. A remnant from the time he had shielded Zhou Yechuan from a beer bottle during their university days. Zhou Yechuan glanced at it, his voice low. Still not healed? Chen Mo splashed himself with hot water. Back then, you insisted on confronting that thug. I'm grateful I intervened. Or else your parents would have lost a manager in their supermarket. Huh. Zhou Yechuan chuckled, reminiscing about his youthful recklessness. Yet he remained curious. What business are you involved in now? Chen Mo didn't lift his gaze. I'll reveal it when the time is right. I wouldn't want you getting anxious. Anxious about what? Zhou Yechuan wiped his face with a towel. I'm just concerned you might have gotten entangled in something unsavory. Chen Mo laughed, pouring water over the charcoal, steam enveloping them. Rest assured, I have no dealings with gambling or drugs. Chapter 10, in the frigid cold. Once they donned their bathrobes and entered the private room, the attendant had already arranged an exquisite fruit platter and tea, while a sports match played on the television. Zhou Yechuan nibbled on a piece of watermelon. My sister has been urging me to go on blind dates lately. She mentioned a girl who runs a clothing store. Should I go? Of course, Chen Mo replied, peeling an orange. What if she turns out to be a gem? Get lost, Zhou Yechuan joked. Chen Mo raised his teacup to his lips. By the way, I recall your family has an office in Tiandu building? Yes, Zhou Yechuan raised an eyebrow. Not just one, but two. I'm thinking of starting a company soon and would like to borrow your space, Chen Mo mentioned. He wasn't particularly eager to venture into entrepreneurship. He was already making tens of thousands effortlessly, but he felt it prudent to create a facade for future inquiries from family about his profession. It would be necessary to have something to show if they ever wished to visit. Besides, he was curious about the joys of being a boss. Perhaps hiring a secretary for idle chatter. His expectations were modest, breaking even would suffice, and any profit would be a bonus. Zhou Yechuan paused in surprise before nodding. Fine. The rent is waived. You'll just cover the utilities. Do we really need to play this game? Chen Mo tossed an orange peel at him. Whatever the cost. I'm not strapped for cash. Zhou Yechuan observed the side profile of his friend, recognizing that Chen Mo had indeed changed. It wasn't merely due to the Porsche or his willingness to book a private room. It was the fire in his eyes, once subdued, now ablaze. All right. Zhou Yechuan tossed a grape into his mouth. I'll be watching to see what you can stir up. Chen Mo chuckled. Shall we invite a couple of masseuses to join us? Absolutely. Zhou Yechuan eagerly consented, realizing that when someone else was footing the bill, one should indulge without reservation. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring, the result of a few drinks and the blissful massages. Unbeknownst to them, they drifted into a deep slumber that lasted until the following morning. Chen Mo awoke to the thunderous snores of Zhou Yechuan. Rubbing his temples, he glanced at his phone. He nudged Zhou Yechuan, who remained blissfully unaware. Wake up. Zhou Yechuan turned over, mumbling something incoherent before falling silent again. Chen Mo, exasperated, tapped his arm a couple of times. Get up. Are we going to stay here all day? Zhou Yechuan groggily sat up, yawning. What time is it? Past 10. Chen Mo replied, already dressing and tidying up to leave. The two quickly got ready and exited the private room to settle the bill. Chen Mo scanned the code, revealing a total of over 2,300. Without hesitation, he paid the amount. Once outside the bathing center, they approached the Porsche. Just as Chen Mo reached for the driver's door, Zhou Yechuan stopped him. Step aside. I've never driven a Porsche before. Let me have my moment. Chen Mo laughed. Go ahead. Zhou Yechuan excitedly settled into the driver's seat, started the engine, and sped off, racing straight to the entrance of his family's supermarket. Upon arriving at their destination, Zhou Yechuan alighted from the vehicle, patting its body with a look of satisfaction. Hey, this coupe feels distinctly different. It's far superior to my old Tina, he remarked. Chen Mo also exited the car, replying, if you like it, when I change my car in the near future, you can take this one for a spin. Zhou Yechuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Really, Godfather? With that Godfather title, it must be true. Ha ha. Zhou Yechuan assumed he was jesting and said, all right. You get back to your business. Let us keep in touch when we have time. Sure, see you. Chen Mo waved as he settled into the driver's seat and drove away. Back in his hotel room, Chen Mo tossed his jacket onto the sofa, contemplating. Yesterday, I exchanged my steps for stamina enhancement, and aside from that, I walked over 2,000 steps in bits and pieces. My total steps have nearly reached 187 million. With a little more effort, I could surpass the 200,000 mark. I wonder what the system will reward me with. With that thought, he changed into his workout gear. Took the elevator down, for the hotel gym had become akin to his office, with the treadmill serving as his workstation. The gym boasted a climate control system, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer, free from the harsh sun, an ideal setting for racking up steps. As he entered, he fortuitously encountered the beautiful woman from yesterday. Their eyes met, and after a nod of acknowledgement, they both began their runs. Thanks to the stamina boost he received yesterday. Running this time, while not effortless, felt significantly easier. His breathing had also become steadier. After more than an hour, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations. The cumulative steps of the host have reached 200,000. The system rewards you with a scenario card. The scenario described was a natural landscape, an icy realm, where within the designated area, the step value would increase to 5 yuan per step for a limited time of 3 hours. The step count in this scenario could only be withdrawn, not exchanged for skills, and would remain valid indefinitely. Icy realm, with ample stamina still remaining. Chen Mo continued his run while mentally querying the system. Would a ski resort count? A ski resort is classified as an artificial scenario and does not fall within the parameters, came the response. It was only late September. Where could he find an icy landscape? Would he have to journey to the Himalayas? He promptly dismissed that thought, as even the ascent would be quite the endeavor. Snowfall was rare in Jinling City, and even when it did, it was hardly substantial. It appeared he would have to venture to another locale. After all, the card remained valid indefinitely, and he could revisit the idea when circumstances permitted. After another hour of running, the time had passed noon. With his step count reaching 20,000, Chen Mo decided to take a break, approaching the nearby cooler for a bottle of mineral water, contemplating lunch before resuming his exercise. Just as he twisted the cap off and took a couple of sips, he heard soft footsteps nearby. It was the beautiful woman, Han Yutong, approaching her 30s. Maintained an impressive physique due to her consistent exercise, appearing no older than her 20s. Dressed in a light gray tracksuit. Her long hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, beads of perspiration adorning her forehead, radiating vitality post-exercise. Your pace is quite steady, Han Yutong remarked as she reached for a bottle of water from the cooler, glancing at Chen Mo with a natural smile. I believe I saw you here running yesterday as well. Chen Mo smiled back. Running here is far more comfortable than outside. No need to contend with traffic lights. Do you come here often? I've been frequenting it lately, Chen Mo replied, shaking the water bottle in his hand. Do you stay at this hotel too? Yes, I'm here on a business trip. Han Yutong took a sip of water, moistening her throat. My company is holding a meeting in Jinling. And after nearly half a month of busyness, I finally found some time to work out. From out of town? Hangzhou, she grinned, her eyes crescent-shaped, reflecting the cheerfulness of a northern girl. I'm Han Yutong. Chen Mo, he replied succinctly, feeling relaxed by her candid demeanor. You speak like a northern person. Where in the northeast are you from? You mimic it quite well, Han Yutong laughed. I'm from the Ice City. Oh, that is quite far, he said. Indeed. The weather here is much warmer than at home. Just a few steps, and I'm drenched in sweat. Han Yutong spoke directly, with no convolutions, making conversation with her quite pleasant. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Chen Mo glanced at the time. I'm planning to grab a bite. Would you care to join me? Chapter 11, Lunch Together. Upon receiving the handsome man's invitation, Han Yutong smiled sweetly, a hint of mature charm gracing her youthful features. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of finding a place to eat. For the past few days, her time in Jinling had been filled with back-to-back meetings, rendering it unbearably dull. Although she had a few male colleagues, they were utterly uninteresting. She hadn't expected to have a serendipitous encounter in the gym. Let us go. There's a Cantonese restaurant nearby that I passed the other day, and it looked promising. Although there was a restaurant on the upper floor, Chen Mo had grown weary of the same meals over the past few days and craved a change. They quickly reached an agreement. Sure, Han Yutong replied readily. I'll head back to my room to shower and change. Shall we meet in the lobby in half an hour? Sounds good. Half an hour later, in the lobby, Han Yutong had changed into a cream-colored dress and had taken the time to apply light makeup, adding a touch of elegance to her previously vibrant appearance. She sat on a sofa in the lobby, gazing towards the elevator. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the moment, causing her heart to skip a beat. Turning her head, she found it was her colleague from the Jinling branch, who had been persistently pursuing her, now eyeing her dress with apparent interest. "Yutong, are you heading out?" Li Jianming said, his tone laced with feigned familiarity, his gaze lingering on her face for several seconds. Han Yutong suppressed her annoyance, forcing a polite smile. "Yes, just a little errand." She deliberately turned her body away, hoping to convey her disinterest in conversing, but he seemed oblivious, inching closer. "It's already noon. You must be going to lunch, right?" Li Jianming continued unabated. "Since I haven't eaten yet, how about we go together? I know a place nearby that serves particularly authentic homestyle dishes." Just as Han Yutong was about to conjure a more straightforward excuse to reject him, she heard the soft ding of the elevator behind her. Her eyes brightened, and she caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping out, her heart instantly relaxing. Her tone growing colder. "No, I have someone waiting for me." As soon as she spoke, Chen Mo's voice chimed in, cheerful yet brisk. "Shall we go?" Han Yutong noticed that Chen Mo had changed into a casual suit, looking more polished than in the gym, yet not overly formal. Her previous coldness melted away, replaced by excitement in her voice. "Let us go." Chen Mo's gaze swept over the male colleague beside her, but he did not inquire further as they made their way outside. Han Yutong promptly fell into step beside him, passing by Li Jianming without sparing him an extra glance. The two of them walked out in perfect harmony. Han Yutong occasionally turned to chat with Chen Mo, her laughter causing her hair to sway gently, a stark contrast to her earlier dismissive demeanor. Li Jianming stood frozen, his expression darkening as he watched their retreating figures. "Who is this guy?" he muttered under his breath, feeling a surge of resentment. "He is not even that impressive." Unconsciously, he trailed after them, keeping his distance until he caught sight of the Porsche parked at the hotel entrance, abruptly halting in his tracks. Chen Mo was gallantly holding the passenger door open for Han Yutong, the sunlight accentuating his elegantly defined hand. As Han Yutong bent down to enter the car, her skirt brushed against the door, and once both were seated, the Porsche's engine emitted a soft purr before it sped away. Li Jianming stood still, lost in thought, as he fumbled with the car keys in his pocket, keys to a Mazda he had driven for 5 years. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Han Yutong fastened her seatbelt and glanced at Chen Mo, who was adjusting the navigation system, unable to suppress a laugh. "That person has been driving me crazy these past few days." Chen Mo lifted his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I could tell." As Han Yutong gazed out at the fleeting streets, sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her hair, and the earlier annoyance dissipated like mist. She turned her head to observe Chen Mo's focused profile as he drove, and suddenly, the prospect of this trip to Jinling didn't seem so tedious after all. "What do you do?" she asked softly, relishing the comfort of the car's seats. "I run a small company, just modest endeavors." "How about you?" he inquired. "I'm in sales, dealing with medical devices." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and soon the car came to a stop beside a tranquil avenue lined with parasol trees. The restaurant before them was unadorned with garish neon lights, featuring a subtle brass sign embedded in the cream-colored stone wall. The sign bore the elegant characters for Yu Yan, accompanied by a discreet Michelin star in the corner, easily overlooked if one wasn't paying attention. As they entered, the gentle chime of wind bells greeted them. The air was infused with a delicate sandalwood scent, mingling with the faint aroma of rich broth, devoid of any bustling atmosphere. Only serene tranquility prevailed. The floor beneath their feet was a deep watercolored hardwood, adorned with Lingnan-style ink paintings on the walls, while the table was set with fine bone china. After they were seated, a waiter in a tailored dark suit approached with the menu, bowing with impeccable poise. Han Yutong scanned the menu and paused slightly as she noticed the prices beside several signature dishes. Just one serving of South African abalone was priced in the thousands. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "It's my pleasure to treat you, beautiful. Please, indulge yourself and don't hold back." Han Yutong's lips curved into a smile as she ordered freely, not solely opting for the more expensive items. Their appetizers included chilled crab marinated in Huadia wine. The main course featured steamed East Star grouper, each with a serving of Buddha jumps over the wall, complemented by a portion of crispy roast goose. Chen Mo rounded off the meal with a side of stir-fried seasonal vegetables and 2 servings of bird's nest dessert. The dishes arrived promptly, each plate a work of art, perfectly portioned, showcasing meticulous attention to detail. As they dined, their conversation continued, and she inquired about Chen Mo's origins. "I'm a local," he replied. "Then why are you staying in a hotel?" she asked. "Just needed a change of scenery. I've grown weary of home," he said, quickly shifting the topic. "By the way, I've never been to Northeast China." Han Yutong's eyes sparkled as she spoke of her hometown. "Our winters are fascinating. It can drop to -20 or 30 degrees. You can see your breath freeze the moment you step outside, and the snow can reach knee-deep. If you ever have the chance, you should really visit. I could be your guide and treat you to a big goose cooked in an iron pot. That sounds delightful. Chen Mo replied, suddenly reminded of a card depicting a winter scene. What month does it usually start snowing there? Early snow can fall as soon as October, but by mid to late November, it becomes consistent, lasting until March of the following year, she explained, taking a bite of her food. October? Chen Mo exclaimed. Today is already September 25th. Will it really start snowing soon? Yes, but in Harbin, it usually doesn't snow until late October. However, places like Mo and Daxingamling may see snow sooner. Chapter 12, Midnight. Listening to you makes me quite tempted. Chen Mo thought about the money he needed, considering an early trip to Northeast China to utilize the card. How long will you be in Jinling? Just 2 more days, then I'll head back to Hangzhou. Han Yutong said, fluttering her large eyes at him. With National Day approaching, I was considering where to travel, she continued. Chen Mo paused, reflecting on her words. Now that you mention it, Northeast China sounds appealing. Han Yutong's gaze held a knowing glimmer as she slowly spoke. I'll also be returning home during the holiday. Chen Mo smiled wryly, teasingly raising an eyebrow. You're not suggesting it's because you heard I'm going, are you? Don't be ridiculous. Han Yutong interrupted playfully, feigning annoyance. I had already planned to visit my parents. Just a joke. What are your plans for the afternoon? Han Yutong glanced at the time. I have a meeting soon. What about you? I'll be heading back for a run. The meal cost Chen Mo over 3,000, and his nonchalant payment style left Han Yutong quite impressed. After returning to the Jinling Hotel, they exchanged contact information before he went to the gym for a 3-hour run. At 4 p.m., he returned to his hotel room and opened the panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall fitness level, 13. Current steps, 52, 400. Unlocked transport, none. Balance, over 40. 000. Sufficient for now, and he decided to save his steps for strengthening his body. With no pressing matters on his agenda, he lay on the bed, browsing videos on his phone. Suddenly, one video caught his attention, a disabled person walking with prosthetic limbs. An idea struck him, reminiscent of the exoskeletons depicted in films that could assist with walking. This could work. He immediately began researching exoskeleton technology in the real world. Moments later, he understood that exoskeletons were categorized by price. The million-dollar military models could enable soldiers to march 50 kilometers without fatigue, but those were unattainable even with wealth. Next were the 100,000 yuan medical rehabilitation versions, allowing paraplegics to stand and walk independently, though they were cumbersome and burdensome for ordinary users. Chen Mo was currently eyeing a model priced around 10,000 yuan, a consumer-grade smart exoskeleton focused on outdoor activities, weighing approximately 2 kilograms and foldable for convenience. Equipped with an AI engine, it could recognize 9 types of physical activities and adapt its support strategies accordingly. Featuring an 800W motor that could reach speeds of 20 kilometers per hour, with a range of 25 kilometers, operational in environments down to -20 degrees Celsius. With an IP54 dust and water resistance rating. Only an hour of battery life? Chen Mo frowned at the product description. The weight of the exoskeleton S battery was crucial. While it provided significant assistance when powered, its heft could hinder mobility when depleted. However, as he read further, his expression lightened. The battery was designed for quick detachment, and the manufacturer offered a fast-charging dock that could charge for batteries simultaneously. Without hesitation, he placed an order online, spending 13,000 on the highest configuration, which included 5 batteries with the standard package, and he paid extra for expedited shipping to ensure delivery by the next day. As night fell, Han Yutong concluded her work and returned to her room, feeling a pang of loneliness in the empty space. She picked up her phone, scrolling to Chen Mo's contact, hesitating briefly before sending a message. Care for a drink? At the hotel's upper level, in the jazz lounge, the dim lighting and soothing music created an inviting atmosphere. They sat by the window, gazing at the night view. Han Yutong ordered a cocktail, remarking, after a busy afternoon, my head is spinning. Nothing like a drink to ease the mind. Chen Mo smiled silently, opting for a vodka. As their drinks arrived, they clinked glasses gently, savoring a sip. Before long, the conversation unexpectedly veered toward relationships. Chen Mo sighed, shaking his head. After 4 years, it all ended in vain. Sometimes it feels surreal. Han Yutong raised an eyebrow. 4 years is quite a stretch. What led to the breakup? She thought I was too poor. Han Yutong rolled her eyes. Do you really think I believe you? Chen Mo refrained from elaborating further and retorted, what about you? Han Yutong shrugged, a hint of nonchalance mixed with melancholy in her demeanor. I've been married once, and it ended in divorce. Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback. Han Yutong boldly declared, that's all in the past. At our age, we see relationships clearly. We know exactly what we want. For a woman, financial independence is her greatest asset. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. It's the same for men. Although he had no intentions of marrying again, the solitude of single life often left a lingering emptiness. As the drinks flowed, the conversation became increasingly animated. Han Yutong teased with a smile, "You're only 25. Aren't you thinking of finding someone new?" Chen Mo nearly choked on his drink. Glancing at Han Yutong's slightly flushed cheeks, half-jokingly yet earnestly replying, "That depends on whether there's someone suitable." For instance, Han Yutong leaned in closer, playfully asking, "For instance, what?" Their eyes locked, the proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath, and an electric tension permeated the air. As the saying goes, at 30, one is like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. By 50, one can absorb the earth. Han Yutong, slightly tipsy, felt the warm breath of the handsome man before her restless heart beginning to stir. Why is it suddenly so warm? Chen Mo unbuttoned his collar, rambling nonsensically. "To be honest, the air conditioning in my room works exceptionally well. It blows out icy shards." Han Yutong, with a sultry glance, replied, "I don't believe you. Take me to see." Without needing further words, they understood each other perfectly. The following morning, Chen Mo was awakened by a rustling sound. Turning to open his eyes, "Good morning." Han Yutong's face flushed crimson as she turned away. "I have things to attend to. You can sleep a little longer." "All right." She quickly dressed, turned back, and gently kissed Chen Mo on the forehead before leaving with effortless grace. Shortly after her departure, there was a knock at the door. "Mr. Chen, your package has arrived." The hotel service was impeccable, delivering items directly to the room. "Coming," Chen Mo replied as he donned a bathrobe and accepted his new equipment. Chapter 13. Subduing Demons and Exorcising Evil. After signing for the package, Chen Mo impatiently tore it open, carefully examining the instruction manual before donning the exoskeleton apparatus and taking a few experimental steps. He felt as though he required little effort to lift his legs, an invisible force propelling him forward. Opening the panel, he noticed the step count rising, his eyes lighting up instantly. However, he soon grew troubled, pondering the conspicuousness of using such a device at the gym. Moreover, the treadmill had limited space, restricting his movements. He checked the batteries, ensuring they were fully charged. Subsequently, he called his driver, Wang Xing. At that moment, Wang Xing was leisurely driving his ride-hailing car, waiting for orders. When he saw Chen Mo's name flash on his phone, his heart leapt with joy. His benefactor was calling. He promptly answered, respectfully inquiring, "Mr. Chen, has something happened?" Chen Mo replied curtly, "No time for idle chatter. Come to room 8203 at Jinling Hotel. As always, 500. Boss, I provide my services, not my body. Stop talking nonsense and come help me carry something." Wang Xing arrived punctually at the hotel, assisting Chen Mo in loading the exoskeleton and batteries into the car. As they got in, Wang Xing was about to head toward Purple Mountain when Chen Mo instructed, "Find a deserted area, preferably flat." Wang Xing was somewhat surprised. "Aren't we going downhill today?" Chen Mo chuckled. "Today, we're trying a new approach. This new equipment requires ample space to test. Just like last time, follow closely behind me and replenish the power when it runs out." "Understood." The vehicle sped toward the outskirts, and upon arrival, Wang Xing, observing Chen Mo in his gear, couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chen, what kind of high-tech gadget is this? You uncultured bumpkin. Haven't you seen a movie? It's a mechanical exoskeleton. Impressive." Chen Mo then activated the machinery and began to run across the open field. Initially cautious, he gradually quickened his pace, the exhilarating sensation intensifying. He felt as if the exoskeleton perfectly melded with his body. With each lift of his leg, powerful mechanical limbs assisted him in synchrony. It felt as effortless as flying, significantly reducing the physical exertion typically required for running. He accelerated, the ground rapidly disappearing beneath his feet. Thus, Chen Mo ran freely, with Wang Xing driving closely behind, time slipping away in joyous strides. After more than 2 hours, both batteries depleted, Wang Xing promptly stepped forward, offering water and tissues. "Refreshing," Chen Mo exclaimed, glancing at the numbers on the panel, elated. In those 2.5 hours, he had run over 50,000 steps, more than double his usual pace. As noon approached, Chen Mo took a sip of water and wiped his sweat. "Let's find a place to eat." Wang Xing assisted him in removing the exoskeleton, and Chen Mo sprawled out in the back seat to rest. Despite the machine's assistance, maintaining balance required significant core strength, and he still felt fatigued. They located a nearby small eatery, and while enjoying his meal, Chen Mo received a message from Han Yutong. "Do you want to have lunch together?" Chen Mo replied, "I'm busy making money. Let us talk about dinner. I promise to fill you up." Her response was a playful annoying. Keeping in mind his afternoon workout, Chen Mo restrained his appetite. Once he felt sufficiently digested, he enthusiastically ran for another 3 hours until all 5 batteries were drained, feeling satisfied. With this physical enhancement, Chen Mo could run 250,000 steps in an hour. Over 5 hours, he had amassed a total of over 125,000 steps. Upon opening the panel, he saw name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 13. Current step count, 177, 420. Unlocked transportation tools, none. Scene cards, snowy landscape, pending use. System, what is my cumulative step count? Currently, the total step count is 355 million steps. What about my reward for 300,000 steps? Rewards for subsequent cards will be paused until the previous scene card is used, but interim rewards will be distributed as usual. Why didn't you say so sooner? Chen Mo sighed, realizing he needed to utilize the snowy landscape card quickly, lest he miss out on valuable rewards. He inquired further, what are these interim rewards? Stay tuned. Seeing the system's mysterious demeanor, Chen Mo refrained from probing further, transferring money to Wang Xing and stating, back to the hotel. Understood. On the journey back, having exerted himself significantly that day, Chen Mo felt discomfort in his knees and a slight soreness in his palms. He whispered inwardly, system, redeem a physical enhancement for me. The host will spend 120,000 steps to redeem a muscular and skeletal enhancement. Please confirm. Confirm. After the initial redemption, Chen Mo realized the prices would only increase from here on. A surge of electricity coursed through him, revitalizing him. Feeling as if he could take on 300 rounds that evening, he glanced down. His step count was still too low. Otherwise, he could further enhance his equipment. After redeeming the physical enhancement, he had over 70,000 steps remaining. And with only 30,000 yuan left after purchasing the exoskeleton, he decided to withdraw all his funds. His step count reset to 0, and his balance stood at 100,000. As dusk fell, Chen Mo returned to the hotel, recharging his exoskeleton. Just after emerging from a refreshing shower, he heard a knock at the door. Another delivery, perhaps? Upon opening the door, a fragrant breeze enveloped him as Han Yutong. Her high heels elegantly poised, stepped inside, closing the door behind her with an air of impatience. After a considerable amount of time, Chen Mo summoned all his strength and skills, employing every trick in his repertoire, ultimately subduing the enchanting lady. Little sprite, have you had your fill? He asked, glancing at her delicate, pale belly, which she had pointed out, indicating her hunger. Chen Mo chuckled, and, despite initially intending to dine out, found it hard to part with the warmth of her company. He picked up the bedside phone and ordered a sumptuous dinner to be delivered to their room. As the dining cart was wheeled in, the clinking of silverware resonated, mingling with the rich aroma of freshly grilled steak and fine red wine. Han Yutong sliced into her filet mignon, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the metallic parts glimmering in the corner. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, what is that? It looks rather ominous. Chen Mo, currently savoring grilled shrimp, mumbled, oh, just a little gadget I bought for climbing, makes things easier. She merely acknowledged his words with a soft oh and didn't press further. The knife lightly traced a line across her plate, and she suddenly mentioned, I have a high-speed train tomorrow afternoon. The room fell silent for a few seconds, the soft hum of traffic outside the window the only sound. Chen Mo opened his mouth to offer to see her off, but the thought seemed superfluous. He contemplated wishing her a safe journey, but that felt too formal. So he settled for a muted Han Yutong raised her eyes to meet his, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light. Will you really come for National Day? Of course, Chen Mo replied, meeting her gaze. To deceive you would be unthinkable. She suddenly smiled, lifting her wine glass for a sip, the liquid staining her lips. Then it settled. Throughout the remainder of the dinner, they refrained from discussing farewells, instead engaging in trivial conversations. She recounted how warm the heating was in the northeast, while he spoke of the humidity during the rainy season in the south. Amidst the clatter of cutlery, neither mentioned their reluctance to part nor inquired about the future. Such is the tacit understanding among adults. While they are acutely aware of their feelings, they choose to feign ignorance. Certain boundaries must remain intact. Articulating them might merely puncture the fragile veil of pretense, leaving nothing but scattered remnants. Chapter 14. Blossoms of peach trees. The following morning in the hotel room, Chen Mo awoke leisurely. As he propped himself up, a twinge of soreness in his back made him mutter, looks like I need to accumulate some steps to boost my endurance. He turned his head and gently patted the pristine figure beside him, who stirred awake, her sleepy eyes blinking open. What time is it? She asked. 11 o'clock, Chen Mo replied softly. With Han Yutong's train scheduled for 4 p.m., Chen Mo thought it would be nice to treat her to another meal. They both got out of bed and tidied up swiftly. Chen Mo attentively assisted her with her luggage, loading it into the car before heading to Deji Plaza. Choosing a restaurant with excellent reviews, they enjoyed a delightful lunch together. Afterward, Chen Mo took Han Yutong for a leisurely stroll around the shopping mall. Upon passing an imported supermarket, he decided to buy her some snacks for the journey. Are you trying to turn me into a little pig? Han Yutong teased playfully. I'm just enjoying myself, Chen Mo replied, momentarily pausing his shopping spree. He was acutely aware of his shifting mindset. Previously, he would only purchase items nearing their expiration date, but now he didn't even bother to check the price tags. Continuing their leisurely exploration, he noticed Han Yutong's gaze repeatedly drifting toward a particular handbag in a Chanel store. With a knowing smile, he took her hand and led her into the boutique. What are you doing? She asked, curious. Chen Mo turned to face her, saying, you're about to leave. So let me buy you a little gift. Han Yutong quickly declined. No need. Just having a meal together is enough. However, Chen Mo insisted, that won't do. Consider it a keepsake. Be obedient. Inside the store, a saleswoman named Xiaoxian greeted them warmly. Upon noticing Chen Mo's casual yet stylish attire, her smile widened. Welcome. What can I assist you with today? Chen Mo pointed to the bag Han Yutong had been admiring. Let us take a look at that one. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Han Yutong softly protested, there's really no need for such extravagance. Chen Mo regarded her with a commanding air, don't hesitate. If you like it, buy it. I have plenty of money. Realizing his words were a bit brusque, he added with a smile, please don't mind me. I'm a bit of a nouveau riche. Still catching up on the finer nuances of elegance. Han Yutong chuckled, no longer resisting. She accepted the bag from Xiaoxian, modeling it in front of the mirror. Her face radiant with delight. Xiaoxian, observing, exclaimed, this lady looks absolutely stunning with that bag. Sir, your taste is impeccable. Han Yutong's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Seeing her happiness, Chen Mo grinned, that's the one. As he paid with his card, Han Yutong, summoning her courage, leaned in and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Xiaoxian witnessed this tender moment, her eyes twinkling with amusement. After spending 20,000, Han Yutong felt both surprised and touched. She was astonished by the unexpected gift and the thoughtfulness behind it. It warmed her heart to realize that Chen Mo had been attentive to her every little gesture, even noting her lingering gaze at the bag. Glancing at the time, which was nearing 3 p.m., Chen Mo decided to take her to the train station. Their journey was filled with laughter and conversation. Once they arrived, he helped her with her luggage, standing beside the car as he looked at Han Yutong and smiled. How about a farewell kiss? Her cheeks flushed. Han Yutong stepped forward and kissed him, saying, see you on National Day. After that, she grabbed her luggage and headed into the station, occasionally glancing back to wave. Chen Mo watched her silhouette until it vanished from sight before turning to get into the car. Just as he was about to drive away, a message pinged on his phone, alerting him that he had been added to a 3-person group chat. Su Qian wrote in the group, don't forget our plans for tonight. Chen Mo paused for a moment before replying, absolutely won't. What do you all want to eat? Lin Yu chimed in enthusiastically, a feast. A feast. As the Panamera cruised toward the city center, the car's audio system filled the air with melodious tunes, and a gentle spring breeze wafted in, carrying the fragrance of blooming peach blossoms. By now it was 4 p.m., and Chen Mo realized that his running plans for the day were thoroughly abandoned. Reflecting on the 2 hours spent with Han Yutong in the mall, he had accumulated 8,000 steps, and being the weekend, he decided to treat himself to a little break. The car glided along the ring road toward the city, and messages from the group chat erupted like fireworks on his phone. Su Qian was the first to ask, what do you all feel like eating? Immediately following was a suggestion, how about this place? Accompanied by a link. Chen Mo opened it to find a high-end Japanese seafood buffet, with an average cost of over 600 per person. He chuckled softly, fully aware of what was happening, and replied with a voice message, no problem. I said to pick whatever you like. Though Chen Mo wasn't particularly keen on Japanese cuisine, he figured trying something new once in a while wouldn't hurt. Lin Yu, ever the enthusiast, quickly followed up, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Soon after, Su Qian sent another message. Chen Mo, where are you? Is it convenient for you to pick us up? Understanding the implication, Chen Mo responded directly. Send me your location, I'll be there shortly. Driving toward the specified location. It wasn't long before he arrived at a residential area. This place was about a 20-minute drive from the city center. The location was decent, but not particularly noteworthy. Su Qian wasn't a local. She had stayed in Jinling after graduation and shared an apartment with Lin Yu. At that moment, the Panamera parked steadily by the roadside, and Chen Mo sent a message to let them know to come down. Before long, 2 young ladies emerged from the residential complex, casting curious glances around. One of them exclaimed, where are you? Chen Mo lowered his car window and called out, over here. The 2 girls climbed into the car, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Su Qian was particularly taken aback. She had not anticipated Chen Mo driving a Porsche. Although she was not an aficionado of automobiles, she recognized the emblem. Nevertheless, she refrained from appearing overly materialistic, suppressing her curiosity and the myriad questions that danced on her tongue, opting instead to speculate silently. As the vehicle glided forward, Lin Yu scrutinized the interior decor with intrigue. "Oh, what's this button for?" Chen Mo, in a playful tone, replied, "That S for the seed ejection. Press it, and you'll take off from the spot." Lin Yu erupted into laughter, her delight infectious. Unable to contain herself, Su Qian softly inquired, "Chen Mo, what are you up to these days?" "Just fortunate enough to have made a bit of money," he responded evasively. Her curiosity piqued further, but she hesitated to press him further. As the car continued its journey, Lin Yu and Su Qian chattered animatedly like two jubilant birds, their conversation revolving around the latest television dramas. Their dialogue was lively, filled with expressive gestures and bursts of laughter, often exclaiming how sweet the main character's romance was. Chen Mo listened quietly, feeling a distinct atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the moments spent with Han Yutong. Eventually, the two girls seemed to realize that they had left Chen Mo out of their lively exchange. Lin Yu, with a swift change of thought, turned to him, her tone sweet and laced with mischief. "Brother, what do you like to do in your spare time?" "Running," he replied. "It's addictive. If I don't run for a day, I feel restless." Chapter 15, A Narrow Path of Enmity. The trio soon arrived at a restaurant named Sakura's Flavor, nestled near the bustling Zinjiku shopping district. Inside, the exquisite Japanese decor created an ambience steeped in tradition. The restaurant operated on a self-service ordering system, and Su Qian and Lin Yu, eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly ordered an array of delicacies, including sashimi platters, grilled eel, and sukiyaki. Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at his fortune, thinking how delightful it was to dine with beautiful companions. Now, this was what life was truly about. As they feasted, Su Qian and Lin Yu exchanged glances, and Lin Yu suggested, "Brother, how about we go sing tonight?" Observing his close friend addressing Chen Mo affectionately, Su Qian chimed in, "Come on, Mo Gu. The more, the merrier." "All right, that sounds like a good way to unwind," Chen Mo casually agreed, pulling out his phone to book a private room at Windsor. The two girls were intrigued as they watched Chen Mo manipulate his foldable phone. The dinner bill came to 1,800, which Chen Mo paid with effortless grace. After leaving the restaurant, they set off in the car. At an intersection, a Mercedes-Benz C-Class cruised ahead of them. "Hey, that looks familiar," Chen Mo mused, steering his car to follow it. As night fell, the streets were lined with shops, bustling with pedestrians. The Mercedes soon pulled over, and Chen Mo parked behind it, his eyes fixed ahead. Moments later, two individuals exited the vehicle. Well, if it isn't that couple," he muttered through gritted teeth, an unsettling thought crossing his mind. At that moment, Su Qian and Lin Yu sensed something amiss. "Why are we stopping here?" Su Qian queried. Chen Mo chuckled, "I've spotted an adversary." Then, an idea struck him. "Could you both assist me with a little charade? If it goes well, each of you will receive a handbag of your choice from the mall." Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up, and they quickly devised a plan together, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Shen Chuan and Lu Qing stood in line at a milk tea shop, engaged in quiet conversation, occasionally smiling at one another. During the dull wait, Shen Chuan's gaze wandered to the street, and he caught sight of Chen Mo stepping out of the Porsche, flanked by two vibrant young women whose beauty rivaled that of Lu Qing. He was momentarily taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes. As the trio approached the milk tea shop, Su Qian leaped out of the car and immediately took Chen Mo's hand, as if to claim him. Lin Yu, not to be outdone, wrapped her arm around Chen Mo's right, the closeness causing him to inadvertently brush against softness as they walked. At the front of the shop, Lu Qing followed Shen Chuan's gaze and felt her expression darken, her fingers instinctively gripping the sleeve of the person beside her. Feigning ignorance, Chen Mo stood casually at the end of the line, treating Shen Chuan and Lu Qing as mere passers-by. He engaged in light-hearted conversation with the two girls, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter, affectionately patting Lin Yu's arm. Su Qian, with exaggerated flair, cooed, "Mo Gu, I've heard this milk tea is absolutely divine." Lin Yu chimed in, "Yes, Mo Gu, I can hardly wait." Chen Mo responded with gentle warmth, while Shen Chuan's eyes flashed with disdain, tinged with jealousy. Intensely so. Lu Qing's expression was a complex blend of emotions. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances towards the trio. Yet, Chen Mo appeared oblivious, casually ordering when it was his turn. 3 cups of the signature drink, and make sure to add extra toppings for the ladies. The staff nodded and busied themselves, turning to Shen Chuan and Lu Qing. Chen Mo feigned surprise, offering a polite, yet distant smile. "Well, what a small world. Fancy bumping into you here. Could this be fate's jest?" Shen Chuan scoffed, refusing to engage. Lu Qing, gazing at the familiar yet foreign figure before her, was bewildered by how he had transformed in such a short time. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Chen Mo cut her off, accepting the drinks from the staff and handing them to Su Qian and Lin Yu with a smile. "Let us not delay our evening plans." With that, the 3 departed with an air of confidence and ease, exuding a sense of tranquility. They left Xinchuan and Lu Qing standing there, their expressions shifting from green to pale. Lu Qing watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She could not fathom how the man she once deemed a failure had become so effortlessly charming, surrounded by such remarkable women. What was the secret? Once back in the car, Su Qian and Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter at the earlier ruse. Oh my goodness, did you see his face? It was priceless, Su Qian exclaimed, laughing so hard she slapped her thigh. And his ex-girlfriend's expression. That look in her eyes, huh? Lin Yu covered her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. Reflecting on their performance, she remarked, I almost laughed out loud. I nearly hurt myself holding it in. Just a few meters down the road, Chen Mo felt a sudden surge of energy. As if the previous excitement had not fully dissipated. He spotted two young men perched on the curb, clad in shiny, form-fitting pants and gleaming sneakers. Their hair dyed in vibrant hues, nodding their heads to the rhythm of their phones. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Such characters were becoming rare in Jinling, and this opportunity was too golden to squander. True talent. He quickly slammed on the brakes, pulled over, and turned to the still laughing Su Qian and Lin Yu. Give me 2 minutes. I have a little business to attend to. Before they could respond, Chen Mo was already out of the car, striding over to the two young men, whispering something to them. One of the young men's eyes widened in surprise, while the other nodded vigorously. Continuing, Chen Mo took out his phone and swiftly navigated it. The two young men immediately patted their chests in affirmation, exuding an air of exuberance. Chen Mo chuckled as he patted one of them on the shoulder and turned to return to his car. Just as he opened the door, Su Qian curiously leaned in. What did you say to them? Chen Mo shook his head, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. This is truly exhilarating. Noticing the two women still appeared bewildered, he refrained from elaborating further, abruptly spun the steering wheel, and declared with grandiosity, Let's go. I'm taking you to buy a bag. On the curb, the two young men exchanged glances as they looked at the transfer notification on their phones. Bro, how do we explain this? Let us go for it. The young man with dyed blonde hair tucked his phone into his pocket and thumped his chest. In this life, what matters? Loyalty. Besides, it is only natural to get paid for services rendered. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tossed his hair and, brimming with bravado, marched towards Xinchuan, who was buying snacks at the roadside, and without a word, slapped him hard across the face. Aren't you called Xiaoluo? The blonde shouted defiantly. Xinchuan was taken aback, clutching his cheek in shock, wide-eyed and momentarily stunned. The young man then smacked his thigh. Oops, wrong guy. With that, he turned and fled. The other young man, with green hair, zoomed in on his motorcycle like lightning. The blonde leaped onto the bike, and together they revved the engine, disappearing into the distance amid the pulsating beats of the DJ. Xinchuan stood by the roadside, utterly mortified, in front of his girlfriend and a crowd. He had been inexplicably slapped hard, clutching his reddened cheek while holding a half-eaten piece of plum cake, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 16. Embraced from both sides. Upon arriving at the Deke Plaza, Chen Mo pushed the door open and turned to the two women, raising his chin. Let us go. Pick whatever catches your eye. With the earlier physical contact serving as a prelude, Lin Yu's subsequent actions appeared remarkably natural. Her eyes sparkled as she seized the moment while Su Qian was still processing. Wrapping her arm around Chen Mo's, her fingertips lightly brushing against his forearm, exuding an intimacy even more pronounced than before. Su Qian felt a pang of anxiety, observing her friend's unabashed demeanor. Was this a case of blurring the lines between pretense and reality? A surge of competitive spirit welled up within her. Without hesitation, she hurried to Chen Mo's other side, linking her arm through his elbow with slightly more force than Lin Yu. Chen Mo found himself being tugged by both sides. Enveloped in their warmth, and sighed helplessly, just in my misery already. The trio laughed and chatted as they strolled inside, browsing several stores, only to serendipitously arrive at the entrance of Chanel once more. Lin Yu, with keen eyes, pointed at a new chain bag displayed in the window. This one looks exquisite. Let us check it out. Su Qian nodded in agreement. As they stepped inside, the sales associate, Xiao Xian, glanced up and nearly lost her grip on the silk scarf in her hand upon spotting Chen Mo. Wasn't he the same man from earlier, accompanied by an elegantly dressed woman? In just a few hours, he had switched companions. Now too, having worked in sales for many years, she had seen her fair share of high-profile clients, so she quickly composed herself, donning an impeccable professional smile. Good evening, sir, ladies. What can I assist you with today? While speaking, her gaze flitted between Chen Mo and the two women, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable amusement, as though observing a lively performance. Yet her smile remained unwavering as she enthusiastically guided them toward the new arrivals section, smoothly introducing. This bag is a limited edition. Oh, and by the way, this afternoon, a lady came from out of town specifically to purchase one. Lin Yu and Su Qian were busy selecting styles, oblivious to the slip in her narrative. Only Chen Mo caught the fleeting pause in Xiao Xian's speech and the meaning-laden glance she cast his way, but he dismissed it. After all, she was correct. They were indeed from out of town. As Lin Yu and Su Qian gathered in front of the fitting mirror, admiring their newly selected bags, Xiao Xian stealthily approached Chen Mo clutching a gold-embossed business card. Her fingertips lightly brushed its edge, her expression adorned with a perfectly measured smile. She harbored no ulterior motives. For a client like Chen Mo, who was clearly affluent, capturing his contact information was paramount. "Sir," she said, her voice low enough to ensure clarity. "Here's my business card with my contact information. If you wish to view new collections in the future, feel free to reach out." While saying this, she extended the card toward him, her gaze sincere. Chen Mo glanced at the name and number on the card, understanding her intent as he took it and tucked it into his pocket. "Sure, I'll add you later." Xiao Xian's smile deepened at his acceptance, and she turned back to attend to the two ladies who were now joyfully examining themselves in the mirror. Before long, Xiao Xian deftly packaged 2 bags, and as the card was swiped, a 5-digit number beginning with a 4 flashed on the screen. Su Qian and Lin Yu exchanged astonished glances. In the blink of an eye, over 40,000 had been spent, and Chen Mo hadn't even furrowed his brow. Stepping out of the store with pristine Chanel bags in hand, Lin Yu tightened her hold on Chen Mo's arm, her tone laced with playful affection. "Brother Mo, you're so generous." Chen Mo chuckled. "Let us go, we need to belt out a few tunes." Upon entering the Windsor KTV private room, the dazzling lights illuminated the atmosphere, instantly invigorating it. Lin Yu snatched the microphone and began to sing, while Su Qian swayed to the rhythm, and Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa, watching them in amusement, occasionally chuckling at their antics. In high spirits, he even ordered a bottle of the exquisite Royal Salute, priced at over 3,000. In just a few hours since the two had joined him, Chen Mo had spent over 50,000. Each of them earned a mere 4,000 a month, and without commissions, it would take nearly a year for them to accumulate such a sum. Coupled with his obviously expensive car and the latest foldable phone in hand, both Su Qian and Lin Yu began to grasp the depth of Chen Mo's affluence. As the drinks flowed freely, they grew bored of merely consuming alcohol and commenced playing games. The dice in the cup rattled with the force of their wrists, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the drinks. Time slipped away quietly, with glasses emptied one after another. Suddenly, Su Qian, clutching her mouth, frowned. Having a low tolerance for alcohol, she had begun to feel woozy after a short while. "I'm heading to the restroom," she murmured before wobbling toward the stall. Her stomach churned violently, and she leaned against the wall, retching for quite a while before feeling a semblance of relief. Meanwhile, in the private room, with Su Qian absent, Lin Yu's eyes flickered as she picked up her phone, feigning to check messages, while actually adding Chen Mo as a friend from the group. After sending the request, she raised her glass and took a sip, leaning closer to Chen Mo under the pretext of inebriation, nearly resting half her body against him. "I feel a bit dizzy." The warm breath brushed against his ear, laced with a hint of alcohol's sweetness. Just as Chen Mo was about to respond, the door swung open. Su Qian, unsteady on her feet, stood at the threshold, and upon seeing Lin Yu leaning against Chen Mo, she felt a rush of clarity. Was this a blatant attempt at seduction? The competitive urge surged anew within her, but she remained silent, walking over to grab a microphone. "Brother Mo, let us sing a duet." Having indulged in quite a bit of alcohol himself, Chen Mo's head felt heavy. He accepted the microphone Su Qian offered, mumbling in response, "Let us sing." Lin Yu, sensing that Su Qian's return had thwarted her plans, felt a tinge of annoyance but maintained her smile. She too took up a microphone and positioned herself on Chen Mo's other side, insisting on a trio rendition of a romantic ballad. As the trio's voices filled the private room, their off-key notes and forgotten lyrics were of no concern to anyone, who were instead immersed in the lively yet slightly chaotic atmosphere. After several rounds of games, the bottle of Royal Salute was nearly empty. Chen Mo had never tasted such exquisite liquor, its rich and mellow flavor, infused with an abundance of fruity aromas, an intricate blend of apple and pear, with hints of honeyed sweetness, was utterly irresistible, leading him to indulge more than he intended. Unconsciously intoxicated, he staggered to his feet, mumbling about settling the bill. Lin Yu and Su Qian stepped forward, supporting each other as they stumbled out of the private room. In a venue like Windsor, finding a designated driver was never a challenge. Chen Mo squinted his eyes and waved, prompting a young driver to hurriedly approach. Observing the 3 inebriated individuals, the driver softly inquired, "Where to, ladies and gentlemen?" Su Qian, her tongue slightly tangled, mumbled an address. Chapter 17, Unspoken Rivalry. The young driver cautiously assisted the charmingly tipsy trio into the vehicle. As the car slowly commenced its journey, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. Chen Mo leaned back in his seat, caught between dreams and reality. Moments later, the car halted beneath the apartment building shared by Lin Yu and Su Qian. Chen Mo hazily paid the fare and, in a daze, ascended the stairs with them. Lin Yu fumbled for her keys, and after some effort, managed to unlock the door. The moment they entered, Chen Mo collapsed onto the bed, feeling as though all his bones had dissolved, and soon the rhythmic sound of snoring filled the air. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Chen Mo's face. He gradually awoke, only to be greeted by a splitting headache, the effects of his hangover making him grimace in discomfort. As he surveyed his surroundings, realization dawned that he was in their apartment. How had he ended up here? He struggled to piece together the events of the previous night, but his memories were fragmented and elusive. With a soft sigh, he glanced at the two still peacefully asleep, a hint of secret indulgence stirring within him. The pressure at his waist grew increasingly uncomfortable, and as he reached to move a leg, Lin Yu's eyelashes fluttered open. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she froze for 2 seconds, her cheeks flooding with crimson, as if splashed with rouge, before hastily shutting her eyes again, her ears burning with embarrassment. Pretending not to notice her discomfort, Chen Mo let his eyelids droop, deciding to linger in bed a little longer. As the sun climbed higher, they gradually awoke. Their gazes met, and an air of palpable awkwardness filled the room. I need to visit the restroom. Lin Yu was the first to break the silence, hurrying to her feet and nearly tripping over the bedpost. Upon her return from the restroom, she held a steaming towel, which she gently offered to Chen Mo. Thank you, he replied, taking it to wipe his face. Su Qian quickly followed suit, slipping into the kitchen in her slippers and returning with a cup of perfectly warm water. Chen Mo observed their eager attentiveness, understanding the influence of wealth. In his previous life, it would have been inconceivable for them to be so warm towards him. Yet, to label them as mere gold diggers would be an oversimplification. Chen Mo's affluence was an undeniable reality, and his own charm and humor were equally significant. Take Su Qian, for instance, based on his understanding of her. Had he been an awkward and unattractive individual, she would hardly have given him a second glance, regardless of his wealth. However, compared to his genuine self, the carefree and extravagant Chen Mo was undeniably more alluring. Thus, he remained undisturbed, feeling no particular sentiment, while thoughts of Han Yutong occasionally stirred a subtle, unnoticeable flutter within him. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the pristine screen. As expected, she had not sent any messages. Chen Mo was no fool. Despite Han Yutong's subtle hints, he understood that after experiencing a failed marriage, her perspective on relationships had shifted, rendering them less significant than her career. His presence in her life was merely a fleeting indulgence, like a breeze skimming across the surface of a lake, creating ripples but failing to evoke a storm. What number building and unit are we in? Chen Mo felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach, coupled with a hint of nausea. He reached for his phone to order some comforting takeout. Su Qian assisted him in inputting the address, and Chen Mo ordered a generous portion of chaozhou clay pot porridge along with several side dishes. He made his way to the restroom to relieve himself and washed his face thoroughly, the cold water refreshing him slightly. The apartment was modest, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room. During the wait for the delivery, the 3 of them casually gathered in the living room, engaging in light conversation. Chen Mo inquired, "What are your plans for today?" Su Qian replied, "It's Sunday, with no special arrangements. You can do whatever you wish," she added playfully, winking at him, clearing his throat. Chen Mo stated, "I have a business meeting this afternoon, so I won't be able to join you." Yesterday had been quite lively, but it had also cost him a considerable amount. With only 35,000 left in his account, he realized he needed to focus on earning money. Having barely walked a few steps throughout the day, with his step count just reaching 10,000, Lin Yu, in a soft and affectionate tone, pouted. "I was hoping to spend more time with you. I'll work hard this afternoon and earn a significant amount, perhaps even 100,000 or so. Once I have the funds, I'll treat you to some delicious bananas," he replied. The 2 women initially intended to persuade him to stay, but upon hearing this, they ceased their efforts. Su Qian rolled her eyes, then asked, "With the National Day holiday approaching, do you have any plans? Would you like to travel together?" Lin Yu gazed at him with eager anticipation, her eyes brimming with longing. Chen Mo replied earnestly, "I'm heading to Northeast China for a business trip. There's a deal worth over $1 billion to negotiate, and I'll likely spend the entire holiday there." The 2 women's expressions instantly shifted to disappointment. However, learning of Chen Mo's potential earnings only reinforced their determination to capture his heart. Exchanging glances, a flicker of unspoken competition ignited between them. Just then, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of the takeout. Su Qian sprang up to answer the door, and the steaming clay pot porridge was placed on the table, filling the living room with its enticing aroma as they gathered to enjoy the meal. While eating, Lin Yu deliberately added vegetables to Chen Mo's bowl, sweetly urging, "Brother, eat more, you'll be busy with business this afternoon." Not to be outdone, Su Qian scooped a generous bowl of porridge for him, declaring, "Brother, this porridge is good for your stomach. Drink more." The room echoed with affectionate calls of brother, leaving Chen Mo feeling quite elated. After the meal, he rested for a moment before preparing to leave. The two women accompanied him to the door, watching him with longing as he departed. Chen Mo turned back and said, "Take care and rest well. Once I'm done with my business, we'll enjoy some time together." As the two women returned to the living room, Su Qian wasted no time, fixing her gaze on Lin Yu and questioning, what was that all about? Lin Yu, leaning on the sofa armrest, still flushed from their earlier interactions, feigned innocence. "What do you mean? Don't accuse me without reason." "Accuse you?" Su Qian stomped her foot in exasperation, raising her voice. "You were practically cozying up to him right in front of me. He was the one I invited out first." Lin Yu, now irritated, stood her ground. "So what? Who says only you can get close to him? I believe he is more interested in me." Su Qian scoffed. "From last night until now, your little actions haven't ceased. You're not much better yourself," Lin Yu retorted. "How about when you were serving porridge to him earlier?" After a moment of tense silence, Lin Yu took a deep breath. "Arguing here is pointless. Let us each rely on our own abilities and see whom he ultimately chooses." Su Qian hesitated momentarily before biting her lip. Humph. The two individuals were locked in a contest, yet it seemed as if they had reached a certain unspoken understanding. Chapter 18. Eavesdropping. By the time Chen Mo returned to the hotel, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He swiftly changed into a comfortable sports outfit and loaded the exoskeleton and its accompanying batteries into his vehicle, setting off towards the outskirts. Upon arrival, accompanied by the faint whirring of the exoskeleton's mechanical components, he began to run along the rural paths. As he had not brought Wang Xing this time, he turned back halfway to the car to replace the battery himself. Throughout the afternoon, he exhausted all 5 batteries, ultimately tallying approximately 1.25 million steps, a number comparable to his previous record. Without hesitation, Chen Mo spent 100,000 steps to redeem a stamina restoration from the system. In that instant, it felt as though a refreshing spring had surged into his body, banishing the discomfort from his hangover and the fatigue accumulated from running. With an additional 10,000 steps earned yesterday, he had a total of 350,000 steps remaining, which he promptly withdrew, elevating his account balance to over 70,000. As night enveloped Jinling, Chen Mo reclined on his bed, engrossed in his phone. The group chat with the three of them was devoid of any messages. Yet his phone buzzed incessantly with private messages from Lin Yu and Su Qian. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Mo leaned back against the bed and began conversing with the two. Lin Yu inquired about the progress of his business negotiations and whether he had been eating well, intermittently sharing snippets of popular songs. Meanwhile, Su Qian recounted amusing anecdotes from her previous work experiences, while they both vented about their frustrating superiors. This exchange allowed Chen Mo to gain a deeper understanding of the two women. Su Qian was lively and charming, while Lin Yu exuded intelligence and allure. The choice was indeed a dilemma. Chen Mo had always considered himself kind-hearted and affectionate. Thus, he resolved to shatter societal conventions and bring warmth and care to everyone around him. After all, throughout history, how many successful men have been supported by 1, 2, or even more women? Only a child makes choices. He desired them all. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo sprang out of bed, donned his fully charged gear, and hummed a tune as he drove back to the outskirts. Thanks to the physical enhancement he achieved yesterday, he felt invigorated, scarcely pausing for rest, and energetically depleted all 5 batteries. Upon concluding his workout, he removed the exoskeleton, tossed it into the back seat of his car, and opened the dashboard. Name: Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness: 15. Current steps: 130, 441. Unlocked vehicles: none. Total steps: 630,000. With enhanced stamina, Chen Mo's physical fitness now met the standards of a professional athlete. In the same time frame, he had run an additional 5,000 steps compared to the previous day, totaling over 130,000 steps. His cumulative steps had surpassed the 500,000 mark, yet he remained far from unlocking the bicycle feature at 5 million steps. As he drove back to the city, he pondered what it would be like once he amassed enough steps to elevate his overall fitness to 100. Would he become a superhero? At Zinjiku, Central Mall, Chen Mo casually resolved his dinner at a restaurant before visiting a luggage store to purchase a large suitcase and travel bag, followed by a waterproof jacket and down coat. Upon returning to the hotel, he opened his phone to find that the date displayed was September 29th. His fingers danced across the screen as he scrutinized the weather forecast for Mo City. Due to the strong cold air from Siberia advancing southward, Mo City will experience a significant cold wave, with a dramatic clash of warm and cold air in the northern segment of the Greater Xin'an Range, resulting in pronounced heavy snowfall. This snowfall is occurring nearly 10 days earlier than usual, primarily due to the polar vortex shifting southward, facilitating the rapid infiltration of polar air masses into the northernmost reaches of our country. Finally, Chen Mo nodded at the forecast indicating a snow depth of 3.5 centimeters. Perfect. He decided to first head to Mo City to utilize that frigid weather card, and then fly to Ice City the following day to discuss a business deal worth several billion with Han Yutong. Accordingly, he spent $3,000 to book a first-class ticket for a flight at 7 a.m. the next morning, with a total travel time of 6 hours. Arriving just in time for the afternoon, Chen Mo began to pack his luggage, placing the mechanical exoskeleton into the large suitcase and storing some items he would not need immediately in the car. He intended to leave the vehicle parked at the hotel, as he had yet to secure a rental property and would need a place to stay for a few more days after returning from the Northeast. With this in mind, he called Su Qian, knowing she worked at a real estate agency and could assist in finding accommodations. At that moment, Su Qian had just entered her home when her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, then looked towards Lin Yu, who was seated on the sofa in the living room. Silencing her phone, she retreated to her room. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Lin Yu felt a twinge of unease. Something was amiss. She stealthily approached Su Qian's door, pressing her ear against the panel to eavesdrop. "Hello, Brother Mo, why are you calling me out of the blue? I was just about to message you." Su Qian's voice was hushed, but could not conceal the excitement at the end. Lin Yu felt a pang of jealousy outside the door. "I'd like to ask you for a favor." Chen Mo paused thoughtfully. "Help me find an apartment, a spacious one, preferably as close to the city center as possible, and the rent is negotiable." "An apartment? Are you living alone?" Su Qian inquired, intrigued. "Yes, my lease is up, and I'm seeking a change of scenery," Chen Mo replied. "Ideally, I do prefer a landlord who is open to selling. By the end of the year, with some cash flow, I might just buy it outright." "Sure, don't worry. I'll make sure to find the most comfortable spot for you," Su Qian eagerly promised. "Take your time. I'll be back from the Northeast before long, and I'll treat you to dinner then." "Sounds good," Su Qian replied with delight. Lin Yu clenched her fists outside the door. After ending the call, Su Qian opened her bedroom door, her smile still bright, only to be startled by her best friend standing outside. "What are you doing?" Lin Yu leaned in closer, her eyes glinting with curiosity, a teasing smile playing at her lips. "Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you'd like some late-night snacks. I bought some snail noodles, do you want some?" Su Qian was about to respond when Lin Yu's gaze shifted to her phone. "Who were you talking to?" Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. Realizing she could not evade the question, she lifted her chin defiantly. "Brother Mo, who else could it be?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating her tone. "What were you two discussing? I thought I heard something about a house, living alone, and comfort." "Wow, are you two progressing that quickly?" Su Qian was about to explain, but then reconsidered. Why should she need to? A subtle smile graced her lips. "Yes, and what of it?" Lin Yu's smile faded slightly, a flicker of discontent flashing in her eyes as she adjusted her hair. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Chapter 19, Flying North. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, she turned on her heel and strode back to her room, her steps tinged with frustration, and slammed the door shut. In the next moment, Lin Yu opened her chat with Chen Mo, her fingers flying across the screen in a burst of impulsive determination. "Brother Mo, I want to live with you too." The instant she pressed send, she tossed her phone onto the bed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet an inexplicable anticipation bubbled within her. Meanwhile, in the hotel, as Chen Mo finished zipping his suitcase, his phone buzzed with a notification. He picked it up and was taken aback, pausing to confirm the contents several times. "Live together?" He scratched the back of his head, pondering how their light-hearted conversation had abruptly shifted. After a moment of contemplation, he set his phone aside, questioning whether the pace was perhaps a tad too swift. Suddenly, memories of Lin Yu's long legs flooded his mind, igniting an unexpected thrill within him. A moment later, Chen Mo dialed Wang again. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Is your craving acting up again at this late hour?" Wang Xing's voice resonated through the phone, accompanied by the faint sounds of children playing in the background. "No. I have a flight to Northeast China at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Could you take me to the airport? Are you going on a business trip?" Wang inquired. "Sort of. Arriving early would be appreciated. Please help me bring my luggage upstairs." "Sure thing," Wang readily agreed. The following morning, at Lukou International Airport, Wang's car came to a steady halt at the departure level. Chen Mo gazed at the terminal, recalling that the last time he flew was shortly after graduation, traveling to the capital with Lu Qing. Since he had booked a first-class ticket, he checked in at the VIP counter, where the staff assisted him with his luggage containing a battery. He breezed through security without the need to queue, greeted with smiles as his information was verified. Walking through a carpeted corridor, he reached a glass door, stepping inside where the cacophony of the airport felt like it belonged to another world. The VIP lounge was bathed in warm yellow light, illuminating the leather sofas where several business people were conversing in hushed tones. The attendant guided Chen Mo to a window seat and offered him a glass of water. "Please relax. I'll remind you 20 minutes before boarding." Settling in, Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the lavishness that money could afford. The bar was adorned with coffee, juice, and pastries, while a section wafted the aroma of hot meals. Having skipped breakfast, he sampled a bit of everything. Before long, the attendant returned to announce boarding, still avoiding any queues. He walked through a private passageway that led directly to the aircraft's front door. Standing at the entrance were two flight attendants who greeted him with a deeper bow than he recalled. "Good day, Mr. Chen. Welcome aboard." The seating was more spacious than he had anticipated, the backrest reclining almost flat, and a footrest was conveniently placed. The cabin crew presented him with a warm towel and a menu, their voices soft and gentle. "For breakfast, we offer Chinese porridge and a Western set meal. Would you like to have it prepared now?" Having just satisfied his appetite, Chen Mo waved his hand, replying, "Not just yet." He felt along the armrest to discover a small television discreetly tucked away, along with a hidden storage compartment beneath his feet. This experience was a stark contrast to the economy class he had endured during his graduation trip, where he clutched a cheap ticket and squeezed into a seat so cramped he could hardly move, holding his bladder until landing. As the plane taxied, a crew member adjusted his seat and provided a plush pillow. "If you wish to rest after takeoff, I can lower the shade for you." The engines roared to life, and as the aircraft ascended through the clouds, sunlight flooded through the window. Chen Mo gazed down at the city below, now reduced to mere building blocks. Recalling his previous flight to Beijing, where he had spent 3 hours staring at the clouds from his cramped seat. Back then, he could scarcely have imagined being in such a place, heading to the farthest reaches of his homeland. When the meal was served, he was momentarily lost in thought. Staring out the window, the porcelain plate held a perfectly cooked egg with crispy edges, accompanied by a small dish of strawberries. Chen Mo replenished his energy and then reclined his seat for a nap. At 1 p.m., as the plane touched down at Mo City Airport, the announcement revealed the ground temperature to be a brisk -2 degrees. Chen Mo peered through the window, affirming the saying. A blanket of white snow makes the earth appear so pristine. The baggage claim area was quiet, with the conveyor belt slowly turning, his black suitcase soon appearing. He retrieved his down jacket from the bag and zipped it up to the top, pushing through the terminal doors. A gust of cold wind accompanied by fine snowflakes rushed toward him, prompting Chen Mo to instinctively shrink his neck, though it wasn't unbearably frigid. Several taxis were parked outside. He stepped onto the damp ground and approached the nearest one. The driver turned, revealing a weathered face. A woman in her 40s with a bright voice. "Where to, young man?" The car was warm, and Chen Mo loosened his collar. "To the best hotel in the city. I need to drop off my luggage first." He paused before adding, "Once we arrive, please wait for me downstairs. Afterwards, take me to a spacious, less crowded place with plenty of snow to enjoy the scenery. Let us skip the meter. I'll pay you 300. The driver's eyes lit up at his offer. Her posture straightened, realizing that in this area, the cost of living was low, and a day's work typically earned her only 100 or 2. 300 would suffice for 2 days. "Oh my, what a generous young man," she exclaimed, promptly starting the car and tapping the steering wheel. "In this area, the best hotel is the Aurora. It's 5-star, close to the birch forests. The snow is just perfect." With her warm, northern demeanor, she chatted incessantly during the drive. "Where are you from?" "Jinling. That is quite far. What brings you here?" "Just wandering around. Nothing in particular." Before long, they arrived at the Aurora Hotel. Chen Mo booked a room for the day at a reasonable rate of just over 400. After checking in and dropping off his excess belongings, he donned his jacket again, shouldering a specially designed backpack for his exoskeleton gear, and stepped outside once more. As they drove over a bridge, the driver pointed out the window. "That's the Heilongjiang River. Across it lies Russia. In about 2 weeks, the river will freeze solid enough for tractors to drive on." Chen Mo followed her gaze, his first real glimpse of the northern landscape, even more vibrant than what he had seen on television. The vehicle halted at the edge of a birch forest, the tires crunching over the snow. Chen Mo opened the door, and a brisk, refreshing chill enveloped him, mingled with the scent of pine. The forest ahead appeared as if it had been doused in white paint, piled with soft snow that sank beneath his feet. "This forest runs deep. Watch your step. One misstep, and you might slip," the driver warned kindly as she leaned out the window. "Got it," Chen Mo replied with a smile, slinging the exoskeleton-laden pack over his shoulder and venturing into the woods. Chapter 20, System Space. The snowy expanse was devoid of human presence, save for a few bird tracks meandering deeper into the wilderness. He found a sheltered patch and placed his pack on the snow, unzipping it to reveal the silver-gray exoskeleton glimmering in the cold light. He swiftly donned the equipment, the metal framework fitting snugly against his legs. With a few taps on the control panel, the machine emitted a low hum and the standby light flickered green. System, activate the ice and snow environment card. Detected that the host is in the specified environment. Scene card successfully activated. In the current scene, each step is valued at 5 yuan, limited to 3 hours. Countdown begins. 17,959 seconds. Chen Mo took off running, the exoskeleton propelling him forward, sending snow flying in his wake. He ran faster, weaving between the trees. Then reached the forest's edge, unexpectedly encountering a couple taking photos. Just as the man pressed the shutter, a blur passed through the frame, causing him to lower his camera. Frowning, in confusion. What was that? Something just zipped by. 3 hours flew by in an instant. Countdown complete. Total steps in this scene, 75,023. Withdrawable amount, 375. 115 yuan. Would you like to withdraw immediately? Yes. Chen Mo stood with his hands on his hips, leaning against a tree to rest as he checked his balance on his phone. Over 440,000 yuan. What a relief. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system once again resonated. Detected that the host's cumulative step count has surpassed 700,000 steps, automatically unlocking 1 cubic meter of system space, which only supports the storage of non-living entities. Space? Chen Mo felt a surge of surprise and curiosity, deciding to experiment immediately. He first glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then picked up his backpack filled with batteries, and with a mere thought, the backpack vanished from his grasp. Ah, how intriguing. In the future, let anyone dare to provoke me. I can simply chop them into bits and toss them into the space, after all. It's small enough to accommodate several crushed pieces. He played with the idea of taking things in and out of the space for a while, and after some time, Chen Mo felt he had rested sufficiently. He had 2 batteries left, which he decided to use. This time, he ran with even more freedom, as the availability of the space made battery exchanges considerably more convenient. 2 hours later, having exhausted all power, Chen Mo removed the exoskeleton and stored it in the system space, then checked the panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 15. Current steps, 181, 648. Unlocked transportation, none. Cumulative steps, 7, 530,000. Money isn't an issue for now. I'll save it for enhancements. Muttering to himself, he began to walk towards the edge of the forest. Night had fallen, and lingering any longer could lead to getting lost. He reached the main road, but didn't rush to hail a cab, as he had no pressing matters and could stroll leisurely. On the way, he sent a message to Han Yutong. What time is your flight tomorrow? She quickly replied, arriving at 3 in the afternoon, and you? Chen Mo glanced at the flight tickets online and responded, I have to catch the 7 o'clock one. You should go home and spend time with your family first. We can talk when you're free. All right. After running and sweating profusely, Chen Mo felt a slight chill as he rested, prompting him to call for a ride back to the hotel. He first charged the exoskeleton equipment before taking a shower. Just as he finished drying his hair, his stomach grumbled. Aside from the snacks at the airport and on the plane, he had hardly eaten anything substantial all day. After all, he had arrived at 1 o'clock, and eating more would require time for digestion, which he feared might make him late. After running for several hours in the woods that afternoon, he felt invigorated after his shower, yet the hunger pangs surged within him. He initially thought of ordering takeout, but was deterred by the slow delivery. A few taps on his phone revealed a barbecue restaurant at 24 Arctic Road nearby, with good reviews. This will do. Chen Mo tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped out, arriving at the restaurant in just a few steps. The moment he entered, the owner greeted him with a beaming smile. It's warm inside. Please, have a seat. Chen Mo sat down. The owner placed the menu on the table and boomed. Our beef and lamb skewers are our signature dishes, freshly slaughtered. That large pot over there contains freshly made porridge. Free of charge. Eat as much as you can. Chen Mo scanned the menu. The prices were indeed reasonable. With a smile, he said, All right. I'll have 10 skewers of both beef and lamb, and a cold dish. Great. In no time, the skewers were served, sizzling and glistening with oil, the aroma of the meat mingling with the smoky char wafting into his nostrils. He picked up a skewer and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, with the seasoning just right, causing grease to dribble down his chin, while the warm porridge beside him was perfect for washing it down. After a satisfying meal, Chen Mo set down his skewer, rubbed his round belly, and gave the owner a thumbs up. This impromptu dinner was indeed the right choice. The next day, after a night of rest, Chen Mo sprang out of bed, brimming with energy. He still had many things he wished to purchase and countless dreams yet to fulfill. The road ahead was long, and sleep was the last thing on his mind. Running, earning money. He stored the fully charged exoskeleton in the space and returned to the white birch forest. After over 5 hours, he had accumulated another 130,000 steps. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cumulative step count has reached 850,000 steps. The system rewards you with a scene card. The scene is a rainy night street. Walk through city streets under natural rainfall, earning 8 yuan per step, valid for 3 hours. The effect ceases once the rain stops. This is straightforward. Chen Mo chuckled, then opened the store to check the prices of various items. Skill store. Muscle and bone enhancement. 150,000 steps, once. Stamina recovery speed. 120,000 steps, once. Memory improvement. 100,000 steps, once. Height increase by 1 centimeter. 200,000 steps, once. Currently, he had about 310,000 steps. What should he exchange? Chen Mo pondered for a moment, considering he was about to negotiate a business deal. How about giving her a surprise? Exchange. Moments later, his step count decreased by 200,000. Chen Mo took a look at his new acquisition. Oh, not only has it lengthened, but it seems to have thickened as well. Satisfied, he tucked the treasure away and stepped out of the woods. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and his flight was at 5. With time on his hands, he aimed to accumulate another 120,000 steps for another stamina recovery exchange. As he walked, the number of shops by the roadside began to increase, with a particularly conspicuous sign advertising deer products. Chen Mo glanced at the glass jars displayed in the window, containing dark red liquid, with the words deer blood wine prominently labeled. He had mentioned to the barbecue restaurant owner during their chat yesterday that deer products from Mo City were exceptional, and this wine was a local specialty. Since he was already here, he stepped into the store, where shelves were lined with deer antler slices and deer tendon paste. The owner, who was wrapping a piece of deer meat in plastic wrap, straightened up upon seeing him. "Young man, what can I get for you? All our products are authentic from the forest farm, guaranteed." Chapter 21. Surge of Magical Power. Chen Mo pointed to the most eye-catching bottle of deer blood wine. "I'll take this one, please." "Good choice." The owner quickly unboxed a new bottle. This wine is infused with goji berries and ginseng, aged for a full 3 years. It's very nourishing. While scanning to pay, Chen Mo glanced at the price, which was several hundred yuan. For him now, it was a trivial matter, and he took it directly in hand. After all, with the system space, there was ample room for these trinkets, and he could easily store them later. Feeling light on his feet, he continued down the street. Turning a corner, he stumbled upon the barbecue restaurant again, the faded sign of the old brand catching his eye, with the charcoal stove at the entrance sizzling with skewers, oil splattering and popping. Remembering the delightful taste from last night, he found himself unable to resist and stepped inside. "Boss, bring me the beef and lamb skewers, a plate of oysters, and a stir-fried dish of chives." He placed the deer blood wine on the corner of the table and flipped through the menu. The owner, a man in his 50s wearing a greasy apron, brightened at his order. "Young man, you certainly know how to eat." He glanced at the wine Chen Mo had placed on the table, pondering to himself, and suddenly leaned in closer. Lowering his voice, "We also have freshly prepared lamb tendons and kidneys, grilled to order. They pair excellently with your wine." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Sounds good. I've never tried it. Let us have 2 skewers." "All right." The owner cheerfully shouted for the dishes from the kitchen. In a short while, the steaming oysters were served first, topped generously with minced garlic, and as he pierced one with his chopsticks, the meat was so tender it melted in his mouth. Next came the vibrant green chives, infused with the aroma of the pan, followed by the lamb tendons, grilled to a crisp exterior while remaining tender inside, each bite bursting with texture. Chen Mo poured himself a glass of deer blood wine, took a sip, and the rich fragrance mingled with a hint of herbal essence slid down his throat, gradually fermenting in his stomach, a warm vitality beginning to surge within him. After sipping nearly half the bottle, Chen Mo set down his glass, feeling a dryness on his tongue, and an underlying restlessness coursed through his skin. The sweat from his earlier run had long been dried by the cool breeze, and now he felt as if warmth was emanating from within his very bones. He settled the bill and, clutching the unfinished reindeer blood wine, made his way outside. A gust of wind blew, not only failing to cool the air, but rather intensifying the sweltering heat. "I need to find a place to take a shower," he murmured, his gaze lifting to the illuminated sign of a budget inn at the street corner, its red background and white lettering dizzying to the eyes. He decided to rent a room for a few hours. Slapping his ID on the counter, he took a brief respite. Moments later, his phone screen lit up, revealing that there was only an hour and a half until boarding time. He resigned himself to packing up, stowing the reindeer blood wine into the system space, and stepping outside with his phone in hand. Once airborne, Chen Mo leaned against the window of the airplane, watching the clouds churn beneath him. He felt as if the very blood in his veins was racing, and his eyes seemed to ignite with 2 small flames. The woman seated beside him noticed his pallor and quickly inquired, "Young man, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine," Just a bit overindulged, he replied. The 2-hour flight felt like an eternity until the cabin door opened, allowing a rush of cool air to sweep in, at which point Chen Mo finally exhaled in relief. He pulled out his phone and messaged Han Yutong. I've landed. Her response was almost instantaneous. Yes, I just finished dinner with my mom. Chen Mo quickly typed. Shall I come find you for a walk? Sure, Han Yutong replied enthusiastically, sending over her location. He hailed a taxi and soon arrived at an old residential building in the city. Han Yutong was already waiting downstairs. Upon their eyes meeting, a silent exchange of joy passed between them. Did you miss me? Chen Mo asked. Han Yutong smirked. Miss you? Not a chance. The next day at noon, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the two of them in warmth. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the tranquility. Han Yutong stirred awake, groggily reaching for her phone at the bedside, while Chen Mo was jolted from his dreams by the sound, squinting at her in confusion. Han Yutong held the phone to her ear, her mother's voice echoing from the other end. Dear, it's time to come home for dinner. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Han Yutong replied lazily, I know, I'm on my way. After hanging up, she cast a resigned glance at Chen Mo. Noticing her expression, Chen Mo chuckled softly. You should hurry back. We wouldn't want your parents waiting too long. Han Yutong playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Who are you calling we? Your audacity is impressive. Hey, why not let me join you? I'd love to taste your home-cooked meals, he suggested. Dream on. Don't make things more complicated. She retorted, then wrapped her arms around his neck. So what will you do while I'm gone? Just wander around aimlessly, and we can talk when you're free. He replied, gently brushing her hair back. Come here, give me a kiss. But I haven't brushed my teeth yet. After indulging in a few more moments of affection, Han Yutong finally rose from the bed, slowly getting ready before stepping out. Since they had come for a walk the previous day, the hotel was not far from Han Yutong's home, and they arrived downstairs in no time. The old building, though worn with peeling paint, was tidy and well kept, with even the potted plants at the stairwell appearing vibrant and healthy. Han Yutong's father, Han Weidong, was a seasoned police officer who had spent his life on the front lines and had only recently retired, still exuding an aura of quiet authority. Her mother, Wang Xiulan, was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, always speaking with a gentle patience. The apartment was modest, a 2-bedroom with a living room, and as soon as Han Yutong opened the door, the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals wafted over her. At the dining table, Han Weidong sat upright, holding an enamel mug, and with a quick glance towards the door, cleared his throat. Wang Xiulan, donned in an apron, wore a warm smile. Hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Once seated, Wang Xiulan glanced at her husband before serving a portion of food to her daughter. You left in such a hurry last night. There's something I didn't get to tell you. What is it? Han Yutong had an inkling of what was coming, having experienced this routine every time she returned home since her divorce. As expected, Wang Xiulan began, a couple of days ago. I ran into Aunt Zhang from upstairs while buying groceries. You remember her nephew, right? He works in a government position, stable job, and he is quite handsome. You know the kind of family Aunt Zhang has, right? Han Yutong continued to eat, not engaging in the conversation. Wang Xiulan persisted. He is your age, has a steady personality, and Aunt Zhang mentioned he is in a similar situation to yours, divorced with no children. I thought, since we're all neighbors, why don't you two meet up sometime? Just as friends for a meal. It doesn't have to lead anywhere. Han Weidong, holding his teacup, chimed in leisurely. Your mother has a point. You're only 30. Are you really planning on not marrying at all? Everyone needs someone who understands them in life. Even if it doesn't work out, meeting someone new isn't a loss. Wang Xiulan quickly added, exactly. I'm not pressuring you. It's just that you've been alone for too long, and your father and I worry. It wouldn't hurt to look around a bit. Who knows? You might find someone you truly connect with. Listening to her parents back and forth, akin to 2 buzzing bees droning in her ears, Han Yutong felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Yet, not wanting to cause a scene during this rare family gathering, she kept her head down, silently shoveling food into her mouth. After enduring until she could finally set her chopsticks down, she retreated to the living room couch. Just as she thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Xiulan emerged from the kitchen with a fruit platter. Here, have some fruit, she said, pushing the platter towards her daughter. Enough? Han Yutong interjected through gritted teeth. You don't need to worry about me. I'm already seeing someone. Han Weidong, who had been smoking on the balcony, instantly turned around. When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything before? Han Yutong thought to herself that this was precisely the result of their incessant nagging, and hastily replied, I just met him a few weeks ago. I wanted to wait until things were more stable before telling you. Han Weidong's sharp, experienced gaze bore into her. Don't just make someone up to placate me. Call him now. Let me hear his voice. What for? He is coming to see me today. He'll be in Bingqing this afternoon. Wang Xiulan's eyes lit up, knowing her daughter well enough to discern sincerity from deception. Then let him come over for dinner. Your father, and I can help you assess him. I got it. I got it. Han Yutong replied dismissively. You two can talk when the time comes. With that, she hurried back to her room. Meanwhile, Chen Mo lazily rose from his bed to pack up. Had it not been for the front desk calling to inform him that he had overstayed, he would have continued to lounge, especially after the exhausting night he had just endured, since he had booked the room on a whim. He had only paid for one night, and checkout was at noon, which meant he was now past the 1 o'clock mark. As he brushed his teeth, he thought to himself, I might as well pay a little extra for staying late. This hotel is average anyway, so I'll switch to a better one later tonight. I can't afford to have my abilities hindered. Just then, his phone rang. He answered on speakerphone. What is up? Did you miss me after just an hour? Hiding in her room, Han Yutong lowered her voice. I need a favor. I need you to help me put on an act. Chen Mo perked up at the mention of acting. Acting? I'm quite familiar with that. What is the plan? Han Yutong sighed in exasperation. My parents are insisting I go on a blind date. It's driving me crazy. Could you come to my house tonight and help me get through this? Chen Mo chuckled, a playful grin spreading across his face. I offered to go with you at noon, but you insisted I stay away. Now you're in a rush? I really can't take it anymore. Please help me. Han Yutong pleaded on the phone, her tone almost beguiling. I can help you, Chen Mo replied, pausing to rinse his mouth and spit out the foam, deliberately stretching out his words. But first, let me hear you call me husband. Han Yutong's cheeks flushed crimson, and after a moment of shyness, she managed to lower her voice, murmuring like a mosquito, husband. Chen Mo felt a sense of exhilaration coursing through him. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. I guarantee your parents will be thoroughly impressed. Previously, Chen Mo had merely been jesting with her, but the thought of barging into her home empty-handed at noon struck him as utterly unseemly. With that in mind, he swiftly changed into a more presentable outfit, checked his appearance on his phone, and headed straight for the largest car rental agency nearby. Boss, what vehicles do you have available? As soon as he entered, he leaned against the counter, arms resting on the surface, exuding an air as if he were about to purchase the entire establishment. I need to make a good impression at my father-in-law's today. Bring me the most prestigious vehicle you have. The owner chuckled, leading Chen Mo to the parking lot, where he pointed to a gleaming Land Rover Range Rover autobiography. This is our flagship model. It exudes authority. It demands respect. Your father-in-law will surely be impressed. Chen Mo circled the vehicle, tapped the hood, and nodded in satisfaction. All right, this one will do. Chapter 23, The First Visit. The rental fee for the Range Rover was $2,000 per day, and Chen Mo paid $10,000 in one go for a 5-day rental, leaving the owner grinning from ear to ear as he waved him off. Once inside the driver's seat, the leather embraced him comfortably. With a gentle press on the accelerator, the V8 engine roared to life, propelling him directly towards the liquor store. The glass door chimed as it swung open. Chen Mo surveyed the neatly arranged shelves filled with spirits, standing tall at the counter. I'll take 6 cartons of soft cigarettes and a case of Matai. Load it all into that car outside. The shopkeeper, munching on seeds behind the counter, glanced at the vehicle's emblem, his eyes lighting up like bulbs, his grin stretching to his ears. Got it. I'll be right back. He promptly gathered the items, jogging to load 6 cartons of cigarettes and 6 bottles of Matai into the car, totaling nearly $20,000. Emerging from the liquor store, Chen Mo maneuvered the steering wheel, turning onto another street. A shop adorned with a sign boasting premium health products wafted the rich aroma of aged pu'er tea. He pushed the door open, the air inside fragrant with a delicate blend of tea and dried goods. With a booming voice, Chen Mo declared, 1 box each of bird's nest, fish maw, abalone, and sea cucumber, and also a selection of pu'er and tiguanyin teas. Just give me one of everything. The shopkeeper, peering from behind a purple clay teapot, immediately straightened up and scurried over. Haha, splendid. These are all fresh arrivals from this morning. He donned white gloves, meticulously placing each gilded gift box into a bag adorned with cloud patterns, cushioning the items with protective foam in the trunk. This haul cost nearly $10,000. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, Chen Mo parked steadily beneath Han Yutong's apartment building. He took out his phone and called her. I've arrived. Come down and help me with some things. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Han Yutong appeared on the steps, clad in a cream-colored dress. Her eyes widened in surprise as she spotted the vibrant green Land Rover. Where did this car come from? It's rented. I need it for the next couple of days, Chen Mo replied as he stepped out. Her gaze fell upon the car brimming with gifts, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, half amused and half annoyed. Did you go shopping for supplies? You've nearly emptied the store. Chen Mo grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. It's my first visit to my father-in-law's. I must make a good impression. Han Yutong shot him a look. These must have cost a pretty penny. How much did you spend? Chen Mo, while lifting items, responded nonchalantly. Not much. I'll earn it back in no time. Just as Han Yutong was about to say something, he halted her. Stop. Don't even think about offering to pay me back, or I will turn around and leave. You're quite domineering, she retorted, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her demeanor. I won't mention it again, but making money is as easy for me as walking. I can earn this back in just a couple of hours. If you truly want to thank me. Chen Mo stepped closer, pointing to his cheek. A kiss will suffice as a token of gratitude. Seeing his playful expression, Han Yutong feigned seriousness. You said it. She pecked him several times on the side of his face, then stepped back, playfully poking his cheek. You only asked for one, but I gave you several. Doesn't that mean you owe me? Ha ha ha. All right, I'll pay you back slowly. Han Yutong glanced upstairs, suddenly lowering her voice. We need to coordinate our stories, otherwise we'll slip up later. Is that necessary? It's not like we're concocting a cover story. My dad used to work in criminal investigation. He has a keen eye? Han Yutong straightened his crooked collar. Fine, I'll follow your lead, Chen Mo said as he began to carry the items. Han Yutong, juggling the bags, led him upstairs while whispering. If they ask when we met, just say. Behind the window on the third floor, Han Yutong's parents peered through the curtains. Han's mother nudged her husband. That young man looks quite handsome, and he has a good aura. Her father remained silent, squinting as he observed their interactions, noting the smile on his daughter's face and the intimacy between the two, sensing it was indeed genuine. As Chen Mo and Han Yutong arrived at the door, it swung open with a creak. Wang Xiaolan greeted them with a traditional expression, "Oh dear, you've brought so many things." Glancing at the gifts, she calculated they must be worth over 20,000. This young man certainly had a generous spirit. With a broad smile, Chen Mo greeted warmly. Uncle, Auntie, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I bought a little bit of everything. Han Weidong stood in the center of the living room, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the mountain of gifts at the entrance. This is quite extravagant. It's the thought that counts. Keep a couple of items, and take the rest back. Chen Mo hurriedly waved his hands. I've already purchased them. If you refuse to accept them, I can't take them back. He shot a glance at Han Yutong. She chimed in quickly. That's right, Dad. Chen Mo isn't here to request favors. Just accept the gifts. Han Weidong nodded slightly, no longer insisting. After placing the items down, they gathered around the dining table, where the aroma of the dishes mingled with the rich scent of northeast fermented bean paste wafted through the air. The table was adorned with a checkered tablecloth, the disancian glistening in a shiny sauce, while guobao roe formed a small mountain, the sweet and sour sauce glowing amber under the light. Next to a pot of sauerkraut and pork, steam escaping through the lid. Everyone took their seats, and Wang Xiaolan handed Chen Mo a pair of redwood chopsticks. Try this. I made extra guobao roe just for you. As soon as he took a bite, he exclaimed, your cooking rivals that of a Michelin chef. Wang Xiaolan chuckled in delight. After a couple of bites, Han Weidong spoke first. So, Xiao Chen, what do you do for a living? Chen Mo initially contemplated fabricating a story, but realizing that Han Weidong was a former police officer with keen observational skills, he decided to provide a half-truth. He picked up a bottle of Matai, the cap popping open with a soft sound, and poured a half glass for Han Weidong. I run a business in automotive parts. I've been the Jiangnan distributor for 3 years, and during peak season, it's not uncommon to make over 100,000 a month. That sounds quite good, Han Weidong said, raising his glass to take a sip, the rich aroma of the Matai spreading across his palate. Setting down his glass, Han Weidong casually twirled his finger around the rim, his gaze calm, yet discerning. Being a distributor isn't easy. Encountering delinquent secondary dealers can be quite troublesome. I'm curious, how do you usually handle such situations? Though framed as a question, it was evident that Han Weidong already had insights on the matter. He was merely waiting to see how Chen Mo would respond. Chen Mo paused for a moment as he picked up his chopsticks, aware that the examination question had arrived. However, having spent so long in the industry, he was well versed in such matters. Small distributors typically operated on a monthly settlement, while larger ones could extend to 45 days, seldom exceeding a month. In the event of delayed payments, he would first assess whether it was a liquidity issue or an attempt to evade responsibility. For the former, he would generally propose a staggered supply, sending smaller quantities to give them some breathing room while discouraging further delays. For the latter, he would simply halt supplies, dispatching warehouse personnel to inventory the stock and offsetting a portion at the purchase price, gradually pursuing the remainder. He was unafraid of confrontation, having already included penalty clauses in the contract. Han Weidong inquired further. Is it difficult to obtain primary agency authorization? Can the manufacturer meet the annual sales targets? Chen Mo smiled, his tone tinged with the wisdom of experience. In my early years, to boost sales volume, I would find a few trustworthy distributors at year-end, supply them with stock, and gradually reclaim it after the holiday, which is a little trick of the trade. Han Weidong nodded, choosing not to respond. As he lowered his eyelids, he had already formed an understanding. A colleague of his had a child in this line of work, and they had previously discussed it over drinks. The nuances of inventory manipulation and payment terms were indicative of the actual operations of a general agent. Chapter 24, Fanning the Flames. Wang Xiaolan placed a piece of meat into Chen Mo's bowl and casually inquired about his family. How many siblings do you have? Xiaochen, what do your parents do for a living? Chen Mo set down his chopsticks, gently tracing the rim of his glass with his fingertips, answering with composure. I am an only child. My father passed away early, and my mother remarried years ago. Over the years, I've managed to take care of myself. So it's as if one person's full stomach relieves the family of worries. His tone was flat, as if discussing someone else's affairs, yet when his gaze fell, his lashes cast a faint shadow beneath his eyes. Wang Xiaolan gasped softly, her chopsticks pausing midair, her smile dimming slightly, genuine pity shimmering in her eyes. That poor child. He has been through a lot. Han Weidong also set down his wine glass, letting out a heavy sigh as he patted Chen Mo's arm. It's not easy. Han Yutong, sitting beside them, felt a sharp pang in her heart. It was the first time she learned of these matters. Her spoon hesitated momentarily as she discreetly glanced at Chen Mo, who still wore that gentle demeanor. She had thought he was a privileged heir raised with a silver spoon, unaware of the struggles he had endured alone. After expressing their sentiments, Wang Xiaolan brightened up again, smiling as she shifted the topic. But you are quite accomplished, my dear. At such a young age, you've built a commendable career. Han Weidong nodded in agreement. Indeed. One who can endure hardships and bears responsibilities is bound to succeed in the future. Uncle and aunt, you flatter me. I've merely encountered good opportunities and met kind benefactors. It's all a matter of luck. Chen Mo poured more wine for Han Weidong, his tone humble, silently bowing thrice to his benefactor in his heart. His tolerance for alcohol was average, yet he could not withstand Han Weidong's persistent toasting, the small glasses clinking with a crisp sound. After several rounds, Han Weidong's cheeks blossomed with color, his stories flowing freely, ranging from his youthful endeavors to the latest happenings in the old building. Chen Mo maintained a smile, occasionally interjecting, effortlessly picking up the threads of conversation. Wang Xiaolan observed this exchange, discreetly tugging at Han Yutong's sleeve, her voice lowered. Your father hasn't been this open in quite some time. The last was at your cousin's wedding, when he drank with his old friends until the wee hours. Han Yutong cast a glance at Chen Mo, who was downing another glass, coughing lightly as the liquor caught in his throat, his brow furrowing slightly. She gently advised, you both should drink less. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew increasingly warm. The elderly couple found Chen Mo increasingly agreeable. This young man was handsome, articulate, and attentive to their daughter. And soon the conversation veered towards the topic of lifelong commitments. Han Weidong, now somewhat tipsy, squinted with a smile and asked, Xiao Chen, when do you plan to settle down with Yutong? Han Yutong, alarmed, quickly interrupted, Dad, we've only known each other for a short time. Why the rush? Wang Xiaolan chimed in to ease the tension. Right? No need to hurry. You young people take your time. Yet inside, she was overjoyed. Previously, their daughter had been reluctant to go on blind dates, but now she was bringing her boyfriend home, which was a promising sign. After the meal, Han Weidong waved his hand. Xiaochen, do you smoke? Join me for a cigarette. Chen Mo nodded. I occasionally smoke a couple during social gatherings. The two men then retreated to the balcony, where Han Weidong offered him a cigarette. The lighter clicked, producing a tiny flame, and they leaned against the railing, exhaling clouds of smoke while discussing work and life as if they were old friends. Inside, Han Yutong was helping Wang Xiaolan clear the dishes, the porcelain clinking melodiously. Wang Xiaolan, while tidying up the food, asked, Is he good to you? Han Yutong, head down as she washed the dishes. Couldn't he help but smile? He is quite good, and in excellent health. As the clock neared 10, Chen Mo glanced at his watch and stood to take his leave. Uncle, aunt, it's getting late. I should head back to the hotel. Wang Xiaolan quickly replied, Don't go running off after drinking. Stay here for the night. Chen Mo intended to decline, but found it impossible to resist the couple's warmth, and feeling slightly dizzy from the alcohol, he ultimately acquiesced. Their home had only 2 bedrooms. Han Yutong's room was adjacent to the balcony, while the other belonged to her parents. So it was evident he would have to share a room with Han Yutong. Wang Xiaolan pulled her husband towards the bedroom, casting a meaningful glance at the two. You two should rest early. Both Mr. and Mrs. Han were experienced in these matters, and given that their daughter was of a considerable age, they were quite open-minded. Chen Mo had consumed about 3 taels of liquor, and the effects were beginning to set in. He splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom, feeling slightly more alert. Following Han Yutong into the room, a faint scent of gardenias enveloped him. The walls were adorned with posters of teenage crushes, their corners slightly curled, and a few star stickers clung to the mirror of the pink vanity. Chen Mo flopped onto the bed, which emitted a faint creaking sound. Feeling tipsy, he turned on his side, stretching out an arm and drawing her into his embrace. The mingling scents of alcohol and breath brushed against her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Han Yutong bit her lip, her lashes fluttering like startled butterflies, a soft gasp escaping her throat, which she quickly covered with her hand. As he propped himself up, the old mattress creaked in protest, the sound unusually pronounced in the stillness of the night, where they could hear each other's breathing. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Clearly, the bed wasn't suited for any vigorous activity. If things escalated, the creaking would likely reverberate throughout the entire building, and the neighbors would inevitably know just how spirited the boyfriend of the Han family's daughter was. Chen Mo lay back down, a hint of exasperation lacing his raspy voice. This bed is quite inadequate. Had I known, I would have brought a military cot. Han Yutong stifled a laugh. Upon hearing his remark, she could no longer contain herself and burst into giggles. She turned on her side, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in through the window. Observing his furrowed brows and the look of exasperation on his face, suddenly feeling playful, she reached out, her fingertips lightly tracing his taut jawline. Her voice deliberately softening. There's no helping it. This bed has been with me for over a decade, and it shares my temperament. As she spoke, she intentionally nestled closer to him, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Why don't you give it another try? Be gentle? Chen Mo's entire body tensed. The embers of desire he had managed to suppress flared up once more, even more fervently, as if countless tiny ants were scurrying within his heart. Chapter 25. Strolling through landmarks. He rolled over, pinning Han Yutong beneath him, his breath heavy as if he were struggling to catch it. You're deliberately stoking the flames. She provocatively tilted her chin, blinking her eyes, her lashes brushing against his cheek. Then why don't you extinguish it? As Chen Mo was about to unleash his frustration, the creaking bed beneath him seemed to pierce through his thoughts, issuing a warning that mocked his impotence. He paused, gazing into Han Yutong's eyes, which were gleaming with mischief, and murmured, "Little enchantress." Leaning down, he nuzzled her flushed cheek, his tone laced with a playful plea. I don't care. You ignited the fire, so you must take responsibility. Or I shan't sleep tonight. Humph. Then let's hear you call me wife. Han Yutong tilted her face upwards with a hint of playful arrogance. Wife, wife, wife. Chen Mo exclaimed thrice, his voice crisp and unwavering. A blush spread across Han Yutong's cheeks, and meeting his pitiful gaze, she ultimately relented, burrowing her head deeper into the covers. The following morning, they were roused by Wang Xiulan's voice. Yutong, Xiaochun, rise and join us for breakfast. During the meal, Wang Xiulan looked at Chen Mo and asked with a smile, Xiaochun, is this your first visit to our home? Chen Mo nodded. Indeed, my first time. Then let Yutong show you around in the coming days. We, being elderly, prefer to keep to ourselves, she replied. Chen Mo readily agreed. Although the elderly couple was quite amiable, their presence made him somewhat uneasy, and the bed in Han Yutong's room was indeed quite uncomfortable. After breakfast, Han Yutong quickly tidied her bag and changed into a stylish outfit before stepping out with Chen Mo. Today, she donned stockings paired with knee-high boots and a striking khaki trench coat. They settled into a black Land Rover, and Chen Mo turned to her with a beaming smile, asking, how did I perform? Did I embarrass you? Not at all. Otherwise, I'd be subjected to their incessant nagging for days, Han Yutong replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Where shall we go first? I shall be your guide. I shall heed my lady's command. Chen Mo replied with an exaggerated salute. Such flattery, Han Yutong chuckled, fastening her seatbelt. Let us head to St. Sophia Cathedral. Off we go. As the vehicle embarked towards their destination, St. Sophia Cathedral, located near the bustling central street, stood quietly in the plaza. This Orthodox church, though not grand in size, exuded solemnity and a distinct exotic charm. Its onion-domed roof glimmered under the sun's rays. After parking, the two entered the square, and just as Chen Mo was about to speak regarding the intricately designed church, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host detected entering a city landmark. The system has activated a hidden reward. This reward is exclusive to second-tier cities and can only be claimed once per city, with a minimum interval of 5 days between triggers. While within a 100-meter radius of St. Sophia Cathedral, the host's step value increases to 20 yuan, valid for 1 hour. Countdown begins, 59, 59. Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised, though the countdown seemed rather short, compelling him to act swiftly. He turned to Han Yutong. Come, let us explore the interior of the cathedral. All right, Han Yutong replied, having visited numerous times during her school days, knowing there wasn't much to see inside. However, it wouldn't do to dampen Chen Mo's enthusiasm on his first visit. The admission fee was 20 yuan, and after paying, Chen Mo hurried inside. Despite its modest exterior, the interior was equally compact, yet the soaring dome imparted a sense of historical gravitas. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting flickering patterns upon the stone floor. The faded murals on the walls, though worn, still conveyed a sense of devotion and artistry, and the air was infused with the scent of aged wood and paint. As it was the National Day holiday, the cathedral was bustling with visitors, though not overly crowded. Fortunately, a piano performance commenced at that moment, allowing everyone to sit quietly and appreciate the music. As Han Yutong made her way towards a seat, Chen Mo promptly pulled her back. Observing the artistic paintings adorning the walls, he exclaimed, "Those paintings look splendid. Let us take a closer look." He led her through the cathedral, his pace unrelenting, murmuring, "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I am in awe." After circling the walls 4 times, Han Yutong could no longer hold her tongue. "Are you just going to keep circling? At this speed? How can you see anything?" Chen Mo chuckled, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "I've always lacked an appreciation for the arts. This place is rich with atmosphere, and I wish to absorb it." Han Yutong rolled her eyes playfully. "You sit here and enjoy the music while I take another stroll." After saying this, Chen Mo hurriedly resumed his exploration. Initially, he felt the time was too brief, but glancing at the clock, he realized barely 20 minutes had passed, leaving him with an excruciatingly long 40 minutes ahead. After 3 more laps, he began to feel somewhat embarrassed, as the security guard at the entrance had been watching him closely since the second lap. Fearing a reprimand, he returned to the center of the cathedral just as the piano piece concluded and the crowd began to disperse to explore other areas. "Let's go outside for a bit," he suggested. Once outside, Han Yutong glanced at the time and said, "It's almost noon. Shall we head over to Central Street for a bite?" "I'm not hungry yet," Chen Mo replied, surveying the area within 100 meters, finding only souvenir stalls, roasted sweet potatoes, and candied hawthorns. He was pondering how to pass the remaining 40 minutes when he noticed a group of children feeding pigeons on the other side of the square, and an idea struck him. "Look at those pigeons, their skin and bones. I abhor seeing little creatures starve. Let's go rescue them." Han Yutong thought it was quite kind of him, but upon a closer look, she saw the pigeons were rather plump from the tourist offerings and exclaimed, "You call that skin and bones?" Chen Mo pointed skyward. That one is too thin." They approached the vendor's stall, which advertised pigeon feed at 10 yuan per bag. Chen Mo waved his hand. "I'll take 20 bags, please." After paying, he handed 2 bags to Han Yutong, instructing her to hold them, and eagerly made his way towards the pigeons. "Today, I'm going to feast you all." Han Yutong observed his delight and scattered some feed on the ground. Before long, several pigeons flew over to peck at the food, and she chuckled, finding it rather amusing. In stark contrast to Han Yutong's tranquility, Chen Mo's side was a cacophony of excitement. The pigeons had never encountered someone so determined to feed them. And for 20 minutes, the kernels rained down like a deluge. Every bird within a kilometer flocked to the scene, mistaking it for a government relief effort. Chen Mo had purchased every last bit of bird feed at the stall, leaving the birds gorged and cooing contentedly. Chapter 26, Task completed. 20 minutes later. "Boss, I'll take 10 more bags." The vendor shrugged. "We're out." He was preparing to close up early, wearing a look of bemusement that only someone who has seen a lot could muster, having never encountered a customer quite like this in his years of service. Han Yutong approached, placing a hand on her forehead as she observed the few pigeons wobbling at her feet, nearly unable to lift their wings, and couldn't help but laugh. "Still not satisfied? Are you feeding pigeons or filling a grain store? They've all overeaten." "Overeaten?" Chen Mo remarked, observing the pigeons. "You're right. They can't be allowed to overindulge. They need to exercise to work off the excess." As soon as he finished speaking, he plunged into the flock, arms flailing, moving with rapid strides. The pigeons, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, scattered in a panic, having just moments before been leisurely pecking at their food. With a flurry of wings, a cacophony of flapping erupted, sending the bewildered doves into a frenzied panic, some colliding with their companions and tumbling into a chaotic heap. A few, in their fright, darted directly towards the stove of a sweet potato vendor, startling the vendor who brandished his spatula and shouted, "Hey, don't get too close to the fire. Who will claim them if they get roasted?" Han Yutong observed Chen Mo's comical struggle with the pigeons and couldn't help but remark, "You're an adult, yet you behave like a child." A smile played at the corners of her lips, her eyes shimmering with an indefinable softness. Though she had turned 30, well past the age of youthful exuberance, being with Chen Mo made her feel as if she had been transported back to her early 20s. It was only when the mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind once more that Chen Mo halted, hands on hips. Panting as he surveyed the chaotic flock of doves, a victorious grin plastered on his face. Countdown complete. Total steps in this scene. 10, 0, 41. Withdrawable amount. 200, 820 renminbi. Would you like to withdraw immediately? Withdraw? In an instant, Chen Mo's bank balance surged to over 620,000. Just as he finished reading the message and was about to express his joy, an urgent need to relieve himself surged through him. "No, I must find a restroom first." He had felt the urge since entering the square, but the restroom was frustratingly located over 100 meters away. Task completed. He hurriedly made his way toward the blue and white directional sign. Han Yutong chuckled helplessly and hurried to catch up. Once in the restroom, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he attended to his needs while opening the system panel. Name: Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness: 15. Current steps: 122,048. Unlocked transportation: none. Total steps: 9,010,000. After walking several thousand steps yesterday, combined with his earlier steps in the desert city, he now had enough for one stamina recovery redemption. Moments later, his step count decreased by 120,000, and a warm sensation enveloped him, dissipating the fatigue from chasing the pigeons. After washing his hands, he emerged invigorated. Upon exiting the restroom, he naturally took Han Yutong's hand, and together they strolled leisurely towards Central Street. Han Yutong glanced around at the familiar shops, nostalgia flooding her memories. Look at that store. It used to sell stationery. I often went there to buy pens and notebooks when I was in school. Now it's a clothing store, she reminisced. Before they realized it, they found themselves in front of a stylish Russian-themed restaurant. Chen Mo surveyed the entrance and declared, I haven't tried this one. Let's go in and sample the cuisine. Soon, a steaming bowl of borscht was served, the deep crimson soup adorned with a layer of creamy sour cream. As he stirred it gently, the sweet and tangy aroma of beets wafted into the air. Next came the canned braised beef, and as the lid was lifted, a rich fragrance of meat mingled with tomatoes and potatoes assailed his senses. The tender beef, enveloped in a thick sauce, glistened under the light. Finally, the blini arrived, delicate crepes rolled with glistening caviar, their edges kissed with amber honey. Chen Mo sampled the dishes in order, finding them pleasant but not extraordinary. While not unappetizing, he mused that no cuisine in the world could rival the vastness and richness of Chinese gastronomy. As they dined and conversed, when it came time to settle the bill, Han Yutong reached for her phone to pay, but Chen Mo swiftly intervened. Han Yutong frowned, feigning annoyance. This is my territory, I should pay. Chen Mo firmly countered, no? My woman must spend my money. Who is your woman? Han Yutong scoffed at his domineering words, yet her heart fluttered with delight. After their meal, they strolled leisurely. Having just earned over 200,000, Chen Mo's eyes wandered eagerly over the myriad of shops lining the street. Shopping was a woman's innate nature, and they quickly agreed to explore one shop after another. He even purchased a few charming nesting dolls and refrigerator magnets as mementos. As they ambled along, Han Yutong gradually began to feel fatigued and gently tugged at Chen Mo's hand, saying, I'm a bit tired. Chen Mo grinned mischievously. Then let us find a place to rest. I'll give you a massage to help you relax. Han Yutong shot him a playful glare, retorting, I trust you as far as I can throw you. Is your massage even legitimate? After returning to the car, Chen Mo scrolled through the navigation and ultimately chose a luxurious 5-star hotel by the Songhua River, conveniently located less than a kilometer away. The moment the car came to a stop beside the revolving door, the doorman swiftly approached to open the door. The marble reception desk gleamed with a cool sheen as Chen Mo spent 1,000 to book a grand suite. The dark gold key card handed to him exuded an understated elegance. The elevator ascended smoothly, and as the digital display reached the top floor, a soft chime signaled the door's gentle opening. As he pushed open the suite door, the breathtaking view of the Songhua River outside the floor-to-ceiling windows unexpectedly captivated his gaze. Han Yutong, upon entering, immediately kicked off her long boots, tossing them aside, and flopped onto the sofa in her slippers, letting out a contented sigh. These boots are stylish, but they really rub my feet raw after a long day. Her skirt swayed with her movement, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her thigh encased in sheer gray stockings, the delicate patterns shimmering under the overhead light. Chen Mo removed his jacket and casually draped it over the back of a chair. Noticing her, he sat beside her, gently lifting her feet and resting them on his lap. Han Yutong hadn't yet registered what was happening when she felt his warm fingertips glide across the soles of her feet through the thin fabric. Ah, she gasped, instinctively pulling back as if burned, only to be firmly held by Chen Mo at her ankle. His fingers danced teasingly against her sensitive soles, and the sensation, even through the stockings, sent ripples of delightful ticklishness coursing through her. Stop it, that tickles. I can't take it. Han Yutong squirmed, giggling uncontrollably, playfully swatting at his hand while twisting in her seat. Chapter 27. A Scream of Delight. Chen Mo chuckled mischievously, his fingers deliberately tracing circles on her tender skin. See? This is what you get for doubting my skills earlier. As he spoke, he increased the pressure of his touch. Han Yutong laughed until tears brimmed her eyes, twisting and turning as her skirt inadvertently slipped to her waist, revealing a patch of creamy skin. In mock indignation, she lightly kicked him with her foot, though her voice betrayed her pleas for mercy. All right, I admit my mistake. I'll never doubt Master Chen's massage techniques again. Now that's more like it. Chen Mo relented, though his gaze lingered on the exposed skin, the glimmer in his eyes betraying his thoughts. You lecher. Han Yutong saw right through his intentions and playfully pushed his head away. She then stood up, adjusting her slightly disheveled skirt with quick, deft fingers. I'm going to take a shower first. The sound of running water soon filled the bathroom. Chen Mo, listening to the commotion inside, found himself lost in thought. Unable to remain seated any longer, he rose and made his way to the bathroom. Han Yutong was applying shower gel to her body when she was startled to see him enter without warning. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively averted her gaze, softly asking, "What are you doing?" Just 2 hours later, the clock pointed to 5 in the afternoon. They lay side by side on the bed, engaged in quiet conversation. Chen Mo gently stroked her hair, saying, "You should go home tonight. It's only the 3rd day of your vacation. It's a rare opportunity to return. You should spend more time with your family." Han Yutong nestled closer into his embrace and inquired, "What do you wish to do tomorrow? Perhaps we could go skiing?" Chen Mo pondered. "Can you ski?" "Not at all, but you could teach me." "Sure," she replied. "However, currently, there's only an indoor ski resort available. The outdoor ones won't open until November." As she spoke, a thought struck her. "We must also indulge in some iron pot stewed goose. I promised you before, and this time, I shall treat you." After lingering in bed for a while longer, Chen Mo finally drove her home. Upon entering, her parents were somewhat surprised to see her return alone. Han Weidong asked, "Why are you back by yourself? Where's Xiao Chen?" With a smile, Han Yutong explained, "He said I should spend more time with you both. After all, I hardly get to come back home throughout the year." Upon hearing this, Han father and mother exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with warmth. Wang Xiaolon remarked, "This child is quite thoughtful." Han father nodded in agreement and gently encouraged, "It's perfectly fine. You two are in the throes of romance, so don't feel obliged to cater to us old folks. Go out and enjoy yourselves." Han Yutong obediently replied, "I understand." Meanwhile, Chen Mo returned to his hotel and noted the time was still shy of 6. Although he had earned over 200,000 today, who could ever have too much money? He decided to hit the gym for a run. Just as he pressed the elevator button, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from Su Qian. "Brother Mo, how did the business negotiations go?" Followed by a pensive emoji, conveying concern. Chen Mo tapped the screen with his fingertips, responding succinctly, quite smoothly, though the partners are a bit challenging. "I've been busy these past few days and my lower back is starting to ache." Barely seconds after sending, Su Qian's reply arrived, brimming with enthusiasm. "That's great to hear. By the way, Brother Mo, I have some super exciting news. Eason is coming to Jinling for a concert. I adore him." She followed it up with a starry-eyed emoji. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Mo casually replied, "I also enjoy his songs. Are you planning to go see him?" Su Qian quickly responded, her tone tinged with hesitation. "I'd love to, but all the tickets for the stands are sold out. And the inner circle tickets are a bit pricey. Lin Yu and I are a little reluctant." Chen Mo chuckled, checked the ticketing options, and confirmed that even the most expensive tickets were only around 2,000. He promptly transferred 10,000 yuan, adding a note, "I'll treat you both to the concert as a little reward for helping me find a place." Within moments, Lin Yu replied, evidently besides Su Qian, her excitement palpable. "Wow. Thank you, brother. You're too kind." Followed by a heart emoji. Then, a flurry of messages from Su Qian erupted. "Wow. Moi, when you return, I'm giving you a big hug, and I'll help you with your back massage." "Understood. Enjoy yourselves," Chen Mo replied with a smile, amused by the thought of a back massage that would probably leave him more sore. After sending the message, he stowed away his phone and entered the hotel gym. The treadmill was rather narrow, and he couldn't fully utilize his exoskeleton apparatus. However, given Chen Mo's physical condition, a casual 2-hour run was effortless for him. 2 hours later, he paused and checked the panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 16 current steps, 35. 012 unlocked transportation, none seen cards, rainy night street, pending use, total steps, 9, 35 million. With his cumulative steps nearing 1 million. He wondered what kind of reward the system would bestow. He had previously inquired, but the system remained tight-lipped, leaving him to await the surprise. The next day, under a splendid sun, Chen Mo and Han Yutong arrived at a snow-themed resort. Upon entering the park, a grand indoor ski area caught their eye. The surrounding amenities were comprehensive, with restaurants of various styles exuding tantalizing aromas. Nearby, the amusement park was alive with laughter, offering a plethora of attractions that dazzled the senses. Chen Mo, brimming with excitement, promptly booked a few nights at the resort hotel. His face lit up with joy. "We can play freely for the next few days." Han Yutong, observing his childlike exuberance, couldn't help but smile. Time slipped away in joyous revelry, as the two seemed to return to a carefree childhood. At the ski resort, Chen Mo attempted skiing for the first time, his form utterly comical, twisting and turning like a clumsy penguin, only to tumble headfirst into the snow. Han Yutong burst into uncontrollable laughter at the sight. They also ventured into the amusement park, where the drop tower shot up like a rocket and plummeted back down. Han Yutong felt her heart race, nearly leaping from her chest, as she let out a loud scream. Beside her, Chen Mo's face turned pale, yet he feigned composure, striving to maintain his masculinity. After disembarking from the drop tower, both wore ashen expressions. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and challenged, "Dare to ride the roller coaster?" Han Yutong's competitive spirit ignited. "Who's afraid?" The roller coaster then plunged rapidly, swirling at high speeds, their hair wildly tousled by the wind. Han Yutong screamed once more, reveling in the thrill. Since graduating, she hadn't let loose like this, feeling as though all her past pressures dissipated in that moment. By nightfall, they would drive in search of the quaint eateries Han Yutong remembered and the uniquely charming restaurants. They would also retreat to their room, snuggling on the soft bed while watching a romantic film, though they never managed to finish one entirely. Chapter 28. The longing of shadows. Such delightful times always seemed to pass swiftly. Soon, it was the final day of their holiday. Under the night sky, Han Yutong and Chen Mo sat quietly by the window, softly conversing. She cast her gaze downward and slowly said, "Tomorrow, I will return to Hangzhou." Chen Mo gently nodded. "Then I must head back to Jinling." A heavy silence enveloped them, the room so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. For a fleeting moment, Han Yutong felt an urge to transfer to the Jinling branch, to live in the same city as him. But then what? Marriage and children? Having experienced a failed marriage, she was reluctant to tread that path again. She understood that novelty would eventually fade, and the mundane aspects of life could erode their affection. This was not what she desired. The heart-wrenching memories of the past made her hesitant to move forward. Perhaps, maintaining the status quo was preferable. After a while, Han Yutong broke the silence. "Can you promise me something?" Chen Mo turned his head, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "What is it?" A glimmer of mischief flickered in Han Yutong's gaze. "You managed to fool my parents this time. What will happen next?" Chen Mo paused momentarily, then countered. "What do you plan to do?" Tilting her head playfully, she replied, "From now on, during holidays, you must come back to help me put on a show for my parents." Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, but then a smile crept onto his lips as he readily agreed. "No problem. It's a deal." The following afternoon, at the Taiping International Airport in Ice City, Han Yutong and Chen Mo stood side by side at the security check, bidding farewell to her parents with smiles. The elderly couple offered a stream of well wishes and reminders to keep them updated, their eyes gleaming with joy and reluctance. Unbeknownst to them, the tickets in their hands pointed towards entirely different destinations. Chen Mo's flight was scheduled for 1 hour later, and he walked Han Yutong to the boarding gate. Han Yutong smiled and said, "Shall we share a farewell kiss?" Chen Mo chuckled as he stepped forward, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. As she walked into the corridor bridge, a tinge of melancholy washed over her, pondering when they would meet again. Despite knowing it was merely a performance, the genuine emotions intertwined within it rendered her unable to dismiss them. She settled into her seat, closing her eyes, yet Chen Mo's smile lingered in her thoughts. In the waiting lounge, Chen Mo sat with a slight smile, recalling the date on Han Yutong's ID when they had checked into the hotel, contemplating what surprise he might prepare for her. That evening, at Lukou International Airport in Jinling, Chen Mo disembarked from his flight and immediately spotted Wang Xing, who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Wang Xing rushed over, intending to take his luggage, only to realize that there was none. He grinned and exclaimed, "Boss Chun, I've missed you dearly." "Get lost," Chen Mo replied playfully. "Hey, this northeastern dialect is infectious. You've only been gone for a few days, and you're already speaking with a thick accent." Wang Xing followed Chen Mo, musing, "I distinctly remember there being luggage. I was the one who loaded it onto the car." After an hour's drive, they arrived at the Jinling Hotel. Chen Mo casually transferred 500 yuan to Wang Xing for the fare, then headed towards the parking lot. He deliberately checked on his Panamera to ensure it was still intact, relieved to find it unharmed. However, he also recalled that his bank card balance had dwindled to the 60s, prompting thoughts of acquiring a new vehicle. There was no particular reason behind it, simply a desire to indulge his whims. Effortlessly, he completed the hotel check-in, reserving a room for 3 days. Previously, Su Qian had messaged him, stating that she had nearly finished selecting the apartment and was awaiting his return for a decision. Chen Mo entered his hotel room, fatigued from the day's travels, and opted not to venture out for a meal. Instead, he called the hotel kitchen to arrange for room service. With his wallet comfortably full, he felt no urgency to rush. He opened the activity tracker, noting that during the days spent accompanying Han Yutong on various excursions, he had consistently logged at least 10,000 steps daily. Presently, his step count had reached 9.35 million. and he contemplated breaking the 10 million mark the following day to see what rewards the system might bestow. While waiting for his meal, he browsed through Chao Jun's social media posts, filled with an array of luxury cars that left him torn. Unlike his previous budget, this time he had around 500,000 yuan to spend, yet the selection was overwhelming. He held little interest in electric vehicles, as the allure of internal combustion engines was unparalleled. The roar of a complex and intricately engineered mechanical heart ignited by fuel and fire was music to his ears. Real men drive V8s. He found himself intrigued by the robust, boxy style of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but with a budget of 500,000, he could only afford a 15-year-old model. As he scrolled further, he discovered a four-door sedan, the Bentley Flying Spur, which he genuinely admired for its understated luxury and depth. However, it was beyond his current financial reach. He glanced at the second-hand prices, noting that a 10-year-old model was priced at 4,998 million, and with a slight investment to modify the grille, it would resemble the latest models worth several million. He compared it to the G-Class and concluded that the Bentley exuded more sophistication. That was the one he wanted. Chen Mo mused, without the system, it would take me 7 years of frugal living on my previous salary of 6,000 yuan per month just to afford it. In the pictures, the sleek black Bentley Flying Spur was parked in the shadow of an office building, its body devoid of scratches, the paint gleaming enough to reflect the nearby trees and the outlines of glass walls. The grille was chrome-plated, the vertical bars arranged meticulously, with a polished emblem featuring wings embedded in the center. He enlarged the image and, through the half-open driver's door, noticed the seats were deep brown leather, the stitching tight and straight, following the contours of the seat perfectly. The dashboard was adorned with dark wood grain, edged in metallic trim, with buttons arranged neatly, each one smooth and showing no signs of wear. Chen Mo read the caption, equipped with a 60TW12 engine, boasting a maximum power output of 625 horsepower. A performance beast indeed. The sooner he bought it, the sooner he could enjoy it. He decided to indulge in an older model for the time being, with plans to upgrade later. Eagerly, he messaged Chao Jun. Is that Bentley you posted still for sale? Chao Jun, out walking his dog in the neighborhood, was taken aback by the message. Has it only been a short while, and he is already looking to change cars again? He quickly replied, the car is still available. Are you interested? Chen Mo reiterated, just let me know the lowest price. Chao Jun, excited, spun in circles with his dog before responding, as a loyal customer. I can offer you a discount of 20,000. How does 480,000 sound? Chen Mo, ever opportunistic, decided to seize the moment. He promptly transferred a deposit of 10,000 yuan, stating, I'll pick it up tomorrow afternoon. Chao Jun was astonished upon receiving the deposit, immediately replying, received. While he had dealt with many high-profile clients, none had ever committed without first viewing the vehicle. Chen Mo's straightforwardness thrilled him. If only all transactions were this easy, business would be a breeze. The night passed in silence. The following morning at 9 a.m., Chen Mo, refreshed from a night's rest, rose early to wash up. He drove to a familiar suburban area and retrieved the long-neglected exoskeleton machine from the system space, donning it skillfully before starting his run. Chapter 29, A New Skill. In Jinling City, the suburbs, at 2 p.m., Master Chen finally ceased his relentless pace after 5 hours of exertion. He opened the system interface. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 16. Current steps, 205, 374. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene cards, Rainy Night Street, pending use. Total steps, 1, 14 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. On reaching a cumulative step count of 1 million, the system rewards you with a special skill, Step Plunder. The host can now touch others to plunder 20 of their newly accumulated steps for the day. The steps acquired can only be withdrawn, and this skill can be used once per day, refreshing at midnight. What the heck? Chen Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. This is incredible. Instantly, his mind conjured images of wielding a whip to compel others to run tirelessly in cotton fields. No, he corrected himself. It didn't require a group. This skill could only be used once daily, so he would just need to find one person to exhaust. Chen Mo muttered softly, his fragmented words almost summoning a demon. Despite his thoughts, he knew he had to act within the law. He contemplated hiring 2 individuals, purchasing a large treadmill, and having them alternate running in the exoskeleton machine daily to earn some income. However, this plan could be taxing on employees. After all, they lacked a system. An ordinary person could only manage about 5 hours of running in the exoskeleton before hitting their limits. 5 hours a day would roughly yield 120,000 steps, translating to 240,000 steps for 2 individuals. This business could easily generate 720,000 monthly, with a net profit exceeding 600,000 after deducting expenses. This venture was undoubtedly feasible. Returning to his car, Chen Mo promptly drafted a recruitment advertisement and posted it online. The headline read, "Hiring treadmill test specialists. Job description and benefits. Performance testing on treadmills, requiring approximately 5 hours of running daily to achieve 120,000 steps, with company-provided exoskeleton support, alternating shifts, and a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. Graduates from sports academies preferred." Once the advertisement was posted, Chen Mo drove directly to the vehicle trading center. With one hand resting on the steering wheel, he felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as you all work hard, the boss will change his Land Rover every month. With a little effort from the employees, the boss might drive a Bentley today. Ha ha ha, Chen boss. At the entrance of the trading hall, Xiao Jun caught sight of Chen Mo, who looked as if he were about to bite someone. "Where's the car?" Chen Mo inquired. "Right this way, please follow me." Xiao Jun replied, leading him to the parking lot, while sharing details about the vehicles along the way. Upon arriving in front of the Bentley Flying Spur, the elongated, robust body was even more breathtaking in reality than in pictures. After a brief test drive, he promptly settled the remaining payment. His bank balance plummeted to 120,000, yet he still had 200,000 steps remaining. Chen Mo thought about the card he had for the rainy night streets that he hadn't used yet, deciding to reserve those steps for enhancing his physique. The transfer procedures were completed swiftly, and Xiao Jun left for home, happily walking his dog. Chen Mo then pulled out his phone and called his good friend Zhou Yechuan. "Chuan, come over here. I have a big treasure to show you. Remember to take a taxi." Zhou Yechuan had nothing pressing at the moment and was idly wandering around his supermarket, so he hurried over upon receiving the call. In the parking lot outside the trading hall, Chen Mo waved to him from a distance. "What big treasure?" Zhou Yechuan's loud voice carried over from afar. Chen Mo patted the Porsche Panamera beside him. "This one." Zhou Yechuan rolled his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't we see this last time? I was the one driving it. That was mine then, and now it's yours." "Yours? What are you joking about? Where's the key, Godfather?" Chen Mo chuckled as he tossed the key over. Zhou Yechuan caught it, looking incredulous. "Really giving it to me? Why else would I call you over?" Chen Mo replied. "I don't have time to babysit a fool." He gestured towards the trading hall. "Let us go finalize the transfer." "Wait, Zhou Yechuan still couldn't believe it. "Stop with the nonsense. I have something for you to help with too." Chen Mo tugged him onward. Zhou Yechuan glanced around and lowered his voice. "Just to be clear, if you want me to help you smuggle drugs, I'm out." "Cut the crap." Chen Mo laughed, putting his arm around Zhou Yechuan's shoulders. "This is about that office of yours in the Tiandu building. Oh, regarding that, I'll have someone clear it out for you tomorrow, but I can't take the car." "Why are you dawdling, you big guy?" Chen Mo insisted, dragging him to complete the paperwork. Once outside the trading hall, Zhou Yechuan was still in a daze, holding the green registration book, and turned to ask, "You got the car, so what are you driving?" Chen Mo pointed to the Bentley in the distance. "Holy crap." Zhou Yechuan turned to look at Chen Mo and then at the Bentley, torn between fearing his friend was struggling and worrying about him driving a Land Rover. "What is your level now, driving a Bentley? Just look at you standing next to that car. Does it even match? Why don't you give that one to me? Get lost, go play. I'm not wasting time with you. I have things to do. Let me know when the office is ready." Chen Mo waved dismissively and got into his car. Zhou Yechuan watched him leave, then looked down at the key in his hand, chuckling to himself. Chen Mo drove and called Su Qian. "Hello, Mo Gu," came her sweet voice, dripping with honey. The moment her voice floated out, several young male colleagues who often sought excuses to talk to her in the store halted their tasks in unison. Xiao Wang pressed the wrong number on his calculator. Xiao Zhang held his water cup suspended in midair, and even the most secluded Li, who was organizing contracts, quietly lifted his head. The way Su Qian said Mo Gu was so sweet it contrasted starkly with her usual polite, "Thank you, no need to them." They were all curious about who this person on the other end of the line could be. "I just finished a few tasks, now I'm free. Take me to see the house." Chen Mo's voice came through the receiver, the faint sound of an engine in the background. "Sure." Su Qian's eyes lit up as she set her pen down on the table. "Should I come find you?" "No need. I'll be at your store entrance in 2 minutes." After hanging up, Su Qian grabbed her name tag and keys. Just as she stood up, her colleague Li approached with a curious expression. Qian, from the tone, "Is that your boyfriend?" Her other colleagues leaned in, unable to suppress their interest. Su Qian smiled, instinctively wanting to say yes, but then remembered it was work hours. After hesitating for a moment, she suppressed that thought and casually explained, "He is a very handsome client." No wonder as soon as she spoke, a deep engine sound echoed from outside, steady yet commanding. Everyone instinctively turned to the door, only to see a black Bentley Flying Spur slowly coming to a stop directly across from the store. Its gleaming body shimmered luxuriously in the afternoon sun. Chapter 30, Central Ring Building. The store fell silent for a few seconds, Then several hushed gasps broke the quiet. "Oh my, a Bentley? Who is it here for?" Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, then saw the driver's window roll down, and Chen Mo waved at her. He didn't exit the car. Even though the store had a new batch of colleagues, the previous supervisor, sister's son, was still there, and he had never liked her. So he didn't bother to greet her. Su Qian took a deep breath, picked up her bag, and walked outside. Just as she stepped out, she heard her colleagues whispering amongst themselves, "This client is too impressive. Where did Qian meet this big client? How much does this car cost?" Starting at over 2 million, supervisor's son stood behind the counter, her arms crossed, her gaze complicated. A few days ago, she had seen Su Qian searching for listings of large apartments in the city center and casually asked, "Who are you looking for?" Su Qian replied it was for a friend. Sun had been skeptical then, thinking it was inappropriate to help a friend look for properties during work hours. She had planned to caution Su Qian again when she saw her heading out, but when her gaze fell upon the Bentley, the words stuck in her throat. Su Qian fastened her seatbelt in the car, reflecting on her colleagues' reactions, feeling a secret thrill flutter within her. She glanced at the car's interior, then turned to Chen Mo, smiling. "Why did you change cars? After working so hard to earn money, one must enjoy it." Chen Mo replied casually as he pressed the accelerator. This trip to I-City was not only smooth, but also yielded unexpected results. Near St. Sophia, I connected with a project on urban avian feeding rhythms and aerial dynamic balance optimization, which took nearly an hour to negotiate, resulting in substantial gains. Su Qian nodded repeatedly. Feeling it was quite profound, no wonder he was able to make money. She didn't even comprehend the project's name. As they approached an intersection, the red light illuminated. Chen Mo pressed the brake pedal, bringing the car to a steady stop. His right hand naturally rested on the center console, and Su Qian, noticing this, subtly shifted her knee closer. When the green light appeared, Chen Mo pressed the accelerator lightly, yet his hand hesitated to return to the steering wheel. Su Qian quietly turned to gaze out at the passing streets, her ears growing increasingly warm. After parking the car, Chen Mo turned his head slightly. Feeling a sense of longing, Wei arrived. Su Qian twisted the hem of her skirt, her voice barely above a whisper. They both exited the car and entered the elevator. She suppressed her racing heart and began introducing. This unit is 160 square meters, located on the 7th floor. There are very few large apartments over 200 square meters in the city center, and those that are available for both rent and gradual sale are even rarer. Let us take a look first. Chen Mo leaned against the elevator wall, his fingers gently tapping on the seam of his pants. The elevator doors slid open slowly, and Su Qian took a deep breath, stepping out first. She used her spare key to unlock the door, stepping aside to allow Chen Mo to enter. This unit is quite appealing, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with a south-north orientation. Chen Mo's gaze swept through the interior. The light beige sofa complemented the marble coffee table. Although the decor leaned towards a light luxury style, it exuded an air of deliberate staging. He approached the balcony, pushing open the glass door, allowing the outside wind, laced with the clamor from below, to rush in. The distant buildings crowded together, obstructing the view somewhat. The layout is decent. He turned, gently tapping his fingers on the balcony railing. It's just that the site could be improved, lacking brightness. Su Qian quickly interjected. There is another larger unit in the central plaza, on a higher floor with a broader perspective, and the owner has resided there, so the decor is particularly thoughtful. Then why didn't you take me there first? Chen Mo turned, his gaze landing on her flushed earlobes. Su Qian, feeling shy, replied, I got so flustered earlier that I forgot. The central plaza is not far. We'll be there in a few minutes. The corridor was adorned with a light gray carpet that muffled footsteps, and at the end, a metal door plate gleamed under the light, the number 1901 reflecting a cold glow. Su Qian stepped forward to unlock the smart door. The moment the door swung open, Chen Mo let out a low sigh from his throat. Not bad. The entire wall was lined with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the city's central axis. The spire of the purple peak tower pierced the clouds, and the traffic below appeared as a series of moving light spots, bringing a sense of pleasure from overseeing the world. The living room soared to a height of 3.5 meters, with a crystal chandelier hanging in the center, casting light all around. This 180 square meter, 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2-bathroom unit had previously been owned by an art collector. When discussing business, Su Qian's demeanor became professional. She opened the master bedroom door, revealing a dark wood bed set against a hand-painted abstract mural, with the walk-in closet and bathroom seamlessly integrated, the marble countertop gleaming. As Chen Mo paced the room, he returned to the window, looking down at the street scene. Su Qian stood nearby, adding, the property management is of 5-star standard, with 24-hour security, and I need to mention the shopping district downstairs. Chen Mo turned around, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Then I'll take this one. What is the landlord asking? The monthly rent is 10,000. Su Qian took out her phone, her fingers gliding across the screen. For sale. The market price in this area is around 50,000 per square meter, so it's approximately 10 million. The specifics will need to be discussed with the landlord. Chen Mo tapped his fingers on the windowsill. 10 million. Even with a 20% down payment, that is 2 million. This system is still lacking. Look at the neighbors making billions, yet here I am struggling. My account balance hasn't exceeded 1 million. However, if Chen Mo consistently runs daily, coupled with his step count, reaching 10 million could be a matter of 2 to 3 months. Chapter 31, The Right Moment. Let's start with a long-term lease. Chen Mo turned around, signed a 2-year contract, with payments every 6 months. Su Qian nodded immediately. I'll contact the landlord right away. Half an hour later, Mr. Zhou, the landlord, entered carrying a briefcase, appearing to be in his 50s, his hair meticulously styled. He shook hands with Chen Mo, laughing. Haha, young man, you have good taste. I've lived in this house for 5 years, and the renovations were all done to personal standards, with that glass wall costing nearly 100,000. So I guess I'm benefiting from the trees planted by my predecessors. Chen Mo smiled politely before asking, with such fine renovations, why part with it? No choice. My son is abroad, and now that his career is stable, he wants to bring us over and help take care of the grandchild. Mr. Zhou paused and inquired, I heard you are interested in purchasing this property? Indeed, but I don't currently have enough cash on hand. I'll discuss it once my finances are sorted out. Good, good. I'm not in a hurry to sell. You can stay for now. And we'll discuss it later. The contract was signed swiftly, and Chen Mo transferred 60,000 for rent and 10,000 as a deposit to the landlord, along with 5,000 for the agency fee to Su Qian. As the mobile banking notification popped up, indicating a remaining balance of over 45,000, he tucked his phone back into his pocket, noticing Mr. Zhou standing at the door with his bag, smilingly reminding him, the utility cards are in the entrance cabinet. Feel free to call me if you have any issues. As the door closed, silence enveloped the room. Chen Mo approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the setting sun, and suddenly remarked, this empty space is just right for a large treadmill. Su Qian neatly folded the contract and placed it in her bag. The vast living room now contained only the two of them, and her initial shyness melted away, emboldening her. She stepped closer, her fingers lightly resting on Chen Mo's arm before wrapping around him. She tilted her face up, her eyes sparkling, sweetly saying, Brother Mo, this house is so big. Wouldn't it be a bit too empty for you to live here alone? Chen Mo slightly lowered his head, feeling the warmth of her petite frame. Silently reciting a mantra while playfully chiding, bold enchantress, do not disturb my peace of mind. Observing the flicker of softness in his eyes, Su Qian chuckled, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully teasing. How about I move in with you? I can cook, my tomato scrambled eggs are delicious, and I can help with cleaning, ensuring the house stays spotless. Before she could finish, Chen Mo grasped the nape of her neck. His grip gentle yet firm enough to convey a sense of authority. Don't jest. Be careful not to play with fire. Unfazed, Su Qian rose on her tiptoes and quickly pecked his chin, pulling back like a mischievous creature. How about it? If I want to move in, can I? Chen Mo paused, watching her eyes light up, deliberately teasing. But you'll have to pay rent. What? Su Qian's lips immediately pouted. If I do housework and give you back massages, can that count as rent? She leaned in closer, her breath brushing against his throat, or her voice suddenly lowering, like a feather brushing against the heart. Could I use something else as payment? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Are you testing my resolve? What man could withstand such a test? Outside, the sun sank inch by inch, its golden red light spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the two in a warm glow. The distant buildings gradually lit up, and the streams of traffic resembled a flowing river of stars. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting the moment. He paused, and Su Qian stiffened for a moment. She turned to the living room, picking up the phone on the coffee table, noticing Lin Yu's name flashing on the screen. Good friend. On the other end, Lin Yu's languid voice emerged, with the faint sound of a television in the background. Have you finished work? Bring me back some fried chicken, extra spicy, with more rice cakes. Su Qian could almost envision her lounging on the sofa, painting her toenails while wiggling her feet. Frustrated at being interrupted, she replied impatiently, I'm quite busy right now. Just as she began to protest, someone wrapped their arms around her waist from behind, and Chen Mo's chin rested against her neck. Su Qian's body tensed, nearly dropping her phone. What are you doing? Lin Yu, sensing something amiss, raised her voice. What is going on? Unaware of Lin Yu's identity, Chen Mo leaned close to her ear, softly asking, who's calling? That familiar deep voice traveled through the phone, causing Lin Yu to erupt. It's Brother Mo. Su Qian, you little traitor. How dare you meet Brother Mo behind my back? She paused, her tone filled with accusation. We agreed on fair competition. You're resorting to sneak attacks. Su Qian, feeling weak in his embrace, attempted to respond to the questioning on the phone. I'm just showing brother Mo the house. House viewing? Lin Yu recalled Su Qian previously asking for her advice on this matter, her tone softening but quickly rising again. So have you finished looking? Just finished. Come on out already. It's quite inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. Don't you know that? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, her voice rising an octave. No way. You're being unreasonable. I'm coming to find you right now. What am I being unreasonable about? Su Qian felt a twinge of guilt. Oh, never mind. I'll bring you some spicy fried chicken with rice cakes later. Bye. Without waiting for Lin Yu to respond, she abruptly hung up the phone, turning to glare at him. This is all your fault. Chen Mo chuckled softly, not loosening his grip, but rather pulling her closer. What did I do wrong? How was I to know it was her calling? So what do we do now? Su Qian reached out to pinch his arm. Pouting in frustration, oh dear, her timing is just terrible. Chen Mo smiled. No, her timing is just right. Chapter 32, A Thief's Guilt. A few minutes later, as the phone rang again, the two remained entwined on the sofa, reluctant to part. Su Qian listened to the irritating tone, glancing helplessly at her phone, realizing it wouldn't do to leave the caller waiting downstairs. She reluctantly answered, What's the room number? I'm in the lobby. Lin Yu's voice was firm, clearly determined to come up. 1901. Su Qian hung up, hurriedly smoothing out her wrinkled dress and adjusting Chen Mo's crooked collar. Chen Mo chuckled softly, pinching her flushed cheek. What are you afraid of? It's not like she's coming to catch us in the act. I don't know why, but I feel a bit guilty, she stammered. The doorbell rang. As Su Qian opened the door, Lin Yu breezed in like a gust of wind, her eyes scanning the two of them like searchlights. At that moment, Chen Mo was intently examining the embossed patterns on the wall, repeatedly marveling. This craftsmanship is truly exquisite. I'm quite impressed. Su Qian stood by the entrance, wearing a nonchalant smile, though the redness in her ears had yet to fade. Everything seemed normal, yet Lin Yu sensed an undercurrent of ambiguity in the air. She concealed her suspicion with a smile, stepping closer to Chen Mo. Go. Your place is quite impressive. Wow, the night view is beautiful. Chen Mo turned, his expression casual. Yes, I'm quite satisfied. Look at these patterns. Lin Yu followed him around the room, her eyes darting like radar, scanning the indentation of the couch and the slightly ajar door of the master bedroom. Go. What were you two just doing? She leaned against the sofa, deliberately elongating her tone while casting a sidelong glance at Su Qian. Su Qian, feigning interest in a glass ornament on the dining table, felt her ears flush red upon hearing the question and quickly interjected. Look at this dining table. It's large and round, easily seats 6 or 7 people. It'll be so convenient for gatherings. As she spoke, she gestured to indicate the diameter, forcibly redirecting the conversation. Lin Yu pouted, moving to the balcony to find another topic. The view here is fantastic. Go. Living alone in such a big house must feel a bit lonely, right? While asking, her gaze flitted between Chen Mo and Su Qian. Ahem. Chen Mo coughed lightly, choosing not to respond. Su Qian hastily leaned in, pointing to the ceiling. Look at this drying rack. It's automatic. It even has a drying function, so we don't have to worry on rainy days. It's so practical. Unwilling to let up, Lin Yu ventured into the kitchen. This dishwasher must be imported, right? It looks so high-end. By the way, Chen Qian, your voice sounded strange on the phone earlier. Are you feeling unwell? Su Qian paused, then smiled. Not at all. It was probably just a bad signal. Look at this stove. It's built in, flush with the countertop. It'll be so easy to clean. Lin Yu squinted, observing Su Qian's guilty demeanor, feeling increasingly certain that something had transpired earlier. Outside, the sky had darkened completely. Chen Mo glanced at his watch. It's getting late. How about we grab a bite to eat? Lin Yu immediately nodded. Sure. I heard that a new fusion restaurant just opened at Daiji, and it's super popular. They say the chef trained in France. As they descended, Lin Yu was momentarily dazzled by the black Bentley in the parking lot, tugging on Chen Mo's arm excitedly. Wow. Go, you got a new car? That little winged emblem is adorable. Chen Mo shook his head with a smile, opening the car door. Get in. Lin Yu plopped into the middle of the back seat. Feeling the luxurious leather upholstery, the interior is so lavish. Oh, what does this button do? The vehicle set off, first stopping at Su Qian's workplace for her to clock out, a quick in and out. All done. She slid into the front seat, and Chen Mo naturally fastened her seatbelt, his fingertip accidentally brushing against her hand, causing her to blush quietly. Lin Yu in the back seat observed everything clearly, pursing her lips but saying nothing. Instead, pulling out her phone to browse the restaurant menu. The reviews for their black truffle foie gras rice are phenomenal, and the slow-cooked steak with mapo tofu sauce sounds delectable. Upon arriving at Daiji Plaza, they took the elevator straight to the top floor. The restaurant was dimly lit, with soft music playing in the background. Lin Yu deliberately claimed the seat next to Chen Mo, while Su Qian had to sit opposite. As the menu was handed over, Lin Yu eagerly pointed out several dishes. Mo go. I want this one, and this one. Chen Mo had no objections and turned to Su Qian. What about you? She flipped through a few pages, pointing to a dish. How about the cheese lava sweet and sour ribs? It looks quite interesting. After the waiter departed, Lin Yu casually asked, Mo go, when are you moving? Do you need my help? I don't have much to move, Chen Mo replied, sipping his lemon water, his gaze drifting to Su Qian, who was stirring her ice water with a straw. Lin Yu smiled sweetly, her voice soft. Then I can help you clean. An empty house must have accumulated so much dust, and it would be tiring for you to do it alone. I wouldn't want Mo go to be worn out. That sounds like a good idea. It's settled then. Su Qian shot her an incredulous look, while Lin Yu raised an eyebrow triumphantly, her lips curling into a suppressed smile. Chen Mo watched the two exchange glances with a faint smile of amusement, picking up his knife and fork. The food is here. Let us eat. The aroma of black truffle wafted through the air as Lin Yu scooped a spoonful of foie gras rice, bringing it to Chen Mo's lips. You try this first. Su Qian tightened her grip on the fork, only to be playfully nudged at her ankle by Chen Mo's shoe, the gentle caress sending a shiver up her leg. She felt a flutter in her heart, recalling the intimate moments they had just shared, making the sweetness of the sauce even more tantalizing. After dinner, Chen Mo drove them home, parking at the foot of the building. We're here. You two should head back and get some rest. However, Lin Yu clung to his arm, her eyes sparkling. Mo go, come up and hang out for a bit, just for a little while. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. After all, returning home meant being alone, so he nodded in agreement. All right, let us do that. Upon entering the house, the warm glow of the living room lights illuminated the space. Lin Yu pushed him toward the sofa. You sit here, I'll get some drinks. Chen Mo sank into the familiar couch, his gaze sweeping over the room. The last time they had been together, all three of them had drunkenly squeezed onto a single bed, entangled in each other's limbs upon waking. The memory was quite thrilling. But today, with everyone sober, the thought of staying over felt quite awkward, especially with only 2 bedrooms available. Just as Lin Yu disappeared into the kitchen, Su Qian slid next to Chen Mo. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and seizing the moment he turned his head, she quickly pecked him on the lips. Chen Mo's heart raced. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer as he deepened the kiss. The brief intertwining of their lips was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the refrigerator door slamming shut in the kitchen. Su Qian forcefully pushed him away, straightened herself, and tidied her hair. Chen Mo, on the other hand, picked up the remote control to watch television. Chapter 33. The new location tentatively decided in another corner of the kitchen. Lin Yu slammed the refrigerator door shut, her expression a mix of shock and anger. Su Qian spoke of fair competition, yet behind the scenes, she was engaging in underhanded tactics. Just moments ago, she had concealed herself in the shadow of the doorframe. Observing the scene outside with clarity, she had sensed the tension between the two. Their earlier behavior had deliberately left room for one another's advances. Chen Mo and Su Qian did not disappoint her. The moment she stepped into the kitchen, the two had surreptitiously leaned in for a kiss. How outrageous. At that moment, Lin Yu adjusted her slightly disheveled bangs in the mirror of the refrigerator, taking a few deep breaths to suppress her surging emotions before plastering a nonchalant smile on her face. She retrieved 3 bottles of ice-cold cola from the fridge, her mind racing with calculations, thinking she could be the first to seize the moment. Not a chance. There, the ice-cold cola. She placed the drinks on the coffee table with a crisp sound as the glass bottles clinked against the surface, her gaze flickering over to the two of them. The corners of Su Qian's lips glistened, while Chen Mo's Adam's apple moved awkwardly. What are you two chatting about? Lin Yu asked, twisting open her own bottle, the fizzing sound breaking the tension. Nothing much. This cartoon is quite entertaining, Su Qian replied, gesturing towards the television where a yellow sponge and a pink starfish animatedly interacted. Lin Yu took a sip of the cola, the icy liquid sliding down her throat, yet her heart was filled with derision. Humph. Let us see how long you can keep up this act. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa, pulling out his phone and scrolling through a shopping app. Having stayed in a hotel previously and left nothing behind when departing from Luqing, his new rental was starkly empty, making this the perfect opportunity to acquire some essentials. Shopping spree. His fingers danced across the screen, adding every appealing and practical item to his cart without hesitation. He selected the finest bed linens, an elegant white porcelain set for dishes, and any decorative items or consumables that caught his fancy. He even decisively ordered 3 of the largest treadmills, 2 for the company and 1 for home. Finally, he added 2 counters and a new exoskeleton machine for the employees to use. Buying so many things. Su Qian glanced at his screen, intrigued. They all need to be set up, Chen Mo replied, his fingers still tapping on the screen as he added a tea set. Reasoning that he wouldn't even have a cup of water to drink when he returned home at night. Lin Yu leaned closer, her excitement bubbling over. I'll help you unpack the deliveries. Sure, Chen Mo responded casually. As his phone chimed with order confirmations, the balance in his bank account plummeting. Su Qian pursed her lips, quipping, one might think you're planning to move in as well. Lin Yu blinked innocently, a hint of mischief in her tone. Why say as well? Su Qian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. All right, it's getting late, Chen Mo interjected, rising at the opportune moment to retrieve his jacket draped over the arm of the sofa. You two should rest early. I'll head back now. Just then, he remembered something and casually brushed against Su Qian's hand, silently chanting, step theft. Ding. Today's total steps, 5,535 steps, successfully stolen, 1,107 steps. Would you like to cash out immediately? Yes. Afterward, the two women escorted him to the door, the hallway sensor lights illuminating and stretching their shadows. Lin Yu watched Chen Mo's retreating figure as he stepped into the elevator, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qian, who was still biting her lip. She quietly tightened her grip on the cola bottle, determined to monopolize Brother Mo, but it wouldn't be so simple. As soon as Chen Mo left and the entryway light dimmed, the two simultaneously turned away. Lin Yu huffed heavily, striding towards her bedroom, her high heels clicking on the floor. Su Qian also turned her face away with a soft hum. Yet her lips involuntarily curled upwards as she returned to her own room. The two doors closed almost in unison, leaving the living room with only the television, which continued to play the cartoon tirelessly. The next morning at 9, Chen Mo awoke in the soft embrace of his hotel bed, still enveloped in languor. His phone buzzed incessantly with logistics notifications, announcing that the items he had enthusiastically ordered yesterday were en route to his new rental. The consequence of this was that he was now left with a paltry sum in his account, necessitating a vigorous run today. As he brushed his teeth in front of the bathroom mirror, he recalled that he still had a scene card depicting a rainy night street that he had yet to use. He held the toothbrush in his mouth and checked the weather forecast. Clear skies for the entire week, not a single cloud in sight. Is this incorrigible weather playing tricks on me? He muttered as he spat out the foam. Then, he recalled the hidden task bestowed by the system, city landmarks. He pondered, reflecting that during his last run at Purple Mountain, he had taken a small path and had not reached the vicinity of the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum. The Ice City task would unlock in 5 days, and counting the days, it seemed that time was nearly up. Thus, he resolved to earn some money tonight. But he had to avoid the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum, as it was riddled with slopes and teeming with tourists. He needed to select a suitable location. This matter was not urgent. His daytime plans were already set. He would run in the outskirts, as this was the fastest way to accumulate steps before the treadmill was ready. By 2 in the afternoon, after 5 hours of labor, Master Chen completed his tasks for the day. In truth, given his current physical fitness, he could have run for another 2 hours, but he believed in balancing work and life. Since he had already gained an advantage, there was no need to push himself excessively. He stored away his gear in the system space and checked the panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 16. Current steps, 335680. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene card, rainy night street. Pending use. Total steps, 1. 270,000. Having reviewed this, he opened the skill shop, muscle and bone reinforcement, 150,000 steps, once. Stamina recovery speed, 150,000 steps, once. Memory enhancement, 100,000 steps, once. Height increase of 1 centimeter, 250,000 steps, once. He decided to cash out the change, leaving him enough to exchange for 1 muscle reinforcement and 1 stamina recovery. As he drove towards the city center, he communicated with the system. A moment later, the familiar invigorating current coursed through his limbs, and the overall physical fitness on the panel surged to 18. While his phone chimed with a bank notification, the balance now exceeded 40,000. As he entered the city, his phone rang. It was Zhou Yechuan. Mosey, the office has been cleared out. Come take a look? Okay, I'll be there right away. 10 minutes later, on the 21st floor of the Tiandu building, Zhou Yechuan was waiting at the elevator entrance. Which one? This way. He guided Chen Mo down the corridor, pushing open a glass door. They just cleared out the previous clutter. You can tidy up the rest yourself. Chen Mo lifted his gaze, surveying the office, which was just over 100 square meters, with light gray mats covering the floor. A few desks were arranged against the walls, their surfaces spotless and unblemished. 2 independent offices were separated by gleaming glass partitions, allowing a clear view of the bustling traffic below. The rental for this space was originally 18 yuan per square meter per day, but Zhou Yechuan patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Let us not complicate things. Just give me 5,000 a month, and utilities will be calculated separately. Chen Mo moved to the window and glanced down, taking in the urban splendor, even catching a glimpse of the distant outline of Purple Mountain. He wasn't about to be polite with Zhou Yechuan. Sounds good. Chapter 34. Interview invitation. Zhou Yechuan received a phone call and mentioned he had to leave due to an urgent matter. Chen Mo responded with a soft acknowledgement, waiting until the sound of footsteps faded down the corridor before he stepped into the independent office by the window. The deep brown boss chair turned halfway around, facing the bustling scene outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Leaning back, the chair creaked slightly as he pulled out his phone and opened the recruitment app. The notification red dots were densely packed, a testament to the flurry of responses to the job posting he had casually sent out the previous afternoon. His fingertips glided across the screen, and various inquiries greeted him. Hello, is this position genuine? Hi, is there a deposit required? Dear boss, I have good stamina and can run for 8 hours a day. Could we negotiate the salary? Chen Mo chuckled as he scrolled through the messages, amused by each one. He clicked on the profile of the individual claiming to run 8 hours a day, only to find a rugged man, and immediately shook his head. The amount run mattered little. What truly mattered was the sight of beautiful women running, which could uplift one's spirits. Moments later, his gaze was captivated by 2 messages. Their allure lay not in the excellence of their resumes, but in the delightful photographs accompanying their profiles. One, named Zhao Anren, exuded a pure and ethereal beauty, while the other, Yang Hongyu, radiated sweetness and charm. Both were in their early 20s. Chen Mo first opened the chat with Yang Hongyu. Her message was filled with enthusiasm. Boss, I find this position so intriguing. I absolutely love running. Is the monthly salary really 10,000? Followed by starry-eyed emojis. Chen Mo replied affirmatively. Indeed. Do I need to wear sportswear for the interview? Can I go home to change in time? No need. Just come as you are. Almost immediately, a lively animated GIF popped up in response. Chen Mo smiled, then clicked on Zhao Anren's chat. Her message was succinct yet polite. Hello. I saw your job posting. I graduated with a degree in physical education, have a habit of long-distance running, and possess marathon experience. I would like to know more about the specific responsibilities of the position. Chen Mo typed a quick response. It's not complicated. The responsibilities involve testing the treadmill's performance and running a total of 120,000 steps daily while wearing an exoskeleton. After a brief pause, Zhao Anren replied, Understood. Could you please inform me of the time and location for the interview? Tiandu building, you can come now. All right, I will arrive in half an hour. Chen Mo tossed his phone onto the desk and leaned back in his chair, spinning around to survey the empty office. The solitary treadmill was indeed underwhelming. A waste of the expansive 100-plus square meters. He stroked his chin, ideas bubbling to the surface. Perhaps he could set up a live streaming platform? With these 2 beautiful women as background, running energetically to attract viewers, he could find someone to promote products in front of the camera. As for the products, he could collaborate with suppliers of sports gear or women's products. Profitability was secondary, merely a means to enliven the office atmosphere. As he pondered, his phone buzzed. Linyu was calling. Mogu, where are you? Her voice carried a hint of mystery, as if she harbored a secret. At the office. I happen to be free today and feeling quite bored alone. Can I come to visit you? Linyu's tone was soft, after her best friend's unexpected visit yesterday. She too wished to catch Mogu off guard today. Chen Mo nonchalantly replied, Sure, come to the 21st floor of Tiandu building, take a left after the elevator. After hanging up, he opened the recruitment app again and immediately posted a new listing. Live streaming operator wanted. Must possess the ability to independently manage the entire live streaming process. Preference given to those with established successful cases. Quick project implementation required. Monthly salary of 20,000. With unlimited commission. Before long, he heard the sound of footsteps in the corridor, and 2 young women stood at the door. Yang Hongyu clutched her backpack strap, peering curiously inside, dressed in a hooded sweatshirt and yoga pants, her features sharp and refined, hair styled in a high-low ponytail, exuding a refreshing charm. Zhao Anren held her phone, checking the address, her expression calm and composed. Dressed in a creamy white knitted cardigan adorned with a delicate pearl brooch that accentuated her slender neck. The 2 lingered at the entrance, hesitant to enter. The stark, empty office, devoid of any signage, with just a few scattered desks, hardly resembled a legitimate company. Exchanging glances, Zhao Anren finally spoke. Are you here for the interview as well? Yes, it looks quite peculiar. Could it be a scam company? Yang Hongyu whispered. Zhao Anren had already opened the chat box and typed, We are at the entrance. Is this truly the 21st floor? Just as the message was sent, the office door clicked open, revealing Chen Mo leaning against the door frame, nodding towards them. Come in. The 2 exchanged glances, and it was Zhao Anren who took the initiative to step inside, drawn by the alluring salary that was too tempting for fresh graduates to resist. Yang Hongyu quickly followed suit. A monthly salary exceeding 10,000 was worth exploring. Her eyes darted around the sparse office, finally landing on the boss chair behind Chen Mo. Boss, Is this really an office? New space, just rented. Chen Mo gestured to the nearby sofa. Please, have a seat. All right. Chen Mo reclined slightly. Please introduce yourselves. Me. Yang Hongyu eagerly raised her hand. I always scored full marks in physical fitness tests at school. Plus, I run 5 kilometers every morning and can do Pamela's workouts. I'm in great shape. Zhao Anren cleared her throat softly. Taking her turn, I graduated with a degree in physical education and previously worked as a coach at a gym, so I am quite familiar with sports equipment. After speaking, she couldn't help but glance around. The equipment is on its way, Chen Mo noted, observing their curious gazes. He decided to be straightforward. Actually, I'm planning to expand into a new project, which is why I rented this space. What kind of project? Both girls asked, intrigued. Live streaming sales. Yang Hongyu's eyes instantly sparkled. Live streaming? What products? I can do that. I love making short videos. Zhao Anren, however, frowned. Running for 5 hours a day is already quite exhausting. Do we also have to face the camera? You can simply serve as background support. No need to speak. Chen Mo clarified. The operation and hosting will be handled separately. You just need to run. Zhao Anren pondered for a moment. Running was running, after all. And she nodded in agreement. Yang Hongyu had already pulled out a small mirror to fix her hair, muttering to herself that even background support should look good. Just then, the door gently swung open, and Lin Yu entered, carrying a pink paper bag. Upon seeing the 2 women on the sofa, her steps faltered for half a second. Chen Mo smiled at her. You're here? These 2 are here for interviews. Feel free to find a seat. Sure, Lin Yu responded cheerfully, then walked over to Chen Mo's side. Mo Gu, I brought you milk tea and a small cake. She placed the items on the table, her arm casually draping over Chen Mo's shoulder. You can continue with your work. Yang Hongyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at her hand resting on Chen Mo's shoulder, but said nothing, while Zhao Anren politely nodded. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the 2 women, smiling as she acknowledged them before selecting a chair close to Chen Mo. Sipping her milk tea in small sips, her ears perked up attentively. Chapter 35, The Formation of a Team. Chen Mo turned to Yang Hongyu and Zhao Anren. Regarding working hours, only one of you needs to come in each day. Arriving in the morning, with breaks included, you should be able to complete the 120,000 steps in no more than 8 hours, after which you can leave. However, there is one requirement. You must report to me before leaving. If that step is missed, attendance for the day won't be counted. The 2 women thought nothing of it, assuming it was standard procedure, and replied in unison, all right. Just then, a notification pinged on Chen Mo's phone. Upon opening the message, Chen Mo was met with a recruitment notice for a live streaming operations position. Was it truly that swift for applicants to arise? The profile picture featured a middle-aged woman clad in professional attire, and her brief description of a decade's worth of e-commerce experience was particularly striking. He swiftly scanned through the resume, noting several familiar brand cases listed, and nodded in quiet approval. He casually typed out an address and sent it off before turning to the 2 individuals beside him. When you run, be mindful of your stride. It shouldn't be too extensive, just maintain a normal rhythm. The provisional salary is set at 10,000. If you surpass 12,000 steps a day, you'll receive a bonus of 500 for each additional 10,000 steps. Bonus? Yang Hongyu's eyes brightened, her long curls swaying gently as she lifted her gaze, a smile blossoming on her previously reserved face. Zhao Anren raised an eyebrow, a flicker of unexpected delight crossing her features. Nearby, Lin Yu's pupils dilated in astonishment. She instinctively bit her lip. Just running? Completing 5 hours of running here could yield a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, and with a day off in between, plus bonuses? Currently, she toiled at a finance company, serving tea, registering visitors, and processing dozens of documents, barely making 4,500 a month. Meanwhile, these 2 could simply run and earn over double her income. Lin Yu quickly cast a glance at Chen Mo, then swept her gaze over Yang Hongyu and Zhao Anren, her throat tightening as she refrained from interrupting their conversation out of courtesy. Her fingers curled around her milk tea cup as she pondered. Once they leave, I must inquire with Brother Mo about this job. Could I possibly give it a try? After all, I wasn't terrible at sports in school. Running for 5 hours should be manageable, right? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. A woman entered, clad in a sleek black suit. Her figure poised and her hair impeccably styled, her makeup tastefully applied. It was evident that her striking features had been well maintained, though the subtle traces of time could not be entirely concealed. Hello, Mr. Chun, I am Li Jing. She smiled as she extended her hand, applying just the right amount of pressure upon contact, her demeanor balanced, neither overly familiar nor lacking in professionalism. Yet, internally, Li Jing was anxious. Upon leaving the previous company, the HR's remark about her sufficient experience but preference for candidates under 35 lingered painfully. This marked her 3rd rejection of the week. her age of 42 acting as an invisible barrier that thwarted her 10 years of e-commerce expertise. Chen Mo rose to shake her hand, offering a polite remark. Hello. You arrived quite promptly. I happened to be nearby, Li Jing explained with a smile, revealing her intention to explore every opportunity available. She lowered her gaze, quickly surveying the empty office, her mind already racing with calculations. With the mortgage due next month and her daughter's tutoring fees still unpaid, ever since her husband left, the weight of life had become nearly suffocating. Regardless of the reliability of this boss, securing the position was paramount. She smoothly pulled out a chair and sat, placing her briefcase beside her, and naturally continued. It appears you have just set up this office, planning to embark on a significant venture? Indeed. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair. I noticed your recruitment information indicating a need for someone capable of independently managing the entire process. I have prior experience in the beauty and home categories, achieving a single event GMV exceeding 5 million. My specific achievements are detailed in my resume for your reference. Chen Mo nodded. We are starting from scratch here, so you will be responsible for everything, including obtaining licenses, procuring equipment, selecting products, and liaising with manufacturers. Are you capable of handling this? Li Jing's gaze was resolute. Absolutely. Congratulations, you are hired, Chen Mo stated matter-of-factly. Very well. Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. Having prepared a litany of responses to potential challenges, she had not anticipated such ease. Turning to Yang Hongyu and Zhao Anren, she tentatively inquired, are these two the hosts? Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. They are responsible for other tasks. My intention is to find another. At this juncture, he glanced at Lin Yu, his eyes lighting up. What do you think of her? Lin Yu, who had been absorbed in her milk tea, was suddenly called upon and froze in surprise. Me. She pointed to herself, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Jing scrutinized her. Your appearance is quite appealing. Do you have any experience in live streaming? How do you fare in front of the camera? Lin Yu's mind buzzed. The figure of that 10,000 salary danced before her eyes. Brother Mo was so generous to outsiders. Surely, he wouldn't offer her less. She swallowed hard, setting her milk tea on the table, her tone resolute. I can learn. I will undoubtedly excel. It seems we have our host, Chen Mo chuckled. Turning to Li Jing, he added, your first task tomorrow will be to apply for the business license. After that, you can freely select the platform and engage with the manufacturers. I'll leave it entirely in your hands. If you need funds, simply provide a procurement list. Immediately, Li Jing pulled out her notebook to begin recording. Chen Mo lightly tapped the table. Regarding salary, the base is 20,000, with a commission of 10% on profits. Uncapped. Li Jing's hand paused mid-motion, a flicker of flexibility crossing her gaze. This figure surpassed those offered by her previous employers. Casting a glance at Lin Yu, who was listening intently, he added, the host will receive a base salary of 10,000 plus 10% commission, and the two providing support will also earn one. Li Jing suppressed her internal turmoil, maintaining an impassive facade. Mr. Chen, you seem quite confident in generating traffic? Whether it succeeds rests on your capabilities. Chen Mo reclined in his chair. I will provide the funds, you will execute the work. Profits will be shared. Losses will still guarantee the base salary. These words struck Li Jing like a stone cast into a still pond, sending ripples of hope through her. Having interviewed at numerous companies, where she was either deemed too old or faced minimal commissions with numerous restrictions, she had never encountered a boss like this, one seemingly engaged in charitable endeavors. She gripped her pen tightly, suddenly perceiving that this vacant office housed more tangible opportunities than those lavishly furnished office buildings she had previously visited. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had nearly deformed her milk tea cup in excitement. A base salary of 10,000 plus commission? Even if the monthly profit was merely 100,000, she would earn 2,000, over 4 times her current salary. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, her internal flames intensified. Brother Mo is truly wonderful to me. I must resign immediately. This hosting opportunity is a must. Yang Hongyu leaned closer to Zhao Anren, whispering, this company feels rather like a children's game, doesn't it? Zhao Anren remained silent, merely observing Chen Mo as he conversed with Li Jing and then glancing at the exuberant Lin Yu. An inexplicable excitement filled the air, as if a grand performance were on the verge of commencing. Chapter 36. I want number 6. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, the setting sun casting a warm orange hue upon the office glass. Chen Mo glanced at the time. It's getting late. Do you have any plans for the evening? Allow me to treat everyone to a meal. It will be a good opportunity for us to become better acquainted. No objections arose from the group, and Yang Hongyu sprang up from the sofa. Great. There's a barbecue place nearby that's absolutely delicious. However, her words were cut short as Zhao Anren tugged at her arm. She stuck out her tongue and obediently fell silent. Chen Mo led the 4 down the stairs, and as they crossed the lobby of the office building, Li Jing instinctively straightened her suit jacket, while Lin Yu naturally fell and stepped beside Chen Mo, quietly engaging in conversation. Upon reaching the parking lot, Chen Mo approached a sleek black Bentley, and with a click, the headlights flashed. Yang Hongyu gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening, while Zhao Anren stood momentarily stunned. Any lingering doubts about the company's professionalism dissipated upon witnessing the luxury of the vehicle. Those who can drive a Bentley are unlikely to be deceiving others with a mere 10,000 yuan salary. At the very least, this boss exudes a formidable aura. Li Jing discreetly assessed the car emblem, tightening her grip on her briefcase, feeling an even stronger compulsion to seize this opportunity. The private dining establishment, nestled within an old alley, boasted a modest facade, yet revealed an enchanting interior. Upon making a reservation, Chen Mo was guided into a private room by the waiter, who presented the menu. He promptly pushed it towards the others, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you desire, don't hold back." Yang Hongyu was the first to flip through the menu, her finger landing on a dish. "I want this squirrel fish." Zhao Anren opted for a stir-fried vegetable dish, while Li Jing selected a mushroom soup. Lin Yu, with a smile, remarked, "I'm good with anything." Ultimately, Chen Mo added several main dishes before returning the menu. The dishes arrived swiftly, and the enticing aroma of the hot food gradually melted the initial awkwardness in the room. Yang Hongyu recounted amusing anecdotes from her short video filming experiences, eliciting laughter from the group. Li Jing shared her previous experiences in leading a team for events, her words brimming with competence. Zhao Anren, though not overly talkative, quietly refilled Yang Hongyu's tea whenever she got too animated. Lin Yu occasionally served Chen Mo food, her gaze reflecting a familiar intimacy. As the flavors of the dishes mingled, Chen Mo set down his chopsticks. "Let us briefly discuss tomorrow's arrangements. Li Jia, you'll handle the business license. Just let me know what materials you need." Li Jing nodded affirmatively. "All right, I'll compile a list and send it to you tonight." Turning to Yang Hongyu and Zhao Anren, Chen Mo continued, "The equipment should arrive tomorrow, primarily the treadmill and exoskeleton machine. You two will need to clean the office in the morning, and when the workers arrive, supervise the setup." "No problem," the duo replied in unison. Finally, he looked at Lin Yu. "There will also be workers at my home to install the treadmill. Could you go early to oversee that and organize things? I'll send you the door code." Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "Sure." This exchange piqued the curiosity of the other three, each pondering Lin Yu's true position. Their relationship did not seem to resemble that of typical colleagues, but rather hinted at something more intimate, perhaps that of a personal secretary. However, no one dared to inquire further, choosing instead to feign ignorance. As they departed, the streetlights at the alley's entrance flickered to life. Li Jing, Yang Hongyu, and Zhao Anren each hailed a taxi, but Lin Yu tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve. "Brother Mo, do you have plans tonight?" Chen Mo recalled his city landmark project and vaguely replied, "Yes, I have a business deal to discuss and need to socialize. You should head home first, and we can talk tomorrow." Though a bit disappointed, Lin Yu obediently nodded. "Just don't drink too much." As she turned to leave, Chen Mo suddenly remembered he hadn't collected his steps for the day, swiftly pulling her back. Lin Yu felt a strange flutter in her heart, pausing in her tracks and shyly shutting her eyes as she glanced at him. The air hung still for a brief moment. Chen Mo released her, mumbling, "Take care on your way." Lin Yu opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart quietly racing, half expecting. After escorting her to the car, Chen Mo turned toward the Bentley. Ding. Today's total steps, 4,320, successfully collected 864 steps. Would you like to withdraw immediately? Yes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Chen Mo tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Having just eaten, it was not the time for strenuous activity, so he decided to postpone his running plan. Starting the car, he adjusted the navigation to the destination, the Ancient Method Massage and Spa Center. Chen Mo was quite familiar with the route. Upon entering, he headed directly to the private room, ID like technician number 6. "Certainly, sir," the receptionist cheerfully responded, using the intercom to call, Xiaoya, Xiaoya." A guest in the Mingting room. After changing his clothes, Chen Mo lay back on the bed, closing his eyes to relax. Before long, Xiaoya entered. "Mr. Chen, it's been a while since you last visited." "Yes, the usual. Please focus on the lower back." Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. Chen Mo emerged from the spa, feeling invigorated, and drove towards the Confucius Temple. At this hour, the once crowded stone-paved paths were now deserted. The eaves and corners of the ancient buildings bathed in moonlight, with most of the red lanterns extinguished, leaving only a few persistent corridor lights casting mottled shadows on the blue bricks. As Chen Mo stepped out of the car, he heard a faint whimper at his feet. Looking down, he spotted a small black dog, its fur matted and dirty, huddled in the shadow of a streetlight, its tail tucked between its legs, emitting a pitiful whine. "Little pup, am I lucky this year?" "Woof." Chen Mo chuckled. about to bend down to pet it when a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected host entering a city landmark. The system has automatically activated a hidden reward. This reward is limited to cities above the second tier and can only be claimed once per city, with a minimum interval of 5 days between activations. Host is within a 100-meter radius of the Confucius Temple. The per step value is increased to 20 yuan, valid for 1 hour. Countdown begins. 59, 59. Chen Mo quickly crouched down to pat the dog's head. Stop whining. I don't have time for you right now. If you're still here when I finish my run, I'll treat you to a chicken leg. The dog seemed to understand, tilting its head and its dark, grape-like eyes sparkling in the shadows. Chen Mo straightened up, not wanting to delay further, fastening the exoskeleton-esque buckle with a click. The mechanical frame tightened instantly. He flexed his ankles and began to stride forward. The moonlight spilled onto the stone path, elongating his shadow. As he passed the pan pond, he could see his reflection in the water, like an ink line swiftly moving. The step count on the panel soared, and the support from the exoskeleton made him feel almost no fatigue. Within the hour, he dashed through the ancient structures, racking up over 26,000 steps. Refreshing. Countdown complete. Total steps for this scene, 26, 112. Withdrawable amount, 522, 240 yuan. Would you like to withdraw immediately? Yes. Running for an hour now felt as effortless as strolling to Chen Mo, especially while wearing the exoskeleton. He sauntered back to his car, detached the exoskeleton, pretending to toss it into the vehicle while actually storing it away. Chapter 37, Continuous Bombardment. Just as he was about to get in, he heard the familiar whimper again. The little black dog was still there. When it noticed Chen Mo looking at it, it timidly wagged its tail, making a sound as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Woof. Chen Mo laughed, bending down to poke its head. Well, you really waited for me. Give me a shout, and I'll take you for a chicken leg. The little dog seemed momentarily stunned, tilting its head to regard him for a couple of seconds before suddenly lifting its tiny head and barking again. This time louder than before. Good to see you're perceptive. Chen Mo scooped it up and turned it over, noticing it was a male puppy. He gently placed it on the floor mat of the passenger seat. The Bentley glided away from the desolate Confucius Temple, heading toward a 24-hour convenience store. Inside the car, Chen Mo occasionally glanced at the little black dog. What is your name? Woof. That name doesn't sound appealing. I'm Chen Mo. How about you follow me and be called Silent One? Woof. Not a fan. Then how about we go with the name Fierce Biao? That is quite imposing. Woof. Glad you like it. Chen Mo pressed the brake. Stay put in the car. I'll be right back with some food. Entering the convenience store, he scanned the shelves and soon spotted small packages of dog food. He selected a few bags and also grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Afterward, he asked the clerk for 2 chicken legs, along with 2 plastic bags and an empty small bowl for Odin. Carrying his purchases back to the car, he tore open a bag of dog food and poured it into the bowl, adding a bit of water from the mineral bottle, stirring it before placing it in front of the little Fierce Biao. Here, don't be shy. He leaned back against the chair, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg. Upon catching sight of the food in the bowl, Sang Biao immediately buried his head in it, munching away with delight, his voracious appetite suggesting he had been hungry for quite some time. The bowl of dog food was soon emptied, and he lifted his head. His shiny black eyes fixated intently on the chicken leg in Chen Mo's hand, his tail gently sweeping behind him. You're still too young. This is too greasy for you. Chen Mo teased, shaking the chicken leg in front of him. Sang Biao seemed to understand, letting out a low whine that carried a hint of grievance. Amused by his little demeanor, Chen Mo tore off a small piece of chicken and tossed it into his bowl. There, just this little bit. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chen Mo placed Sang Biao into a plastic bag and carried him upstairs. Come on, I'm taking you to a 5-star hotel. Once inside the room, Chen Mo gave him a bath. At first, Sang Biao was a bit restless, his little paws scratching at the sides, but Chen Mo paid him no mind, vigorously scrubbing him down. After rinsing, he toweled him off until he was half dry, then used a hairdryer on the lowest setting to gently dry him. The fluffy black fur fluffed up, revealing his delicate features beneath. Chen Mo couldn't help but think that this little creature looked rather spirited. All clean now. He set Sang Biao down on the carpet to play by himself. It was already late at night, so he returned to bed to rest. Sang Biao circled a couple of times before curling up in a comfortable corner, quickly falling silent. Chen Mo turned over, listening to the soft sounds of breathing beside him, his eyelids gradually growing heavy. The next day, Chen Mo indulged in a little extra sleep, only to be awakened by the ringing of his phone at 11 o'clock. Brother Mo, the workers have come to install the treadmill. Lin Yu's voice came from the other end. All right, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Chen Mo first poured some dog food for Sang Biao, cleaned up, and then took him outside. Before long, they arrived at the central plaza. Chen Mo initially intended for Sang Biao to follow him as he jogged, but the little 4-legged creature struggled to keep up. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Mo scooped him up in his arms and headed upstairs. As soon as they entered, he spotted a freshly installed treadmill beside the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Sturdy and impressive, which pleased Chen Mo. His gaze shifted to Lin Yu, who was tidying up some items. "Brother Mo, you're here?" Lin Yu turned, her eyes lighting up as she spotted the puppy in his arms. "Oh, how cute. Where did you get this little dog?" "I picked him up after a social event last night." "Have you named him yet?" "What is his name?" "Sang Biao." Chen Mo surveyed the spacious living area and thought to himself that it would be inefficient for Lin Yu to clean it all on her own. With Su Qian working today and only available in the evening, he decided to pull out his phone and look for a cleaning service. "I've called 2 cleaning ladies. Let them handle this. You were going to help me unpack, right? Let's go get the packages first." Lin Yu readily agreed. Before long, the cleaning ladies arrived and swiftly began their work. Chen Mo and Lin Yu started opening the packages, discussing how to arrange the items, busy yet organized. 2 hours later, Chen Mo settled the payment with the cleaners, who left with the empty boxes and trash, leaving the entire space bright and refreshed. As the others departed, the stage was set for the main event. In the master bedroom, Chen Mo was bending down to adjust a corner of the bedsheet, while Lin Yu knelt at the foot of the bed, helping tuck the corners neatly under the mattress. "Brother Mo," she suddenly looked up, her bangs swaying with the motion. "I checked the navigation. And it's so close to the company here. It only takes 10 minutes to walk." "Indeed." She straightened up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You have 3 empty rooms here. Can I move in with you? It would make my commute so much easier." Chen Mo paused his task, contemplating her request. "Are you testing me?" Lin Yu quickly stepped closer. "I wouldn't be staying for free. I can give you massages. I'm good with housework, and I can cook too. Like scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "Stop." Chen Mo raised his hand in resignation, a bemused smile creeping onto his lips. "So, all you know how to make is scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" Upon hearing the word "you," Lin Yu's eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly deduced that he was referring to Su Qian. It seemed she, too, harbored thoughts of moving in. This opportunity was rare. She would have to pull out all the stops. Lin Yu approached Chen Mo, wrapping her arms around his waist without hesitation, launching a bold offensive. "Actually, I know all about you and Chen Qian. Is that so?" Chen Mo's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Yu tilted her head back, her eyes conveying a mix of feigned calm and seriousness. "I want to be with you, Brother Mo. I'm quite traditional. As long as you hold me in your heart, even if there are others around, I can accept it." What audacious words! Her candid declarations struck his ears, and Chen Mo steadied himself, inwardly reciting mantras to calm his racing thoughts. After all, the bed was already neatly made. Any stray thoughts might lead him to lose control. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Yu took a step closer and, on tiptoes, leaned in. As her soft lips brushed against his cool ones, Chen Mo's already tenuous self-control crumbled. Chapter 38. Nothing happened. She gazed up at him, playfully beckoning with her finger. "Come here, let us chat a bit." What man could withstand such a trial? Enough was enough. He leaned onto the bed, but just then, the phone on the bedside table rang, interrupting the moment. The screen illuminated with Li Jing's name. And Chen Mo reluctantly answered. "Mr. Mo, the business license has been successfully applied for." Li Jing's voice was crisp and efficient. "The inventory list is ready and just sent to your phone. Take a look, and if there are no issues, I'll arrange for the procurement." Glancing at Lin Yu, Chen Mo replied somewhat distractedly. "All right, I'll check it out in a bit." Lin Yu wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes still twinkling with amusement. After hanging up, Chen Mo carelessly set his phone aside, just as the romantic atmosphere began to rekindle. Another notification chimed, this time from the work group. Chen Mo, with a hint of annoyance, opened it to find photos from Yang Hongyu and Zhao Anren showcasing the tidied office. The message read, "Boss, the office is all set. And the treadmill is installed. We're a bit confused about how to use the exoskeleton equipment. Can you explain?" He pressed the voice button with one hand, his tone revealing a hint of interrupted impatience. "You all should first read the manual and get accustomed to the treadmill. After that, you can clock out and head home. We'll officially start work tomorrow." The group quickly responded with acknowledgements and a couple of OK emojis. Chen Mo tossed his phone aside, but the screen lit up again, this time with a call from Su Qian. He closed his eyes, feeling a wave of exasperation as he answered. Before he could speak, Su Qian's sweet voice came through. "Brother Mo, I'm off work early today. Should I come help you clean the room?" Losing all interest due to the constant interruptions, Chen Mo simply reclined back, his voice flat. "The room has already been cleaned." Su Qian paused, then quickly caught on, her tone taking on a hint of probing. "Why didn't you wait for me? I called a cleaning service. They are more professional." "Oh," Su Qian prolonged her response, quickly brightening again. "How about we go out for dinner tonight? There's a new hot pot restaurant nearby that's supposed to be good. I'd like to go with you." "Sure, I'll wait for you at home." Chen Mo hung up the phone and tossed it aside. Lin Yu immediately leaned in. "So where were we?" Chen Mo's fingertips brushed across her neck, as if contemplating something. An hour later, the soft beep of the code lock echoed from the entrance. And Su Qian stepped inside. There sat Chen Mo, impeccably dressed, on the living room sofa, engrossed in a procurement list on his phone, while Lin Yu, her complexion flushed, quietly indulged in a platter of freshly delivered fruit. Yeah? Su Qian was taken aback. When did you arrive? Lin Yu playfully offered a segment of orange to Chen Mo, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I came this afternoon, helping Brother Mo unpack several large packages. Were you not at work today? Su Qian's gaze flitted between the two. No. I'm about to start working at Brother Mo's company, Lin Yu replied, deliberately snuggling closer to Chen Mo, her heart swelling with pride. From now on, Brother Mo and I will be colleagues, and I'll get to see him every day. Su Qian's eyes, laced with curiosity, settled on Chen Mo's face. The newly launched project needs a female host, and Lin Yu fits the bill, so I invited her to give it a try, Chen Mo said, flipping through the list, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. Oh, Su Qian responded softly, her gaze sweeping around the room before she smiled. It's evident that professionals are indeed different. Everything is so impeccably clean. She wandered through the house, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the half-open bedroom door. Pushing it gently, she discovered the bed linens slightly wrinkled, immediately raising her suspicions. Just then, the sound of pattering footsteps approached, and Sang Biao, the dog, wobbled over, nuzzling against Su Qian's pant leg, diverting her attention. Oh my, what an adorable little dog! Su Qian exclaimed, crouching to scoop it up, her fingers scratching its chin. What's its name? Its fur is so soft. Chen Mo watched as the dog nestled comfortably in Su Qian's arms, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Sang Biao had undoubtedly scored points. He would have to reward him with a chicken leg later. Lin Yu glanced over, deftly feeding a piece of cantaloupe to Chen Mo, mischief glimmering in her eyes. Chapter 39, a delicate balance settling on the sofa with Sang Biao cradled in her arms. Su Qian found herself pushed a plate of fruit by Lin Yu, who struck up a casual conversation. Chen Mo sank deeper into the sofa. Having finished reviewing the procurement list from Li Jing, the items included a high-definition camera, a 4K capture card, a wireless microphone, a tripod with hydraulic gimbal, 3 adjustable color temperature lights, and 2 background panels, all neatly itemized, with the total amount reaching 23,000. Without hesitation, he transferred 30,000. Adding a note, use the extra for a double-door refrigerator and a microwave, and stock up on coffee and snacks for the office to make things more convenient. Just as he was about to set his phone down, he remembered he hadn't yet paid the rent for Zhou Yechuan. He opened the transfer interface, entered 60,000, and noted it as a year's rent, decisively hitting confirm. Having dealt with the mundane matters, Chen Mo scooped up the exuberant Sang Biao. Let us go? I'll treat you to something nice. The restaurant's private room was warm and inviting. Chen Mo specifically ordered a clear broth hot pot and a portion of boneless chicken thigh. Su Qian eagerly picked up a steaming piece of chicken, tearing it into smaller bits, blowing on it before offering it to Sang Biao, who eagerly devoured it with a satisfied grunt. Across the table, Lin Yu observed Chen Mo occasionally brushing aside the strands of hair that fell into Su Qian's bowl, his fingers grazing the glass with a gentle touch, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. After dinner, he drove the two back to their community. As the car came to a halt, Lin Yu leaned in to inquire, "Do you have anything to attend to tonight?" Chen Mo tapped the steering wheel lightly. "I need to stop by the company to see how they're organizing things." The two women, upon hearing this, ceased to urge him to come upstairs. Once inside the house, Lin Yu hurried to the wardrobe, extracting a 28-inch suitcase, the zipper opening with a swish. Su Qian emerged from the kitchen with a cup of water, raising an eyebrow. "What are you packing for?" As Lin Yu folded a lace nightgown into the suitcase, she turned to respond. "Brother Mo's place is only a 10-minute walk from the company. I thought it would be more convenient to ask if I could move in, and he agreed." "Really?" Su Qian paused, her grip on the cup faltering for a moment before she chuckled lightly. "He agreed to let me move in too." Lin Yu, having already secured Chen Mo's affections earlier that afternoon, smirked inwardly, oblivious to Su Qian's ignorance. "Is that so? How wonderful." She stood up, affectionately linking arms with Su Qian. "Having you around has become second nature to me after all these years. When you returned to your hometown for a few days, I felt lonely at home, with no one to chat with at night. I worried about how I would adapt if we lived apart, but now I needn't worry. We can binge-watch shows and gossip just like old times." Lin Yu blinked playfully and continued, "And we can also take care of Brother Mo together." Su Qian was momentarily taken aback by her words, expecting Lin Yu to contest, yet her friend's reaction was unexpectedly warm. Gazing into Lin Yu's joyful eyes, memories of their college days spent sharing a single bed for late-night talks, and the times they scraped together instant noodles for rent flooded her mind, softening the pang of uncertainty that had just begun to surface. Yes, they were indeed the best of friends. "Well, that sounds lovely," Su Qian replied, her tone gentler now. She turned and headed back to her room, opening the bottom of the wardrobe, revealing a gray suitcase that Lin Yu had helped her choose 2 years prior, which they had agreed was both practical and smooth-rolling. Slowly, she began placing her neatly folded clothes into the suitcase, her gaze landing on a dress that Chen Mo had once complimented, her heart suddenly a flurry of confusion. What exactly was brother Mo thinking? In the living room, Lin Yu heard the gentle sound of a zipper from Su Qian's room, smiling to herself. In truth, it wasn't as complicated as it seemed. Everyone merely sought a better life, and maintaining the status quo was perfectly fine. Living together as 3 would only bring more vibrancy, and the thought of it was thrilling. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's car had parked at the Tiandu building's parking lot, and he carried Sang Biao upstairs. Upon opening the glass door, he found Li Jing still seated at her desk, the glow of her laptop illuminating a multitude of documents as she typed furiously, completely oblivious to his approach. Still here? Li Jing jumped at the sound, turning abruptly to see him and exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, you're here. Why are you still busy at this hour?" Chen Mo asked, stepping closer to glance at her screen, casually resting his hand on her shoulder. He noted the registration processes for various platform accounts and several vendor contacts displayed on her screen. Li Jing stiffened slightly, the warmth of his hand on her shoulder causing her to instinctively hold her breath. Though such gestures were not unusual among colleagues, they had only just met 2 days prior. She hesitated before responding. "This afternoon, I registered accounts on several mainstream platforms, contacted 3 beauty brands and 2 sportswear companies, and I'm about to outline the framework for the live streaming script while brainstorming some promotional activities." Chen Mo nodded, removing his hand from her shoulder. "You can do all this at home too. While working with me, there's no need to be so formal. Just do what feels comfortable." "Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll finish this up and then head out," Li Jing said, exhaling quietly, feeling warmth spread through her. This young boss, despite his age, was far more considerate than any superior she had encountered before. She realized she had likely overthought the situation. After all, while her appearance was decent, why would someone like Mr. Chen, surrounded by such young and beautiful women, harbor any interest in a woman in her 40s? As Chen Mo turned to leave, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The goal for today was a total of 10,460 steps, and I have successfully accumulated 2,092 steps. Should I withdraw immediately? He discreetly curled the corners of his lips. Indeed, the effort had not been in vain. Li Jing had spent the entire day running errands, so her step count would certainly surpass that of others. Chen Mo did not disturb her further, instead pacing around the office. The 2 large treadmills gleamed like new, while the exoskeleton devices recharged nearby, and the previously cluttered corner had been tidied up immaculately. He took out his phone, opened the workgroup chat, and sent a message. "The office has been tidied up splendidly. I'll treat you all to a drumstick." He then promptly sent a red envelope of 888 yuan. As soon as the message was dispatched, notifications of receipt flooded the group chat, followed by a flurry of emojis. Zhao Anren exclaimed, "Thank you, boss." Yang Hongyu added, "The boss is the most handsome." Chen Mo smiled at the screen, and as he turned, he caught a glimpse of Li Jing, who also turned to him with a slight smile, presumably having seen the group message. He refrained from saying much more, taking home the now yawning pet, Sang Biao. Chapter 40, Moving In. The next day, as the sun crested the windowsill, the phone on the bedside table suddenly buzzed incessantly. Chen Mo, still half asleep, reached for it and saw Lin Yu's name flashing on the screen. Sliding to answer, 2 sweet voices immediately floated through the receiver. "Mo Go, are you awake? Today is the weekend, and Qian and I want to move in together while she is off." Just as she finished, Su Qian's voice chimed in. "Yes. It seems like we have quite a bit of stuff." Chen Mo, fully roused by their dulcet tones, rubbed his eyes and sat up. "If you have a lot, arrange for a moving service. I'll call someone to help you move." After hanging up, he retrieved Wang Xing's number. At that moment, old Wang was waiting at a traffic light while driving his ride-hailing car. Upon seeing the contact name, he picked up immediately, his tone lively. "Hey, Boss Chen. You finally remembered me. What can I do for you?" Chen Mo chuckled. "I have 2 friends moving in. Could you assist them with the move? I'll send you the address." Wang Xing slapped the steering wheel. "You got it. Mission accomplished." After ending the call, Chen Mo lost the desire for further sleep. He got up, washed up, and changed into a comfortable sports outfit, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The sunlight was just right as he donned the mechanical exoskeleton, put on his headphones, and activated the large treadmill. The machine hummed to life as Chen Mo began to run, the exoskeleton moving gently in sync with his actions. As he ran, he gazed down through the window. The street below resembled a flowing painting, with pedestrians and vehicles bustling about in an orderly fashion, while the distant scenery was indeed refreshing. Meanwhile, Wang Xing hung up the phone, glancing at the address and number that popped up on his phone. He pressed the accelerator and swiftly turned a corner. arriving at their residential community shortly thereafter. He parked and dialed Lin Yu's number, his voice bright. "Hello, is this Miss Lin? I'm here to help move as instructed by Boss Chen. I'm at the community entrance." Immediately, a sweet voice replied from the other end. "Yes, just come upstairs." Wang Xing acknowledged and headed up. Upon knocking on the door, he was greeted by a cheerful girl standing at the entrance. While the floor inside was strewn with 4 or 5 large boxes, and another girl was busy packing items into bags. He was astonished. Wow, Boss Chen has struck gold. 2 stunning beauties moving in at once. However, he kept his questions to a minimum, flashing a smile. "Looks like you're not done packing yet. Take your time. I'll start moving these few boxes for you." As he bent down to lift the box adorned with floral patterns, he was taken aback by its weight. "What on earth? Is this box filled with lead?" Lin Yu's voice immediately floated over with concern. "Shall we lend a hand?" Su Qian nodded in agreement. Her tone gentle. "Yes, it's filled with books. It's quite heavy." The 2 delicate voices stirred something in Wang Xing, who straightened his back, shouldered the box, and feigned ease. "No need. This is child's play for me." With that, he strode confidently down the hallway. He made multiple trips downstairs, loading most of the boxes onto the moving truck, while the remaining few items were crammed into his ride-hailing vehicle. Upon arriving at the central plaza, it was Wang Xing's first time at Chen Mo's place. He gazed up at the bright high-rise and noticed the elevator's mirror-like surface, marveling at Chen Mo's lavish lifestyle. At noon, the door lock clicked open at the entrance. Lin Yu and Su Qian each carried a large suitcase inside, their voices bright. "We're here." Chen Mo, having caught a hint of noise, paused the treadmill, removed his headphones, and turned around. "You're all here?" Wang Xing followed them in, one arm cradling a box and the other holding a large cloth bag, with several bags slung over his arm, causing his shoulder to redden. He huffed as he set the items down, and upon seeing Chen Mo in his neat sports attire, he couldn't help but grin. "Boss Chen, you're quite disciplined." While wiping the sweat from his brow, he mused to himself. No wonder, with 2 beautiful ladies moving in, he needs to keep fit to endure their antics. Chen Mo gestured towards the hallway. "You all can unpack. Choose any room you like." Wang Xing's eyes lit up. "What about my share?" Chen Mo shot him a glance. "Go away." Lin Yu and Su Qian exchanged glances, promptly rushing in with their suitcases, their sweet voices echoing in the hallway. "I want the room by the balcony. Then I want the one closest to Mo. Go." Chen Mo smiled at their retreating figures and took out his phone to order takeout, telling old Wang, "Let us eat together once you're done." "Sure thing." Wang Xing chuckled. "There are still a few boxes downstairs. I'll go grab them." With that, he turned and headed downstairs. Moments later, the dining table was laid out abundantly. 2 12-inch pizzas were steaming, their cheesy edges slightly crisp, while golden fried chicken piled in a paper bucket. The aroma of oil mingling with chili powder wafting enticingly. Nearby, the fries, lightly salted, accompanied the fizz of ice-cold cola, creating an atmosphere akin to a small party. Chen Mo took a bite of pizza, the richness of the cheese melding with the maltiness of the crust, and after swallowing, he turned to Wang Xing. "In a couple of days, I'll be heading to Hangzhou for a business trip. You'll drive me." Wang Xing, chewing on fries, nodded eagerly, mumbling, "No problem. I'm at your service." Chen Mo then looked at Lin Yu. "You should come to the company with me this afternoon to familiarize yourself with the processes alongside Sister Li, to adapt in advance." Lin Yu immediately sat up straighter. "Sure. Should I bring a notebook to take notes?" "Yes, that would be good." At that moment, Su Qian was tearing off a piece of chicken breast, holding it out under the table. Sang Biao tilted his head back, his tail wagging like a blooming flower, quickly snatching the meat and swallowing it down, then nudging Su Qian's hand with his moist nose, letting out a soft whimper. Amused, Su Qian giggled softly. "You little glutton, here's another piece, but no stealing." She tore off another piece and fed it to him, feeling the warmth of the puppy's tongue on her fingertips, which made her pull back her hand with a giggle. A few seconds later, Su Qian looked up and suggested, "How about I go to the supermarket this afternoon to buy some groceries? I can cook dinner for you all." "Sounds good." Chen Mo nodded. After the meal, Wang Xing efficiently helped to clear the chaotic remnants from the dining table. Chen Mo retrieved his phone and transferred 1,000 yuan to him. "This is for your hard work. You can manage your tasks this afternoon." Wang Xing, not one to be overly polite, chuckled. "All right then, I'll take my leave. Just let me know if you need anything." Lin Yu had already picked up her bag and was waiting at the door. "Let us go, Brother Mo." As Chen Mo walked out, he reminded her, "Make sure to address me by my title while working from now on." Chapter 41, End of Work Meeting. Tiandu Building, 21st floor. As the glass door swung open, the ambient noise of the treadmill buzzed, mingling with the soft clinks of objects colliding. Lin Yu followed Chen Mo inside, and was the first to spot Zhao Anren on the treadmill by the window, clad in a sleek black sports tank and set, with the exoskeleton on her legs gently moving in sync with her strides, beads of sweat trickling down her cheek. On the other side, Yang Hongyu was arranging snacks on the shelf, while Li Jing was typing away at her desk. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Anren nodded slightly at Chen Mo, and the other two greeted him with smiles. What brings you all here? Chen Mo approached, his tone laced with surprise. I thought it was sufficient for one of you to come each day. Yang Hongyu beamed. Boss, we arrived at 9 this morning. You pay me 10,000 a month. If I don't show some enthusiasm, I wouldn't feel justified in taking that money. What if one day you decide to let me go because you're in a bad mood? Chen Mo chuckled heartily, then turned to Zhao Anren on the treadmill, softly inquiring. How long have you been running? Zhao Anren continued her pace, tilting her head to respond. I ran for over 2 hours this morning, took a short break at noon, and I plan to run for another 3 hours this afternoon. Tomorrow, Hongyu will take over. All right, you all can decide amongst yourselves. Lin Yu had already reached Li Jing's side, her voice sweet. Sisterly, please guide me in the future. Li Jing smiled and pulled over a chair. Come, sit here first. I'll explain the process to you. Feel free to ask anything you don't understand. Meanwhile, Chen Mo told Yang Hongyu, if you have nothing urgent, you can head back. Come again tomorrow. Yang Hongyu cheerfully replied, it's fine, boss. Now that I'm here. Sisterly mentioned some workers will come to install the fridge. I can help keep an eye on things. Very well. Chen Mo said no more, his gaze drifting back to Zhao Anren, the sports tank accentuating her graceful curves, gently swaying with her breath. It was truly a sight to behold, utterly captivating. After a moment, he averted his gaze, retrieved the spare exoskeleton from the side, clicked it into place on his body, and stepped onto another treadmill. With a hum, the conveyor belt began to move. Having only run for 2 hours at home today, he thought, steps equate to money. Since he had some spare time, he might as well push himself a bit more. 3 hours later, Chen Mo dismounted from the treadmill and checked the panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 18. Current steps, 132, 410. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene card, Rainy Night Street, pending use. Total steps, 14, 220, 000. At that moment, Zhao Anren also halted, glancing at her counter. Realizing she was just 10,000 steps short, she wiped the sweat from her brow. This was her first time running with an exoskeleton. Initially, it was indeed much easier than relying solely on her legs. However, as time accumulated, it became increasingly strenuous, especially during the last hour when her legs felt as heavy as lead, forcing her to stop for a break. Thus, witnessing Chen Mo sprinting for 3 hours without breaking a sweat left her astonished. Chen Mo tilted his chin towards her. You still need to train. The flicker of defiance ignited within Zhao Anren, though she said nothing. She thought to herself, I already ran for 2 hours this morning. I'm nearly out of stamina. Just as she pondered this, Lin Yu approached with a cup of water, handing it to Chen Mo. Boss, don't overexert yourself. You ran for so long in the morning, and now you're pushing hard again this afternoon. What if you're worn out by evening? Chen Mo paused momentarily as he took the cup, sensing something slightly amiss in her words, yet lacking proof. He simply gulped down the water. Zhao Anren heard every word clearly, and her earlier defiance dissipated. She realized she indeed needed to train more. Returning to his private office, Chen Mo leaned back in the boss's chair, turning to gaze out the window. The sunset painted the glass facade of Tian-Du building in golden red hues, while the traffic below resembled a string of luminous beads, moving slowly. The office door was slightly ajar, allowing the sound of the treadmill restarting to filter in. The footfalls heavier than before, indicating fatigue had set in. The intermittent voices of Lin Yu and Li Jing drifted in, with the young girl occasionally exclaiming sweetly, likely having learned something new. Time passed, and eventually, the treadmill outside came to a complete stop. Zhao Anren knocked on the door, holding a small counter. Boss, I've finished my run. She placed the counter on Chen Mo's desk, the screen flashing the number 120,031. Good job. Chen Mo stood, patting Zhao Anren on the shoulder, his palm brushing against the warmth beneath her t-shirt. Zhao Anren, perceptive as she was, felt the weight of his hand and bit her lip, telling herself this was merely a routine gesture of care from a superior to a subordinate. Go home and rest well. See you the day after tomorrow. Chen Mo withdrew his hand, his tone light. Zhao Anren responded with a breathy mm. Her voice still slightly labored, before turning to head to the restroom for a quick freshen up. When she emerged, she had donned a beige jacket, greeted everyone, and departed with Yang Hongyu. In Chen Mo's mind, the system notification chimed. Ding! Today's total step count, 120,031 steps. Successfully harvested 240,062 steps. Automatically withdrawn for you. That was essentially the equivalent of 2 months' salary for these two, and with a bit more to spare. Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction as he rose and stepped into the outer office. Sisterly, you can wrap up for the day and head home now. All right. Li Jing closed her computer and gathered her belongings, smiling at Lin Yu. See you tomorrow, Xiao Yu. Goodbye. Once Li Jing's figure vanished at the elevator. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled, and like a playful kitten, she leaped into Chen Mo's arms, encircling his neck and tiptoeing to plant a kiss on him. Chen Mo stumbled back a step, his back hitting the edge of the desk. Just as he was about to embrace her in return when the office door was pushed open once more. "I forgot my USB drive," Li Jing called out, propping the door open, but her words froze mid-sentence. Lin Yu immediately released her hold, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shrank behind Chen Mo. Chen Mo awkwardly chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. "What a memory I have," Li Jing said, hastily stepping in to grab her USB drive, her head down as she headed for the elevator, mumbling to herself, "I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything." The office fell silent for 2 seconds before Lin Yu burst out laughing. "Sister Li is too funny. This is so amusing." Ahem. Chen Mo cleared his throat and turned back to his office, his expression serious. "Shall you come in for a moment?" Lin Yu's cheeks flushed anew, her eyelashes fluttering as she whispered, "Brother Mo." Hearing her call, Chen Mo glanced back, suppressing a smile. "Be serious. I've told you to address me by my title while working. Come in for a meeting. We need to discuss the techniques of human reproduction." She bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at the slightly ajar company door, and giggled. How thrilling. Chapter 42, Rainy Night Street. In the office, the academic discussion unfolded fervently. Throughout the meeting, their scholarly spirits were commendable, engaging in vigorous debates that left their faces flushed and breaths rapid as they articulated their viewpoints. They paid no mind to the scattered items on the desk, as the very air in the room seemed to vibrate in tandem with the rhythm of their arguments. A moment later, the two reached a consensus on academic matters, resulting in satisfaction for both parties. Just as the meeting concluded, the phone rang. "Dinner is almost ready. Are you two done?" Su Qian's voice came through the speaker with clarity. "We just had a brief meeting and got delayed, but we're on our way back now." Chen Mo replied, turning to exchange a glance with Lin Yu, both of them sharing a smile. Before long, the two returned home, and upon entering the dining room, they were greeted by a table brimming with dishes, 3 courses, and a soup, all vividly colored. Chen Mo looked at the spread before him and couldn't help but rub his forehead, muttering to himself, "This isn't cooking. It's practically a massacre of tomatoes." The signature dish was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, accompanied by a cold dish of tomatoes and sugar, a hot dish of tomato-braised beef brisket, and even the soup was tomato and egg soup. "Let's see how it tastes," Su Qian offered, handing him a bowl and chopsticks. He took a few bites and, to his surprise, found that Su Qian's cooking was quite good. Despite the same ingredient, she had managed to create different flavors. After they finished the feast of tomatoes, the two women went to tidy up the kitchen while Chen Mo carried the remnants to the living room, collapsing onto the sofa. Watching the two busy figures, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, thinking how blissful life could be. Just then, a sudden flash of lightning and gust of wind caught his attention. Chen Mo paused, pulled out his phone to check the weather forecast, which indicated rain was imminent. After a long wait, the day he had anticipated finally arrived. Chen Mo hummed a tune as he rose and walked over to the shoe cabinet to put on his shoes. "Are you going out?" The two women turned to look at him upon hearing the commotion. "Yes," Chen Mo replied casually, picking up the car keys. "The weather is quite nice. I'm just going out to bask under the moonlight." A few minutes later, a sleek black Bentley merged into the flow of traffic. Chen Mo grasped the steering wheel, contemplating, "While it's still dry, I need to find a spacious area, but this card requires me to stay within the city limits." 20 minutes later, he arrived at Xianlin University Town, a region renowned for its numerous educational institutions. There weren't many commercial plazas in the vicinity. Only a couple of larger ones attracted crowds, with the rest consisting of wide roads with sparse foot and vehicular traffic. This location was also not far from where Chen Mo had previously lived with Lu Qing, making it somewhat familiar, as he had often visited this area for shopping and dining. He found a convenience store by the roadside and purchased a raincoat. Just as he stepped out, the rain began to patter down. Ding! The system has detected that the host has entered the designated scene, Rainy Street at night. Within this scene, each step will adjust to a price of 8 yuan, limited to 3 hours. The effect ends when the rain stops. "Would you like to activate the card?" Chen Mo quickly donned the raincoat and equipped the exoskeleton, silently intoning, "Activate." The card has been activated for the host, and the countdown of 3 hours has begun. 179:59. He began to stride forward, the exoskeleton softly clicking as it assisted his movement, his feet splashing through the puddles. With each step, the rain intensified, tapping rhythmically on his raincoat, while a classic Cantonese song began to play in his headphones. As he walked through the rain, the blue streetlights began to glow, and he synchronized his breathing to the rhythm, as if dancing with the rainy night. The scattered shops around him illuminated their signs, and the shadows of trees swayed on the damp pavement. He continued down the street, allowing the rain to blur the edges of his vision, feeling an unusual sense of emptiness and release within. The rain fell diagonally across his face, bringing a chill of the night, yet it did not diminish the melody in his ears. In the cold, rainy night, I stand beside you, hoping you will know that my heart has changed since the beginning. After crossing an intersection and rounding a corner at a bus stop, the song in his headphones looped repeatedly. He seemed oblivious, simply moving forward, letting the scenery behind him fade away, just as he wished to leave those memories behind. Time slipped away, and gradually the rain lessened until only a few drops remained. Ding! The rain has stopped, ending the scene prematurely. A total of 64,981 steps have been taken, yielding a withdrawable amount of 519,848 yuan, which has been automatically transferred to your linked account. The weather had been generous. The rain lasted for 2.5 hours. At this moment, Chen Mo paused to check his account balance. 254 yuan. Finally, a millionaire. He found a secluded corner to stow away the exoskeleton into the system space. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he discerned the direction and slowly headed back to the convenience store. Upon reaching his car, he took out a wet wipe to clean off the sweat. Just as he heard music and advertisements emanating from a nearby dessert stand. We welcome you. The new flavor McFlurry is half price for the second cup. What are you waiting for? Come and taste it. Chen Mo had heard this earlier, and now, feeling parched after his run, he was tempted to buy a serving. He found a chair outside and settled down. This street faced the entrance of a university, even though it was already 9 in the evening. It being the weekend meant that a few university students still lingered about. Chen Mo sat at the entrance, enjoying the dessert spoonful by spoonful while casually watching the vibrant youth around him, feeling quite content. Just then, a figure approached. It was a seemingly fragile girl, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, carrying a faded canvas bag over her shoulder. Chen Mo noted her slight frame, estimating she weighed no more than 100 pounds, looking as though she might topple over with the slightest breeze. As she passed by him, her steps faltered, and without a word, she collapsed into his arms. There's no wind right now. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He considered himself quite handsome, but in broad daylight, or rather, in the absence of daylight, on this street, was it normal for a girl to throw herself into his embrace without any introduction? Had the younger generation become this bold? Chapter 43, A Sight to Behold. Instinctively, Chen Mo reached out to support her, feeling her weight was as light as a feather. In the warm glow of the dessert stand, he took a closer look at the girl. Her features were delicate, her willow-like eyebrows arched gently, and her eyes, slightly drooping at the corners, exuded a soft beauty. Her petite nose bore a fragile curve, and her lips were thin, devoid of color at that moment. With a few strands of hair dampened by sweat clinging to her pale, almost translucent cheeks, her jawline was so sharp it seemed it could snap, and she radiated a frailness that made her resemble a wilting flower. However, this was not the time to ponder such things. As soon as he steadied her, her eyelids fluttered, and she became completely unresponsive, her body going limp as she fainted. Oh no, what the hell? Chen Mo glanced back at the dessert stand's female employee, saying, "Did you see that? I didn't do anything." Oh dear. The employee leaned out, startled by the sight. What happened to this girl? With that complexion? It looks like she might be suffering from low blood sugar. We need to get her something sweet. Yes, sweet. He glanced at the empty ice cream cup in his hand and quickly called out to the employee, "The second cup is half price, right? Hurry and get me another." The employee swiftly handed over a new McFlurry, and Chen Mo hurriedly scooped some and brought it to the girl's lips. "Come on, sweetie." The icy, sweet mixture slid down her throat as he fed her several spoonfuls, but seeing her still unresponsive made him frown deeper. Why isn't she reacting? This could be serious. We need to call an ambulance. The employee urged, "We can't afford to wait. Low blood sugar is no joke. I'll take her to the hospital." "It's only a 10-minute drive," he replied urgently. Chen Mo effortlessly lifted the girl, as light as a feather, her head resting softly against his shoulder. As he walked, he casually remarked, "Make sure to vouch for me if anything goes awry." "Oh, don't worry, there are cameras everywhere," she replied. Chen Mo hastened to the car, opening the back door to gently place her inside. He rummaged through her faded canvas bag and retrieved a small, hard-covered notebook, discovering her identity card within. The girl in the photograph possessed delicate features, her expression livelier than in her current state. Her name was Shun Jiwei. With one hand on the steering wheel, the car sped towards the hospital when his phone rang, an incoming call from Zhou Yechuan. "Bro, I need to tell you something." Zhou's voice came through. Chen Mo interrupted. No time. I'm currently in the midst of a heroic rescue. I'll call you back later." He promptly hung up and refocused on the road. On the other end, Zhou Yechuan stood there, mouth agape, muttering to the now silent phone, "What beauty are you saving?" Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Mo rushed Shun Jiwei to the emergency room, colliding with a nurse. "Quick, we need assistance," he exclaimed. The nurse quickly summoned her colleagues, and together they helped Shen Jiwei into the examination room, bringing a bed for her to lie down. Chen Mo stood by, watching as the doctor checked her, measuring blood pressure, listening to her heartbeat, and testing her blood sugar, tending to her for quite some time. It was indeed a case of hypoglycemia, rather severe. The doctor straightened up and turned to Chen Mo. "Did she consume anything prior?" "A half cup of McFlurry," Chen Mo replied. "That's fine. The sugar will gradually be absorbed, and she'll recover," the doctor noted while jotting down notes. "However, it appears to be more than just low blood sugar. She is also somewhat malnourished, likely due to insufficient meals. Let her rest for a while, and we'll administer some fluids to replenish her energy. After a few hours, she should be fine." Chen Mo nodded, feeling relieved. At that moment, the doctor said, "All right. The family member can step outside to settle the fees." Chen Mo pondered for a moment, realizing that explaining would be futile, and said nothing more. He glanced at the payment slip, which amounted to less than 100 yuan. After completing the payment, he returned to the quiet infusion room. Shen Jiwei had just awakened, her light brown eyes scanning the sterile white walls and floor drip, slowly realizing she was in a hospital. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and appeared momentarily startled upon seeing Chen Mo, her gaze shy. Chen Mo pulled up a chair beside her bed, smiling as he asked, "So, how are you feeling? Any better?" Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, tinged with the hoarseness of sleep. May I ask, were you the one who brought me here?" "Thank you." Her gaze fell on the needle in her hand, then shifted to the payment slip still in Chen Mo's grasp, softly adding, "I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses as soon as possible." "Hey." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "Saving a life is trivial for me, a mere trifle, a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning." Observing her still pale face, he restrained his idle chatter, unable to resist asking further. "Do you often find yourself in such situations?" Shen Jiwei tightened her grip on the blanket, pausing for a few moments before softly admitting, "Yes, it's an old issue. Perhaps I haven't been eating properly lately." "You can't lose weight like this," Chen Mo advised. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "It's not about losing weight. I'm working part-time. I just left my job and was heading back to school when even if you're working part-time, you shouldn't skip meals," Chen Mo said. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she hesitated, summoning courage to continue. "It's just my grandmother and me at home. She is ill, though not severely. But the medication is expensive. I want to save more just in case." Listening to her, Chen Mo felt a deeper sense of unease. Earlier, he had perceived her as fragile, yet now he understood the heavy burden concealed beneath her seemingly delicate exterior. He sighed, his tone softening inadvertently. "Your health is paramount. If you collapse, how will you care for your grandmother? How will you continue your studies?" Shen Jiwei lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, softly affirming, "Thank you truly. If it weren't for you today, don't mention it." Chen Mo interrupted, pointing at the floor drip. "Just focus on your treatment. Once you finish, I'll give you a ride home." Noticing her spirits had lifted somewhat, he stood up, saying, "I'll go buy some things. Stay here and don't wander off." Before long, Chen Mo returned with a bulging plastic bag filled with bread, beef jerky, hot dogs, meat floss cakes, along with several boxes of milk and chocolates. Nearly occupying half the small table beside her bed, he tore open a packet of sandwich bread and insistently shoved it into Shen Jiwei's hands. "Eat." She looked momentarily taken aback, about to protest, but Chen Mo frowned. "No arguments. Eat quickly, or I'll get angry." His tone brooked no dissent, yet his eyes held no malice. Shen Jiwei felt her initial hesitation dissipate under his assertive words, and she lowered her head, taking small bites of the bread. Chen Mo unwrapped a stick of beef jerky, chewing slowly, and once she finished a piece of bread, he handed her a box of milk. "Drink." "Okay." Shen Jiwei replied softly, accepting the milk and taking small sips. Chen Mo watched her obedient demeanor with satisfaction, deciding not to interfere further as he aimlessly paced. Shen Jiwei discreetly raised her eyes to observe Chen Mo, who stood by the window lost in thought. His profile appeared particularly gentle under the warm light, and she silently awarded him a good person card in her heart. After she finished the milk, Chen Mo nudged the large bag of snacks closer to her. "You can take these home with you and enjoy them later." Shen Jiwei quickly declined. "That is too extravagant." Chen Mo's tone remained firm. "I have a penchant for buying snacks. I buy them but don't eat them. If you don't take them, I'll have to throw them away." The reasoning was rather flimsy, and Shen Jiwei saw through it, understanding he was merely using it as an excuse to help her. A wave of warmth mixed with a tinge of bitterness washed over her, and she could not hold back her tears, which quietly streamed down her cheeks. Just as Chen Mo was about to return Zhou Yechuan's call, he caught a glimpse of her shoulders trembling slightly, and looked up. "Hey, don't cry." He fumbled to find a tissue. Seeing his flustered state, Shen Jiwei quickly raised her hand to wipe away her tears, whispering, I'm fine. It's just thank you. Chen Mo replied sincerely, you're welcome. He then feigned a stern expression to tease her, but don't you dare be overly polite, or I'll get angry. Shen Jiwei found his mock annoyance amusing, softly inquiring, I still don't know your name? Chen Mo, but you can also call me handsome guy. Shen Jiwei picked up her old-fashioned phone and said earnestly, then, handsome guy, shall we add each other as friends? I'll return the money, why do you keep bringing up money? Chen Mo interjected, we can be friends, but I want to accept any payment. Or I'll get angry again. Is that your catchphrase? She blinked, curiously asking. It wasn't tea before, but it might be in the future, depending on your behavior. With that, they exchanged contact information. Chen Mo turned back to the window to return Zhou Yechuan's call. As soon as the call connected, Zhou's teasing voice came through. So what is up, hero? Have you saved the beauty? Pretty much, Chen Mo responded, then curiously asked. What was it you wanted to say earlier? Oh, it's just that mess you left behind. What mess? Hurry up and spill it. Chen Mo urged, eager to know. Lu Qing got dumped by that guy. Upon hearing the news, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Huh? What a delightful turn of events. How did you come by this information? After a brief pause, he continued, you blocked her and changed your number. How could she possibly find you, let alone me? On the other end, Zhou Yechuan sighed. Did you happen to flaunt yourself in front of her previously? Now that she's been jilted, she seems to have remembered you. Incessantly pestering me about your whereabouts. You didn't divulge my location to her, did you? Chen Mo retorted, a hint of indignation in his tone. That question is an affront to our camaraderie. Our silence must be steadfast. Zhou Yechuan shifted the conversation. However, this woman has taken to loitering in my supermarket daily, sitting there for hours on end. No matter how I try to dissuade her, she simply won't budge. I'm at my wit's end. You ought to come by tomorrow and clear this mess up. Understood, Chen Mo replied, furrowing his brow. He was well aware of Lu Qing's stubborn nature, often as obstinate as a mule. The trials of daily life. He raised the phone to glance at Shen Jiwei, then added, do not hang up just yet. I have something to discuss with you. Stepping quietly out into the corridor, he lowered his voice and inquired, Chuanzi. I recall your family has a small supermarket near the university town, correct? Indeed, Zhou Yechuan answered. What of it? Do you happen to need a cashier? Chen Mo asked. We're not short-staffed. The store isn't large, and one person is sufficient to oversee it. That won't do. You must be in need, Chen Mo insisted, his tone brooking no argument. The beauty I rescued tonight is not only striking, but also quite unfortunate. He conveyed Shen Jiwei's predicament to Zhou Yechuan, who pondered the situation. But I'm at a loss. There are countless individuals struggling in this world. I can't simply hire everyone. How about this? Chen Mo interjected. I'll cover her salary. Just let her assist with some menial tasks at your store. Let us start with 6,000 a month as a charitable act. Charitable act, you say? You have a unique way of framing your financial pursuits, akin to a gallant hero rescuing a damsel in distress. You're clearly smitten, Zhou Yechuan teased. What of it? Have you not seen her poise and grace, reminiscent of the fair Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber? And given her background, my protective instincts are flaring up. Chen Mo retorted. All right, enough of your rambling. Let her come aboard. Splendid. I shall bring her by tomorrow, and you can feign an interview. Chen Mo said cheerfully before hanging up. Upon returning to the hospital room, Chen Mo casually remarked, while I was helping you with your registration, I noticed your ID. You're a senior this year, correct? Shen Jiwei softly responded with a timid With graduation imminent, relying solely on part-time jobs isn't sustainable. Have you considered your career path? Not yet. I submitted a few resumes, but haven't received any responses, she murmured. Well, as fate would have it. That was my friend on the phone. He owns a supermarket and is looking for a cashier. The salary is 6,000 a month. Would you be interested? Shen Jiwei's eyes sparkled at the proposition. Previously, she earned just over 100 a day from her part-time jobs. So this opportunity was not only significantly better paid, but also stable. She quickly exclaimed, I would love to. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. She had previously worked as a cashier, and such a salary seemed improbable unless it was a high-end establishment. While it might entail more effort, it was undoubtedly a promising opportunity, prompting her to nod in agreement. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. Then it settled. I'll take you to the supermarket tomorrow. If it suits you, you can start working. If something better comes along later, you can always switch jobs. Shen Jiwei expressed her gratitude, and Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, ending the conversation. As the four-drip neared completion, a nurse entered, removed the needle, and offered a few words of advice before departing. Chen Mo stepped forward to assist Shen Jiwei, who shyly attempted to evade his help but staggered slightly, struggling to maintain her balance. Don't be stubborn. I carried you here when you were unconscious. You shouldn't be shy now, he chided gently, one hand clutching a bag of snacks while the other supported her as they made their way outside. Her cheeks flushed at his words. Upon reaching the parking lot, she gazed at Chen Mo's obviously expensive car, realizing he was indeed well off. However, she resolved to find a way to repay this kindness gradually. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the school's entrance. The security guard, recognizing the Bentley, waved them through without question or registration. Shen Jue directed Chen Mo to the girls' dormitory, and upon halting the vehicle, he glanced at the dorm entrance. "I can't accompany you upstairs. Shall I call your roommate to come down?" Shen Jue hesitated. Her relationship with her roommates had always been rather distant. It wasn't due to anything in particular, but rather her family's financial struggles, which made it difficult for her to integrate into their circle. Her dormitory housed 4 girls, all from relatively ordinary backgrounds, yet they were undoubtedly better off than Shen Jue. Occasionally, her roommates would suggest they split costs for snacks, dine at affordable hot pot restaurants, or catch a movie together. But upon noticing her instant noodles on the table or recalling her reluctance to buy bubble tea, they would swallow their words. They had privately remarked that she seemed a bit aloof, unaware that her financial constraints rendered her reticent. At that moment, Shen Jue's legs felt weak. Forcing herself to ascend the stairs might lead to another fall. After much deliberation, she finally opened a chat with Li Ming and typed, "Mengjia, I'm downstairs at the dorm. Feeling a bit unwell. Could you come down to get me?" Meanwhile, in the third-floor dormitory, Li Ming was trying on a new lipstick in front of the mirror when she received the message. "Jiwei's downstairs and feeling unwell," she exclaimed. Lin Weiwei rushed to the window, catching sight of the Bentley parked below. "What's with that car?" she asked, astonished. Zhao Yu also looked up from her book. Following their gaze, Li Ming stood up, suggesting, "Let us go down and find out." The trio hurried down the stairs in their slippers. Outside, Chen Mo was helping Shen Jue out of the car. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she wobbled, and he quickly wrapped his arm around her waist. Shen Jue's cheeks burned. Instinctively, she wanted to pull away, but he pressed her arm gently. "Stay still. If you fall, we'll have to return to the hospital." She lowered her head, whispering, "You don't need to trouble yourself tomorrow. I can find my way there." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, half serious and half teasing. "I told you I'd take you. If you resist, I might just carry you to the supermarket myself. Do you believe I'd do that?" Fearing he might indeed follow through, she shrank back slightly, conceding, "All right, I won't argue." Just then, Li Ming and her friends approached, their eyes flitting between the Bentley emblem and Chen Mo's face. Li Ming was the first to speak, curiosity evident in her tone. "And who might you be?" Chen Mo released his hold on Shen Jue and straightened up to explain, "Hello, I found her fainting near the school and brought her to the hospital." Lin Weiwei's expression was filled with concern as she grasped Shen Jue's other arm. "Jue, are you all right? How did you faint?" "I think it's just low blood sugar," Shen Jue replied softly. Zhao Yu remained quiet, gently smoothing Shen Jue's hair, which had been tousled by the wind, and said softly, "Let us get you upstairs quickly." Li Ming beamed. "Thank you so much, handsome." Chen Mo smiled in response. "How did you come to know my nickname?" Li Ming laughed at his humor. Then her thoughts shifted. "Hey, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known Jue was in trouble. May I have your contact information? We'd love to treat you to a meal sometime." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's merely a trifling matter. She has just finished her infusion and needs ample rest. I shall take my leave now." After saying this, he turned to Shen Jue and added, "Let us connect tomorrow." As they watched the Bentley glide away, the trio supported Shen Jue upstairs. Upon entering the dormitory and placing her gently onto the bed, they could no longer contain their curiosity and began to gossip fervently. "Quick, tell us what happened." Lin Weiwei was the first to inquire. Li Ming leaned in as well, saying, "I noticed he seems quite invested in you. Not only did he take you to the hospital, but he also escorted you back downstairs. Surely, it's not just a casual act, right? And what's this about contacting you tomorrow? What do you plan to do?" Zhao Yu handed over a cup of warm water, her eyes sparkling with intrigue despite her silence. Shen Jue cradled the cup, lowered her head, and softly replied, "It was truly a chance encounter. He mentioned he could help me find a job and will take me for an interview tomorrow." "A job?" Lin Weiwei's eyes brightened further. "Is it one introduced by the Bentley owner? What kind of job is it?" "It's a supermarket run by one of his friends, looking for cashiers," Shen Jue explained. Li Ming, intrigued, asked the cashier, "Given his wealth, even a friend's supermarket must be quite upscale." "I'm not entirely sure," Shen Jue responded quietly. The others bombarded her with questions, and as she shared the details, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The roommates were utterly captivated by the unfolding drama akin to a romantic drama. Meanwhile, Chen Mo drove back to the central tower. After being delayed by the incident with Shen Jue, the time had already surpassed 10 in the evening. Upon returning home, he found the living room empty, save for a lamp left on by the 2 women at the entrance. Hearing some noise, Su Qian emerged from her room, cradling a small dog. "Still awake?" Chen Mo, in the midst of changing his shoes, casually asked, "Where's Lin Yu?" She mentioned she needed to go to the company early for training. "She's already asleep." "What have you been busy with?" Su Qian's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Ever since they viewed the house a couple of days ago, they hadn't had a proper moment alone. Just out earning some money. A single outing can net me several $100,000, Chen Mo replied, shedding his coat as he settled onto the sofa. Su Qian placed the dog on the floor to entertain itself and moved beside Chen Mo, leaning into his embrace and gazing into his eyes affectionately. Brother Mo, do you like me? Of course I do. Why the sudden question? And do you like Yaya? Caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry, Chen Mo hesitated before responding. I quite like her. Do you prefer me more, or her? Su Qian continued, her eyes filled with a lingering sadness. Chen Mo chuckled. Of course, it's you. He mused that the answer depended on who was asking. Then why did you let Yaya work at your company? Clearly, you like her more. Chen Mo sighed. It was merely a coincidence. The company happened to be hiring a streamer, and she was available. Everyone thought it was a good match, so we decided to give it a try. Su Qian was relentless. Humph, I don't believe you. At a loss for words, Chen Mo opted for silence and sealed her lips with his own. How annoying. Su Qian playfully punched Chen Mo's chest with her tiny fist. Moments later, she felt dazed from the kiss, observing the charming girl in his arms. Chen Mo resolved to make it up to her. I recall you have a driver's license, correct? Su Qian gently nodded, looking up at him, puzzled by the sudden inquiry. Then I shall buy you a car, so you won't have to cram into the subway every day for work. Really? Su Qian's eyes widened with excitement. Her previous melancholy instantly dispelled. Of course. What type do you prefer? I'm not particularly knowledgeable about cars. I do like something compact. I saw one on the street before. Su Qian described it simply, and Chen Mo nodded, recognizing it as a Mini from BMW. Indeed, a model favored by young women. The car was reasonably priced, around $200,000 for a new one, which was trivial for him now. But he was disinclined to engage with salespeople at a dealership. Instead, Chen Mo opened Chao Jun's social media to check for any nearly new cars. After a brief search yielded no results, he decided to call directly. Chao Jun had just fallen asleep while holding his dog when the phone rang, rousing him with a hint of annoyance. Yet, upon seeing it was Chen Mo calling, his demeanor brightened instantly, knowing that Chen Mo was likely looking to purchase a vehicle. Hello, Boss Chen. Are you looking to change cars again? Chao Jun answered swiftly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. It's for my girlfriend. Do you have any nearly new BMW Minis? Hearing that it was for his girlfriend, Su Qian's lips curved into a smile, nuzzling against him. Absolutely. Just a moment. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Chao Jun's smile remained unchanged as he swiftly navigated his phone contacts to find Manager Li's number. Calling him without delay. Hey Li, are you awake? I have a loyal customer urgently seeking a nearly new BMW Mini. Do you have any available in stock? The condition must be impeccable, preferably one that hasn't been heavily used. On the other end, Manager Li acknowledged and promised to check. Chao Jun didn't hang up. And within a minute, he heard back from Li. Fortuitously, we have a nearly new car from last month, a 15T Cooper, white exterior with black and red interior. And it's only run a little over 1,000 kilometers without any damage. Perfect. Chao Jun exclaimed, excitement palpable in his voice. That's the one. Please send me detailed photos, the configuration list, and the maintenance records so I can confirm with my client. As for the price, let us stick to our usual arrangement. And I'll treat you to drinks later. After concluding the call with Manager Li, Chao Jun promptly messaged Chen Mo, Boss Chen. Just confirmed with the dealership. There is a particularly suitable, nearly new car available. I'll send you the images and details now. If you don't have any specific preferences regarding color, this one is quite fitting. I'm familiar with the dealership and can vouch for the car's condition. He then forwarded the information from Manager Li and added, to be straightforward, this car is priced at $200,000. What do you think? Within 2 minutes, Chen Mo sent over a deposit of $10,000 with a note. That's the one. Wow, that's the spirit. Chao Jun rejoiced at the notification, eagerly responding, received. Whenever you're ready to pick up the car, just let me know, and I'll fetch you. Chen Mo replied, I have something on tomorrow. You can take my girlfriend. Absolutely, no problem. I'll ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Chao Jun quickly affirmed, hanging up the phone while humming a little tune. Feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, Chen Mo set his phone down and turned to Su Qian, who was smiling at the chat history, her eyes sparkling with joy. Are you satisfied? Chen Mo teased, pinching her cheek. Su Qian nodded vigorously, her eyes twinkling. Yes. Chen Mo, with a playful grin, teased further. Then shouldn't you show your appreciation? Su Qian's cheeks flushed, and she glanced around, whispering, here? Right here? Chen Mo chuckled softly, not responding verbally, but instead took her hand, and together they stood up quietly, making their way to his room. Before long, Lin Yu awoke, needing to use the restroom. Since the guest room lacked an en-suite bathroom, she donned a jacket and stepped into the hallway. As she approached Chen Mo's room, she could vaguely hear sounds emanating from within. Pausing, she returned from the restroom. And upon hearing the noises still persisting, She chose to retreat to her own room, shutting the door behind her and pretending she hadn't heard a thing. An hour later, Su Qian blushed as she tidied her clothes and emerged from Chen Mo's room. Her steps light, yet tinged with a hint of shyness as she returned to her own quarters. After closing the door, her cheeks continued to radiate warmth. The following morning, shortly after 9, Lin Yu tiptoed to Chen Mo's door and knocked gently. "Brother Mo, I've ordered pot stickers, soup dumplings, and congee. Would you like to join me?" The door swung open to reveal Chen Mo clad in pajamas, standing at the threshold, while the adjacent door simultaneously opened, and Su Qian emerged, rubbing her eyes. The trio gathered around the dining table, and an atmosphere of subtle tension enveloped them. Lin Yu's gaze flitted playfully between Chen Mo and Su Qian, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. When Su Qian's eyes met Chen Mo's, her face flushed anew, and she lowered her head, delicately sipping her congee. Chen Mo, on the other hand, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, shoving pot stickers into his mouth with gusto. Midway through the meal, Lin Yu glanced at the time and inquired, "Brother Mo, shall we head to the company together?" Without lifting his gaze, Chen Mo, still chewing, replied, "You go ahead. I need to take care of some matters first. I'll join you later." Su Qian's heart raced at this, secretly drumming with anticipation. With Lin Yu's departure, it would be just the two of them at home, and the thought sent warmth flooding to her ears. Lin Yu observed the entire exchange, thinking to herself how fit Brother Mo was. She grabbed her bag and stood up. "Then I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal." With that, she opened the door and stepped out. After finishing breakfast, Su Qian rose to clear the table. Chen Mo approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her gently, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice laced with a lazy amusement. "Don't bother cleaning up. Let's do some morning exercises first, a little post-meal workout." Half an hour later, the pair showered together. Chen Mo emerged, invigorated and wrapped in a towel, and said to Su Qian, who was drying her hair, "I'll contact Chao Jun shortly to have him pick you up for your car. Since it's the weekend, it's the perfect time to bring it back." Su Qian nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Before long, Chao Jun's call came through, announcing his arrival downstairs. Once Su Qian changed her clothes and stepped outside, Chen Mo donned his exoskeleton and hopped onto the treadmill. Over an hour later, the system's notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations. The host has accumulated 1.5 million steps. The following rewards are available for selection. 1 scene card, campus track card, run on a standard university track or playground. Earning 5 yuan per step, limited to 2 hours. 2 spend 200,000 steps to upgrade the step plunder skill, allowing for remote plundering of target steps with just 1 minute of contact for permanent binding." With the steps accumulated, there were indeed choices to be made. Chen Mo's eyes were drawn to the second option, yet he realized his current step count was insufficient. He had only reached 150,000 after running for just an hour. "System, I'll run a bit more before making a selection." Chapter 47, Cafeteria Feeding. Chen Mo continued running for another 2 hours, bringing his step count to 200,000. He halted and declared, "System, upgrade my skill." Ding. Step count reset, skill upgrade successful. Please bind to a remote plundering target as soon as possible. Binding required 1 minute of contact, and Chen Mo recalled that today was Yang Hongyu's workday, yet he pondered if a 1-minute shoulder tap would appear too conspicuous. He needed an excuse, otherwise he could be accused of workplace harassment. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already noon when a call came in from Zhou Yechuan. The voice on the other end was low and tinged with urgency. "Mosey, that woman is back again. When are you coming over? It looks like it's going to be another long day. Her chatter is driving me insane." Amused by Zhou's lamentations, Chen Mo chuckled. "What's the rush? I'll come over after lunch. I'll bring that girl along for you to meet. She ought to know who her superior is. Make it quick." After hanging up, Chen Mo sent a message to Shen Jiwei. "I'm coming to pick you up." A brief okay was the prompt reply. Considering for a moment, he dialed her number. Shen Jiwei, sitting on her dorm bed, had been anxiously awaiting his message since morning, as it was a weekend with no classes. When she saw the incoming call, she took a deep breath and answered softly, "Hello?" Her 3 dorm mates perked up their ears, casting eager glances her way. Chen Mo's voice came through the receiver. "Have you had a good lunch today?" Shen Jiwei honestly replied, "I had some snacks you bought this morning." "And what about lunch? Planning to munch on snacks again?" His tone brooked no argument. "I've heard your school cafeteria is quite good. I haven't eaten yet, so let us go grab a bite together." Shen Jiwei instinctively wanted to decline, but remembered his assertiveness, fearing his displeasure, and ultimately complied, saying, "All right." After hanging up, the dorm erupted in excitement. Li Meng was the first to approach. "Jiwei, is he taking you to the cafeteria for lunch?" Shen Jiwei nodded, feeling a bit shy. "Yes, he said he hasn't eaten." "We haven't eaten either." Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up as she grabbed Zhao Yu's arm. "Why don't we all go together?" Li Meng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. More people means more fun. Shen Jiwei, unable to resist their enthusiasm, reluctantly acquiesced. Moments later, Chen Mo's car stopped outside the dormitory. Shen Jiwei and her 3 roommates were already waiting downstairs. When they saw Chen Mo step out of the car, Li Ming rushed forward. "Handsome, I heard you're going to our school's cafeteria for lunch. We haven't eaten yet. Can we join?" Lin Weiwei chimed in, "Yes. We're familiar with the cafeteria and can recommend the best dishes." Shen Jiwei stood to the side, her hands clasped before her, softly explaining. They insisted on asking. Chen Mo chuckled and waved his hand. "No problem, let us all go together." The car drove directly to the cafeteria. While on the way, the 3 girls excitedly introduced various delectable options available there. It was peak dining hour, and although the Bentley wasn't overly ostentatious, it still drew attention upon parking. As Chen Mo exited the vehicle, a hush fell over the crowd for a few seconds, with many eyes turning towards him, filled with curiosity, surprise, and, more prominently, an unmistakable envy. When Shen Jiwei and her roommate stepped out, their cheeks flushed, especially Li Ming, who straightened her back, striding towards the cafeteria with a touch of pride. Upon entering, the mingling aromas of diverse dishes filled the air, accompanied by the lively chatter of patrons. Chen Mo scanned the scene. The array of dishes at the counters was dazzling, from home-style cooking to specialty snacks, all enticingly fragrant, igniting his appetite. At that moment, Li Ming, Lin Weiwei, and Zhao Yu scattered eagerly, each heading for their preferred food stalls. Chen Mo turned to Shen Jiwei, who remained stationary, and smiled. "What would you like to eat?" Shen Jiwei's gaze traversed the various stalls before she gravitated towards her usual fast food spot, ordering a simple tomato and scrambled egg rice bowl for just a few yuan. A modest portion. Observing the plate in her hands, Chen Mo remained silent, turning to order a generous serving of pig trotter rice, fried chicken, and 2 hot dishes from the stir-fry section, filling his tray to the brim. By then, Li Ming and the others had secured a table and waved them over. This way, this way." As they sat down together, Li Ming looked at the mountain of food before Chen Mo, her eyes widening. "Handsome, did you order too much? Can you finish all this?" Lin Weiwei and Zhao Yu nodded in agreement, clearly feeling that the quantities were indeed exaggerated. Chen Mo picked up his chopsticks and chuckled. "This is all thanks to your recommendations earlier. Everything looks so appetizing. I just wanted to try a bit of everything. Let's share and enjoy together. No need to be polite." Saying this, he picked up a glistening piece of braised pork and placed it directly into Shen Jiwei's bowl. "Eat." Shen Jiwei stared at the suddenly added pork in her bowl, momentarily taken aback, then looked up at Chen Mo. "No need for words, you're still growing." Chen Mo interjected, adding a piece of fried chicken to her bowl. Li Ming, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh and teased. "The handsome guy is taking such good care of Jiwei. We're all envious." She then exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Weiwei and Zhao Yu. Lin Weiwei joined in the laughter. "Indeed, Jiwei's treatment is something we don't have." Shen Jiwei felt even more embarrassed, burying her head in her bowl, taking small bites of rice, her chopsticks poking at the shiny piece of braised pork. The rich aroma of meat mingling with the sauce tantalizing her senses. She cautiously glanced at Chen Mo, seeing him laughing and chatting with Li Ming, only then daring to carefully bring the piece of meat to her mouth. The tender skin melted between her teeth, the marbled fat and lean meat enveloped and savory. Sweet sauce made her taste buds quiver with delight. How long had it been since she had savored such hearty meat? She couldn't even recall. Ever since her grandmother fell ill last year, every penny had to be tightly held for medicine. She would hesitate for a long time even to buy a meat bun, let alone indulge in such rich braised pork or crispy fried chicken. Gradually, the dishes in her bowl piled up like a small mountain, with Chen Mo occasionally adding more. She kept her head down, burying her face near the rim of the bowl, afraid someone might notice her slightly reddened eyes, her heart warmed by the care she received. She secretly thought to herself, Chen Mo is truly a wonderful person. It wasn't a deliberate act of charity, nor was it a patronizing concern. It was simply like this moment, joyfully gathered together, sharing good food with her, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. By the end of the meal, her stomach felt pleasantly full, a long-lost sense of satisfaction that made her feel a bit shy, yet concealed a hint of secret joy. She discreetly touched her belly, quickly retracting her hand, fearing someone might see, but her lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. To be cared for and remembered like this felt so wonderfully comforting. Chapter 48. Unfinished Business with Old Flames. Chen Mo watched Shen Jiwei eat contentedly, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips, not for any particular reason, but simply because he was kind-hearted. He had a soft spot for delicate beings, particularly unable to bear the sight of girls suffering, especially beautiful ones. After the meal, Chen Mo bid farewell to Li Ming and the others, driving Shen Jiwei toward Zhou Yechuan's supermarket. The traffic was light, and as he gripped the steering wheel, he mentally rehearsed the upcoming scenes several times. He wondered what antics Lu Qing might pull next. Glancing sideways at Shun Jiwei, who sat quietly beside him, he planned to employ his previous tactic. Jiwei, Chen Mo began. The person we're going to meet is Zhou Yechuan, your future boss. However, there's a small predicament, and I need your help. What is it? She asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. I need you to play along with me. Shun Jiwei blinked in surprise, a flicker of nervousness and panic crossing her features as she stammered. I can't act. No worries, you won't need to say anything. Just stand beside me. Chen Mo explained simply. There's a woman at the store who is my ex, and she has been quite persistent. Just pretend to be my girlfriend when I mention you. A nod will suffice. It's not too difficult, is it? After hearing this, Shun Jiwei's cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. The thought of pretending to be someone else's girlfriend, especially in such an awkward situation, was incredibly embarrassing. But she reconsidered. Chen Mo had helped her, and after treating her to such a lavish meal, she felt she ought to repay the kindness. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a few seconds before finally giving a gentle nod, her voice barely above a whisper. Okay. Chen Mo, seeing her acceptance, smiled and said, once this is over, I'll treat you to bubble tea. Shun Jiwei remained silent, merely turning her head slightly towards the window, watching the passing scenery as her heart raced, feeling a slight sweat forming in her palms. At the supermarket counter, Lu Qing was chatting casually with Zhou Yechuan, who barely lifted his eyelids, clearly indifferent. She paid no mind, continuing with her monologue until her peripheral vision caught sight of a Bentley stopping at the entrance. Initially unconcerned, her heart raced when she saw Chen Mo step out of the car, causing her to spring up with an eager smile. Compared to the last time he arrived in a Porsche, this spectacle undoubtedly made her heart race even more. Over the past few days, she had been subtly coaxing Zhou Yechuan and had managed to glean some information. Chen Mo was genuinely thriving, making money in business. No longer the impoverished boy she once had in her grasp. Remembering how she had been rejected by Xin Chuan just days prior, she felt a surge of indignation. Why should she have to endure such humiliation? She had supported him, cheered him up, only to be discarded with a mere fleeting phrase? Frustration aside, she didn't even have the courage to confront him, knowing all too well that someone like Xin Chuan would only make things more difficult once he grew tired. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, but as she returned her gaze to Chen Mo, that frustration suddenly shifted. She didn't believe she had done anything wrong by breaking up with Chen Mo. If anything, the blame lay with him. He had been secretly running a business but never mentioned a word to her. Had she known he could earn this much, she would never have turned to someone like Xin Chuan. With this thought, she felt a sense of justification rising within her. After all, she and Chen Mo had shared 4 years of history. She knew his soft-hearted nature all too well. If she lowered her pride and acted a little spoiled, shedding a few tears, he would always relent and forgive her. Just as Lu Qing was about to greet him, she noticed Chen Mo walking around to the passenger side, helping a girl out of the car. Lu Qing's smile froze on her face, and her excitement dimmed significantly. Her carefully prepared sweet words suddenly lodged in her throat. However, remembering the 2 girls who had been around Chen Mo before, she pieced together that he had likely brought this girl along to provoke her, especially considering their overly dramatic performance that night. Lu Qing clenched her fists, her tumultuous thoughts settling as she forced a familiar smile back onto her face. As Chen Mo entered the store with the girl, Lu Qing got a clearer look at her, dressed simply, her straight hair casually falling behind her. Standing quietly beside Chen Mo, exuding a shy demeanor, Zhou Yechuan, lounging in his chair, saw Chen Mo enter and immediately perked up, spitting out a sunflower seed shell. Finally, you're here. If you hadn't come, my ears would have been worn down from all the nagging. Lu Qing didn't respond, her gaze flitting between Shun Jiwei and Chen Mo. Chen Mo, who is this? Chen Mo gently rested his hand on Shun Jiwei's shoulder, speaking naturally. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. The moment Shun Jiwei felt his hand on her shoulder, her posture tensed, and her cheeks flushed again. She politely nodded to Lu Qing, whispering, hello. Chen Mo rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Why are you being so nice to her? You should be glaring at her. Shun Jiwei was taken aback, quickly attempting to widen her eyes to look at Lu Qing, but her doe-like eyes sparkled with innocence, lacking any intimidation, instead conveying a sense of earnestness. Lu Qing observed the scene before her, and a sense of confidence unexpectedly welled up within her. The awkwardness and unnaturalness of the situation mirrored the previous encounters with the 2 young women, merely a variation of the same old ruse. She became increasingly convinced that Chen Mo's elaborate charade only underscored his inability to let go of his feelings. Suddenly, she pouted, her tone dripping with feigned vulnerability. I know you've only brought someone to provoke me. She paused, casting a glance at Zhou Yechuan and the other 2 staff members who were spectating. Shall we step outside to discuss this? Chen Mo sighed, turning to Shun Jiwei. Why don't you have a chat with the prospective boss first? He shot Zhou Yechuan a knowing look. Understanding the cue, Zhou Yechuan nodded in agreement, signaling for Chen Mo to relax. The two stepped outside the supermarket, and just as they settled, Lu Qing suddenly threw her arms around Chen Mo's, tears cascading down her cheeks. I'm sorry, it was all my fault. Now I realize that I still love you the most. I've regretted my actions during this time, but I couldn't find you. Can we start over? Chen Mo shook her off with such force that Lu Qing stumbled slightly, a cold laugh escaping his lips. What are you thinking? In the past, if Chen Mo had spoken to her in such a harsh tone, Lu Qing would have erupted in anger. Yet now, having been rebuffed, she dared not show any sign of irritation. Instead, she hurriedly stepped closer, almost obsequious. Chen Mo, please don't be like this. I know you still care about me. If not, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to provoke me. Let us get back together. I promise I won't be willful anymore. As she spoke, she reached for his hand, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor, her tears flowing freely, completely abandoning her previous haughty attitude. Faced with the Bentley and Chen Mo's current stature, the remnants of her pride had been utterly crushed. Chapter 49. Quietly bound, Chen Mo regarded Lu Qing's demeanor with a sense of revulsion, retreating a step to create distance between them. His gaze held no warmth, as if he were observing an inconsequential stranger. What does it matter if it's all an act? Didn't you say your feelings had faded back at the restaurant? We've severed ties since then. Keep your regrets to yourself. Lu Qing felt a pang of anxiety at the unfamiliarity in his eyes, yet she remained undeterred, biting her lip as she choked back tears. But what about our 4 years of love? How can you just forget? For years? Chen Mo responded, as if he had heard a joke, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Did you think of those 4 years while you were cavorting with Xin Chuan? Stop pretending. You're only seeking me out now because I've become successful. His words struck Lu Qing to her core, draining the color from her face. Yet she mustered a defense. That's not true. I genuinely. Enough. Chen Mo interrupted, his gaze as frigid as ice. Don't ever show your face in front of me again, and don't bother Zhou Yechuan. If you do, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he turned and strode back into the supermarket, not casting another glance at Lu Qing. Lu Qing stood frozen in place, tears still clinging to her face. But no new ones would fall. Chen Mo's words struck her like a slap, tearing apart the last remnants of her facade. Inside the supermarket, Zhou Yechuan and Shen Jiwei had nearly concluded their conversation. I have no issues here. You can start whenever you like. The store isn't very busy. Just some restocking and occasionally helping at the cash register. Nothing difficult. Shen Jiwei nodded eagerly. Thank you. I'll do my best. Zhou Yechuan smiled, nodding toward Chen Mo. I'll keep her on board. Just let me know tomorrow when you come in, and I'll make the arrangements. Thanks, buddy. Don't mention it. By the way, how did you deal with that woman? Let us just say we've severed ties, and she shouldn't bother us anymore. Will she listen? Who knows? After hearing her nonsense, I almost wish she'd just disappear. That won't do. If she is going to go, she should do it far away from the entrance of my supermarket. With this light-hearted banter, Chen Mo's mood lifted considerably, and the two exchanged smiles. Enough of this. Chen Mo said, I have things to attend to. Let us catch up tomorrow. Zhou Yechuan waved him off, indicating he should tend to his own matters. Chen Mo then turned to Shen Jiwei, his tone markedly different from how he had addressed Lu Qing. Let us go. I'll treat you to some milk tea. Shen Jiwei appeared slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry I couldn't help earlier. Not a problem, as long as the issue is resolved. Shen Jiwei nodded, following him outside. As they passed through the entrance, she instinctively glanced outside and noticed Lu Qing had already left, allowing her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Just a short distance away, at the corner of the street, Lu Qing stood hidden behind a tree, watching as Chen Mo's car slowly drove away, her eyes still glinting with a hint of resentment. Moments later, the car halted at the roadside, and Chen Mo instructed Shen Jiwei to remain in the car while he entered the milk tea shop alone. Before long, Chen Mo emerged, carrying 2 bags full of milk tea. He handed one warm cup to Shen Jiwei. Tomorrow, it'll be the same routine. I'll pick you up and take you to work at the supermarket. Shen Jiwei held the warm milk tea, feeling its comforting warmth spread through her fingertips, softly responding. Okay, I'll drop you back to school first. Chen Mo turned back, as he had other matters to attend to in the afternoon. Shen Jiwei nodded again, lowering her head to sip the milk tea, the sweetness blooming on her tongue. At the dormitory entrance, Chen Mo handed Shen Jiwei one of the bags of milk tea. Take this up for your roommates. Shen Jiwei nodded obediently, carrying the milk tea upstairs. She thought little of it, perceiving Chen Mo's gesture as generous. However, in truth, Chen Mo's action was an attempt to maintain harmony among her roommates. The identity of the benefactor was irrelevant, as long as it stemmed from Shen Jiwei's presence. As Chen Mo exited the school gates, his phone buzzed with a message from Su Qian. Mo Gu, The car paperwork is all done. The message included a photo of her with the car, her smile radiant. He replied, "Okay, arrange your afternoon as you see fit. I'll head to the office now, and we can discuss it later." Chen Mo opened his banking app, transferring 190,000 yuan to Chao Jun, leaving him with a balance of 810,000 yuan. Upon receiving the funds, Chao Jun promptly replied with cheerful words, "President Chen, your transfer is truly swift. May fortune roll in like a tide from now on. May your days be filled with prosperity and joy." Amused, Chen Mo turned his car towards the Tiandu building, taking the elevator directly to his floor. As he exited the lift, he heard commotion from the office. Li Jing and Lin Yu were huddled over a desk, engrossed in discussions about a computer screen, folders strewn across the table, clearly busy with the preliminary preparations for a live broadcast. On the treadmill, Yang Hongyu was clad in a sports tank top, running vigorously, perspiration cascading down her face. Humming an off-key tune. "Milk tea is on the table. Help yourselves," Chen Mo announced before striding into his office. The three acknowledged him with smiles and nods, before returning to their tasks. Once inside, Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming on the desk. The core issue remained unresolved. How could he discreetly engage with Yang Hongyu for even a minute? He opened his phone, scrolling through videos in search of inspiration. And after a brief moment, an idea began to take shape. Glancing out the window, he noted it was just past 2 in the afternoon. If he ran an additional 50,000 steps, he would reach a cumulative total of 1.6 million steps, allowing him to redeem the previously unselected scene card. Thus, Chen Mo donned his exoskeleton and stepped out of his office, beginning to run on the treadmill. By 5 o'clock, he had accumulated a total of 750,000 steps over approximately 3 hours. The system this time presented but a solitary option, that being the previously encountered campus track scene card. He surmised that the next skill upgrade would likely require a staggering 2 million steps. Not long after, Yang Hongyu, wiping the sweat from her brow, burst through the door with a counter in hand, proudly exclaiming, "Boss, I've completed my run. Faster than Zhao Anren." "Quite impressive." Chen Mo offered a perfunctory response, allowing his gaze to linger on her face for a few seconds before furrowing his brow and remarking, "Your complexion appears somewhat off, doesn't it?" Yang Hongyu paused, touching her face in surprise. "Really? I feel fine. My grandfather is a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and having been exposed to it since childhood, I possess a modicum of understanding. Come, take a seat. I shall check your pulse." "Sounds good." Without a second thought, Yang Hongyu plopped down on the chair, cheerfully extending her fair wrist. Chen Mo gently placed his fingertips on her pulse, silently counting the seconds in his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds. Chapter 50, Unspoken Understanding. Before the desk, Yang Hongyu blinked and inquired, "Is it supposed to take this long?" "Shoo, no talking. I'm concentrating," Chen Mo replied, eyes closed in feigned seriousness. Although he discerned nothing, he couldn't help but note how remarkably smooth her skin was. Just as Yang Hongyu began to feel a tinge of boredom, the system's notification chimed in her mind. Ding. Successfully bound remote plundering target, Yang Hongyu. Target's total steps today, 121, 251. Successfully plundered, 24, 250 steps, automatically withdrawn for you. Only then did Chen Mo subtly withdraw his hand, a smile gracing his lips. "Your health seems quite good, though you appear a tad fatigued. Remember to drink plenty of warm water." Yang Hongyu huffed in pride. "I told you, I'm in great shape." Chen Mo took a sip of the milk tea on his desk, pondering how easily this naive girl could be deceived. "Time to clock out," he declared, rising and heading for the exit. Li Jing and Lin Yu were busy organizing documents on their desks as he approached them directly, asking, "How are we progressing on our end?" Li Jing looked up, smiling. "We're nearly there. The manufacturer just updated us. The samples will arrive first thing tomorrow morning. We can use this time to fine-tune our processes. And we should be ready to trial the broadcast the day after." Lin Yu immediately straightened up, still clutching her pen, her face displaying a mix of excitement and trepidation. "I've memorized the entire procedure, practiced how to link up, and how to respond to comments several times. But just thinking about speaking in front of the camera still makes me a bit anxious. My palms keep sweating." Chen Mo observed her nervous demeanor, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "Relax. It's perfectly normal to feel this way during your first time. Just perform as you normally would." He checked his wristwatch. "All right, let's call it a day. Everyone, let us head home together." Once inside the car, Lin Yu paused momentarily while fastening her seatbelt, glancing at Chen Mo with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Brother, last night, I think I heard some noises coming from your room?" Chen Mo's hand hesitated on the ignition, his tone adopting a playful edge. "What? Are you feeling jealous?" "Not at all." Lin Yu instantly turned her face away to gaze out the window. "I was merely asking, and besides, I already said as long as you hold me in your heart." That is sufficient. As they spoke, the car had already entered the underground parking lot of Central Ring Tower. Upon stopping, they spotted Su Qian squatting beside a shiny new white car, cheerfully applying cartoon stickers to its door. Wow, Sister Qian, this little car is adorable. Lin Yu exclaimed as she approached, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the cartoon cat stickers on the door. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, where did this car come from? Su Qian's smile widened, a hint of pride in her voice as she replied, Brother Mo bought it for me. As she spoke, she lifted the half-applied sticker in her hand, waving it at Chen Mo. Brother Mo, don't you think these stickers match the car perfectly? Aren't they lovely? Very lovely. Chen Mo responded with a chuckle, somewhat dismissively. You just know how to tease me for not having a driver's license. Lin Yu muttered under her breath, pouting in annoyance. Chen Mo found her amusing, ruffling her hair. Then you should take the test. Once you obtain your license, I'll buy you a car. And you can choose whichever one you desire. Really? Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise, excitement washing over her as she grasped Chen Mo's arm, her earlier sulk forgotten. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Let us go home. As they entered, the sky had fully darkened. Chen Mo hung his coat at the entrance and casually suggested, cooking at this hour is a bit rushed. Let us order takeout? He pulled out his phone, opening the app. Ever since he acquired some wealth, Chen Mo had developed a fondness for ordering takeout. In his earlier, more frugal days, he would meticulously ponder which restaurant offered the best discounts. But now he relished the freedom of choice, even neglecting to use coupons. He turned to Su Qian and Lin Yu. What do you two feel like eating? They exchanged glances before responding in unison, Japanese cuisine. Chen Mo chuckled and complied, his fingers swiftly scrolling through the screen, ordering a veritable feast of salmon sashimi, sea urchin sushi, grilled eel, tempura, and miso soup, the total nearing 1,000 yuan. The takeout arrived promptly, and they gathered around the dining table, basking in the warm yellow glow of the lights as they savored their meal. It was Lin Yu's first experience with sea urchin sushi, and after tentatively taking a bite, her eyes lit up. This is delicious. Su Qian favored the crispy tempura, thoroughly enjoying it with sauce, and the table was filled with light-hearted laughter and chatter. After dinner, the three of them nestled on the sofa in the living room, Su Qian playing with a small toy while Lin Yu leaned against Chen Mo's shoulder, occasionally chuckling at the variety show on TV. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened. Chen Mo turned off the television and stood up. It's getting late. Time to sleep. Once they returned to their rooms, tranquility enveloped the house. However, not long after, Su Qian quietly lifted the covers, tiptoeing barefoot to the door and gently twisting the doorknob. She peeked into Chen Mo's room, hesitating for a few seconds before preparing to step out when, with a click, Lin Yu's door swung open. Both froze, illuminated by the moonlight filtering into the living room, their eyes wide with surprise as they regarded one another. Su Qian's hand lingered on the doorknob, and they exchanged glances from a mere few steps apart, the air seemingly thickening, a faint blush creeping onto their faces. Su Qian's gaze briefly flickered to Lin Yu's alluring lace nightgown, her fingers instinctively tightening around the doorknob as she awkwardly queried, What are you doing up? Lin Yu instinctively adjusted her skirt, a hint of panic flashing across her face before she lifted her chin defiantly, her voice steady. I'm going to the bathroom. She raised an eyebrow, retorting, What about you? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Su Qian's silk nightdress, the moonlight casting soft curves, the fabric gliding like a gentle stream. I'm going for a drink, Su Qian blurted out almost reflexively, immediately feeling the weakness of her excuse as her cheeks warmed further. They exchanged a glance, neither speaking further, yet a shared understanding seemed to transpire between them. One turned to head to the bathroom, while the other proceeded directly to the kitchen. When Lin Yu exited the bathroom, she unexpectedly bumped into Su Qian returning with a glass of water. The corridor was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment before hastily averting their gazes. The unspoken thoughts in their minds had been laid bare to one another. Just as Su Qian was about to retreat to her room, Lin Yu suddenly stepped forward, gently linking her arm with Su Qian's. The girl's fingertips were slightly cool, causing Su Qian to stiffen. Lin Yu lowered her voice, casting a glance towards Chen Mo's closed door. How about we go together? Chapter 51, Daily Nourishment. Upon hearing these words, Su Qian abruptly turned her gaze towards Lin Yu, her pupils slightly constricting, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if a layer of rouge had been splashed upon her. What do you mean by that? Su Qian bit her lip. Her thoughts began to drift, and a myriad of recent memories flashed through her mind. The concert she had once thought unattainable, for Chen Mo had not hesitated at all, and the money he had provided was more than sufficient for her to carry away the joy of the entire event. The desires that danced upon her tongue were never constrained. The doors of upscale restaurants were always open to her, and the menu options were never scrutinized for their prices. Even the car parked downstairs, which she adored to her very core, would likely remain out of her reach for years to come if solely reliant on her own efforts. Moreover, Chen Mo had always been so gentle and kind towards them. These fragments of happiness enveloped her heart like warm water, gradually saturating her being. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded softly. With a click, the door swung open. The following morning, shortly after 8, Lin Yu and Su Qian set off for work. When Chen Mo awoke, his phone chimed with a message from Shun Jiwei. Mo go, when shall we set off? The message bore no emoticons, but conveyed a sense of careful anticipation. Chen Mo replied, no rush. I have a few matters to attend to first. I'll pick you up once I'm done. Just wait in the dorm. Moments later, another message from Shun Jiwei arrived, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. You don't have to trouble yourself. I can make my way there. I checked the route, and it's not too far. Chen Mo responded succinctly. Just wait obediently. On the other end, Shun Jiwei stared at the screen, her finger hovering over it for what felt like an eternity, before ultimately replying with a simple MM. Meanwhile, Chen Mo casually donned a pair of athletic shorts and began his run on the treadmill. After 2 hours and 50,000 steps, he finally halted, took a quick shower, and changed into fresh clothes. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 11. He knew that with Shun Jiwei's personality, if he informed her of his departure at this time, she would likely rush down to wait for him. Thus, he drove directly to the school and only messaged her upon arriving at the dormitory. I've arrived. Upon receiving the message, Shun Jiwei hastily stood from her chair, grabbed her pre-prepared small backpack, and hurried downstairs. Spotting Chen Mo's car, she gently opened the door and slid inside, softly greeting him with, good afternoon. Chen Mo turned to look at her and noticed her head bowed, her hands tightly gripping the straps of her backpack, prompting him to inquire, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shun Jiwei nodded. Chen Mo smiled, finding it quite delightful to treat a simple and innocent girl. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere nice. Shun Jiwei bit her lip, wanting to decline, but upon meeting Chen Mo's fierce gaze, she swallowed her words and softly responded with an MM. As Chen Mo grasped the steering wheel, he dialed Zhou Yechuan. Chuaner, I'm heading to your supermarket with Shun Jiwei. You should come too. Let's have lunch together. Sure. What are we eating? Chen Mo glanced at the passenger seat, where Shun Jiwei was gazing out the window, her delicate wrist appearing as if it could snap with a mere bend. He thought to himself that she needed to consume something high in calories to plump up this slender little pole. He tapped the steering wheel. There's a Pizza Hut near Jining Mall. Let's treat you all to some pizza. Sounds good. I'll be there. Once he hung up, Shun Jiwei timidly asked, Mo go, am I bothering Boss Zhou too much? Bothering him? Treating him to a meal is a courtesy. Shun Mo replied, pressing down on the accelerator, just eat and don't act like a little kitten. As they arrived at Pizza Hut and parked, a familiar silver Porsche followed closely behind. Chen Mo remarked at Zhou Yechuan, who appeared as robust as a small mountain. Driving this car truly befits your status as a boss. Zhou Yechuan stepped out of the vehicle and playfully punched Chen Mo's arm. Hee, it definitely feels smoother the more I drive it. Of course, can my gift be subpar? Chen Mo retorted with a grin. Shun Jiwei, standing nearby, quickly bent slightly to greet Zhou Yechuan, her voice barely above a whisper. Hello, Boss Zhou. Oh, don't call me boss, it feels too stiff. Just call me Chuan Gu. Zhou Yechuan laughed, beckoning them to enter the establishment. Hurry inside. I haven't eaten breakfast, and I'm starving. Once seated, Chen Mo ordered 2 of the largest Supreme pizzas, added 2 plates of Korean fried chicken, and requested 3 servings, each of cola and tiramisu. Shun Jiwei glanced at the prices on the menu, discreetly clutching the hem of her clothing. Chen Mo, catching this, promptly snatched the menu away. Just focus on eating. As the pizza was served, the steam wafting with the aroma of melted cheese enveloped them. Chen Mo deftly cut a large slice, laden with gooey cheese, and placed it onto Shun Jiwei's plate. Zhou Yechuan took a bite of his pizza, mumbling to Shun Jiwei, at our supermarket, there's only one sister son who keeps an eye on things. She's very easygoing. When you arrive, just follow her for a couple of days, and you'll pick it up in no time. Shun Jiwei, still chewing, nodded vigorously, her delicate fingers dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Chen Mo remained silent, merely transferring another piece of saucy chicken into Shun Jiwei's plate. She, without a word, continued to eat, taking small bites. After spending the last couple of days together, she had relaxed considerably, though a lingering shyness still remained. Her manner of eating as dainty as a little sparrow pecking at grains. As Chen Mo and Zhou Yechuan engaged in conversation, his hands never ceased to be in motion, occasionally adding a slice of pizza or a chicken wing to Shun Jiwei's plate. Shun Jiwei ate quietly, her mind reflecting on the fact that she had heard her roommate rave about pizza before, yet had never tasted it herself. Today, however, she discovered that the combination of cheesy richness and savory meat was far more delightful than she had ever imagined. The 3 of them polished off all the food on the table, and after the final sip of cola, Shun Jiwei's stomach felt pleasantly full. Chen Mo observed with satisfaction, deeming the feeding a resounding success. Wiping his mouth, he stood, the chair scraping lightly against the floor. Let's go. They arrived at the supermarket, which had a modest storefront. Its glass doors adorned with a few slightly faded promotional posters. Inside, warm yellow lights illuminated a relatively tidy space. Shun Jiwei followed behind, her heart racing. This was a far cry from the pristine, upscale supermarket she had envisioned, resembling more of a neighborhood shop. She couldn't help but bite her lip, inwardly questioning, can a place like this truly offer a 6,000 salary? Upon entering, a middle-aged woman with slightly curly hair sat behind the counter, focused on her calculator. Upon noticing Zhou Yechuan, she looked up and smiled. Oh, young Master Zhou, what brings you here today? Bringing a new colleague? Zhou Yechuan stepped aside, introducing. This is Shun Jiwei. She will be your companion from now on. Shun Jiwei quickly took a step forward, quietly saying, Hello, Sister Sun. Sister Sun scrutinized her timid demeanor and then glanced at Zhou Yechuan, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Having worked here for nearly a decade, she knew the business was just average. She managed perfectly well on her own, so why add another person? However, she refrained from probing further and simply responded with a smile. Oh, the girl looks quite demure. Zhou Yechuan led Sister Sun to the back of the shelves, lowering his voice to converse. After listening, Sister Sun shot a knowing glance at Chen Mo, a sly smile creeping onto her lips as she whispered to Zhou Yechuan, Hey, this kid is really investing quite a bit to win over a girl. Returning to the counter, Zhou Yechuan pointed at the shelves, instructing Shun Jiwei. Usually, just keep an eye on the stock, remove any near-expiry items, and restock when new supplies arrive. Sister Sun will teach you the cash register. It's not difficult. Pausing, he recalled Chen Mo's instructions and added, Your working hours are from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. If you have any matters to attend to, you can adjust your schedule. Just ensure you work a full 8 hours and take 2 days off each week. Shun Jiwei nodded, her heart heavy with lingering doubts. This work schedule was more comfortable than that of many office workers, yet she obediently replied, Yes, I understand. Upon returning to the counter, Sister Sun had already composed herself and, taking Shun Jiwei's hand, smiled warmly. Don't be nervous, dear. There's nothing strenuous here. We usually work together, and when it's quiet, we can enjoy some sunflower seeds and chat. It's quite pleasant. Chen Mo, observing their conversation, suddenly recalled something. He tugged at Zhou Yechuan's arm and stepped aside, lowering his voice to ask, How do your employees handle lunch? Zhou Yechuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sister Sun usually brings her own lunch. It's just something simple. Chen Mo frowned. What kind of heartless boss are you? What if the young lady works on an empty stomach and suffers from low blood sugar? Zhou Yechuan rolled his eyes. What are you scheming now? Chen Mo refrained from responding, pulling him outside. They happened upon a local restaurant, the glass door adorned with red stickers proclaiming home-cooked dishes. Chen Mo entered. Addressing the owner directly, I'm from the supermarket next door and would like to arrange employee meals. The owner, who was busy wiping down tables, brightened at the prospect. What is the arrangement? 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch. Chen Mo gestured with his hands, indicating sufficient portions for 2 people. Calculating a budget of 100 yuan per person per day. The owner grinned widely. Done. I'll ensure there's variety every day and generous portions. Zhou Yechuan poked him in the ribs. Are you treating her like a princess? Enough chatter, Chen Mo decided. He added the owner as a friend, paid a deposit, and returned to the supermarket, leaning in to whisper the meal arrangement to Sister Sunday. Her eyes lit up, and she clapped her thighs in delight. That's wonderful. It will save me some trouble. She regarded Chen Mo with increasing fondness, secretly thinking she was benefiting from the young lady's presence. Just then, Chen Mo called out to Shun Jiwei, who was wandering among the shelves. Come here. She hurried over. Chen Mo nudged Zhou Yechuan with his elbow. He has something to tell you. Zhou Yechuan glanced at Chen Mo and said, Oh right, I forgot to mention, we provide breakfast and lunch here. So you can eat at the store from now on. Shun Jiwei was momentarily taken aback, thinking the benefits at this store were remarkably generous. She expressed her gratitude. I understand, thank you. Zhou Yechuan felt a bit shy under her gaze and replied casually. Chen Mo suddenly inquired, How do you commute? Shun Jiwei replied cheerfully. I checked the route. It's a 20-minute walk to the school, quite convenient. Chen Mo remained silent, contemplating, before pulling Zhou Yechuan outside and raising an eyebrow. What kind of shabby supermarket doesn't he provide employees with a vehicle? Zhou Yechuan laughed and retorted, Do you think we're a state-owned enterprise? Should I arrange for her an apartment too? If you want to provide, just do it. Why keep questioning me? Are you planning to get her a car? Chen Mo chuckled and turned across the street. Nearby, he entered an electric vehicle shop, scanned the surroundings, and pointed to a cream-colored electric scooter, asking the owner, How much for this one? 3,002, with a range of 80 kilometers, the owner replied. I'll take it, Chen Mo decided, paid. and rode the scooter to the supermarket entrance. He entered, gestured to Shen Jiwei, and said, "Come out." Confused, Shen Jiwei followed him outside, and her eyes widened at the sight of the brand-new electric scooter. "From now on, you'll ride this to work. You can charge it here at the store," Chen Mo said, handing her the keys. "This is certainly faster than walking." Shen Jiwei tightened her grip on the keys, about to protest that it was too extravagant when Chen Mo turned and casually remarked, "Don't overthink it. This scooter is for the store's use. It'll also come in handy for picking up supplies. You can just borrow it for your commute." Though he said it was a loan, Shen Jiwei knew in her heart that this gleaming electric scooter was clearly a gift specially prepared for her. Chapter 53. Before leaving work. Shen Jiwei looked up at the gentle figure, pondering how her debt of gratitude seemed to grow ever larger. With such kindness shown to her, how could she ever repay him? She carefully placed the keys in the innermost part of her backpack and softly told Chen Mo, "I will take good care of it." "That's the spirit," Chen Mo replied, raising an eyebrow at her before turning to Zhou Yechuan. "All right, I've arranged everything. Do you have anything planned for the afternoon?" "Nothing in particular. Why?" "Let us find a place to unwind and relax," Chen Mo suggested. Zhou Yechuan's eyes lit up, rubbing his neck. "Sounds good. My neck has been bothering me lately." As they walked out, Chen Mo turned back to Shen Jiwei and waved, "We're heading out now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Sister Sun or give me a call." Shen Jiwei nodded eagerly. "Okay, goodbye, Brother Mo. Goodbye, Brother Chuan." Sister Sun also bid farewell to the two as they exited, then turned to Shen Jiwei, understanding that the girl was essentially there to keep her company. But she must ensure she doesn't tire her out. At New Street Corner, the traditional massage and spa center. "I want room 6. Once inside the private room, the two men flopped onto the massage chairs. A fragrant blend of medicinal herbs wafted from the wooden tub as Zhou Yechuan dipped his feet in, letting out a yelp from the heat, quickly followed by a contented hum. Chen Mo tested the water temperature again, and as it scalded his toes, he leisurely remarked, "So, how did your blind date go?" Zhou Yechuan, eyes half closed in enjoyment, grinned and wiggled his feet in the tub. "Oh, it's just the beginning. But it's going really well. She certainly lives up to my sister's praise. Our conversation has been delightful. I was thinking this trip wasn't in vain after all." He paused, smacking his lips, but when we got to discussing dowries, she suddenly changed the subject. "Guess what?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, splashing some water with his foot. "A ridiculous demand? How much?" 10 million. Zhou Yechuan held up a finger, incredulity lacing his tone. I nearly crushed my cup. It's as if she's using her womb to wish upon an Aladdin-esque lamp. Chen Mo laughed, his shoulders shaking, causing the massage chair to jolt. "Damn, is she flowing with oil down there? That amount could keep you massaging until retirement." Zhou Yechuan slapped his thigh. "Exactly. I told her, why not check with the bank and see if your face can be used as collateral for a credit card? If that doesn't work, we can just get married, and I'll write you an IOU for my grandchildren to repay slowly." Just then, Xiaoya arrived with a towel to dry Chen Mo's feet, and the electric massage chair reclined, beginning its work. Zhou Yechuan lay back, contentedly humming. In the end, she even said I spoke harshly and stormed off. What are these girls thinking these days? I envy you. No one is pressuring you. You don't have to endure this. Chen Mo laughed as he responded. Indeed, you should be envious. But that kind of mixed doubles is something most people can't handle. What do you mean? Nothing much. Chen Mo enjoyed the precise acupressure from Xiaoya. Why don't you tell me what kind of girl you like? I can introduce someone to you. I don't have many requirements. Just someone decent looking who can live a stable life, Zhou Yechuan replied. 2 hours later, Zhou Yechuan stretched and sat up, feeling the comfort in his bones. This trip was worth it. I can even twist my neck to the right now. Chen Mo also rose, adjusting his clothing and glancing at his watch. I have something to attend to in the afternoon. I'll head out first. Let us plan another meetup soon. Sure, you take care of your business. Zhou Yechuan patted his arm. If you find someone suitable, remember to think of your brother. Don't worry. Chen Mo waved as he turned and exited the spa. At 2:30 p.m., he parked at Tiandu building and headed straight upstairs. The office was bustling with activity as Li Jing and Lin Yu busily surrounded a heap of open packages, diligently comparing product manuals, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions. Yang Hongyu was enjoying a day off, while Zhao Anren was running on the treadmill. "Boss." The group looked up and greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Hello." Chen Mo replied with a nod, casually hanging his coat on the back of a chair. He activated the exoskeleton program and began to run alongside Zhao Anren. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Chen Mo had already completed an impressive 70,000 steps. He had just removed the exoskeleton when Zhao Anren stepped off the adjacent treadmill, her cheeks flushed from exercise and her bangs damp with perspiration. "I've finished my run," she said, handing over the step counter. Chen Mo replied, taking a bottle of water from a nearby table and sipping it. "Come, let us go to the office and take a break." Zhao Anren hesitated for a moment, questioning why they couldn't discuss matters outside. Once inside the office, Chen Mo intended to employ the same tactic as the previous day, directly echoing his prior scripted words. Sitting down, he observed Zhao Anren and remarked, "Your complexion is rosy after your run, yet it seems somewhat ethereal. Perhaps your energy is a bit unsettled post-exercise." He paused dramatically, adopting a demeanor of earnestness that suggested a deep familial knowledge. "To be candid, my family has a long-standing tradition in traditional Chinese medicine. I possess a modicum of understanding. Come, extend your wrist, and allow me to take your pulse to determine if any adjustments are needed." Zhao Anren, perceptive and thoughtful, felt a sudden jolt at his words. Why take my pulse? The last time he had unexpectedly placed his hand on her shoulder had caught her off guard, and now he was suggesting this. She surreptitiously glanced at Chen Mo, whose face was surprisingly composed. Yet, her inner musings persisted. Why does her seemingly serious boss always seem inclined to make physical contact? Ultimately, as it was the superior who spoke, she swallowed her initial refusal and feigned nonchalance as she pulled up a chair and extended her wrist. As Chen Mo's fingertips met her pulse, he silently recited the system's binding instructions in his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The seconds languidly crawled by. Zhao Anren's thoughts raced like wild horses, yet her face remained calm, occasionally stealing a glance at Chen Mo's focused expression. Ding. Successfully bound remote plunder target. Zhao Anren, total steps today, 121, for 121, successfully plundered. 24, 284 steps, automatically withdrawn for you. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Mo withdrew his hand, maintaining an air of composure. Nothing serious, just a bit of post-exercise energy fluctuation. A short rest will suffice. Your overall health is quite commendable. Zhao Anren, already harboring a plethora of doubts, found his vague explanation even more suspect, convinced that he was merely attempting to take advantage of her. However, upon reflection, she realized he hadn't actually committed any egregious act. And with the company's benefits being what they were, finding a new job would be arduous. She resolved to observe the situation quietly, willing to accept this. But should he overstep further, she would be prepared to retaliate. Chapter 54, Continue Feeding. Unaware of Zhao Anren's internal deliberations, Chen Mo rose and declared, "All right. Let us tidy up and call it a day. By the way, let us change the rules moving forward. There's no need for you to report to me in person after your run. Just take a photo of the step counter and send it to me. And inform Yanghong Yu as well." "Okay," Zhao Anren replied without inquiring further. She gathered her belongings and said, "I'll head out first then. Goodbye, boss." Before turning to exit the office, Chen Mo stepped outside, observing Li Jing and Lin Yu still engrossed in their product-related tasks. He casually picked up a massage gun and tested it on his arm. "Ladies, are you wrapping up for the day?" Li Jing looked up, tucking her hair behind her ear, still holding a product label. "We probably need to keep at it for a while longer. We have a trial broadcast tomorrow and need to smooth out the process." "Understood," Chen Mo replied to Lin Yu. "I have matters to attend to, so don't wait for me for dinner tonight." "What matters?" Lin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. What else could Chen Mo be busy with but feeding Shen Jiwei and utilizing the campus track-scene card? Clearing his throat, he began. "I have a meeting for a high-frequency energy directional supply project, and I need to be on-site for real-time supply and demand matching." Lin Yu blinked, clearly perplexed. Since joining the company, Li Jing had speculated about Chen Mo's rise to success, and while she had heard the project name, its meaning eluded her. Seeing their expressions, Chen Mo suppressed a chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. "It's a business matter. I won't bore you with the details. It won't take long, just a few hours to wrap up." "Oh, got it." Lin Yu nodded, her attention returning to the product descriptions in her hands. Chen Mo turned, donned his jacket, and departed the company, driving toward the university town. On the way, he dialed Shen Jiwei's number. "Where are you?" The background noise of a supermarket filled the line, and Shen Jiwei's voice came through, tinged with embarrassment. "I'm still at the supermarket." Chen Mo glanced at the time, raising an eyebrow. "Didn't I tell you to finish by 5? It's nearly 6. Why haven't you left?" "I wanted to familiarize myself with the environment on my first day," Shen Jiwei explained in a low voice. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Mo replied, "All right. Just wait there. I'll be there shortly." "Okay." Before long, Chen Mo parked at the supermarket entrance. As he entered, Sister Sun had just sent off a customer and greeted him with a cheerful smile, quickly explaining, "Oh, it's not that I made her stay. This girl is just too diligent to be kept away. She came in and immediately started wiping down shelves and sweeping the floor. I told her to take a break, but she wouldn't listen." Chen Mo glanced over to see Shen Jiwei focused on organizing products, smiling as he said, "If she is eager to work, let her. It's good exercise." "All right, Sister Sun, I'm taking her now." "Okay." Chen Mo approached Shen Jiwei and gently patted her shoulder. Let us go. Work is over. Come, let us have dinner. Shen Jue looked up, obediently responding with a soft mm, and followed him out of the supermarket. After walking a short distance, she hesitated and spoke. You really don't have to keep inviting me to dinner. I have a stable job now. I can. Without turning back, Chen Mo interrupted. Remember, it's not me treating you to dinner. It's you accompanying me for dinner. What? Are you unwilling? Swallowing her protest. Shen Jiwei felt an unshakable sense of indebtedness, but worried that challenging him might provoke his ire. She merely pressed her lips together and nodded, obediently keeping pace with him. Catching a glimpse of her demeanor, Chen Mo felt satisfied and affectionately ruffled her hair. Such a good girl. Shen Jiwei was taken aback by the sudden gesture. Her cheeks warming, and she lowered her head, her ears turning red. Hand me your car keys. Shen Jiwei paused, quickly realizing he meant the electric bike, and hurriedly fished the keys out of her bag and handed them over. Taking the keys, Chen Mo turned and walked toward the parked scooter. Mounting it and patting the back seat, hop on. Shen Jiwei hesitated, cautiously sitting on the edge of the seat. Hold on tight. Chen Mo's voice came from the front. Blushing even more, Shen Jiwei took a moment before wrapping her arms around his waist. Chen Mo twisted the throttle, and the scooter surged forward with a swift jolt, catching her off guard and causing her to cling tightly to him, her cheek pressed against his back. Feeling the sudden tight grip around his waist, Chen Mo couldn't help but smirk. The scooter meandered along the roadside for a few minutes before coming to a stop in front of a KFC. Chen Mo parked the car and turned back to see her still blushing, refusing to release her grip. Clearing his throat, he said, "We have arrived." Only then did Shen Jue abruptly let go of his hand, jumping out of the car like a startled rabbit, her head bowed in shyness. Chen Mo, not wanting to tease her any further, walked straight inside. Upon entering, he approached the counter. 1 family bucket, 2 orders of fries, for hamburgers, and 2 cups of cola. Please. As Shen Jue stood beside him, listening, her anxiety grew. She tugged at his sleeve. That's too much. We won't finish it. All right, Chen Mo replied, glancing at the menu without acknowledging her, adding, and 2 boxes of egg tarts. When the tray arrived, Shen Jue gazed at the mountain of food, her irritation dissipating entirely. If they couldn't finish it, they could always take it home for a midnight snack. Chen Mo pushed a cola towards her. Tonight, I plan to run at your school's playground. You will guide me. Shen Jiwei grasped the cola cup, nodding in agreement. Moments later, she shoved the last fry into her mouth, patting her round little belly, eyeing the leftover food on the table, knowing she simply couldn't eat any more. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Mo watched her with a casual smile. Let's go. He picked up the takeout bag and walked out first. Shen Jiwei hurried to follow. Accepting the electric scooter keys, he handed her. She slowly turned on the ignition, and the little scooter buzzed forward while Chen Mo drove leisurely behind her. Upon entering the university grounds, the streetlights had already illuminated the path with a warm glow. Shen Jiwei, familiar with the route, skillfully maneuvered past the library and wound her way to the edge of the playground. Chen Mo parked the car nearby, and she found a spot for her scooter. The two of them walking toward the playground in tandem. The track was scattered with people, mostly couples, some strolling hand in hand. Others huddled in corners of the stands whispering to one another, while bolder pairs leaned against the railing, sharing kisses. Shen Jiwei's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting elsewhere. Her steps growing awkward. Thoughts raced through her mind. What did Chen Mo mean by inviting her here? He treated her so well, helping her with job hunting and taking her out to eat. Was he, perhaps? Just as this notion surfaced, she quickly suppressed it. He was a wealthy boss. How could he possibly be interested in someone as unremarkable as her? Chen Mo, however, paid no heed to the couples around them, planning to digest his meal before activating the scene card. Chapter 55, Strolling on Campus. The two walked side by side on the rubber track, their footsteps resonating clearly in the night air. Chen Mo thought that although they had been meeting frequently over the past couple of days, they had yet to delve deeper into each other's lives. Thus, he initiated a conversation. Where's your hometown? Shen Jiwei replied softly, just next door in Runzhou. It takes about an hour by bus. Ah, what illness does your grandmother have? Is it serious? Mentioning her grandmother softened Shen Jiwei's tone. It's cardiovascular issues. She is currently managing it with medication. She can move around slowly, but often complains of feeling weak and easily fatigued. Chen Mo nodded, slowing his pace slightly. If she were to seek a complete cure, how much would it approximately cost? Shen Jiwei hesitated, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. Her voice dropping. The doctor said it would be over 100,000. I'm saving up little by little. I'll eventually manage. Chen Mo remained silent, merely nodding. After spending these 2 days together, he understood her character well. She appeared gentle but possessed an inner tenacity, always wanting to shoulder her burdens alone without seeking help. Glancing at Shen Jiwei, who was looking down, he contemplated how to assist her in this matter. After all, 100,000 was not a fortune that would take long to earn. He casually shifted the subject. What is your major? Following his lead, Shen Jue began to converse more, the earlier heavy atmosphere gradually dissipating. They strolled around the track for another half hour, transitioning from academic discussions to everyday topics. And Shen Jue became increasingly talkative. Chen Mo noted the lightness in her expression, realizing her worries had mostly faded. Looking at the time, he estimated it was enough to digest, and thus halted their pace. It's getting late. You should head back to your dorm. I'll run here for a bit. Shen Jue was taken aback. By yourself? Yes. You can't accompany me while running with your physique. I can't have you waiting here for 2 hours, can I? Chen Mo nodded towards her scooter. Let us go. I'll walk you there. He accompanied her to the scooter, where Shen Jue retrieved her keys to unlock it. Chen Mo instructed her, I'll be on a business trip for the next couple of days, so I want to be able to see you. Focus on your work. Eat on time, understood? Shen Jue nodded. Got it. Make sure to send me a photo of what you eat each day as a report, Chen Mo added. Shen Jue obediently agreed. Okay. Off you go, Chen Mo waved. As Shen Jue mounted her scooter, she glanced back at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of attachment. A feeling she had never experienced before. Chen Mo stood still, watching her depart, the dim streetlights casting a long shadow of her figure until she gradually vanished from sight. Upon returning to her dormitory, her roommates noticed the large bag of KFC she carried and immediately understood, teasing her as she blushed silently. Meanwhile, Chen Mo found a secluded spot and swiftly donned the exoskeleton suit from his system space. Back on the track, he took a deep breath and mentally recited, Activate scene card. Ding. The system has detected that the host has entered the designated scene and has activated the card for you. The campus track scene has an adjusted price of 5 yuan per step, with a countdown of 2 hours commencing 119:59. As the system's announcement concluded, Chen Mo shot off like an arrow, his feet pounding against the rubber track, the night wind whistling past his ears. 2 hours later, the system notification sounded promptly. Countdown complete. The total number of steps in this scene is 50 for 131, and the amount available for withdrawal is 252,115 renminbi, which has been automatically processed for you. Chen Mo removed the exoskeleton and took a seat in the stands, checking his account balance. 10,960,000 yuan. Just as he finished, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated steps have reached 1.8 million. The system rewards you with a scene card. This scene is Forest Oxygen Bar, located in a primitive forest or an area with over 90 vegetation coverage, priced at 10 yuan per step, limited to 3 hours. Scene steps can only be withdrawn, not exchangeable for skills, permanently valid. 10 yuan? The system is quite generous this time. Chen Mo removed the exoskeleton and stored it away, planning to research later to find suitable locations that meet the requirements. He opened the panel to check. Name, Chen Mo. Comprehensive physical fitness, 18. Current steps, 201, 342. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene card, Forest Oxygen Bar, pending use. Accumulated steps, 18.01 million. With 200,000 steps remaining. He decided to enhance his stamina. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the antics of those two mischievous girls later. Moments later, with 200,000 steps deducted, a familiar surge of energy coursed through his body, invigorating him. Driving back to the city center, he arrived at Xian Street just past 9. The streets still ablaze with lights. He parked next to the Apple store and walked straight inside. At this hour, the store was not crowded. A male staff member promptly approached him. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Without lifting his gaze, Chen Mo walked further in, waving his hand dismissively. No worries. Just browsing. His eyes scanned the counter, landing on a female employee bent over, organizing the lower shelves. Her form-fitting uniform accentuated her curves, and as she turned, her slender waist became visible, perfectly complementing her figure. She noticed someone looking over and straightened up, a polite smile gracing her face. What can I assist you with, sir? Chen Mo approached, tilting his chin towards the counter displaying the latest model of mobile phones. The newest model. Please bring me for units. The saleswoman's eyes instantly sparkled, her smile radiating from the corners of her mouth to the depths of her gaze, her voice sweeter than before. Of course, sir. May I inquire about your preferred configuration and color? I want the highest specifications available. What colors do you offer? Our latest Pro Max with the highest capacity is 1 terabyte. Available in 4 colors: white titanium, black titanium, natural titanium, and desert titanium, each priced at 13,999 yuan. Her speech was brisk as she began retrieving display models from the counter. No need for that. I'll take one of each color. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo promptly produced his card and handed it over. The saleswoman's hands trembled slightly as she swiftly processed the transaction, her fingertips still quivering while printing the receipt. With the end of her shift approaching, she was thrilled to receive such a substantial order. Her commission alone would keep her elated for days. She meticulously packed the 4 phones into gift boxes, then placed them in shopping bags emblazoned with the store's logo, presenting them to him with both hands. Here you go, sir. Chen Mo, carrying the heavy bags, exited the store and strolled to a nearby cosmetics shop. The lighting at the counter was soft, and as soon as he stopped, a meticulously dressed saleswoman approached him with a smile. Good day, sir. What can I help you with? I'd like to take a look at the perfumes. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the display shelves, noting the price range around 1,000 yuan. The saleswoman immediately understood, deftly retrieving several gift boxes from under the counter. Sir, these are our best-selling selections. Chapter 56, Above is Heaven. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced. This Dior J'adore features a classic floral fragrance, exuding elegance, and this YSL Mon Paris is sweet, yet not overwhelming, perfect for young ladies. Then we have Jo Malone's Bluebell, fresh and subtle, ideal for summer, and Gucci Bloom, with its gentle floral and fruity scent, highly appreciated. Chen Mo sampled each scent, finding them all delightful. The first 2 were well suited for Su Qian and Lin Yu, while the latter 2 were for Xun Jue and Han Yutong. I'll take these 4, one of each, please. The saleswoman eagerly nodded in approval. Excellent choice, sir. These are perfect gifts. She quickly and carefully packed the perfumes. And Chen Mo took the bag without lingering further, driving back to the Zhonghuan building. Tomorrow marked October 14th, and during his previous stay at the Northeast Hotel, he had seen Han Yutong's identification, realizing it was her birthday. Thus, he planned to surprise her in Hangzhou, and these items were his carefully chosen gifts. Initially, he hadn't intended to purchase so much, but since he was already there, he decided to prepare a gift for everyone. As Chen Mo pondered this, he suddenly encountered a dilemma. While the others were easy to manage, he knew Xun Jue would not easily accept the gift. And figuring out how to present it was a concern. He sighed, reminding himself that there would always be a way when the time came. The car smoothly parked beneath the Zhonghuan building, and Chen Mo carried 2 gifts upstairs, leaving the remaining phones and perfumes in the trunk for now. Upon entering his home, he found Lin Yu lounging on the sofa with a face mask on, while Su Qian was tapping away at her laptop. Seeing him enter, both looked up in unison. You're back? Lin Yu peeled off her mask, her keen eyes catching sight of the bags in his hands. What good things did you buy? Chen Mo raised the bags, striding over. Gifts for you both. Wow. The 2 instantly perked up, with Su Qian shutting her laptop and rushing over. Brother, you're too good to us. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Yu snatched one of the bags, and Su Qian grabbed the other. The 2 didn't forget to lean in and plant a kiss on his cheeks. Chen Mo chuckled while wiping away the drool. All right. Open them and see if you like them. He turned to pick up the little pug that had nudged against his leg. The dog, having been well fed by the 2 girls, felt considerably heavier than a few days prior. You've been sneaking extra treats, haven't you? He poked the dog's belly. You're almost round as a ball. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already opened her gift box and gasped upon seeing the phones and perfumes inside. The latest model. And Dior J'adore. Brother, you're so generous. Su Qian held up a bottle, sniffed it, and immediately ran over to knead his legs. I knew you favored us the most. Lin Yu, not to be outdone, circled behind him to massage his back with just the right amount of pressure. Did that project make a windfall? She teased, her smile bright. Well, sort of. Chen Mo replied, leaning back on the sofa, enjoying the massage. He squinted his eyes and spoke. I have to head to Hangzhou for a business trip tomorrow. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and transferred 200 yuan each to them via WeChat. Take good care of yourselves at home for the next few days. Buy whatever you want to eat, and I'll be back in a few days. The 2 checked their phones, their hearts brimming with joy. Su Qian bit her lip, her eyes shimmering. Got it. We'll wait patiently for your return. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, her cheeks flushed. The next morning, as Chen Mo awoke from a deep slumber, the sunlight had already crept into the room. He instinctively reached out beside him, finding it empty, and glanced at the clock on the bedside table, noting it was already past 9. After a brief wash, he picked up his phone and called Wang Xing. At that moment, Wang Xing was driving a rideshare, the noise from outside filtering through the call. Chen Mo got straight to the point. I'm heading to Hangzhou today. Come to the Zhonghuan building at 2 in the afternoon. Wang Xing readily agreed. No problem. How many days will we be gone? Probably just 2 or 3 days. All right. I'll inform my wife. I'll be waiting at home, Chen Mo replied. After hanging up, he changed into workout shorts and stepped onto the treadmill, commencing his daily exercise. At 2 in the afternoon, Chen Mo glanced at the system panel, noting he had reached 130,000 steps. As he changed clothes and headed downstairs, Wang Xing was already waiting at the entrance of the Zhonghuan building. The 2 walked together toward the parking lot, and when Wang Xing spotted the Bentley, his eyes lit up, and he opened the door to sit inside, unable to contain his awe. This is the first time I've driven such a luxury car. Chen Mo chuckled, taking the passenger seat. Let us go. We need to pick up a few things before hitting the highway. The car slowly rolled out of the Zhonghuan building. Wang Xing, gripping the steering wheel, asked, Boss, this trip will take over 3 hours. Why not take the high-speed train? Chen Mo replied, I spent a considerable sum on this car for a reason. It's about maintaining a certain image. Many times, merely parking it grants you a measure of respect without uttering a word. That makes sense, Wang Xing nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Chen Mo considered that this trip to Hangzhou was not solely for Han Yutong's birthday. He could also earn at least $1 million. First, he would utilize the Forest Oxygen Bar scene card, and before leaving, he aimed to complete a city landmark task. He had researched last night and discovered that there was a Xishan Forest Park located in the central region of Hangzhou's Westlake District. With a forest coverage rate of 96.7, although referred to as a park, its total area reached 1,775 hectares, ample for his running. Chen Mo opened the Automotive Forum app, his fingers gliding across the phone screen, his gaze landing on the diverse array of sports cars. Every man harbors a dream of owning a sports car, and this time, he would no longer be confined to the second-hand market. He could directly acquire a brand new one. Feeling the power of the engine roar beneath him, just as he was engrossed in these thoughts, the Bentley gradually came to a stop by the roadside. Wang Xing turned back and announced, Boss, we've arrived at the flower shop. Chen Mo tucked away his phone and pushed open the door to exit the car. The glass door chimed melodiously as it swung open, revealing the bouquet he had ordered prominently displayed on the countertop. 99 crimson roses, enveloped in lush wrapping paper, glimmered with dewy elegance, their edges kissed by moisture, while a sleek black ribbon was tied into a crisp bow at the top. Wang Xing initially presumed that Chen Mo's trip to Hangzhou was for business, only to realize upon seeing the flowers that it was, in fact, for a romantic rendezvous. He couldn't help but silently admire Chen Mo's vitality. 2 partners at home weren't enough. He had to venture out as well. Chen Mo gathered the bouquet and handed it to Wang Xing. Please place this in the car. Sure thing, Wang Xing replied. Chapter 57, Beneath Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chen Mo turned and entered the adjacent convenience store, procuring a few sandwiches along with snacks and beverages for the journey. Upon returning to the car, he fastened his seatbelt and announced, Let us set off for Hangzhou. The Bentley glided smoothly onto the expressway, the outside world gradually blurring into indistinct shapes. Wang Xing focused intently on driving while Chen Mo leaned back, closing his eyes and envisioning the moment he would meet Han Yutong. Silence enveloped them until 5:30 in the afternoon when the vehicle gently rolled into the urban expanse of Hangzhou. Skyscrapers rose sequentially into view, the traffic thickening. Chen Mo glanced at the navigation system and noted they were 3 intersections away from Han Yutong's company. He retrieved his phone and dialed her number. After just 2 rings, her voice answered, laced with a touch of languor from a recent meeting, the inflection of her tone rising playfully. Oh, it's you, my nemesis. What brings you to call me today? I missed you. Chen Mo chuckled softly, his gaze already fixed on the office building ahead. Are you off work? Having just stepped out of the lobby's elevator, Han Yutong paused momentarily, her fingers unconsciously caressing her phone case. She was well aware that today marked her birthday, having received congratulatory messages from her mother that morning. Yet, at her age, birthdays had become trivial. No matter how bright the candles on the cake glowed, they could not restore the youthful collagen of her 20s. Rather, they served as a reminder of another year gone by. Thus, in recent years, she had lost any genuine enthusiasm for celebrating. At most, she would make a phone call home, too lazy to even purchase a cake. After all, she was no longer a young girl hoping for a grand celebration to validate her worth. However, hearing Chen Mo's tone now sparked a sudden thought. After several days without contact, his unexpected call inquiring about her work schedule, could it be that he intended to surprise her? A flicker of delight ignited within her, and she playfully teased him. What do you mean off work? I took a day off today and am just lounging at home doing a face mask. Chen Mo paused for a moment, bemused as he observed her at the entrance of the office building. There stood Han Yutong, clad in a crisp white suit. Her long hair casually gathered at the back of her head, scanning the vicinity. Their eyes met, and she momentarily froze, her expression quickly transforming into one of joyful surprise as she hurried toward him. Well, you dared to deceive me. Chen Mo approached, extending the bouquet forward with a hint of playful sarcasm in his voice. Happy birthday, little enchantress. Oh dear, I'm already 30, soon to become an old enchantress, she retorted, though she accepted the bouquet with alacrity, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. Lifting her gaze to meet Chen Mo's, her eyes sparkled with happiness. Now tell me, how did you know today was my birthday? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying an air of nonchalance. We've shared a multitude of intimate moments. I've seen your ID, which clearly states the date. Pervert. Han Yutong's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched him. Yet her lips couldn't help but curve upward. What is the plan next? You can't just give me flowers and call it a day, right? I've already made reservations at a restaurant, Chen Mo replied, gesturing toward the Bentley behind him. Get in. I'll take you for a delightful meal. Only then did Han Yutong notice the luxurious car, her eyes widening in surprise. You've changed cars? Just a little something, Chen Mo shrugged. I plan to acquire a sports car in a few days for grocery shopping. TSK, show off. Han Yutong smirked, though her smile grew broader. Wang Xing, witnessing their banter, quickly stepped forward to open the rear door. Han Yutong bent down to enter, glancing back at Chen Mo with a teasing remark. Mr. Chen, your entourage seems to be growing. Now you have a driver? Chen Mo sauntered around to the other side, sliding into the car with a casual demeanor. Of course. As the Bentley glided away, Han Yutong cradled the vibrant roses, gazing out at the passing streets, her smile unmistakably radiant. During the drive, Chen Mo retrieved 2 exquisite boxes from beside him and presented them to Han Yutong. Here is a little something for you. Han Yutong opened one and felt her brow involuntarily arch, a wave of warm emotions washing over her. It had been far too long since someone had thoughtfully prepared a gift for her, so long that she had nearly forgotten the thrill of unwrapping a present. She accepted it without hesitation, her fingertips gliding over the edge of her phone before unscrewing the lid of the perfume bottle, releasing the scent she adored. Thank you. I truly love it, she said earnestly, her tone devoid of her usual teasing. As soon as the words left her lips, she leaned in and placed a swift kiss on his cheek. Chen Mo instinctively grasped her hand, the warmth of his palm enveloping hers. As long as you like it. The car soon came to a halt outside a French restaurant, the warm yellow light spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the meticulously trimmed greenery outside. Chen Mo instructed Wang Xing, find a nearby place to eat. I'll cover the expenses. I'll call you when we're done. All right, Wang Xing replied, understandingly driving away. The waiter opened the intricately carved wooden door, and the melodious strains of a violin greeted them. Inside, deep brown carpets adorned the floor, each table flickering with a slender candle, its flame dancing gently in the breeze. They were seated at a window-side table, fresh rose petals scattered across it, with the dazzling cityscape shimmering in the background. A candlelit dinner, how splendid, Han Yutong remarked with a smile, appreciating the formality. Chen Mo pulled out her chair. It's your birthday. It ought to have some sense of occasion. As French dishes were presented one by one, the flavors danced on their palates. Seared foie gras accompanied by fig jam, melting in the mouth, slow-cooked steak revealing a perfect pink, juices oozing as the knife cut through, and caramel pudding, the sugar shell cracking with a delightful crispness. The violinist played nearby, the melodies flowing like water, and while they exchanged soft whispers, more often than not, they simply gazed at each other, smiling. Remarkably, though merely a week had passed since their last parting, it felt as though a lifetime had elapsed. Are you planning to stay a few days? Han Yutong inquired, taking a delicate sip of red wine. Chen Mo swirled his glass and replied, How long would you like me to stay? Han Yutong met his gaze, a playful smile gracing her lips. Stay as long as you wish. But I want to have time to entertain you during the day. There's an avalanche of work awaiting me. Chen Mo chuckled softly, mischief dancing in his eyes. Then we shall play at night. You flirt, Han Yutong chided playfully, rolling her eyes, though her cheeks bloomed with a subtle blush. After dinner, the two felt slightly tipsy. Driver Wang Xing escorted them back to Han Yutong's rented apartment in Hangzhou. Upon parking, Chen Mo instructed him, find a hotel to stay at. I'll cover the cost. Come back tomorrow morning to pick us up. Understood, Wang Xing replied. The two disembarked and ascended the stairs, pushing open the door to reveal a cozy loft-style apartment, warm lighting casting a golden hue, with potted plants adorning the corners, each detail reflecting the owner's care. Chapter 58, full of assurance. Your apartment is quite comfortable, Chen Mo remarked, his voice carrying a lazy rasp as his fingertips gently brushed through her hair. Han Yutong nestled closer into his embrace, her nose brushing against the nape of his neck. It may be a tad small, but I rather like it. Chen Mo gazed at Han Yutong, pondering silently. Who wouldn't prefer a more spacious and comfortable environment? Yet, given the high cost of living in Hangzhou, she likely felt it unnecessary to indulge herself while living alone. However, now that she was with him, it was imperative that she not endure any discomfort. Alas, his current financial situation was still somewhat modest, and a significant purchase like a house would have to wait. How about I buy you a car? Chen Mo suggested. Han Yutong chuckled at his words, her eyes sparkling. Do you have that much money? Besides, I can't drive, so it would just gather dust. Despite her teasing, her heart felt a gentle warmth, touched by his thoughtfulness. Noticing her lack of response, Chen Mo chose not to press further. Instead, he picked up his phone and quickly tapped a few times on the screen, transferring 200,000 yuan. He was not unwilling to give more. But the limitations of the app restricted daily transfers, and this was the maximum he could send. Curious, Han Yutong raised an eyebrow as she watched him manipulate his phone. What are you up to? Chen Mo tucked his phone away and met her gaze. You'll find out shortly. Just as he finished speaking, Han Yutong's phone chimed. She picked it up, and the transfer notification on the screen momentarily stunned her. Quickly, she turned her gaze back to Chen Mo. A hint of playful reproach in her tone. What's this? Trying to keep me as your mistress? Chen Mo let out a low chuckle, the vibrations resonating in her ear. Indeed, I am. What of it? Are you unwilling? Humph. Who would care? Han Yutong retorted defiantly, though she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Chen Mo wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin atop her head, his voice low and earnest. I simply wish to spare you any hardship. I remember you once said that financial independence is a woman's greatest strength. He tightened his embrace, so let me provide you with some of that strength. Feeling the sincerity in his expression, Han Yutong's heart softened, and she leaned in to kiss him. They shared a tender moment, both beginning to feel the pull of sleep. Yet before they succumbed to slumber, Chen Mo had one more task to accomplish. Silently, he thought, System, plunder Yang Hongyu's step count for today. Ding. Today's total step count for the target is 121,277 steps. Successfully plundered 24,255 steps. Automatically withdrawn for you. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Han Yutong's alarm rang promptly, its cheerful tone pulling both of them from their dreams. Rubbing her eyes, she turned to Chen Mo, who had just awakened, and said, You can sleep a bit longer. I'll get up and tidy up. Are you heading to work? I don't need to clock in until 9, so there's no rush, he replied, sitting up with a voice still tinged with sleep. Han Yutong shot him a glance. Why get up so early? I still need to do my makeup and have breakfast. I want to be leaving anytime soon. Perfect, I'll lend you a hand. Chen Mo replied, throwing off the covers and following her downstairs. The apartment's second floor housed the bedrooms, while the ground floor featured an open-plan living area and kitchen, where well-tended plants thrived in the corners and a few well-thumbed design books occupied the shelves. Sticky notes on the fridge bore reminders and whimsical doodles, each detail a vivid testament to her presence. Chen Mo approached the window, pulling back the curtains to let the morning light flood in, illuminating the cozy space. He peeked inside the fridge, discovering several eggs and an unopened loaf of bread. While Han Yutong freshened up, Chen Mo busied himself in the kitchen. Once she changed into her professional attire, she found Chen Mo standing there, the morning light casting a homely glow around him. She approached and wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his back. You can cook? Frying an egg isn't exactly rocket science, he chuckled, his movements deft and confident. In his earlier days of financial struggle, dining out was a luxury he could scarcely afford, prompting him to prepare meals for Lu Qing almost daily. Over the years, while his culinary skills hadn't reached gourmet heights, he could certainly whip up a respectable home-cooked meal. Before long, a simple breakfast was laid out. 2 fried eggs, 2 slices of toast, and 2 cups of warm milk. As they sat down at the small dining table to eat, Chen Mo's phone buzzed with a message from Wang Xing. Boss, I'm downstairs. Chen Mo replied affirmatively and looked at Han Yutong. What do you feel like having for dinner? I'll make a reservation. Taking a bite of her toast, Han Yutong suddenly recalled his earlier suggestion and her heart fluttered. Tonight, I'd like to eat the meal you prepare. Chen Mo paused, then broke into a smile. Sure. Just tell me what you want, and I'll impress you. Oh, I can choose. Han Yutong raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating her tone. In that case, I'll have to think carefully. No hurry. Take your time. Just let me know beforehand, he said, smoothing out her collar. After breakfast, they descended together, and the Bentley was already waiting by the roadside. The ride was smooth, and soon they arrived at the company building. As Han Yutong was about to exit, she turned back and asked, Are you going to be alone during the day? Yes, I'll take a stroll in the forest park, he replied. Han Yutong raised an eyebrow. A walk in the park? That's quite a quaint hobby for you. It's a rare opportunity for peace and quiet. And I want to breathe in some fresh air, he responded, adjusting her collar. I'll come pick you up once you're done. Okay, she replied. Chen Mo leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. Off to work now. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Han Yutong pushed the car door open and turned to glance back as she walked into the company building. Once the car was in motion again, Chen Mo reclined in the back seat and instructed Wang Xing to Shishan Forest Park. Wang Xing immediately pulled up the navigation, chuckling. Even in a different city, you still can't resist running, huh? Chen Mo gazed out at the passing scenery, nodding lightly. Of course, it's my lifelong passion. Before long, they reached the park entrance, where private cars were not permitted. Chen Mo pretended to retrieve the exoskeleton machine from the trunk, and they walked leisurely to the entrance, only to discover that tickets were required. He purchased 2 at a reasonable price, paying a little over 100 yuan. After passing through the gates, they ventured deeper into the park, which was notably quiet due to it being a weekday. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Ah, this feels invigorating. Wang Xing nodded in agreement. The scenery is indeed splendid. They soon arrived at a secluded gazebo. Chapter 59, Exchange Rate Task. Chen Mo paused, donned the exoskeleton, and told Wang Xing, "You can entertain yourself for a while. I'll finish my run and come find you." Wang Xing nodded in acquiescence. Chen Mo mentally commanded, "System, activate the scene card." Ding. The system has detected that the host has entered the designated scene. The card has been activated. The unit price within the scene is adjusted to 10 yuan, and the countdown of 3 hours begins now. At present, Chen Mo's physical capabilities rivaled those of professional athletes. Were he to compete in the Olympics now, he would undoubtedly secure a medal with ease. Moreover, the rewards for this task were significantly higher than usual, prompting him to sprint vigorously along the wooded paths, his figure quickly vanishing into the greenery. 3 hours later, the system's voice chimed, "Countdown complete." The total steps for this scene amount to 75,121 steps, with a withdrawable sum of 751,210 yuan automatically processed. Chen Mo, panting heavily, sat down on a bench by the roadside to rest. Running for 3 hours in the exoskeleton was no small feat. Fortunately, the rewards were substantial. His bank balance soared to 1.6 million yuan, and his cumulative step count exceeded 2 million. Just as he checked his balance, the system notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accumulating a total of 2 million steps. The system rewards you with an upgrade in skills, increasing the number of steps you can plunder daily from 20 to 40, while all other functionalities remain unchanged. Ding. The system's space has been upgraded, adding 1 cubic meter, now totaling 2 cubic meters. Ding. Step goals have been met, and the national exchange rate mission has been activated. Unlocking the country, Singapore. Steps accrued within this country will be converted to the local currency, effective indefinitely. Oh, this is quite impressive. Chen Mo took out his phone to check the exchange rate, noting that currently, 1 Singapore dollar is approximately equal to 56 renminbi. He then sought information regarding visa requirements, tourism visa exemption, allowing a stay of up to 30 days at a time. Chen Mo smiled as he put away his phone. He had yet to travel abroad, and this opportunity was perfect for a delightful adventure. Moreover, this trip could potentially earn him enough to acquire a property upon his return to Jinling City, so he would need to promptly apply for a passport. Chen Mo dialed Wang Xing, who answered amidst a noisy background, punctuated by occasional bleating sounds. "Where are you?" Chen Mo inquired. Wang Xing's voice came through the receiver. "Boss, I'm in the small animal area. There are a few alpacas here." "Alpacas?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, responding, "All right, I'll come find you." After hanging up, he followed the signs toward the small animal area. It wasn't long before he spotted Wang Xing squatting by the fence, holding a carrot and teasing the fluffy, adorably vacant-eyed alpacas. The creatures occasionally stuck out their tongues while munching, presenting a rather endearing sight. "This is quite fascinating," Chen Mo remarked as he approached and seized the carrot from Wang Xing's hand to feed the animals. Wang Xing, with a resigned expression, stood up and dusted off his hands. "Have you finished running?" "Not yet. I'm hungry. Let us find a place to eat first, then I'll continue this afternoon." Chen Mo replied, stuffing the carrot into the alpacas' mouths. Wang Xing didn't press further and accompanied Chen Mo toward the restaurant. They wandered around the scenic area and ultimately chose a themed establishment named the Panda Forest Restaurant. As they drew near, they noticed a section enclosed by a low fence, where several small pandas languidly napped on branches, occasionally stretching their paws in a charming manner. "Hey, this is entertaining. We can eat while watching pandas," Wang Xing said. Intrigued by his surroundings, Chen Mo found a window-side seat, providing a clear view of the little animals. The ambience is decent," he observed. The menu presented no complicated dishes, merely some simple meals. They ordered fried fish fillets, tomato pasta, and coffee. The flavors were unremarkable, yet observing the leisurely antics of the pandas outside added a unique charm to their meal. After a casual dining experience, Chen Mo wiped his mouth and declared, "Let us go. We shouldn't let the ticket price go to waste. A little stroll will help with digestion." Just as he stood up, his phone vibrated with a message from Han Yutong. "I want shrimp for dinner and also some meat." He chuckled at the screen, thinking this was not quite what one would call placing an order, merely providing a broad category of ingredients and leaving the rest to him. He replied with an affirmative, adding, "So I can be creative? Just don't complain later if it doesn't suit your palate." Han Yutong promptly responded with an OK emoji, clearly entrusting him with the culinary task. Turning to Wang Xing, Chen Mo instructed, "Stop wandering. Head to the supermarket first. Get me 4 live Australian lobsters, some premium beef brisket, and a selection of side vegetables like asparagus, shiitake mushrooms, and tomatoes. Also pick up some fruits." To ensure Wang Xing wouldn't mix anything up, He compiled a detailed list and sent it over. Please buy according to this list. Don't skimp on quality. Freshness is paramount. Also, avoid the local market. Go to a high-end supermarket instead. Wang Xing glanced at the message and nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I'll head there first and pick you up afterward. With that, he swiftly exited the park. Once Wang Xing was out of sight, Chen Mo rolled his wrists and ankles, feeling the surge of energy he had built up during lunch. He gradually began jogging along the lakeside path, contemplating tonight's menu, knowing that his culinary skills were average and would rely heavily on the quality of the ingredients. 3 hours later, Chen Mo stood before the mirror in the public restroom of the scenic area, turning on the faucet to splash cool water on his face. He lifted his shirt, revealing a previously flat abdomen, now boasting a clear set of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, their lines sharp and distinct. Experimentally, he clenched his fist, producing a faint crackle from his knuckles, a sensation of strength coursing through his arms, making his breathing deep and steady. Just moments ago, as he concluded his run, his legs had begun to tremble involuntarily due to the intensity of the day's workout. Chen Mo had exchanged 200,000 steps for a physical enhancement. And as he gazed at the system panel displaying a composite physical quality score of 20, he understood he had reached a crucial threshold. He could feel his body having crossed an invisible barrier. Both his muscle explosiveness and breathing rhythm had ascended to a new level. Opening the skill shop, he perused the offerings. Muscle and bone enhancement, 250,000 steps, once. Stamina recovery speed, 250,000 steps, once. Memory enhancement, 100,000 steps, once. Increase in height by 1 centimeter, 250,000 steps, once. Chen Mo scrutinized the figures on the skill list, his brow slightly furrowing. The first 2 options had already risen to 250,000 steps. His physical attributes were currently sufficient. He could consider enhancing his memory next, as he would soon be traveling abroad, and learning a foreign language would certainly be beneficial, better than relying on translation software for communication. After adjusting his attire, he exited the restroom, his steps light as he made his way outside, where Wang Xing had already messaged that he was at the entrance. Chapter 60, Trivial Matters and Warmth. Upon leaving the forest park and returning to the car, Chen Mo glanced at the food supply box in the back seat. Noticing the hard shells of the lobsters gently moving within the bag, he reached in to weigh them, estimating each one to be nearly a kilogram. Just the 4 lobsters alone would cost him around 4,000 RMB. Let us head back to the apartment, he decided, withdrawing his hand and pulling out his phone to initiate a transfer, sending Wang Xing 20,000 RMB. This amount covered the cost of the ingredients as well as his expenses for the recent business trip, including accommodation and meals. As Wang Xing started the car, he heard the notification sound and quickly glanced down, turning back with a smile. Boss Chun, this is too much. I haven't done much other than drive. Take it. Being efficient is more valuable than anything else, Chen Mo replied, leaning back against the seat, his fingertips tapping lightly on his knee. Wang Xing's smile broadened, and he responded eagerly. All right, thank you. He pressed the accelerator gently, merging smoothly into the flow of traffic. Sunlight streamed through the car window, and Chen Mo leaned against the seat as he browsed travel guides for Singapore on his phone. Moments later, Wang Xing parked steadily in front of the apartment building. Do you need me to help you carry anything? He asked. Chen Mo pondered for a moment before replying. It's a small place. 2 people would just get in each other's way. I'll manage it myself. He ascended the stairs and unlocked the door, the passcode having been provided by Han Yutong in advance. He laid out the ingredients on the marble countertop in the kitchen. The lobsters were bubbling. The beef brisket wrapped in cling film glistened with freshness, and the asparagus and shiitake mushrooms shone brightly. Chen Mo rolled up his sleeves, first tossing the lobsters into the sink to purge them, using a toothbrush to meticulously clean their crevices before slicing them open from the tail. After preparing the seafood, he placed the beef brisket in a clay pot to blanch, adding a few slices of ginger and some cooking wine. As it simmered, he turned to chop the vegetables, slicing the asparagus into diagonal pieces, having the shiitake mushrooms, and dicing the tomatoes splattering juice onto his wrist. After about an hour of bustling in the kitchen, his phone chimed. I'm almost off work. Han Yutong's voice came through, tinged with fatigue yet buoyant. Perfect timing. I'm nearly done here, Chen Mo replied, glancing at the thickening tomato beef brisket in the pot. I'll keep an eye on the fire. Let the driver fetch you. After hanging up the phone, he quickened his pace. The Australian lobster was prepared in 2 distinct manners. One half coated in starch and fried to a golden hue, then stir-fried with a blend of fragrant spices. The other half diced alongside asparagus and button mushrooms, cooked to achieve a refreshing, blanching taste. Finally, he transferred the dish to a clay pot, lowering the heat to allow it to simmer gently. eagerly awaiting the moment when the sweet and sour aroma mingled with the essence of the meat wafted through the air. Just as the door lock clicked. As Han Yutong changed her shoes, she peeked inside. It smells wonderful. What are you making? Didn't you say we were having shrimp and meat? Just a little something, he replied. Han Yutong approached, her fingertips lightly brushing against the lobster's claws. And she suddenly burst into laughter. This shrimp is quite impressive. After washing her hands, she sat down. She picked up a piece of lobster meat and placed it in her mouth, her eyes brightening. Not bad at all. Your skills are nearly on par with the restaurants. Chen Mo, who was serving her beef brisket soup, chuckled at her remark. With so many cooking tutorials available online, just follow the steps. It's not difficult. Well, it does require some talent, Han Yutong said, sipping her soup and smacking her lips. Last time I tried making tomato scrambled eggs, I nearly burned the pan. Their banter filled the air as the dishes on the table visibly diminished. After they finished eating and tidied up, Han Yutong wiped the dining table. Suddenly gazing blankly at the sink, lost in thought as memories of a kitchen from years past flickered in her mind. Back then, shortly after her marriage. Her partner also loved to cook, bustling about the stove in an oversized apron. She resembled her current self, handing over a plate. The air fragrant with the aroma of food, her heart full of contentment. Yet, over time, that sense of security had crumbled under the weight of mundane chores. The kitchen grew silent, and even arguments became too tiresome to voice loudly. What are you thinking about? Chen Mo approached with a plate in hand, noticing her distraction, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Nothing, she snapped back to reality with a smile. You go take a shower. I'll finish up here. The bathroom was small, making it a bit cramped for the two of them. When Han Yutong emerged from her shower, she found Chen Mo watching her as she bent down to pick up the bathroom mat, her damp hair cascading around her neck. Suddenly, he felt a surge of affection and reached out to lift her up. Hey! Han Yutong quickly pressed down on his arm, her cheeks flushed with warmth from the steam. Stop it, my relatives are here, not today. Chen Mo paused, his gaze drifting to the sanitary pad packaging she had carelessly placed on the sink, and he chuckled softly, disregarding her gentle push as he hoisted her up effortlessly. What is there to be afraid of with relatives around? As he made his way upstairs, Han Yutong instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, hearing him whisper in her ear, let us take an alternate route. Warm breath brushed against her ear, and Han Yutong's face flushed deeply as she buried her face in his chest, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't be silly. 2 hours later, only the sound of their even breathing remained in the bedroom. Han Yutong curled up beneath the covers, her long hair splayed across the pillow, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush, clearly fast asleep. Chen Mo lay beside her, his fingertips gently brushing against the ends of her hair before retracting his hand. He closed his eyes, silently murmuring to himself, System, activate remote step plundering. Beep. Target, Zhao Anren. Total steps today, 120, 931, successfully plundered, 48, 372 steps. Automatically withdrawn for you. Not bad. At this rate, once he accumulated 3 million steps, he should be able to plunder 60. With dreams of a promising future in his heart, Chen Mo gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Han Yutong opened her eyes, and just as she intended to move, she suddenly felt a bit swollen at her back, recalling last night's events, her cheeks warming slightly. She soon noticed that the bed beside her had grown cold. Sitting up, she rubbed her hair and heard faint sounds coming from downstairs. As she shuffled down in her slippers, she caught sight of Chen Mo bustling about in the kitchen. Up early to cook. She leaned against the wall, a smile gracing her lips, her voice still tinged with morning grogginess. Chen Mo turned, holding a mug filled with warm brown sugar water, ginger slices floating atop, steam wafting up. Perfect timing. Here, drink this first. Han Yutong accepted the mug, her fingers brushing against the warm ceramic, feeling a surge of gratitude. Sipping slowly, the sweet warmth slid down her throat, bringing a comforting sensation to her abdomen. Breakfast was simply prepared. Chen Mo gestured toward the dining table where 2 sandwiches lay, filled with fried eggs and ham, accompanied by a small dish of sliced strawberries. As they sat down to eat, Han Yutong bit into her sandwich and mumbled, What are your plans for today? Just going to find a place to run a bit. Chen Mo replied, sipping his milk. How about we stroll around West Lake after you finish work? Is that convenient for you? Not too bad. Han Yutong shook her head. My cramps aren't too severe during my period, it won't affect me. All right, Chen Mo nodded. Then let us try a local dish tonight. Han Yutong's eyes sparkled. Sounds great. After breakfast, Chen Mo drove Han Yutong to her office, watching her enter the building before turning to Wang Xing. Let us head to Xishan Forest Park. Upon arriving at the park entrance, they purchased tickets again. Chen Mo waved to Wang Xing. Go have fun. I'll call you once I finish my run. Time swiftly passed to 3 in the afternoon. The trees in the forest park cast long shadows. Chen Mo paused, glancing at the numbers on his tracker, just surpassing 100,000 steps. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have reached a cumulative step count of 2 million. The system rewards you with a scene card. This scene is an ancient temple, location, Lingyin Temple. Within this area, the step value is increased to 100 yuan per step, valid for 30 minutes. Scene steps can only be withdrawn, not exchanged for skills, and are permanently valid. Such a high step value? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by the system notification. Lingyin Temple is a popular tourist spot, making it challenging to run, and within half an hour, he might not accumulate many steps. Moreover, sprinting in a historical site could potentially damage artifacts, and there might even be staff to stop him. After some consideration, he decided it would be wise to wait until tomorrow and assess the situation on site. At that moment, Wang Xing was idly squatting by the alpaca enclosure, amusing himself with the fluffy creatures. Chen Mo approached and called out to him. Hearing his name, Wang Xing quickly stood up. Are we leaving? Yeah, let us go. Chen Mo replied. They walked to the parking lot side by side. Once inside the car, Chen Mo leaned back in the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. In his mind, he instructed the system. System, redeem a memory enhancement. 100,000 steps have been deducted, memory enhancement program initiated. As the mechanical voice faded, Chen Mo suddenly felt a slight throbbing at his temples, followed by a cool sensation cascading down from his crown, as if his muddled thoughts were being washed clean. Leaving him with clarity, he blinked, gazing out the window, and noticed he could read the small print on the road signs much more clearly than usual. Interesting, he mused, chuckling softly to himself. He pulled out his phone to search for something to learn while the iron was hot. His fingers swiped across the screen, suddenly pausing at a recommendation for a cigar lounge, featuring deep brown leather sofas and warm yellow lighting, with rows of glossy cigars displayed in glass cabinets. He had never tried this before. Tapping the screen, he turned to Wang Xing in the front seat. Let us go check this out. Wang Xing leaned forward to look at the address, pulled up the navigation, and replied, all right. Moments later, the car stopped on a quiet street in the old town, and the cigar lounge nestled between two red brick buildings came into view. The facade was understated, with the words Cloud Realm engraved deeply on the brass nameplate. Grasping the brass handle, he pushed the door open, and a soft good afternoon greeted him from within. A waiter clad in a black suit vest approached them, his hair meticulously styled and gloved hands immaculate. With a slight bow, he gestured invitingly, inquiring, Gentlemen, may I ask how many of you are here? Do you have a reservation? 2. We came on a whim, Chen Mo replied, casting a glance around the interior. The floor was adorned with a deep brown velvet carpet, muffling their footsteps, while several vintage oil paintings graced the walls. This way, please, the waiter guided them through an ornately carved wooden door. Inside, they were greeted by a grand ambience. A soaring dome overhead was adorned with a crystal chandelier, and plush leather sofas sank luxuriously beneath them. The air was imbued with a subtle aroma of wood and tobacco, mingling with the clinking of ice at the bar. At the far end stood a cigar cabinet, its entire wall encased in temperature-controlled glass, showcasing an array of cigars that dazzled the eye with foreign labels. A woman in a wine-red velvet gown stood before the cabinet. Upon hearing their approach, she turned, her long hair casually gathered at the back, and delicate diamond earrings glimmered as she smiled, revealing a faint beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Recognizing Chen Mo's presence as the focal point, she greeted him warmly. Good day, sir. I am Lin Wan, the cigar sommelier here. Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting to the top shelf of the glass cabinet. Cohiba? He ventured, though he only recognized this particular brand. Lin Wan opened the cabinet door and retrieved a dark wooden box. This is from the Lancero series, priced at 1,200 per stick. The wrapper is made from the sun-grown leaves of Havana, aged for 5 years. Without hesitation, Chen Mo responded, I'll take that one, and one for my friend as well. Wang Xing, standing beside him, gasped in astonishment, about to protest, but Chen Mo silenced him with a glance. Just try it. At that moment, Lin Wan respectfully added, Sir, the cigar you selected exceeds the minimum spending requirement for the lounge. We have several private booths that offer greater intimacy. Should you be interested, I can arrange that now. Chen Mo pointed towards a corner booth, its door frame intricately carved with vine motifs. Let us take that one. Lin Wan complied, guiding them inside, where an oval rosewood table was set between two single sofas, and a black and white photograph of Havana's tobacco fields adorned the wall. She returned shortly with a black ebony tray, displaying 2 types of cigar cutters side by side, one silver straight cutter with a blade polished to a mirror finish, and a brass V-cutter, exquisitely crafted. Presenting the tray to Chen Mo, she lightly touched the tools with her fingertip. Which one do you prefer, sir? The straight cutter offers a clean cut, although it may present a slight draw resistance. The V-cutter concentrates the smoke more, delivering a deeper experience. The V-cutter, please. With no further ado, she expertly held the cigar with her left hand, while while using the cutter in her right. The sound of a crisp snap resonated as the cut was made at a sharp angle, the edges impeccably clean. Next, she produced a silver lighter. Its flame steady as it met the cigar's tip. She looked up at Chen Mo, asking, "Would you like me to test it for you first to ensure the burn is just right?" Chen Mo's gaze fell upon her slightly parted lips, the cherry red of her lipstick striking beneath the warm light, and he nodded in agreement. Lin Wan leaned slightly, bringing the cigar to her lips, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows as she took 2 gentle puffs. Smoke billowed softly from her mouth, infused with the crisp essence of freshly ignited tobacco. Handing the cigar back, she said in a soft voice, "It's ready." Chen Mo accepted it, taking a light puff that allowed the smoke to swirl within his mouth before exhaling, savoring the rich, woodsy notes mingled with hints of nuttiness. "Would you care for a drink?" Lin Wan inquired, her demeanor cheerful. "Coffee, or perhaps something stronger?" 2 cups of coffee and a glass of whiskey. Your recommendation, please." "How about we try the Blue Mountain coffee, served without sugar or milk to complement the cigar's richness, paired with a Macallan 12-year, which offers a hint of honey sweetness to balance." "Sounds perfect." Lin Wan turned to the bar to prepare their order. Wang Xing, feeling the urge to partake, attempted to light his own cigar, but after a forceful puff, he erupted into a fit of coughs, his face flushed. "This thing packs quite a punch." "Don't inhale," Chen Mo advised calmly. Before long, Lin Wan returned with a tray, presenting a steaming cup of deep brown coffee and a crystal glass filled with amber whiskey, the ice clinking gently against the glass. She placed the drinks before them. "Please enjoy at your leisure. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Chapter 62. Whispers of the Evening Breeze. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chen Mo lifted his coffee, taking a sip. The slightly bitter aroma intertwined with the lingering essence of the cigar, creating a remarkable harmony, just as Lin Wan had suggested. As she gently closed the door behind her, the room was enveloped in the soft crackling sounds of burning tobacco. Wang Xing smacked his lips, cautiously taking another small puff, the smoke swirling before dissipating. "This place is truly exquisite. This single cigar costs more than my transportation for several days. Such is the experience of life." Chen Mo chuckled, his fingers delicately pinching the cigar as he looked at the somewhat bashful Wang Xing. "Since you're here, relax and enjoy. You can take a few sticks back home to savor at your leisure." Wang Xing's eyes brightened, and he quickly shook his head while nodding. "I can't possibly. But the service here, she's quite a sight." When she smiled earlier, I could hardly bear to look directly at her. Chen Mo let out a light laugh. Retrieving his phone from his pocket, it unfolded into a small tablet. He swiped across the screen, downloading several language learning applications and opening one with a standard pronunciation tutorial. Leaning back into the sofa, he carelessly puffed on his cigar while listening to the examples on the screen. The smoke swirled languidly above the rosewood table, only to be whisked away by the draft from the ventilation. After more than an hour, as the cigar burned perilously close to his fingertips, Chen Mo set it down, allowing it to extinguish naturally in the crystal ashtray. Having graduated from university, he possessed a basic understanding of foreign languages, but years of disuse had dulled his pronunciation. Yet, during this hour, the standard pronunciations from the software gradually soothed his ear, reshaping the once awkward syllables into something more familiar. Glancing at the time, he closed the foldable screen and stood, the sofa emitting a faint creak. "Time to go." Wang Xing hurriedly rose to follow him. As they approached the exit, Chen Mo signaled to Lin Wan, who was organizing the cigar boxes. She immediately set her task aside, approaching with an even softer smile than before. "Are you leaving, sir?" "Yes, please pack 2 boxes of that Cohiba for me, the 10-count ones." "Certainly." Lin Wan turned to retrieve 2 golden embossed wooden boxes from the temperature-controlled cabinet. She swiftly prepared the bill and packaged the cigars in a black velvet bag adorned with a golden logo. When the server announced the total, 27,000, Chen Mo paid without hesitation. "You go get the car," he instructed, handing the bag of cigars to Wang Xing as he watched him hasten out. Turning back to Lin Wan, he smiled, his gaze sweeping across the elegant decor of the establishment. "The ambience here is indeed delightful, so tranquil. Thank you for your kind words." "Sir, we specifically chose soundproof materials to ensure privacy while allowing our guests to immerse themselves in the experience of savoring cigars," Lin Wan replied, handing him a gold-embossed business card. "This is my contact information. You can make a reservation next time, and I will ensure a booth is set aside for you." "Very well," he replied with a smile, tucking the card into the inner pocket of his coat. "I'm merely here on business. I cannot say when I will return." Lin Wan chuckled lightly, the subtle beauty mark at the corner of her eye glimmering in the light. "No matter. Should you require anything related to cigars in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Shipping is also quite convenient." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, just as the sound of an engine echoed from outside. Lin Wan gracefully opened the door, gesturing for him to exit. "Allow me to see you off." A cool breeze swept in as she stood at the entrance, observing him as he bent to enter the car, her gaze lingering until the Bentley merged into the distant flow of traffic. Only then did she gently close the brass-bound wooden door. No longer waiting, let us first embark on a journey to Westlake. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, and he intended to complete the city landmark task before heading to pick up Han Yutong from work. Soon, Chen Mo and Wang Xing arrived at the banks of Westlake, where the afternoon sun was softened by the clouds, casting a gentle glow on the shimmering surface of the water. Beautiful, Wang Xing succinctly complimented. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, having heard countless praises in the past. Yet today he finally beheld the true visage of Westlake's splendor for the first time. Ding! The system has detected that the host has entered a city landmark, automatically activating a hidden reward. This reward is exclusive to second-tier cities and above, limited to 1 activation per city, with a minimum interval of 5 days between triggers. As the host moves within the confines of Westlake, the per-step value is adjusted to 30 yuan, limited to 1 hour, countdown commencing. 59, 59. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Mo began to jog around Westlake. The pathway along the lake was not particularly narrow, with clusters of tourists either pausing to take photographs or strolling leisurely in conversation. As he ran past, they instinctively stepped aside to make way. Running south from the broken bridge, he occasionally noticed boats gliding across the lake's surface. As he passed by Leifeng Pagoda, he glanced up at the legendary structure. An hour passed swiftly, and the system chimed again. Countdown complete. The total number of steps in this scene amounts to 14,201, with a cash amount of 426,030 yuan available for withdrawal. This has been automatically processed for you. He paused at the entrance of Su Causeway, his chest lightly heaving. Glancing at his phone to find his balance had reached 46 million yuan. Phew, it was worth the trip. By 5:30, Wang Xing had already maneuvered the car onto the main road. Earlier, while jogging, Chen Mo had spotted a local cuisine restaurant situated by the lake and, after checking his phone for reviews, discovered it had a decent rating. The window-side seats offered a view of the lake. He promptly called the restaurant to reserve a table for 2. Upon arriving downstairs at Han Yutong's company, she stepped out of the revolving door, her high heels clicking on the pavement, and slid into the car. As she neared Chen Mo, a hint of tobacco lingered in the air, prompting her curiosity. What is that smell? I spent some time at the cigar lounge this afternoon to kill some time. Chen Mo tilted his body to help her smooth her stray hair. Let us go eat. The car circled back to the lakeside, where the restaurant was nestled behind a row of yellow and green willows, its wooden sign exuding a quaint elegance. They were led to a window-side table on the second floor, where the server brought 2 cups of Longjing tea, the leaves unfurling slowly in the hot water, releasing a fragrant aroma. Let us start with some hot tea, Chen Mo suggested, pushing a cup towards her. Before perusing the menu, Longjing shrimp, dompa pork, and how about some Westlake vinegar fish? These are all signature dishes. Han Yutong smiled. Then let us try them all. The first 2 dishes arrived promptly. The Longjing shrimp displayed a delicate green hue, while the dompa pork quivered on the white porcelain plate. They sampled a few bites, savoring the perfect balance of freshness and saltiness. When the Westlake vinegar fish was presented, the silver-white fillet was drizzled with a rich amber sauce, looking exquisite. Chen Mo placed a piece into her bowl and took one for himself. The initial taste was a burst of sweet and sour, followed closely by the earthy flavor of the fish, each flavor standing distinct and apart, not melding at all. After chewing a couple of times, he met Han Yutong's gaze, and they both erupted into laughter simultaneously. Overrated, the reputation exceeds the taste, Han Yutong remarked, setting down her chopsticks. Reputation? Chen Mo chuckled, shaking his head. Is it notoriously bad? Chapter 63, Zen Forest Wins Gold. The remaining dishes were consumed with ease, while outside, the sky gradually darkened and streetlights flickered to life. After settling the bill and descending the stairs, they naturally held hands, strolling slowly along the lakeside. Chen Mo broke the silence. I have to return to Jinling tomorrow. There are matters to attend to. Han Yutong paused, looking up at him. All right, when will you come back next? If you miss me, just give me a call, and I'll become Superman and fly over to see you. Han Yutong smiled coyly, tightening her grip on his hand without a word. Later that evening, upon returning to the apartment, as the entrance light flickered on, they exchanged a glance, realizing they would part ways the next day. And an irresistible urge to draw closer surfaced, leading them to play a game of hide and seek. Han Yutong swiftly tied her long hair back, laughing as she dove beneath the covers. Chen Mo deliberately slowed his pace, circling the room twice before dramatically lifting the blanket, eliciting a burst of laughter from the concealed figure beneath. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Yutong peered out from under the covers, her cheeks flushed, playfully complaining. My jaw is so sore. Then perhaps, Chen Mo began to suggest, only to be interrupted by her decisive no. That silenced him. Han Yutong recalled the events of the previous night, her face flushing crimson, still feeling somewhat awkward, fearful he might devise another mischievous scheme, quickly retreating back under the covers. Once Han Yutong drifted off to sleep, Chen Mo, as was his custom, instructed the system to seize 40 steps from Yang Han Yu's count for the day, totaling 48. 542 steps, which he withdrew automatically. The next morning, Chen Mo rose early, thoughtfully preparing ginger tea with brown sugar and breakfast for Han Yutong. After they ate, the car came to a steady stop outside her company, and Chen Mo stepped out to open the door for her. They exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a tender kiss. Goodbye, Han Yutong beamed. Chen Mo patted her head. If you miss me, just let me know. I won't waste my time thinking about you, Han Yutong teased, shooting him a sideways glance as she entered the office building. Watching her depart, Chen Mo returned to the car, instructing Wang Xing. Let us head to Lingyin Temple for a visit. Wang Xing complied, starting the vehicle and casually inquiring, Boss, do you still believe in Buddhism? Chen Mo leaned back in his seat, replying nonchalantly, I did as a child, but I lost faith as I grew up. After a pause, he continued, if burning incense and praying truly worked, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to squeeze through the temple doors. Wang Xing pondered this for a moment and found it quite reasonable. Chen Mo added, although I don't believe, I don't reject it either. After all, most mainstream religions encourage goodness and teach moral lessons, which is deserving of respect. Wang Xing listened, occasionally chiming in, and they engaged in a leisurely conversation. Before long, they reached the entrance of Lingyin Temple, where Chen Mo purchased tickets and entered with Wang Xing. The ancient charm of the millennial-old temple enveloped him. As he admired the halls, towers, and inscriptions, sensing the profound cultural atmosphere of religion, which he found quite intriguing, they strolled slowly around Lingyin Temple, the eaves and brackets reflecting the sky's light, the faint scent of incense wafting gently in the breeze. Wang Xing had initially been wandering aimlessly until he spotted the Temple of Wealth nearby, his eyes brightening. I must go over there to light some incense. What if it really works? Chen Mo chuckled, waving him off. Go ahead, you don't need to follow me. Explore at your leisure. Wang Xing promptly agreed and hurried off toward the Temple of Wealth. Chen Mo watched his retreating figure, thinking that praying to that clay statue might be less effective than praying to him. As he mused, he continued deeper into the temple, passing through several halls and winding around a bamboo grove, until he noticed a small stone forest on the slope of a nearby hill. Scattered about were a few half-man-high stones, and the area was devoid of tourists, offering a serene setting. He approached and stood on a flat stone, glancing around and muttering to himself, this place is quite decent, not too crowded. He found a secluded corner, swiftly donned his exoskeleton, and silently recited the command, System. Activate scene card. Ding. The system has detected the host entering the designated scene, activating the card. The per step value within this scene is adjusted to 100 yuan. And the countdown of 30 minutes begins, 29, 59, with time pressing and tasks at hand. Chen Mo paid no mind to the scattered gazes of the few tourists around him, taking off in a sprint around the stone forest. The wind generated by his strides stirring the fallen leaves beneath his feet. 30 minutes may not seem like a long time. Yet this peculiar behavior captured the attention of the temple staff. As the countdown concluded, Chen Mo gradually came to a halt, leaning against a stone to catch his breath when a gentle inquiry reached his ears from behind. Benefactor, what are you doing? Turning around, Chen Mo was met by a monk clad in a robe, hands pressed together, his gaze serene. Straightening up, he tugged at his collar and smiled. Oh, nothing much. Just exercising. The monk intoned Ba, his eyes sweeping across the expansive stone forest, softly advising, the stone steps here are slippery. I urge you to take care. Thank you for the reminder, master. I shall conclude my activities now. Chen Mo replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, the monk offered no further words, merely inclining his head slightly before turning to amble away along the stone path. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Mo heard the system notification resonate in his mind, a smile spreading across his face. Countdown complete. A total of 7,021 steps recorded in this scene, amounting to a cash withdrawal of 702,100 yuan, which has been processed automatically for you. His bank card balance surged to 27.96 million. Chen Mo tucked his phone away, feeling elated, and turned towards the Kaishan Temple, spotting Wang Xing in the distance. Finished with your prayers? Wang Xing turned around and smiled upon seeing him. Yes. I prayed for prosperous fortune. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Wang Xing followed him into the temple's dining hall. The hall buzzed with voices. The vegetarian noodles and dishes arranged neatly, the tofu resembling succulent chicken, fragrant and inviting, while the marinated mushrooms were refreshing and appetizing. The two found a corner to sit, and as Wang Xing ate, he remarked, though this vegetarian meal appears plain, it is surprisingly delightful. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, Chen Mo said to Wang Xing, Let us head back to Jinling. The car departed from Lingyin Temple and entered the highway. Leaning back in the rear seat, Chen Mo opened his phone to browse automotive news. To make money is to spend. Let us acquire a grand toy. He searched according to his budget, and his eyes first fell upon a Ferrari. The cheapest model, the Roma, had an official price exceeding 3 million. He had a fondness for Ferraris, but not for this one. Other options were currently beyond his reach, and he had no desire to take out a loan. So he decided to postpone the purchase. Scrolling further, the McLaren GT caught his eye, its streamlined silhouette appearing even more aggressive than the Ferrari. He gazed at the image for several moments, contemplating, this one seems promising. I could indulge in it for a while. He then tapped the front seat, adjusted the navigation, and set the destination to the McLaren dealership. Wang Xing looked momentarily taken aback, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Are we going to pick up a car? Yes. You can help me drive it back, saving me a trip later on. The navigation recalibrated, directing them straight to the McLaren showroom. Chapter 64. The joy of acquiring a new car. At 4 in the afternoon, as the Bentley parked in front of the 4S dealership, its imposing frame attracted the attention of the sales staff within the showroom. Especially upon noticing Wang Xing trailing behind Chen Mo, sales consultant Lu Ruashi immediately understood the situation. This benefactor, accompanied by a driver, had a conversion rate of at least 80%. She deftly adjusted her professional attire's sleeves. Her steps light as she approached with a warm smile, speaking in a gentle tone. Good day, sir. I am sales consultant Lu Ruashi. Chen Mo's gaze drifted past her, swiftly locking onto the matte black McLaren GT in the corner of the showroom. Lu Ruashi followed his gaze and felt more confident, hastening to add, Sir, you have excellent taste. This is our 40T standard model, with an official price of 88 million. The matte black is a factory custom paint, requiring an additional 30,000, bringing the bare vehicle price to 18 million. Chen Mo circled the car, his fingertips gliding over the matte finish of the door. Is there an immediate availability? This black one is the only immediate stock. Having just arrived at the dealership a week ago, the interior features deep gray Napa leather and a Bowers Wilkins sound system. If you place your order today, you can take it home the same day. Lu Ruashi quickly calculated on her phone, factoring in the purchase tax of 874,950,000 for compulsory insurance, approximately 8,000 for temporary commercial insurance, and 318 million luxury car tax, 10 on the portion exceeding 3 million, estimating the total on-road cost to be approximately 46 million. She paused to add, if you prefer popular colors like orange or white, there's a wait of 1.5 months. Customization would take over 3 months. Chen Mo opened the elegant butterfly doors and settled into the driver's seat. Adjusting the seat while glancing at the central display, please provide a brief introduction. Certainly. This model is equipped with a 40T V8 twin-turbo engine, delivering a maximum power of 620 horsepower, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 in 3.2 seconds. Moreover, its chassis is calibrated for comfort, offering a range of 560 kilometers on a full tank, making it suitable for both daily commuting and long-distance travel. Lu Ruashi stood outside the car, expertly detailing the specifications, adding, we have a white test drive vehicle with the same power configuration. If you wish to experience it, I can arrange that now. No need for a test. I'll take this one. Chen Mo pushed the door open, his tone decisive. I'll pay in full via card. Please expedite the processing. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Ruashi's eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure and led him toward the negotiation area. Please hold on. I'll first confirm the large transaction limit with our finance department. You are using a debit card, correct? For amounts exceeding 2 million. We need to coordinate with the bank in advance. It won't take long. Chen Mo nodded, retrieving his bank card from his wallet and handing it over. After a brief wait, Lu Ruashi returned, having confirmed with the finance department. The contract was printed, clearly detailing the model, color, and various price breakdowns, totaling 46 million. Chen Mo reviewed each item, signing his name upon confirming accuracy. Please enjoy some tea in the waiting area while I fetch the vehicle's compliance certificate and consistency certificate for legal verification, as well as apply for a temporary plate. Our dealership is linked with the vehicle management office, so the certificates will be issued promptly. Additionally, I'll have our after-sales technician conduct a pre-delivery inspection, checking the exterior, mileage, oil, and battery to ensure everything is in order. Lu Ruashi rose with the contract in hand, adding softly, the temporary insurance has already been secured online and is now effective, allowing you to legally take the car on the road immediately without further delay. Chen Mo nodded, though he couldn't help but internally grumble. Purchasing a new car is such a hassle, with all these tedious procedures. Wang Xing, sipping coffee nearby, leaned in to whisper to Chen Mo, boss, this saleswoman is quite pleasant. far more considerate than during my last experience accompanying a friend to buy a car. Indeed. One must adjust their approach based on the audience, Chen Mo replied, reclining on the sofa while browsing the vehicle manual on his phone. After a short while, the after-sales technician approached with a checklist. Sir, the vehicle has no scratches, the oil level is normal, and the battery is fully charged. You may wish to inspect it personally. Chen Mo followed the technician to inspect the vehicle, meticulously examining its exterior and opening the hood for confirmation, finding no issues. After a further wait, Lu Ruashi returned with the temporary plate, keys, and a stack of documents, gently presenting them to him. Sir, all the paperwork is in order. Here are the vehicle keys, compliance certificate, purchase invoice, temporary plate, and handover document. If you confirm that the vehicle is in satisfactory condition, please sign the handover document. After signing, Chen Mo finally received the car keys after nearly 2 hours of anticipation. He settled into the driver's seat and started the engine, which roared to life with a smooth, deep growl. Lowering the window, he called out to Wang Xing, please return the Bentley to Zhonghuan building. Leave the keys at the front desk, and then tend to your other matters. I'll call you if needed. Wang Xing quickly acknowledged, watching as Chen Mo drove the matte black McLaren out of the showroom. As the vehicle took to the road, Chen Mo distinctly sensed that the sports car garnered significantly more attention than a regular sedan. He drove straight to the Tiandu building, parked the car, and ascended to the office where Lin Yu's melodious voice resonated continuously. Peering inside, Chen Mo observed Lin Yu smiling radiantly at the camera, holding up a fitness wristband. Her voice was clear and rhythmic. Dear family, come take a look. This wristband can monitor heart rate and steps in real time, and it connects to our devices to record exercise data, making it particularly useful for daily workouts. Today, we have an exclusive livestream price of only $199. Behind her, Zhao Anren was on a treadmill, clad in an exoskeleton, her strides steady and uniform. Catching sight of Chen Mo, she discreetly nodded in acknowledgement without breaking her pace. Li Jing stood to the side of the camera, and upon noticing Chen Mo's arrival, she immediately raised her finger in a shushing motion and pointed at Lin Yu, indicating not to interrupt the live broadcast. Chen Mo understood and silently nodded back. Li Jing quietly approached him, lowering her voice to say, Boss, shall we step inside to discuss? Once seated in the office, Chen Mo inquired, how have things been these past few days? Li Jing opened her tablet and displayed the data. We've only been broadcasting for 3 days, and there's been a slight improvement. The initial phase is primarily about building momentum. The products we've chosen require time to cultivate an audience, and it will be a while before we see any profit. No rush, Chen Mo replied, leaning back on the sofa and tapping his fingertips against the armrest. If we need more hands, feel free to hire directly. Just ensure the salaries align with industry standards. Li Jing nodded eagerly. Understood, boss. I've been contemplating hiring a dedicated product selector since it's been quite busy for both me and Lin Yu. I'll send out the recruitment information in the next couple of days. Pausing for a moment, she leaned in closer, lowering her voice further. By the way, a wholesaler of fitness equipment approached us yesterday, interested in collaborating on supply. I checked the sample quality, and it seems quite good. Should I present the details to you when you have time? No need to show me. Just ensure you vet it properly, Chen Mo said as he stood up, his mind occupied with more pressing matters, leaving little room for trivial concerns. He patted Li Jing's shoulder. You all carry on. I'm off. Call me if you need anything. Chapter 65, A Divine Arrangement. Exiting the company, Chen Mo drove directly toward the university district. In recent days, Shen Jiwei had diligently followed his instructions, sending him clear photos of her breakfast and lunch. From the screen, he could discern that the proprietor of the small eatery was quite genuine, offering hearty portions. However, he wondered if her dinner was equally satisfactory, prompting his desire to treat Shen Jiwei upon his return, purely out of kindness, with no ulterior motives. Parking in front of a supermarket, Chen Mo stepped inside and immediately spotted Shen Jiwei, engrossed in organizing goods. Sun Jia, stationed at the cash register, noticed him and cheerfully teased. Oh, look who's here. Were you planning to come? After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Mo quietly approached Shen Jiwei from behind, lightly tapping her shoulder with his fingertips. Startled, she turned around, her eyes lighting up upon recognizing him, and a smile graced her lips as she softly said, You're back. Yes, I just arrived this afternoon. Chen Mo's gaze swept over her somewhat slender shoulders, and he gently ruffled her hair before suddenly asking, Did you miss me during these past few days? At this question, Shen Jiwei's face flushed a deep crimson, from her ears to her cheeks, leaving her at a loss for words. Amused by her adorable embarrassment, Chen Mo chuckled. I'm just teasing you. Let us finish work and go have dinner together. Oh, she replied quietly, as if relieved. Obediently following Chen Mo as they exited the supermarket after bidding Sun Jia farewell. Strolling down the small street side by side, Chen Mo glanced at the restaurants along the way and suddenly asked, What did you have for dinner these past few nights? Shen Jiwei's fingers curled slightly. Her voice barely above a whisper. The lunch portions are quite ample, so I bring leftovers home and just heat them up for dinner. Chen Mo pondered this, his brow furrowing. Although the lunch portions were indeed generous, they hardly sufficed for 2 meals. You're still growing, he remarked, reaching out to gently grasp her wrist. His fingertips brushing against her skin. You've lost weight. Your skin is clinging to your bones. Shen Jiwei felt his hold on her wrist, but did not shy away. Instead, she lowered her head, her chin nearly touching her chest. Her cheeks burned with heat, her heart racing in a flurry of emotions. Wanting to say something, yet finding her throat constricted, eventually managing only a soft hum. Having already taken her hand, Chen Mo saw no reason to let go, leading her toward a nearby copper hot pot restaurant with a warm yellow sign. As they pushed through the glass doors, the rich aroma of beef tallow wafted toward them, dispelling the evening chill. He guided Shen Jiwei through several tables and stopped at a window-side seat, releasing her hand only when they reached the chairs, allowing her to sit first. Shen Jiwei settled into her seat, the warmth of his touch lingering on her wrist. She dared not look up, fixating instead on the tableware, her mind buzzing. Chen Mo picked up the menu, his fingertips gliding over the list of dishes, marking several. 2 portions of lamb rolls, 2 of snowflake beef, and let us add some shrimp paste and tofu. As he recited the order, he glanced up and noticed Shen Jiwei still looking down, prompting him to push the menu toward her, speaking softly, take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like. If you have any favorites, feel free to add. Finally snapping back to reality, Shen Jiwei raised her gaze and met Chen Mo's smiling eyes, quickly averting her own. You can order. I'm not picky. All right, Chen Mo replied, handing the menu to the waiter. We'll have the soup base as a yin yang with mild spice. Turning back, he poured her a glass of warm water, sliding it toward her. Start with some water. Throughout the meal, Chen Mo busily cooked and served dishes. Shen Jiwei's plate piled high as she silently ate, her cheeks bulging as she chewed. After dining, the pair exited the hot pot restaurant, where the evening breeze carried a chill, signaling the arrival of colder days. Chen Mo instinctively glanced at Shen Jiwei's coat, noting its thin fabric fluttering in the wind, and once more took her hand to lead her toward a nearby boutique. A few steps further, they arrived at a clothing store adorned with posters of autumn and winter collections, clean and inviting. As they reached the entrance, Shen Jiwei caught sight of a dress in the window and realized it was a women's clothing store. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Chen Mo interrupted her. Just follow my lead, otherwise I might get upset. His tone brooked no refusal as he pulled her into the store. Reluctantly, Shen Jiwei complied. Chen Mo casually picked up a cream-colored down jacket, unfolding it to measure it against her frame, then selected a light gray wool coat. Assessing how it would fit her shape, this down jacket suits you perfectly. The coat paired with a sweater will look lovely. Try them both on. Under the weight of his gaze, Shen Jiwei took the garments into the fitting room. Her slender figure and smooth shoulders made the down jacket appear anything but bulky, instead exuding a fresh aura. When she donned the wool coat, the fur collar accentuated her fair complexion, prompting the store owner to approach and compliment. What a lovely figure. Everything looks good on this young lady, and your boyfriend has great taste. Shen Jiwei's face flushed, and as she opened her mouth to explain, Chen Mo interjected. Wrap them all up, please, and also grab 2 fleece sweaters in light colors. He then stuffed 2 more items into her arms. Anxiously, Shen Jiwei tugged at his shirt hem, her fingers applying gentle pressure as her eyes conveyed silent resistance. That's far too many clothes. It will surely cost a small fortune. Chen Mo lowered his gaze and noticed the faint redness at the corners of her eyes. His heart softened, and he decided not to press further. All right, that's enough. No more purchases. The shops in the university town predominantly emphasize affordability, with prices largely accessible to the students. As they approached the checkout, the shopkeeper, with a cheerful demeanor, calculated the total and said, that will be 980. But I'll round it down for you to 900. Chen Mo readily paid, while Shen Jiwei beside him clenched the hem of her clothes anxiously. Upon exiting the clothing store, Chen Mo held the bag and was about to step forward when Shen Jiwei suddenly mustered her courage and tugged at his sleeve. She looked up at him and quietly asked, why are you so kind to me? Chen Mo gazed down into her eyes, which were filled with cautious inquiry, rendering him utterly soft-hearted. Recalling how she had collapsed into his arms that day due to low blood sugar, he feigned a casual tone. It's all orchestrated by fate. You encountered a warm-hearted person like me. I derive immense joy from helping others. He paused, observing Shen Jiwei still in a daze, then abruptly intensified his tone to tease her. So, you must never refuse my kindness again, understood? Or else I shall have to spank you. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiwei snapped back to reality, her eyes widening in surprise, and she hurriedly nodded. Yes, I want to dare again. Chapter 66, Street Encounter. Seeing her compliant nod, Chen Mo felt quite satisfied. Yet, just as pride swelled within him, he suddenly realized that if she were to obediently comply from now on, it would mean losing the opportunity to tease her about spanking. His expression fell instantly. What a miscalculation. Turning his gaze to Shun Jiwei's slender frame, his earlier frustration dissipated significantly. Oh, there is hardly any meat on you. It would feel rather unpleasant to spank you, and I might even feel pity. I should fatten you up a bit first. While he pondered this, he failed to notice Shun Jiwei stealing glances at him. What are you thinking about? She hesitated before finally asking softly. Chen Mo quickly masked his thoughts, adopting a serious expression. You need to eat more from now on. Each meal must fill you to the brim. Gain some weight, understood? Shun Jiwei didn't question the reasoning, merely nodded, her hair swaying slightly. Got it. Good girl. The two ambled back to the supermarket entrance, where Shun Jiwei deftly mounted her electric scooter, remaining still as she turned to Chen Mo, waiting for him to say goodbye. Chen Mo, noticing her tightly pursed lips, encouraged, give me a smile. Shun Jiwei froze for a moment before slowly curving her lips into a faint, somewhat awkward smile. Now that is more like it. Chen Mo helped her put on her helmet. Don't always keep that serious face. Smile more. I love seeing it. Shun Jiwei blushed, remaining silent. Go on. I'll come find you to hang out tomorrow. Bye. Chen Mo waved his hand. Upon hearing that he would return the next day, Shun Jiwei smiled again, but this time it was not the previous awkward grin. It blossomed from her eyes, softening her cheeks, as she gently responded with a "mo." Chen Mo stood still, waiting until Shun Jiwei's scooter turned the corner before retracting his gaze. He then turned towards the roadside McLaren, drawing the attention of passers-by. Some even taking out their phones to snap a picture. He paid them no mind, opening the butterfly doors and settling inside. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, his phone vibrated as he texted Su Qian, "Have you all arrived home?" Before he could start the car, someone gently tapped on the window twice. Chen Mo rolled down the window to find a girl standing outside, her makeup impeccably applied, dressed stylishly, a sight to behold. She smiled, leaned slightly forward to showcase her cleavage, and spoke in a tone laced with deliberate intimacy. Hey there, is it all right to get acquainted? Chen Mo glanced at her, his tone polite yet devoid of warmth. Sorry, I'm busy. The girl, taken aback by the rejection, quietly walked away. Chen Mo chuckled to himself, promptly rolling up the window and stepped on the gas. The car speeding towards the central plaza. The car glided smoothly through traffic, and just as Chen Mo turned a corner, his phone buzzed again. It was Su Qian's reply, "We're home. When are you coming back?" He glanced at the message, typed a quick "soon," and gently pressed the accelerator. The McLaren's engine roaring to life. After about 10 minutes, the car pulled into the underground parking lot of Central Plaza. Chen Mo locked the car and walked into the elevator, sending a plundering command to the system during the ascent. Ding. Today's total steps, 121, 147. Successfully plundered 48. 458 steps, automatically withdrawn for you. Bank account balance, 3,980,000. Before the elevator doors even opened, Chen Mo could already envision the lively atmosphere awaiting him. Indeed, as the doors slid open, the familiar voices of Su Qian and Lin Yu greeted him, their heads peering eagerly around the corner. "You're back," they exclaimed in unison. Not waiting for Chen Mo to change his shoes before each took hold of one of his arms, chattering excitedly about the events of the past couple of days. "Brother Mo, being a streamer is so much fun. Business trips can be tiring, right?" Chen Mo responded softly, while little Sang Biao wiggled over, tail wagging, circling around him and occasionally bumping against his pant leg with its head. Chen Mo bent down to ruffle its head, raising an eyebrow in amusement. "Have you grown quite a bit in just 2 days?" Su Qian laughed from the side. "It's probably just eaten, like a starving ghost reincarnated." Little Sang Biao bounced away, returning shortly with a toy ball in its mouth. Chen Mo chuckled and tossed the ball. Little Sang Biao dashed after it. The following morning, Saturday, sunny. Chen Mo yawned and sat up, his nose catching the faint aroma of congee. Stepping out of his bedroom, he saw the living and dining areas tidily arranged, with Su Qian emerging from the kitchen, holding the last plate of side dishes, smiling as she waved. "Awake? Hurry and wash up, breakfast is ready." "Ah, the virtuous wife," Chen Mo teased playfully, pulling her in for a kiss. "Stop it, I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Su Qian lightly scolded, giving him an exaggerated glare. After washing up, they sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast, conversing softly. The century egg and lean meat congee was perfectly cooked, the side dishes refreshing, and there were golden fried eggs. After a few bites, Chen Mo set down his chopsticks and got up, needing to run later and not wanting to eat too much. After playing with little Sang Biao for a while, he changed into his running shorts and donned his exoskeleton suit. Standing on the treadmill, he put on his headphones, which began playing foreign language learning audio. After an hour of running, Su Qian, fully geared up, approached him. I'm going to take little Sangbiao for a stroll. What do you want to eat for lunch? I can pick it up. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, his pace unbroken. You eat by yourself. I'll let you know what I want after I finish running. From 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., he paused twice to hydrate. When he finally stopped to check the step count on the panel, it had already reached 120,000 steps. Leaning against the sofa, panting, he summoned the system in his mind. Redeem a memory enhancement. As soon as the thought settled, the system chimed. 120,000 steps deducted. Memory enhancement program initiated. In the next instant, Chen Mo felt as though his mind had been cleansed with pure water. Lengthy sentences from the English audio that had previously eluded him now became clear, with each word's usage vividly recalled. Even past materials were etched in his memory with remarkable clarity. Before he could savor this newfound clarity, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Total steps have reached 340,000. The system rewards you with a scene card. Card requirement. The host must hold hands with someone of the opposite sex and walk side by side. During this handholding, the price per step will increase to 100 yuan, limited to half an hour. The steps in this scenario can only be withdrawn and cannot be exchanged for skills, and are permanently valid. Chapter 67. The Choice of Handholding. Chen Mo gazed intently at the requirements of the scenario card within the system notification, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Finding a partner of the opposite sex was not particularly challenging. The key was to seek someone with good physical stamina. After all, maximizing benefits was the goal. If he partnered with someone who could barely run a few steps without gasping for breath, it would be a sheer waste of opportunity. His first thought was to go to the company, where Yang Hongyu was working today. They could set up 2 treadmills side by side and run hand in hand. However, Chen Mo quickly dismissed the idea. Setting aside how Lin Yu and Li Jing might perceive it, there was also the matter of it being broadcast live. That would be rather inappropriate. He mentally cycled through his acquaintances. Shun Jiwei was the first to be ruled out. That petite figure would likely faint after just a few steps. Lin Yu was busy with her live stream and had no time to spare. Su Qian had long been out of shape. If they were to run, he would have to keep an eye on her, making it impossible to focus on accumulating steps. After filtering through his options, only Zhao Anren remained. Today was her day off, but her aloof personality posed a challenge. If he could manage to persuade her, there was a hint of excitement in the prospect. If she were to outright refuse, he could always take a stroll through the sports school and find someone training in athletics. With a plan taking shape in his mind, Chen Mo ceased his internal deliberation, stood up, and took a shower, changing into a fresh outfit. He picked up his identification card and other necessary documents, then drove directly to the Immigration Management Hall. Although it was the weekend, he had confirmed that passports could still be processed on Saturdays, albeit with an earlier closing time. At 3:30 p.m., Chen Mo arrived at the management hall, where the crowd was sparse. Within a few minutes, he was at the front of the line, submitting his documents, providing fingerprints, and taking a passport photo. The process was smooth and efficient. After the staff verified his information, they handed him a receipt. Come back in 7 working days to collect it, or choose to have it mailed. You will receive a notification when it is ready. Chen Mo accepted the receipt, expressed his gratitude to the staff, and turned to leave. Back in his car, he immediately called Zhao Anren. Zhao Anren had just been seated in a cafe for 10 minutes, her latte still steaming in front of her. She had intended to enjoy a quiet reading session on her day off, but unexpectedly received a call from Chen Mo. Tightening her grip on the phone, she answered, "Hello. Boss. Where are you? Do you need something? I'm having coffee, and I'm free for a bit," she added. "I have a small favor to ask." Chen Mo paused, realizing that discussing it over the phone would likely result in an immediate refusal, so he continued, "Let us talk in person." Upon hearing this, Zhao Anren's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly responded, "Boss, I should mention that I already have a boyfriend." On the other end of the line, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then let out a laugh, tinged with a hint of exasperation. "What are you thinking? That is not what I meant." Noticing Zhao Anren's silence, he added, "It's work-related, considered overtime. Once this task is completed, I'll send you a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Hearing it was work-related, Zhao Anren discreetly exhaled, closing her book. "All right, I'm at Blue Coffee on Changjiang Road, right on the street. Okay, please order me a cup of coffee. I'll be there shortly." Within 10 minutes of hanging up, Zhao Anren heard a low engine rumble outside the window. She looked up to see a sleek black McLaren gliding to a stop by the curb, its streamlined body strikingly eye-catching. Chen Mo exited the car, opening the flamboyant butterfly doors. The sunlight illuminated him, accentuating his defined shoulders. Dressed simply in a tailored black outfit, his broad shoulders and narrow waist exuded a statuesque presence, while his striking features radiated an alluring charm that was hard to ignore. The combination of good looks and an extravagant car was naturally eye-catching. And as he walked into the cafe, the gaze of passers-by subtly gravitated toward him. Chen Mo paid no mind, his eyes scanning the window until they locked onto Zhao Anren. Today, she wore light blue jeans that accentuated her straight, slender legs, paired with a cropped autumn jacket that subtly elevated her waistline, creating a harmonious silhouette. Her beautiful yet cool demeanor conveyed both an air of aloofness and a lively spirit. Chen Mo approached confidently, pulling out the chair opposite her and casually greeting, "Hello. Good afternoon." Zhao Anren looked up at him, internally acknowledging that at this moment, her boss indeed exuded a certain magnetism. Just then, the waiter arrived, placing a cup of coffee gently in front of Chen Mo. He took a sip, the warm liquid sliding down his throat. Before he could speak, Zhao Anren took the initiative to ask, "Boss, what is this all about?" Setting down his coffee cup, Chen Mo gestured to the smart watch on his wrist and began to elaborate. "I recently obtained a testing slot for a sports watch, which features a dual partner mode. The manufacturer requires 2 people to hold hands and run in sync for half an hour to collect data on step frequency and heart rate. Since you're free today, I wanted to see if you'd be willing to participate." Zhao Anren paused, her hand gripping the coffee spoon hesitantly, her mind racing. Holding hands for half an hour? Why the physical contact? Is this test legitimate? She hesitated to respond immediately, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Chen Mo, noticing her indecision, sweetened the deal. "Half an hour. I'll offer 2,000. Consider it an extra reward." The sudden doubling of the remuneration was indeed tempting. Zhao Anren bit her lip, unable to resist confirming. "So, it's just holding hands and running for half an hour? No other requirements?" "Absolutely none," Chen Mo affirmed earnestly, his tone sincere. His earnest gaze alleviated some of Zhao Anren's reservations, and she nodded in agreement. "All right." After finishing her coffee, the two exited the cafe. It was Zhao Anren's first experience in a sports car. As she opened the door, she felt a tinge of shyness. The curious and envious glances from passers-by made her heart race slightly faster. Once seated in the passenger seat, she couldn't help but discreetly observe the car's interior. Chen Mo, oblivious to her subtle actions, pressed the accelerator smoothly, steering them toward the outskirts where Wang Xing had previously taken him. The further they drove, the more the towering buildings transformed into lush greenery, and the traffic thinned considerably. Observing the unfamiliar scenery outside, Zhao Anren felt a flutter of apprehension and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, where exactly are we headed?" "To run. We need a quieter spot," Chen Mo replied. His gaze fixed ahead, his tone casual. "This area is quite open. I used to come here often, and it's free from distractions, perfect for our needs." There was something unsettling about his words, and instinctively, Zhao Anren reached into her bag, gripping the canister of pepper spray she always carried. Upon parking, Chen Mo exited the car and walked around to the front, retrieving a neatly folded mechanical exoskeleton from the trunk, prepared for Zhao Anren to use. Given Chen Mo's current physical condition, he could easily run for half an hour, but he worried she might struggle to keep pace toward the end. As Zhao Anren stepped out of the passenger seat, her earlier anxiety faded slightly upon seeing the equipment. This surely was for a legitimate exercise test. She opened the car door and, without further ado, donned the exoskeleton he handed her. Once she was properly outfitted, Chen Mo raised his hand, pretending to adjust the settings on his smartwatch as if initiating the testing program. He then turned to Zhao Anren, extending his hand. "All right, let us get started." At this point, Zhao Anren had no reason to hesitate any longer. She gently extended her hand toward him. Chapter 68. Oh no, oh no. Chen Mo took hold of her delicate hand, their fingers entwined. The moment their skin made contact, Zhao Anren couldn't help but feel her heart race. Her mind repeating, "This is all for work." She lifted her gaze towards Chen Mo, her voice slightly lowered. "Boss, about today's matter. Could you refrain from discussing it with others? We are upright and above board. Why do you feel guilty? It sounds as though we've indulged in an affair." Yet, witnessing her embarrassment, Chen Mo could only sigh in resignation. All right. Rest assured, I promise to keep it under wraps." After saying this, he silently commanded, "System, activate the scene card." Ding. Detected that the host is in the specified scene. The card has been activated. The price per step is adjusted to 100 yuan. And the countdown begins. 29, 59. Chen Mo gently took Zhao Anren's hand, leading the way. "Keep up with me." The two clasped hands as they trod along the woodland path, flanked by dense camphor trees that intertwined their branches, casting shadows that obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only fragmented beams to dance upon the ground. The breeze wafted through the trees, carrying with it the fragrance of grass and foliage, mingled with the earthy scent of damp soil, which felt exceptionally refreshing as it filled their lungs. At first, Zhao Anren managed to keep pace with Chen Mo, but after a few minutes, she noticed his stride quickening. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, her mechanical exoskeleton snugly aiding her legs, conserving her energy. Nevertheless, beads of sweat began to form along her back. Stealing glances at Chen Mo, she observed his taut profile, his jawline sharply defined, stray locks of hair dancing with the wind, and even his breath seemed so light it was nearly imperceptible, showing no sign of exertion whatsoever. The two fell into a comfortable silence, accompanied solely by the sounds of their footsteps, the whispers of the wind, and the occasional chirps of birds flitting through the trees. As the half-hour elapsed in concentrated running, Zhao Anren's breath began to grow labored, her steps faltering slightly as the exoskeleton's assistants struggled to match Chen Mo's pace. Grasping his hand tighter unconsciously, her knuckles turned pale. Sensing her fatigue, Chen Mo gradually slowed his pace, finally coming to a halt just as the countdown reached 0. Countdown finished. Total steps for this scene: 6,521. Earnings: 652, 100 yuan, automatically transferred to the linked account. Watching the balance rise to 1,050,000. Chen Mo felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Panting, Zhao Anren's cheeks flushed a distinct shade of red, the source of which was ambiguous, whether from the exertion of running or the embarrassment of their intertwined hands. She glanced at their still clasped fingers and softly asked, "Boss, can we let go now?" Oh. Chen Mo finally registered her words and hastily released her hand, feeling a strange emptiness the moment his fingertips left her palm. He retrieved his phone, opened the transfer interface, and entered 2,000 yuan, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Anren unreservedly took out her phone to accept the payment. The two walked side by side towards the car, and as the wind rustled through the trees, the warmth from their run dissipated quickly, yet the atmosphere felt overly quiet. Chen Mo broke the silence, inquiring, "Besides drinking coffee and reading, what else do you enjoy doing in your free time?" Zhao Anren replied softly, "I practice yoga and occasionally attend self-defense classes." "Self-defense classes?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued. "I would have never guessed you practiced that." "I wanted to learn after encountering some minor troubles in the past," Zhao Anren replied nonchalantly. Her steps becoming lighter, they continued their conversation until they reached the car. As the engine roared to life, he turned to her and asked, "Where shall I take you?" "Home directly." Zhao Anren, fiddling with the hem of her clothing, contemplated. Her boyfriend should be finishing work soon, and if she went straight downstairs, they might cross paths, which would certainly lead to misunderstandings. So she shook her head and suggested, "Let us go back to that coffee shop from the afternoon." Chen Mo nodded in agreement and steered the car towards the city center. The earlier topic of their conversation gradually faded, leaving only the gentle melodies playing within the vehicle. 20 minutes later, the sleek black McLaren came to a stop once again outside the Blue Cafe. Just as Zhao Anren unbuckled her seatbelt, she heard Chen Mo's voice, "Goodbye. Take some time to rest." He paused, recalling that the system might have similar tasks in store, and added, "I'll reach out to you again for the next test." Zhao Anren hesitated momentarily at the car door, recalling the 2,000 yuan that had just arrived in her account, and nodded in response. "All right." With that, she stepped out of the car and walked to the roadside, waving at Chen Mo, "Goodbye, boss." Chen Mo waved back through the window, glancing at his watch, which indicated it was precisely 6 p.m. Without further delay, he turned the car around and drove down the street towards the university district. Meanwhile, Shen Jue sat at her desk in the dormitory, feeling somewhat despondent. Chen Mo had promised to come see her today, and she had made an effort to finish her errands at the supermarket early. However, as the clock struck 5:30 and the sky darkened, there was still no sign of him. She hesitated to call him, secretly thinking he must have been caught up in something important, and rode her little electric scooter back to the dormitory with a sense of disappointment. As Shen Jue pushed open the dorm door, she found the lights already on. During this time, her relationships with her roommates had improved significantly. Zhao Yu was making her bed and, noticing Shen Jiwei's lackluster demeanor, set down her sheets and gently patted her back. "Jiwei, what's the matter? Are you feeling low on sugar again?" "I'm fine," Shen Jiwei replied, placing her bag on the desk, her voice soft. "It's just that Chen Mo said he would come to see me today, but I haven't heard from him yet." Lin Weiwei, sitting at the desk opposite, immediately paused her writing. "Why don't you call him to check? He might be stuck in traffic or have something come up unexpectedly." "I can't." Shen Jiwei twisted the hem of her clothing. "What if he is busy with something important? It would be rude to interrupt him." Just as she was fretting over the thought of disturbing him, Li Meng, who was sitting on a chair applying a face mask, overheard and chimed in with a laugh. "You poor thing, you've fallen in love. I haven't tea." "Stop talking nonsense." Shen Jiwei's face turned crimson as she waved her hands in denial. Lin Weiwei smiled gently. "Don't be so defensive. If you didn't care, why would you be upset about him not showing up?" They all understood the feelings of being in love. Feeling flustered by their teasing, Shen Jiwei lowered her head. Just then, her phone lit up, the name Chen Mo shining brightly on the screen. Her eyes brightened instantly, and the earlier disappointment was swept away by a wave of excitement. She hurried to a corner to answer the call. Chapter 69, The Tallest Building. The other girls in the dormitory perked up their ears as she did. Where are you? Chen Mo's gentle voice came through the receiver. Shen Jiwei's voice was soft. I'm back at the dorm. Okay, stay there. I'll be right over. All right. Shen Jiwei held the phone tightly until she heard the dial tone, then stood there in a daze. She turned around only to find her 3 roommates huddled together, each wearing identical knowing smiles. Shen Jiwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her cheeks flushing even more as she whispered. He.S. coming to pick me up for dinner. Go. Li Ming chimed, leaning in closer, her curiosity piqued. So, where are you guys at in your relationship? Shen Jiwei was taken aback, blinking in confusion. What do you mean? Lin Weiwei was equally curious, immediately jumping in. You know, the stages of dating, holding hands, hugging, kissing, and all that. The moment those words left her lips, Shen Jiwei's face turned a deep shade of red. Her mind racing back to the past few days and the dinner from the previous night. Did that count as a date? She hesitantly managed to utter, well, he held my wrist, does that count? Without waiting for her roommate's reactions, she turned and scampered towards the door, her voice as soft as a whisper. I'll go down and wait for him. Observing her panicked exit, her friends erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's car had already entered the campus. The McLaren parked steadily beneath the girls' dormitory, attracting far more attention than before. Students passing by couldn't help but gawk, and a few bold girls approached, whispering, handsome, could we take a picture with your car? Chen Mo, without an ounce of pretension, smiled and nodded, of course. Upstairs, the roommates flocked to the windows, peering out eagerly. My goodness, it's a McLaren. Even cooler than the Bentley from last time. Li Ming exclaimed in a hushed tone. It's simply stunning. Lin Weiwei nudged Zhao Yu's arm, her voice laced with longing. If only my boyfriend were as wealthy and considerate as that. The girls exchanged envious remarks, their admiration barely contained. Downstairs, after bidding farewell to the students who had taken pictures, Chen Mo turned and spotted Shen Jiwei rushing out from the dormitory entrance. He approached her, gently ruffling her hair with a hint of indulgence. Why are you running so fast? Are you that eager to see me? She opened her mouth. Struggling to find a reply, her cheeks flushed with a permanent hue. Chen Mo took her hand and led her to the passenger seat, lifting the striking butterfly door. Standing beside the car, Shen Jiwei, although unaware of its exact worth, could tell it was extremely expensive and undeniably beautiful. The gazes of those around her made her heart race, and her fingertips trembled slightly. She had never before been the object of such envious stares. Once she awkwardly settled into the passenger seat, Chen Mo bent to enter as well. Noticing her dazed expression, he reached for the seatbelt beside her to fasten it. The confined space of the car enveloped them, and his warm breath brushed against her cheek, sending shivers down her spine. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, but the seat offered no room to retreat, forcing her to press tightly against the backrest, hardly daring to breathe. Observing her reaction, Chen Mo deliberately lingered in front of her, teasingly asking, Am I that intimidating? Shen Jiwei gazed into his eyes, her own filled with helpless pleading, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Amused by her demeanor, Chen Mo chuckled softly, retreating to fasten her seatbelt, his tone softening. What do you feel like eating tonight? As soon as he spoke, he realized the question was somewhat futile. Sure enough, she replied softly, I'm fine with anything, you decide. Chen Mo sighed, pressing the accelerator as they left the campus, heading towards the city center. The scenery outside the window transformed from the campus buildings to the towering skyscrapers of a bustling urban area. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the Zifeng Tower. Completed in 2009, this building stood at a magnificent height of 450 meters, including its antenna, firmly holding the title of the tallest building in Nanjing for 14 years. However, in recent years, competitors had emerged, and the claim of being the tallest had become a matter of debate. After parking, Chen Mo turned to Shen Jiwei and said, There's an intercontinental hotel upstairs, and their buffet is quite good, especially with the splendid view. As she followed him out of the car, Shen Jiwei gazed up at the impressive tower, feeling somewhat nervous. Chen Mo naturally took her wrist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Just stick with me. The warmth enveloping her wrist calmed her previously racing heart, although the blush that had begun to fade returned with a vengeance. They stepped into the elevator, where the mirrored walls reflected Shen Jiwei's profile as she fixated on the ever-changing floor numbers. With a soft ding, the elevator reached the 45th floor. Pushing open the restaurant door, they were greeted by the warm golden light mingling with the enticing aroma of food. Fresh king crab legs were piled high on the table. Plump oysters glistened, and sizzling lamb chops wafted a smoky fragrance from the grill, while the dessert table overflowed with sugary macarons and mousses, dazzling Shen Jiwei. She discreetly listened as a nearby server announced the prices, and upon learning that it was nearly 300 per person, her fingers instinctively clenched the edge of her clothing, internally lamenting the expense. Chen Mo, having noticed her thoughts, playfully ruffled her hair with a smile. Go ahead and indulge. Otherwise, we'll be missing out. Immediately, Xin Jue looked up, her expression turning solemn as she nodded earnestly, determined to complete her mission of enjoying this meal. Chen Mo chuckled, joining her in gathering food. Before long, their table was piled high with dishes. Once seated, Chen Mo expertly cracked open the crab shell for her and pushed the neatly sliced meat towards her. Xin Jue took small bites, savoring the sweet seafood and creamy desserts, trying a little bit of everything. By the end of the meal, she leaned back, her stomach pleasantly full, wide-eyed at Chen Mo, a smudge of cream adorning her lips. Seeing her relish the food, Chen Mo felt a surge of appetite as well. Having barely eaten all day, he found himself equally satisfied, feeling pleasantly stuffed as he set down his utensils. Let us go for a walk to help digest, he suggested. Grabbing his jacket and naturally taking Xin Jue's hand, they re-entered the elevator, this time pressing the button for the observation deck, situated over 200 meters high. On the observation deck, the nightscape of Nanjing unfolded before them, the traffic resembling a golden river winding through the streets. In the distance, Xuanwu Lake shimmered under the moonlight, and the silhouette of Purple Mountain emerged subtly through the night. Xin Jue leaned closer to the railing, unable to suppress her awe. Wow. Her eyes sparkled with the reflection of countless lights. Chen Mo stood beside her, glancing at her softly illuminated profile, his fingers gently stroking the skin on her wrist. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, it's stunning. Xin Jue nodded vigorously, her voice brimming with excitement. The evening breeze, cool at this height, made her instinctively shrink her neck. But it's a bit chilly up here. The wind is much stronger than down below. Noticing her shivering, Chen Mo leaned closer, playfully whispering in her ear. Do you know what it means to huddle for warmth? Xin Jue paused, momentarily puzzled by his words, but before she could process them, he took a step forward, drawing her into his embrace. His palm rested securely on her waist, the pressure gentle yet firm, pressing her back against his chest. Instantly, Xin Jue froze, her skin ablaze with warmth as she struggled to find a place for her hands and feet. Are you still cold? Chen Mo's voice mingled with the wind, his arms tightening around her. And no, I'm not cold anymore. Suddenly, memories from the dormitory flooded her mind. Lin Weiwei's insistence on the steps of holding hands, hugging, kissing, and more. She suddenly realized this was already the second step. After the hug, the mere thought sent her heart racing, her breath quickening as she remained stiff in Chen Mo's embrace, her body trembling slightly, feeling like her heart might leap out of her throat. Chen Mo's arms around Xin Jue remained steady and gentle, devoid of any ulterior motives. He vowed to the lights that he was merely concerned for her comfort, wanting to shield her from the cold, entirely free of any other thoughts. At that moment, a spotlight on the observation deck flickered and extinguished due to an unknown malfunction. Chen Mo inhaled the fragrant aroma of the shampoo from her hair, reveling in the softness of the person in his embrace. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, a natural response for a youth brimming with vigor. In the next moment, Xin Jue seemed to sense something amiss. Her previously relaxed body stiffened abruptly as a rigid object pressed against her waist. A sudden buzz filled her mind, clearing all thoughts and leaving an empty void. The evening breeze and the twinkling lights that had been so vivid moments ago vanished without a trace. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, Chen Mo sought to divert his attention and shifted his gaze to the night scenery. Internally, he communicated with the system. Plunder Yang Hongyu's steps for today. Ding. Today's total step count for the target is 120,981 steps. Successfully plundered 40, totaling 48,392 steps. Automatically redeemed for you. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, illuminating the screen to check his balance. 10,990,000. This movement caused the arm encircling Xin Jue's waist to naturally loosen. Xin Jue, already tense, sensed his hand retreating, instinctively taking a step forward, unwittingly escaping his grasp. However, as soon as she did, a wave of regret washed over her. She feared that Chen Mo might be displeased, and the sudden loss of the warmth and safety of his embrace left her yearning. At that moment, the evening breeze, as if seizing the opportunity, swept a chill against her back, causing her to shiver slightly. Yet, she felt too embarrassed to retreat into his embrace again, so she turned to him and stammered, I think we should head back to school. The dormitory will close soon. Chen Mo glanced at the time. It was barely past 8 in the evening. He was about to say something when a message popped up on his phone before the screen dimmed. It was from Lin Yu. Mo Gu, when are you done? Come back and see the fox. Chen Mo furrowed his brow at the mention of the fox, replying in confusion. You guys have a fox? The response came almost instantly. You'll know when you come back. Not wanting to pry further, he tucked his phone away and casually grasped Xin Jue's wrist. Let's go. But since it's still early, accompany me to buy some things first. After descending the stairs, he drove to a nearby large supermarket. Shen Jiwei pushed the shopping cart while Chen Mo filled it with snacks, juices, milk, coffee, and an assortment of candies, loading the cart to the brim. "You can take these back to eat," he said as he continued to add items. "But I can't eat this much," she protested. Chen Mo turned to her with a smile. "If you can't finish it, just share it with your roommates. There's strength in numbers." Shen Jiwei opened her mouth to respond, but suddenly noticed his gaze had shifted to her rear, causing her to clamp her lips shut in silence. Chen Mo sighed in disappointment. "Damn. I was so close to succeeding." As he dropped her off at the dormitory entrance, Shen Jiwei clutched the bag of snacks, her fingers nervously probing the edge of the bag, reminiscing about the safety she had felt in his arms, finding herself somewhat enamored by it. She hesitantly looked up and said, "I have a day off tomorrow, so I won't go to the supermarket. I need to finish my elective assignment in the morning, but I have nothing planned for the afternoon." Chen Mo picked up on her implication but feigned ignorance. Then you should rest well in the afternoon." Shen Jiwei tightened her grip on the snack bag, her eyes dimming slightly as her voice softened, responding with a gentle "oh." Watching her eyelashes droop, he couldn't help but reach out and tousle her hair. "But you can only rest until 2 o'clock. Curious, Shen Jiwei raised her head. Chen Mo curved his lips into a smile, lowering his voice. "I'll come pick you up at 2 and take you out to have some fun." Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled, illuminating her face with a radiant smile. "Go back now. See you tomorrow." Chen Mo helped her adjust the sliding snack bag. Shen Jiwei nodded earnestly, clutching the bag as she ascended the stairs. As she pushed open the dormitory door, her roommates were still awake. Seeing her beaming face, they immediately flocked around her. How was it? How was it?" Shen Jiwei, unable to resist, whispered, "It seems like we've taken the second step. Did you hug? How did it feel?" Lin Weiwei's voice rose in excitement. "It felt very safe," Shen Jiwei replied shyly, her words coming out in fragments. Li Ming and Zhao Yu joined in, eagerly questioning her for details. "Did he hold a gun to you? Where did he take you? Come on. Spill the beans on how you ended up hugging." Shen Jiwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recounted. "We went to a very tall building to see the night view. The wind was particularly strong, and I felt a bit cold, so he hugged me." She paused, adding, "The night view from that building was truly beautiful. Wow, that handsome guy really knows how to charm." Li Ming mused, envisioning the romantic scene. It was then that Shen Jiwei remembered the snacks in her arms, saying, "And these, he told me to bring back to share with you. Do we get a share too?" Lin Weiwei exclaimed, grabbing a pack of imported chocolate, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "He's so considerate. I'm in love." Hearing this, Shen Jiwei, feeling a rare hint of shyness, pouted, "You can't love him." The dormitory fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Lin Weiwei covered her mouth, giggling. All right. You're the only one allowed to love him." Chapter 71. Walking on the river surface. The following morning at 9 a.m., after a light breakfast, he donned his exoskeleton and stepped onto the treadmill, activating the foreign language learning audio. He began with a leisurely walk, gradually ramping up to a run once he felt sufficiently warmed up. By early afternoon, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, the host has accumulated a total of 2,450,000 steps. System rewards a scene card. The scene is strolling on a riverboat, location, on the deck and inside the cabin of the riverboat. During the riverboat period, the step value within the range is adjusted to 100 yuan per step, limited to half an hour, and the scene steps can only be redeemed for cash. Not exchangeable for skills, permanently effective. A riverboat? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chen Mo halted his exercise, stepping off the treadmill to check the panel. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical fitness, 21. Current steps, 104, 213. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene card, strolling on a riverboat, pending use. Total accumulated steps, 2,450,000. He had yet to decide where to take Shen Jiwei for a fun outing, but now that decision was made for him. Chen Mo retrieved a drink from the refrigerator and twisted the cap off. With his steps nearing 250,000, he was halfway to unlocking the bicycle, likely achievable by the time he returned from Singapore. Chen Mo took a sip of the icy beverage, the cool liquid soothing his throat, alleviating much of the heat from his recent workout. He settled down and pulled out his phone, typing riverboat into the search bar. Jilin was built alongside the river, and naturally, riverboats were inseparable from the Yangtze. The page quickly populated with results, and after scanning through, his eyes settled on the introduction of the Yangtze Love riverboat. Clicking on the details, the screen displayed the parameters of the cruise ship, approximately 100 meters long, 20 meters wide, with a gross tonnage of nearly 6,000 tons, featuring 4 levels and spacious decks for overlooking the river view. The cabin included a banquet hall, restaurant, VIP lounge, and more entertainment facilities than he had anticipated. Most importantly, it had a gym. He navigated to the ticket purchasing interface, finding the prices considerably lower than expected. Basic single tickets were around 100 yuan. But the journey was relatively short and did not include additional services, though VIP tickets were available. Then I must go for the VIP package. Without hesitation, Chen Mo spent over 1,000 yuan to book the 2 most expensive tickets, filled in the information, and received instantaneous confirmation of his order. Putting away his phone, Chen Mo took a shower and chose a high-necked base layer. Since it wasn't particularly cold yet, he casually threw on a short black jacket. Arriving at the entrance where the shoe cabinet stood, he selected a pair of black professional running shoes. Previously, he had taken the time to purchase an entire collection of running footwear, each distinct in style. Grasping the car keys, he stepped outside. And as he settled into the driver's seat, he dialed Shun Jiwei's number. The phone rang twice before being answered, the girl's voice laced with a hint of anticipation. Hello? Get ready. I'm coming to pick you up now. Yes, I'm already prepared, Shun Jiwei replied, her tone betraying a touch of flustered obedience. Chen Mo inquired further. Have you eaten lunch? Shun Jiwei promptly responded, I had a bike ride to the supermarket for lunch. I'm quite full. Moments later, they arrived at the dormitory parking lot. Shun Jiwei opened the car door and climbed in, as Chen Mo assisted her with fastening the seatbelt. Curiously, she asked, Where are we going? Chen Mo glanced at her. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes. I'm taking you for a boat ride. Shun Jiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never been on a boat before and couldn't help but envision that idyllic scene, the 2 of them in the center of a lake. The boat gently gliding across the water, accompanied by the melody of Let Us Row Our Boat. They soon arrived at the Wuma ferry terminal. Following Chen Mo through the entrance, Shun Jiwei froze upon spotting the 4-story cruise ship emblazoned with love of the Yangtze River. Her eyes widened slightly. Are we going to board that ship? Indeed, Chen Mo affirmed, taking her cool hand in his. Come, let me show you the river view. Guiding Shun Jiwei to the boarding ticket inspection area, they encountered a considerable queue. Without hesitation, he led her towards the adjacent VIP passage, believing that spending money should confer some privileges. After the ticket inspector verified their information, a staff member enthusiastically gestured for them to enter. Sir, allow me to briefly introduce you to the ship's layout, the staff member explained while holding the elevator doors open. The first floor features a banquet hall. Should you require arrangements for a gathering in the future, feel free to contact us. The second floor hosts a general lounge and entertainment area, while the third floor offers a buffet. If you wish to savor various river delicacies, we also have private dining rooms with absolutely fresh ingredients. The fourth floor contains your VIP observation lounge, with corridors leading directly to the viewing deck and a music cafe. As they reached the 4th floor, the staff member opened the door to their room. Welcome to your suite. Shun Jiwei stepped inside, taken aback. The room resembled a luxurious hotel suite, albeit with the addition of a game room, tea table, and sofa. Chen Mo was equally surprised, noting the presence of a bed, an oddity for a man and woman alone together. At that moment, the staff member added, We have prepared some refreshments for you, which will be delivered shortly. Please take a moment to relax. The cruise will set sail in 10 minutes. All right, Chen Mo coughed lightly, then led Shun Jiwei to the tea table. Let us have some tea first, and we can explore once we're underway. The staff member presented a tea menu. Sir, what type of tea do you usually prefer? Your VIP package includes by Luo Chun, Pu'er, and Longjing. If you wish to try something even finer, we also offer Mingqian Shifeng Longjing and Premium by Hao Yin Zhan, though those would incur an additional charge. Chen Mo glanced at the menu. His knowledge of tea limited to brewing techniques learned from his boss at work, and he was not well versed in the nuances of different teas. Seizing the opportunity to try something new, he decided, let us have a pot of by Hao Yin Zhan. Very well, please hold on a moment. The staff member replied before departing to prepare the tea. By Hao Yin Zhan, fresh tea priced at 500 per pound, costs around 500 yuan, while 3-year-old tea is approximately 900 yuan per pound. This pot, weighing about 10 grams, would not exceed 75 yuan in actual cost. However, the ambience elevated the price, and he was charged 200 yuan for the tea. Rising from his seat, he approached the window for a view, but the ship had yet to depart, revealing little of interest outside. Turning back, he noticed Shun Jiwei standing nearby, lost in thought, and waved her over. Don't just stand there, come and sit. Shun Jiwei had been gazing nervously at the large bed in the center of the room, her heart fluttering with unease. Hearing his call, she snapped back to reality, responding softly as she moved to sit beside Chen Mo. Before long, the staff member entered, carrying a tray. Inside a green porcelain jar were tea leaves, accompanied by several exquisite Chinese tea snacks. One dish was a lion's head puff, its golden, flaky pastry sculpted into a round lion head, filled with crab roe, offering a delightful crunch and savory taste. Next to it was a dish of osmanthus rice cake, its snowy white body enveloped in a layer of translucent sugar frosting. sprinkled with dried osmanthus flowers. Lastly was a plate of date and yam cake, cut into neat squares, the outer layer of light brown yam puree perfectly complementing the tea. The staff member arranged the items carefully, kindly saying, "Enjoy your meal," before quietly exiting. Chen Mo pressed the button on the electric kettle, turning to Shun Jiwei. "First, we need to warm the cups and bowls." Once the cups were heated, Chen Mo demonstrated how to brew the tea. Rinsing it as the delicate white tea fibers unfurled in the hot water, the sweet aroma quickly filling the room. When the first cup was poured, Shun Jiwei lifted it for a taste. The refreshing flavor burst forth with a sweet aftertaste, her eyes lighting up. "It's delicious." Chen Mo also took a sip, the robust flavor swirling in his mouth, raising his eyebrows in approval. Indeed, fine tea possessed an unmistakable richness that even someone like him, who typically did not indulge in tea, found exceptionally delightful. They sat together, savoring the tea and occasionally sampling the pastries. Suddenly, the ship's horn sounded, and the dock began to recede from view as the river gradually came into focus. With the ship now underway, Chen Mo set his cup down and turned to Shun Jiwei. "Let us go out and take a look around." Shun Jiwei nodded in agreement, and together they exited the room, following the corridor to the deck. The river breeze, laden with moisture, enveloped them, and she instinctively edged closer to Chen Mo. In such an open and windy space, she felt an unsettling lack of security. Noticing her slight movement, Chen Mo unconsciously slowed his pace, discreetly shielding her from the wind. "Don't be afraid. This ship is large and very stable." Shun Jiwei followed his gaze toward the river, the shimmering waves causing her head to spin slightly, and she murmured a soft acknowledgement. Chen Mo guided her along the deck, occasionally pointing out water birds flying by, saying, "Look, little chicks." After a moment, the wind picked up, and he sensed her shoulders stiffening slightly. "Let us head back to the cabin. We can admire the night view later." They returned to the corridor, wandering through the ship's interior as Shun Jiwei curiously explored behind Chen Mo. Eventually, they passed a brightly lit gym, prompting Chen Mo to halt and ask, "Shall we go in and stretch a bit?" She hesitated, glancing at the unfamiliar equipment inside, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. "I don't know how to use these. I've never tried." "It's all right, I'll teach you," Chen Mo reassured, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Scanning the machines, he selected an elliptical trainer, which was gentle on beginners. He adjusted the pedal height before beckoning her over. "Come and try this. It's quite easy." As she stepped onto the pedals, she wobbled slightly upon exerting herself, quickly gripping the handrails, tension coursing through her body. Chen Mo gently placed his hand on her elbow to steady her. "Don't panic. Keep your center of gravity in the middle and take it slow. No need to rush." The warmth of his palms seeped through her sleeve, and Shun Jiwei obediently followed his guidance, gradually adjusting her movements. Initially, her movements were somewhat rigid, occasionally failing to keep pace with the rhythm of the pedals. Under Chen Mo's guidance, Shun Jiwei gradually discovered her rhythm, her breathing slowly steadied, and her motions became less mechanical. "You can practice for a while. If you feel tired, take a break. Don't push yourself." "I'll go for a jog," he said. Shun Jiwei nodded obediently. Chen Mo removed his jacket and stepped onto the adjacent treadmill, mentally instructing the system, "Activate scene card." Ding. Detected that the host has entered the specified scene. The card has been activated for you. The unit price within the scene is adjusted to 100 yuan, with a countdown of 30 minutes commencing, 29:59. The treadmill was compact, and without the aid of his exoskeleton, Chen Mo began to sprint using only his own strength. Although Shun Jiwei had been eating well during this period, years of malnutrition could not be compensated for in a short time. Thus, after 10 minutes of exercise, she began to feel fatigued and slowly moved to the side to sit down. There was a slight ache in her calves, and her chest rose and fell gently due to the recent exertion. She raised her hand to lightly press against her chest, taking a moment to regain her breath. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted towards the treadmill, where Chen Mo continued to run, his speed not only quick but remarkably steady. Amidst the sound of the treadmill's movement, one could occasionally hear his rhythmic breathing, his profile sharply defined under the gym's lights. Her expression was serene and focused, a faint smile quietly curving the corners of her lips. Before she realized how much time had passed, Chen Mo reached out to press the pause button. She hastily averted her gaze, pretending to fixate on her shoelaces. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Countdown complete. The total steps for this scene amount to 7124, yielding 712,400 yuan, which has been automatically withdrawn to the linked account. Bank balance, 12 million. Chen Mo glanced at his phone and approached Shun Jiwei, a sheen of sweat adorning his forehead. "Was it boring watching me run for so long?" he inquired. Shun Jiwei shook her head, her voice soft. "No, it was quite captivating." Surprised by her candidness, her ears flushed slightly, and she hurriedly shifted the topic. You must be tired. Do you need to rest? Chen Mo chuckled. If I were to rest, it would be back in my room. I'm all sweaty from running. It's the perfect time for a shower. The two walked side by side back to the room. Upon entering, Chen Mo discarded his shirt onto the bed and glanced at the unkempt tea set on the table. Could you brew me a pot of tea? I'll drink it later. Shen Jiwei readily agreed, but her attention was immediately captivated. The contours of his muscular shoulders and abdomen were strikingly illuminated by the light, rendering him irresistibly captivating. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned to the tea table, gripping the lid of the tea canister, struggling to open it twice, without success. The sound of rushing water soon filled the bathroom, seeping clearly into the room. As Shen Jiwei scooped tea leaves into the pot, the persistent sound of water infiltrated her thoughts, unwittingly conjuring images of hot water cascading over him. It wasn't until the teapot began to overflow that she snapped back to reality, hastily grabbing a paper towel to wipe the spilled water, her heart racing. Before she could clean the table thoroughly, the bathroom door clicked open. Chen Mo emerged clad in a loose bathrobe, his abdominal muscles subtly visible. He approached the table, took the tea she had prepared, and feigned ignorance. Why is your face so red? Shen Jiwei averted her gaze, stammering for a moment before offering an excuse. Nothing. I'm fine. I just boiled some water. The steam got to me. After saying this, she instinctively shifted closer to the kettle, as though to validate her lie. Chapter 73, a bit addictive. The two sat across from each other, sipping tea for a while. Chen Mo glanced out the window. It was just past 3 in the afternoon. The wind is quite strong, and there's not much to explore in the cabin. How about watching a movie? We can enjoy the night view after dinner, he suggested, pointing to the television facing the bed. Shen Jiwei readily agreed without much thought. Chen Mo plopped down on the bed, causing the mattress to dip slightly. He picked up the remote and began scrolling through the movie list. Not lifting his head as he asked, what do you like to watch? Harry Potter? Shen Jiwei replied, I haven't seen it. All right, then we'll watch this. Chen Mo turned towards her, tilting his chin in a casual invitation. Come over. Why are you just standing there? Shen Jiwei's gaze fell upon the double bed, her heart racing unexpectedly. Wasn't this progress a bit too swift? It felt as though they were bypassing the third step entirely. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, cautiously taking small steps toward the bed. Bending down to remove her canvas shoes revealed a pair of white socks adorned with a bear pattern, the cuffs slouching slightly. She timidly perched herself on the edge of the bed, occupying only a small portion of it. Chen Mo pressed the play button, the screen illuminating the opening scene of the movie. He leaned back against the pillow, his hands supporting his head, adopting a relaxed posture as if he were at home. Shen Jiwei sat beside him, her fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other, stealing glances at him. When she noticed he was fixated on the screen without any other movements, her anxious heart finally began to settle. As the movie's opening credits rolled, Shen Jiwei discreetly tucked her legs closer to the bed, her fingertips gently massaging her calves. After wandering around the cabin and exercising for a while, the moment she relaxed, the ache returned. She moved cautiously. Yet Chen Mo caught a glimpse of her in his peripheral vision. What's wrong? He inquired, turning his head. Shen Jiwei quickly withdrew her hand, shaking her head. Nothing. It's just that my legs are a bit sore. Sore? Chen Mo, full of concern, straightened up and said, let me help you massage it. Shen Jiwei recoiled slightly. No, I can manage on my own. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Didn't I say you're not allowed to refuse my kindness? Shen Jiwei bit her lip, slowly extending her leg towards him. Chen Mo took her leg and began to gently massage her calf. It's a bit sore, Shen Jiwei remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. All right, Chen Mo responded with a smile, softening his touch. After a brief while, the movie reached the scene where the Hogwarts castle illuminated, and Shen Jiwei gradually relaxed. However, Chen Mo, lulled by the comfort of his position, slowly succumbed to sleep. When Shen Jiwei noticed the pressure on her leg had vanished, she turned to see Chen Mo had dozed off, his breathing tranquil. Quietly, she picked up the remote and lowered the volume until it was barely audible. Having completed this, she leaned back against the pillow, her gaze shifting from the screen to the peaceful profile of the man beside her. His long lashes cast delicate shadows on his cheeks, and even in slumber, a gentle smile graced his lips. Shen Jiwei found herself entranced, thinking to herself, his visage is more enchanting than the magical castles in the movie. As her previously tense body relaxed, the soft mattress enveloped her, and the warm air caressed her senses. Before long, she too drifted into slumber. When Chen Mo next opened his eyes, the sky outside had darkened, and the television displayed the closing credits of the film. He propped himself up on his arms, glancing at the sleeping Shen Jiwei beside him, frustration coursing through him as he thought, how could I have fallen asleep? Such a splendid opportunity. Missing out on such a captivating movie is truly regrettable. Observing Shen Jiwei sprawled on the bed, her cheek nestled against the soft pillow. Her pant legs rolled up to reveal her slender calves. He gazed for a moment before subtly inching closer, extending his hand to massage her calf once more. His fingertips glided over her warm skin, gently following the contours of her muscles, even softer than before. Chen Jiwei, being a light sleeper, stirred slightly at the touch, her eyelashes fluttering as she groggily opened her eyes. Turning her head slightly, she saw Chen Mo still massaging her legs. It took her a moment to gather her thoughts, and her voice, still tinged with sleep, came out soft and drowsy. "And my legs aren't sore anymore." "That's not acceptable," Chen Mo replied, not lifting his gaze, his hands continuing their work. "It needs to be thoroughly massaged, otherwise, you'll feel the buildup of lactic acid even more painfully tomorrow." Chen Jiwei felt a bit awkward with his grip on her calf. Chen Mo shot her a sharp look. She clutched her pillow, her voice trembling with a hint of grievance. "Don't scold me. I'll be good." Chen Mo finally snapped back to reality, observing her pitiful expression, and quickly changed the subject. "Sorry, I couldn't help it. By the way, are you hungry?" Chen Jiwei remained silent, merely sitting there, blinking her eyes and gazing up at him with a look of longing. That gaze stirred an inexplicable sense of guilt within Chen Mo. All right, he softened his tone. "How about I treat you to a lavish meal as compensation?" Only then did Chen Jiwei slowly blink away the moisture from her eyes, nodding slightly, her voice still muffled. "MHM." Chen Mo stood up, dressed himself, and as he put on his jacket, he glanced back at Chen Jiwei, who was bent down tying her canvas shoelaces. Once she finished and looked up, her face had lost much of its redness. He reached over and gently ruffled her hair. "Let us go." The two of them left the cabin and descended to the dining level, where they had just dined on a buffet the previous night. Today, they opted for a change of pace, indulging in the local river delicacies. As they approached the restaurant, a waitress in a cheongsam greeted them with a warm smile. "Good evening. May I ask where you would like to dine?" "Please find us a private room by the window," Chen Mo requested. "Certainly, this way please." The waitress guided them inside, pushing open the door to reveal a round table by the window adorned with exquisite celadon porcelain. The bowls were edged with delicate golden patterns, the plates featured ink-wash landscapes, and the bone dishes were decorated with tiny blue flowers. The waitress presented the menu, and Chen Mo flipped through it, selecting dishes: steamed shad, braised catfish, a bowl of river shrimp and tofu soup, stir-fried seasonal vegetables. "Let's go with asparagus." And for the main course, a serving of crab roast soup dumplings. "Very well, please hold on." The waitress collected the menu and stepped away. The dishes arrived in succession, each exuding an enticing aroma. The steamed river fish lay upon shredded ginger, its skin shimmering with a silvery sheen. The braised catfish was coated in a rich sauce, its fins elegantly raised. The river shrimp and tofu soup steamed invitingly, with tender tofu bobbing delicately in the broth. Chen Jiwei grasped her chopsticks, her mind drifting back to the earlier scene in the cabin. She had been so shy then. Yet now, in retrospect, it felt slightly exhilarating. "What are you daydreaming about?" Chen Mo asked, offering her a piece of catfish. "Hurry and eat before it cools." "MHM." Chen Jiwei snapped back to reality, taking a small bite. The fish melted in her mouth, and as she looked up, she caught sight of the view outside. The other boats on the river had begun to light up, resembling a string of moving stars. They ate in silence, gradually emptying their plates, until Chen Mo suggested a stroll on the deck. The evening breeze was gentler than in the afternoon, yet it felt cooler. They walked slowly along the deck, the sound of their footsteps mingling with the gentle lapping of the river against the boat. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the bow. Chen Mo watched her standing by the railing, her hair gently tousled by the wind, and suddenly, a scene from a classic film flashed into his mind. He tiptoed over, standing behind her, his voice filled with anticipation. "Why don't you try spreading your arms?" Chen Jiwei turned to him, her eyes reflecting confusion, yet she didn't question him further, obediently raising her arms, her fingertips softly meeting the wind. Suddenly, she felt warmth enveloping her from behind. Chen Mo gently wrapped his arms around her waist, his palm resting lightly on her abdomen, not applying much pressure, yet drawing her entirely into his embrace. Chen Jiwei shivered slightly, about to turn back, when she heard Chen Mo's voice whispering in her ear, "Close your eyes." Her eyelashes fluttered, yet she obediently shut her eyes. The wind became softer, and the sound of the river against the boat resembled a gentle drumbeat. In that moment, it felt as if a tender melody was playing in her ears, not something she truly heard, but rather, it quietly seeped into her heart with the caress of the evening breeze. "I'm a bit scared," Chen Jiwei confessed, retracting her arms and unconsciously gripping the hand Chen Mo had wrapped around her waist, "but it's quite interesting." Chen Mo chuckled softly, concerned she might catch a chill, and took her hand, leading her back toward the cabin. They arrived at the onboard music cafe, where warm yellow lights enveloped them in a soft piano tune. They found a window-side table and ordered 2 hot drinks. Before long, the ship's intercom crackled to life, a gentle female voice resonating with an electronic hum. Dear passengers, our journey along the Yangtze River is drawing to a close, and the ship will soon dock. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Thank you for your participation, and we wish you a pleasant life. Naturally, Chen Mo took Shen Jiwei's hand. Let me take you back to your dorm. The car drove smoothly from the dock to the school dormitory, and once they arrived, Chen Mo retrieved a light pink gift bag from the storage compartment. Presenting it to her, this is for you. Shen Jiwei paused, taking the bag in her hands and gently opening it. Inside lay a brand new white phone alongside a bottle of light blue perfume, its surface adorned with tiny sparkles, exuding elegance. She quickly pushed the bag back towards him. Her voice slightly urgent. This is too extravagant. Chen Mo remained silent, slowly extending his hand. Shen Jiwei's heart raced, and she hastily clutched the gift bag to her chest. Nodding vigorously, I'll accept it. That is more like it. Chen Mo realized that allowing her to accept the gift wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. After saying this, he stepped out of the car and walked her to the dormitory, saying, Go on up and get some rest. Shen Jiwei looked up at him and earnestly said, I had a wonderful day. Chen Mo smiled. Are you happy even after getting scolded? As soon as those words left his lips, Shen Jiwei's face flushed, and she hurriedly turned to leave. I am going up now. Without looking back, she dashed up the steps. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. Shen Jiwei entered the dormitory, clutching the gift bag. On the upper bunk, Li Ming leaned over to look down, her gaze fixated on the bag in Shen Jiwei's arms. You're back? What is that? The other 2 roommates gathered around. Shen Jiwei spoke softly. It's a gift from Chen Mo. Zhao Yu, intrigued, asked, Can we see it? Shen Jiwei nodded, handing the bag over. This is way too indulgent. The latest model from Apple, and the top configuration. I saw it online for over 10,000. Lin Weiwei exclaimed, envious. Before Shen Jiwei could respond, Li Ming lifted the perfume bottle, inspecting its logo against the light. Oh my gosh. I absolutely adore this perfume. Can I spray some? You're the best, Jiwei. Sure, she replied. The 3 roommates erupted into excited chatter, each vying for her attention. Quickly, tell us what you did on your date. Why did he suddenly give you such an extravagant gift? Yeah. Have you guys reached the 3rd base? No, Shen Jiwei shook her head. The 3 girls appeared somewhat disappointed. Shen Jiwei counted on her fingers and recounted, but he took me on a river cruise. The scenery was beautiful. We watched a movie in our cabin, and then had river delicacies for dinner. Wait, Li Ming and Lin Weiwei interrupted simultaneously, exchanging quick glances. Li Ming shot Lin Weiwei a look that asked if she would inquire. Lin Weiwei understood immediately, her tone serious as she asked, How was the river delicacies? Is that the main point? Li Ming couldn't help but tap her arm, leaning closer and fixing her gaze on Shen Jiwei's eyes, pressing her for answers. Did you 2 watch a movie in the cabin on the boat this afternoon? Just the 2 of you? Shen Jiwei, feeling slightly flustered under her intense scrutiny, nodded gently. What movie did you watch? Was it a romance or an action film? Lin Weiwei chimed in, inching closer. That is not important. Li Ming interjected, pulling Lin Weiwei aside with an air of urgency. I ask you, in the room together, was it just watching movies? Did you not do anything else? At this question, Shen Jiwei's face flushed crimson, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt as her gaze drifted out the window, too shy to respond for a long moment. Li Ming and Lin Weiwei exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with the realization that indeed, something more had transpired. Li Ming lowered her voice and pressed further. So, that was your first time, right? Did it hurt? Shen Jiwei pondered for a moment, recalling that she had indeed never had anyone massage her legs before, and answered honestly. It was my first time. Initially, it was a bit painful, but afterwards, it felt quite pleasant. The gossiping duo excitedly slapped their thighs in delight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Mo was driving back to the Central Plaza, seizing the opportunity to engage in his step count heist. Ding! Zhao Anren's total steps today, 120. 911. Successfully seized 40, totaling 48, 364 steps, automatically withdrawn for you. The account balance stood at 186 million. Gripping the steering wheel with his left hand, Chen Mo glanced at the watch on his wrist. With such an abundance of funds, it was high time to acquire a more prestigious timepiece. However, he had no intention of visiting a mall boutique. After all, even if he went, he would likely be unable to purchase the trendy models. For instance, the Rolex Submariner, Daytona, and Greenwich series were currently commanding exorbitant premiums in the secondary market, making it nearly impossible to buy at retail price in store. Not to mention the lengthy wait for appointments. Even if a store had stock, one would first need to purchase several less popular models from their subsidiary brands, spending tens of thousands just to qualify for the coveted pieces. Chen Mo wasn't lacking in funds, but found the process too cumbersome. He recalled that he had previously added Chanel sales representative Xiao Xian as a friend. Being well-connected in the luxury goods circle, she might have some leads. Upon returning to the central plaza, he found both women already asleep. The little dog, Xiao Songbiao, stumbled over at the sound of movement. Chen Mo picked it up and placed it on the sofa, gently stroking its head while opening the Rolex official website. His gaze quickly landing on the page for the White Panda Daytona, with its silver-white dial contrasting with the black subdials. The three small circles nestled within the larger dial exuded both sharpness and elegance. He took a screenshot and opened the chat with Xiao Xian, sending a direct message. I'm looking to get a Rolex lately. Do you know anyone in the industry? Just 2 minutes later, Xiao Xian replied, Mr. Chen, please hold on. I'll ask my friends at the boutique. Chen Mo set his phone down, not harboring much expectation. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Xiao Xian sent a message along with a screenshot of a chat with a Rolex boutique staff member who succinctly replied, out of stock. Mr. Chen, the boutique currently has no quota. I'll inquire with Hong Kong. As they have more channels, Xiao Xian added in another message. The wait felt slightly longer this time. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiao Xian messaged again. I found a watch store in Mongkok with brand new stock available for 240,000. If you're okay with that, I can connect you now. Chen Mo mused that the retail price was 120,000, effectively doubling the cost. Yet his fingers danced lightly on the screen. All right, I'll take it. Xiao Xian quickly replied with a flurry of messages, including several photos. The first was a live shot of the Daytona resting in its black velvet box, the protective film still intact, the silver-white dial gleaming under the light. The outlines of the three black subdials were unmistakable, with the Rolex logo on the clasp clearly visible. The subsequent images featured close-ups of the warranty card, with the watch's serial number printed on it, matching the number on the inner side of the dial. Finally, there was a photo of the watch store's business license and a copy of Rolex's brand authorization, the red stamp standing out prominently. Mr. Chen, please verify these details. I've marked the serial number in red for you to cross-reference with the images to ensure one watch corresponds with one card, preventing any mix-up. Xiao Xian also sent a voice message, her tone meticulous. Additionally, I've arranged for the watch to be sent to our Chanel store on the mainland. I'll deliver it to you personally, so you can inspect it to your satisfaction. Chen Mo scrolled through the photos, inspecting each one before replying. How do I make the payment? Please transfer a deposit of 50,000 to the watch store's corporate account, and I'll send you the account details, Xiao Xian replied promptly, attaching a screenshot with the bank's official seal. Once you receive the watch and confirm everything is in order, you can transfer the remaining 190,000 to the same account. If there are any issues later, I can assist you in liaising with the store. Chen Mo did not hesitate, opening his mobile banking app, inputting the account information, and after completing the transfer, he sent a screenshot of the transaction receipt to Xiao Xian. Received it, Mr. Chen. Xiao Xian quickly confirmed. I've already informed the watch store. They will arrange for shipping to the mainland store first thing tomorrow morning, and it should arrive the day after. I'll bring it to you then. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa. Thank you for your help. Let me send you a little something for your efforts. No need for that. Xiao Xian replied almost instantly, accompanied by a smiling emoji. I'm already very happy to help you secure the watch. If you or your friends think of me for a bag purchase in the future, that would be the greatest favor to me. Chen Mo smiled at the message, promptly transferring 2,000 to her, adding a note. Take it. I can't let you work for nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Xiao Xian understood that this small token was trivial to him, and being overly polite might upset him, so she accepted it graciously. She earned a commission of 600 to 1,000 yuan for selling a bag priced around 20,000, so making 2,000 for facilitating this deal was easy money. Chen Mo set his phone aside and quietly made his way to the bedroom, careful not to disturb Lin Yu and Su Qian, knowing that even the best of bodies could not withstand constant exertion. The following morning, Chen Mo emerged from his room to find the house empty. Breakfast was still laid out on the table, and he sat down to enjoy it slowly. His passport would take several more days to arrive, and with no other plans, he decided to focus on running and studying. He donned his headphones, listening to audio content as he started the treadmill, running until 2 in the afternoon, completing a total of 100,000 steps. Goodness, I'm getting lazier. Chen Mo chuckled to himself, reflecting on how he used to find 130,000 steps insufficient, yet now felt satisfied with just 100,000. Just as he stepped off the treadmill, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surpassing 2.5 million steps, earning a high-level scene card. This scene involves walking hand in hand with the opposite sex in water above the ankle. Exoskeleton machines are not permitted. The per-step payout during this period is raised to 3,000 yuan, valid for half an hour. Steps in this scene can only be withdrawn, not exchanged for skills, and are permanently effective. 3,000. Chen Mo's eyes widened. To celebrate the host's milestone of 5 million steps, this task has been issued. The price will revert to normal afterward. That sounds quite good, Chen Mo nodded. Subsequently, he focused his thoughts, calling up the system store interface. His gaze sweeping over the memory enhancement section, which had now risen to 150,000 steps. He glanced at his step balance, 2,020,000 steps. I'll redeem for memory enhancement. As soon as the words left his mouth, a refreshing warmth spread from his temples, coursing through his nerves and penetrating his mind. After 3 enhancements to his memory, he could now effortlessly articulate in an authentic American accent, though he still needed to invest time in expanding his vocabulary. He endeavored to recall the specifics of his conversation with Xiaoxian about watches from the previous day, the watch serial number vividly lingering in his mind. Even the last digits of the public account of the watch shop were clear as day. Remarkably, fragments of forgotten childhood memories resurfaced at the age of 5. Urinating and playing in the yard with neighborhood children, shaping mud into little tanks, proudly presenting them to his grandmother. The first time he failed a test in elementary school. He had hidden the exam paper at the very bottom of the wardrobe, only for it to be discovered by his mother while she was tidying up. Those hazy images now felt as vibrant as if they had occurred just yesterday. This effect was quite remarkable. Chen Mo pressed his fingers to his temple. He was on the verge of having a photographic memory. Chapter 76, Another Test. As for the latest task requirements, they entailed holding hands with a member of the opposite sex while traversing through water, with a staggering reward of 3,000 yuan per step. The first figure that sprang to his mind was Zhao Anren. Firstly, they had prior collaborative experience, and their previous coordination had been quite seamless. Secondly, she happened to have the day off today, and thirdly, her physical stamina was commendable, ensuring this opportunity would not be squandered. Having settled on a candidate, he needed to consider the venue. The swimming pool was immediately ruled out due to its depth, making normal activity impossible. A water park would meet the requirements. But it was now too cold and had long since closed for the season, and there were no indoor options in Jinling City. Suddenly, he thought of an outdoor hot spring, where the water would just cover the ankles, with a pleasant temperature that wouldn't leave one shivering. He promptly searched online, filtering for the hot spring with the largest outdoor or indoor pools, quickly zeroing in on Tangshan Shuiyun Hot Spring. This establishment not only boasted new pools, but also had an expansive area, with several outdoor pools to choose from. Concerned that a large crowd might hinder the task, he found the hot spring's contact number on the platform and called, calculating in his mind. If all else fails, perhaps he could negotiate a private booking. The staff on the other end informed him that today was a weekday, and the afternoon guests were relatively few, with more arriving only after dinner. Satisfied with this information, Chen Mo hung up. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How to persuade Zhao Anren to accompany him to the hot spring. Although the pools were co-ed and swimwear was required, the setting of the hot spring was bound to evoke certain thoughts, unlike their previous outdoor hand-holding run. Chen Mo pondered for a while. Perhaps offering more money would do the trick. After all, who would turn down financial gain? With no ulterior motives in his heart, he took a deep breath and dialed Zhao Anren's number. In the cafe, Zhao Anren looked at the ringing phone on the table with a hint of exasperation. She had just taken a seat. Hello, boss. Where are you? In the cafe. Please order me a cup of coffee. I'll be there shortly. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. 10 minutes later, Zhao Anren heard a low rumble of an engine outside. A sleek black McLaren came to a smooth halt by the roadside. Chen Mo, clad in black, stepped out, walked into the cafe, pulled out a chair, and took a sip of his coffee. Zhao Anren observed this familiar scene and curiously asked, Boss, another test? Indeed, he replied. Didn't we just finish one the day before yesterday? This is for another manufacturer. They have developed a new sports wristband that emphasizes adaptability in extreme environments, requiring a simulation of usage in humid, high-resistance conditions, such as wading through water. Chen Mo set down his coffee cup and explained casually, the task requires 2 individuals to hold hands and walk synchronously in water. Testing the wristband's accuracy in positioning and data stability, only a real water environment can provide accurate results. Zhao Anren absent-mindedly traced her fingers along the rim of her cup. Observing this, Chen Mo added, this time, the remuneration is 5,000 for half an hour. 5,000. Zhao Anren looked up, clearly surprised, then inquired. Where will we be testing? We can't just find a river, can we? I've located a hot spring resort. The depth of the outdoor pool is perfect for simulating the waiting scenario. Remembering that he had behaved appropriately last time, she agreed. When shall we go? Now. But I didn't bring a swimsuit. Neither did I. We can buy one when we get there. Zhao Anren stepped back into the McLaren. The engine purred softly as the car glided smoothly towards Tangshan Shuiyun Hot Spring, the journey enveloped in silence. Upon arrival, Chen Mo exited first, striding directly to the ticket counter and promptly paying for both their entries, which were over 500 each. He then led Zhao Anren to the adjacent counter to choose swimsuits, casually picking up a pair of dark swim trunks and gesturing for her to select one. Zhao Anren hesitated little and chose a long swimsuit, aiming to reveal as little skin as possible. Let us head to the changing room first. We'll meet by the outdoor pool in a bit. Chen Mo indicated towards different passageways. All right, Zhao Anren replied, clutching her swimsuit as she hurried inside. Several minutes later, Zhao Anren arrived first at the outdoor pool area. The afternoon sun shimmered on the surface of the water, casting delicate reflections, and indeed, there were few guests, with only a couple of individuals scattered across the distant pools. As she surveyed her surroundings, she spotted Chen Mo approaching from the direction of the men's changing room. He was clad only in black swim trunks, his torso slightly defined, with a firm waist and well-defined shoulders and arms exuding strength. Coupled with his effortlessly charming face, he radiated an abundance of masculine allure. Despite Zhao Anren's typically aloof demeanor, her heart raced unexpectedly, realizing that her boss concealed such a perfect physique beneath his clothing. Being a fitness enthusiast herself, she held a subconscious admiration for strong characters and had little interest in those with a softer demeanor. She believed that true allure emanated from a rugged, powerful presence. However, she suddenly recalled that she was not single and quickly averted her gaze, desperately suppressing the unbidden flutter of her heart. Chen Mo glanced at Zhao Anren before averting his gaze. Although she had chosen the most conservative swimsuit, it was still revealing. Her arms and collarbone were exposed, along with a pair of long, slender legs extending from beneath the skirt, combined with her typically expressionless, cool face, which bore a hint of aloofness. The contrast of her pale skin added a touch of softness, creating an enticing juxtaposition of coldness and warmth. But heaven bore witness. Chen Mo harbored no impure thoughts. He was not a scoundrel, and had no interest in someone else's girlfriend. He was solely there to fulfill the task. To mask her earlier distraction, Zhao Anren instinctively spoke, her tone revealing more awkwardness than she intended. Boss, you must have trained for at least a few years, right? Chen Mo replied casually, something like that. I practice when I have some free time. He scanned the surrounding pools, finally pointing to the largest one hidden behind clusters of bamboo, far from the other guests, with a calm surface that mirrored the clouds above. Let us use that one. Be quick about it. It's rather chilly today. Zhao Anren nodded in agreement, gripping her swimsuit's hem as she followed Chen Mo to the pool's edge. The steps submerged in the water radiated a gentle warmth. Zhao Anren stepped in first, the water lapping over her ankles, pleasantly temperate. Just as she steadied herself, Chen Mo entered the pool, causing a gentle splash that tickled her calves. Let us take a couple of slow laps to get accustomed to the resistance in the water. Chen Mo instructed, leading the way. Zhao Anren hastily followed suit. Walking through water felt heavier than traversing solid ground, requiring extra effort with each step. After completing a half circle, Chen Mo naturally extended his right hand, his knuckles distinct. Come, let us commence officially. Chapter 77, A Slip. Zhao Anren gazed at that hand. Owing to their previous encounter, she felt no embarrassment this time and readily offered her own. The moment their fingers intertwined, Chen Mo silently commanded in his mind, activate the scene card. Ding. The system has detected that the host has entered the designated scene, activating the card. The unit price within the scene has been adjusted to 3,000 yuan, and the countdown begins now at 30 minutes, 29, 59 remaining. Try to maintain a synchronized pace. It's challenging to balance in the water, so be cautious not to fall. Chen Mo's voice resonated in her ear, mingling with the warmth of the hot spring. She nodded eagerly, following his lead, stepping forward as the warm water lapped at her ankles. Each movement met with subtle resistance. Her gaze remained fixed on their clasped hands, occasionally drifting to admire his well-defined physique, her heart racing slightly. She could only inwardly remind herself that this was merely work. Chen Mo, in contrast, appeared remarkably composed, his eyes scanning the surroundings while keeping an eye on the countdown in his mind. He softly reminded her, let us maintain this speed. We only need to walk for half an hour. Zhao Anren acknowledged with a nod, her gaze discreetly lifting. Thus, they continued to walk hand in hand, circling the spring repeatedly, the steam gradually warming their cheeks. The distant laughter of other guests, the whispering of the wind through the bamboo grove, and the gentle sounds of water bubbling over stones combined to lend an unexpected sense of serenity to their rhythmic strides. She gradually relaxed, the tension in her body easing, and even the grip of her hand in Chen Mo's softened. Noticing her relaxation, Chen Mo spoke softly, we shouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Once we finish walking, we can soak a bit and warm ourselves. The entrance fee covers a meal at the restaurant, so we can dine before heading back. But if you have other commitments, feel free to leave. I'll reimburse your transportation costs. I'm fine. It's nice to take this chance to unwind, Zhao Anren replied, her tone softer than before, less distant than at the start. She glanced down at the rippling water beneath her feet and took another step in sync with Chen Mo, suddenly feeling that perhaps this job wasn't as uncomfortable as she initially thought. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, half an hour had elapsed. Countdown complete. The total steps taken in this scene amount to 3621, yielding a profit of 10,863,000 yuan, which has been automatically transferred to your linked account. The moment the notification resonated in his mind, Chen Mo felt as if his heart had been seized and then released suddenly, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. An ordinary person could live comfortably on 10 million. He had effortlessly become a millionaire. In a surge of excitement, he instinctively tightened his grip on Zhao Anren's hand, applying a bit more pressure. Zhao Anren winced at the sudden pressure, instinctively pulling away. Realizing his mistake, Chen Mo quickly released her hand, an apologetic expression crossing his face. The test has concluded. We can take a moment to rest. Zhao Anren nodded but frowned slightly as she attempted to move. Although they had walked slowly, the resistance of the water had been greater than she anticipated, leaving her calves aching and her knees feeling heavy. Just as Chen Mo withdrew his hand, her legs buckled, causing her to stumble forward. Hey! Chen Mo reached out instinctively to catch her, but the momentum was too strong. They both tumbled into the water with a splash. Fortunately, Chen Mo reacted quickly, instinctively pulling her toward him, cushioning her fall with his own body as his back hit the pool's bottom. Thankfully, the water softened the impact, so it didn't hurt too much. Zhao Anren found herself sprawled atop him, her soft body pressing closely against his chest, the wet fabric of her swimsuit accentuating her form, even allowing him to discern the outline that had shifted slightly due to their proximity. The warm sensation radiating through the thin material sent her mind spiraling. Startled, she scrambled to rise, splashing water in her frantic movements. Oh, I'm so sorry. She hurriedly stepped back, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest, her hair dripping wet against her face, her ears flushed crimson. In her flustered state, she recalled that Chen Mo had fallen to protect her, and, suppressing her racing heart, she reached out to him, her voice laced with embarrassment. Boss, are you all right? I'm fine. No need to help me. It's quite warm down here, Chen Mo replied, propping himself up in the water, wiping his face dry, striving for a casual tone. I just lost my footing, my legs gave way. Zhao Anren responded, her gaze resting on him. Let me take a look. You might have hurt yourself. I'm all right. Don't just stand there. Come sit and warm up. It'll help ease your legs, he suggested, moving his shoulders slightly, though his back ached considerably. Yet, in front of her, he couldn't show any signs of weakness. Following his advice, Zhao Anren sat on the stone steps by the pool, her gaze returning to Chen Mo, who was stretching his shoulders, revealing a grimace that contradicted his earlier bravado. She couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time she had seen him in such a state. His usual composure replaced with a charming vulnerability. Don't force it, boss, she said, her voice casual. How about I give you a massage? Chen Mo, caught off guard by her offer, turned away from her, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. All right then, but be gentle. Zhao Anren's fingertips lightly pressed against his back, and upon touching the reddened area, she felt him tense for a moment. She adjusted her pressure, her palm resting against his warm skin as she began to knead gently. The solidness of his back reminded her of the moment she had fallen into his embrace, the firm muscles, the warmth, and the steady heartbeat. Quickly, she redirected her thoughts, attempting to sound casual. Is this where it hurts? Yes, and, be gentler. Chen Mo's voice filtered back to her. After a few moments, the discomfort in his back began to dissipate. I didn't expect your technique to be quite effective. Yes, sometimes when my muscles ache after a workout, I massage them myself, Zhao Anren replied, her fingers continuing to trace gentle circles on his back. After a while, noticing Chen Mo's silence, she tentatively withdrew her pressure and softly asked, does it still hurt? Much better now. He swallowed, feeling parched, and followed the conversation's lead, suggesting, are you thirsty? Let us grab something to drink and rehydrate. Zhao Anren nodded and followed him out of the pool. They retrieved 2 clean bathrobes from a nearby rack, the light beige fabric enveloping their bodies, shielding them from the dampness of their swimsuits and dispelling the chill. As they made their way to the lounge, the warm air enveloped them, and they found a cozy corner by the window, each selecting a plush lounge chair. Chen Mo ordered 2 cups of juice, and, after sipping a few times, casually inquired, both times I sought you out, you were reading? Zhao Anren held her cup. I enjoy reading essays or short stories, occasionally. I indulge in romance novels to pass the time. I also appreciate such literature, though I tend to read more online novels. I was following a particularly good one, but the updates were painfully slow. Chapter 78, Bridging Distances. And so, they conversed about their favorite books, gradually meandering to the films they had recently watched, discovering numerous overlapping interests. The atmosphere warmed, and their conversation grew increasingly congenial. Let us return for another soak. I noticed there's a sulfur pool on the other side. Chen Mo proposed. With that, they ventured back outdoors. As they exchanged trivialities about their homes, Zhao Anren spoke of her little kitten, while Chen Mo recounted his encounter with a stray dog. The twilight deepened, and the broadcast announced the dinner period. Glancing at the time, Chen Mo rose and said, "Let us grab a bite. Afterward, I'll drive you home." "All right," Zhao Anren replied. Following a delightful dinner, they each returned to the dressing room to shower and change. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Chen Mo settled into the car and turned to inquire, "Shall I take you to the cafe?" "Yes," Zhao Anren nodded, adding, "I'm afraid my boyfriend might see us downstairs and misunderstand." "Understood." The car sped through the streets, swiftly arriving at the destination. After unbuckling her seatbelt, Zhao Anren hesitated to exit, silently observing Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked taken aback. "What's up, boss, about the overtime pay?" "Oh," he chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, I completely forgot." He pulled out his phone, tapping in the sum of 5,000, his finger hovering over the confirmation key momentarily. Realizing that she had helped him earn over 10 million today, he felt that 5,000 seemed rather insufficient. Thus, he casually deleted the number and re-entered 10,000 to transfer. Upon hearing the notification sound from her phone, Zhao Anren glanced at the amount and then back at him, her expression questioning. Chen Mo met her gaze with a smile, explaining, "You performed exceptionally well today, so I thought I'd give you a bit more as a bonus." "Thank you, boss." While she expressed her gratitude, her mind quietly pondered what performing well truly entailed. She instinctively recalled the differences between today and their previous encounters. Was it her softer demeanor when speaking to him? Or perhaps the moment she accidentally fell into him when she lost her balance? Just as her thoughts drifted further, Zhao Anren suddenly tightened her grip on her bag. Unwilling to delve deeper, she hastily opened the car door and said, "Goodbye, boss, I'll head back now." "All right, bye." Chen Mo waved from the car, not giving it much thought. Checking the time, he noted it was exactly 7 o'clock. It was too late to feed Shin Jiwei. So he drove towards the central plaza and dialed her number. Hearing her familiar voice, they engaged in a casual conversation, with Chen Mo asking about her day at work, what she had for lunch and dinner. They chatted amiably until he reached the entrance of his building, at which point he ended the call. As he entered the elevator, Chen Mo took a moment to check on Yang Honyu's step count, and his phone soon pinged with a notification of 480,000 yuan received. He pushed open the door to find both women at home. He plopped onto the sofa, and Lin Yu approached with a plate of sliced fruit and chilled drinks, while Su Qian naturally stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed, Chen Mo said to Su Qian, "Please contact the landlord again. I've had a recent influx of funds and am considering buying this place outright." "Sure, I'll reach out shortly," Su Qian responded promptly. Though she was inwardly astonished at the rapid accumulation of over 10 million. "Negotiate the price as you see fit. Just keep it reasonable," Chen Mo added casually, as if discussing the purchase of everyday items. Observing the two women's attentive demeanor, he glanced around the impeccably tidy home and the daily prepared breakfast, prompting him to pull out his phone and transfer 20,000 yuan, each as pocket money. "Thank you, Brother Mo." The two women's eyes lit up with joy as they linked arms with him, playfully pulling him toward the bedroom. Chen Mo, being led along, protested, Hey, is this how you repay kindness?" The next day, at 2 in the afternoon, Chen Mo stepped off the treadmill in the living room, having achieved his goal of 100,000 steps for the day. However, as the requirement for memory enhancement had risen to 200,000 steps, he found himself short with only 153 million steps accumulated. Insufficient for redemption. Ding. Congratulations, host, on accumulating 66 million steps. The system rewards you with a scene card. This scene is a bridge crossing. Running on a bridge longer than 5,000 meters, the step value within this range is increased to 50 yuan per step. Limited to 1 hour. Just as he contemplated the task details, a sudden knock echoed from the entrance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he walked over in his athletic shoes to open the door. Standing at the threshold was a young woman, of above-average appearance, with fair skin and finely shaped brows. Her keen, elongated eyes exuded a sense of competence, her straight nose and defined lip line completing her allure. It was Xiao Xian, the sales representative delivering the watch. She stood at a modest height, reaching just to Chen Mo's chest, and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his well-built physique. Dressed in only black athletic shorts and an exoskeleton mechanism on his legs, his upper body glistened lightly with a sheen of sweat. The contours of his muscles illuminated in the light, even the faint outline of a V-line visible. "Hello," Chen Mo greeted with a smile. Xiao Xian's cheeks flushed a subtle pink as she swallowed nervously. "Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Have you just finished exercising?" "Yes, I went for a run." "Don't just stand there. Come in and sit." Chen Mo stepped aside to let her enter, turning to retrieve a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, which he handed to her. Thank you. As Xiao Xian took the slippers, the hem of her professional outfit swayed slightly as she bent down, her legs clad in nude stockings. She deftly removed the straps of her high heels and slipped her feet into the cozy slippers. Once properly shod, Xiao Xian approached the living room, gently placing the Rolex gift box on the coffee table. Please check it and let me know if everything is in order. Chen Mo opened the box, inspected it thoroughly, and upon confirming its accuracy, looked up to say, everything is fine. I'll transfer the remaining payment now. All right, Xiao Xian replied. As a professional salesperson, she knew the importance of maintaining a lively atmosphere. Her gaze swept over his well-defined arms, and she complimented, Mr. Chen. You've managed your physique remarkably well. Just a casual workout, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, tapping on his phone to initiate the transfer. Xiao Xian's tone turned earnest. You're too modest. Such a physique doesn't come from casual practice. The last time I saw you in the store, you stood tall and proud, clearly demonstrating dedication. Your aura surpasses that of many male models in our company. Chen Mo chuckled at the flattery and replied, the final payment has been sent. Please confirm it with them. Yes, I will. After sending a message from her phone, Xiao Xian's gaze shifted from his physique to the panoramic view of the living room. Continuing, I felt exceptionally comfortable upon entering your home. The lighting, layout, and soft furnishings all exude taste. At that moment, Chen Mo had fastened the Rolex onto his wrist, it fitting perfectly. While adjusting the mechanical hands, he remarked, the house was previously renovated, so I didn't put in much effort. Xiao Xian leaned in closer, the scent of her perfume wafting gently towards him. Tentatively, she placed her hand on his wrist, saying, your taste is impeccable. This white panda model complements your wrist's contours beautifully, looking far more exquisite on you than on the display. As the conversation flowed, she seamlessly transitioned, adding, by the way, aside from exercising, do you enjoy participating in any appraisal events? Our brand will be hosting an exclusive event at the Jean C. Lee Hotel next week. If you have an interest in jewelry, I can reserve an invitation for you. Chen Mo's attention lingered on her hand resting on his arm, her slender fingers adorned with a subtle nude polish, stirring something inexplicable within him. Sure, I'd be happy to drop by. If the opportunity arises, I might even purchase a few bags from you. Xiao Xuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Drawing on the strength of the hand that held his wrist, she pulled Chen Mo's arm into her embrace, her voice softer than before. All right, I'll let you know the time in advance to ensure you get the best seat. After speaking, she did not release her grip, but instead gazed intently at Chen Mo, her eyes betraying an undeniable warmth. Having spent years in luxury goods sales, she had witnessed her colleagues reveling in the company of wealthy patrons, and she had often contemplated such arrangements herself. However, those affluent individuals either sported protruding bellies or exuded an oily, calculating demeanor that made her stomach churn at the mere thought. Yet, before her stood Chen Mo, not only youthful and handsome, but also possessing an enviable physique, and he spent money with such ease and decisiveness. In this moment, amidst such a charged atmosphere, her internal restraint crumbled, and she felt an inexplicable flutter, pondering who might truly be taking advantage of whom. Chen Mo, caught in her gaze, felt a rush of warmth in his heart. What had begun as a mere fleeting thought surged into something more profound. Before he could ponder further, his hand had already encircled her waist, gently pressing her back onto the sofa. Xiao Xian let out a startled gasp, her hands lightly resting on Chen Mo's chest, her eyes alluring as she softly implored, no, Mr. Chen, please don't. An hour later, the sofa still bore the lingering warmth of their earlier encounter. Xiao Xian was the first to prop herself up, her hair tousled against her cheek. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her shirt, now wrinkled and distorted, and a flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes. Chen Mo, aware of her gaze, chuckled softly, casually picking up his phone from the coffee table and tapping on the screen with deft fingers. The next moment, Xiao Xuan's phone chimed with a notification. She glanced at the screen to find a transfer of 20,000 yuan. Go ahead and purchase a new set, Chen Mo said gently. All right, Xiao Xian replied without uttering a word of thanks, merely bending down to crumple her torn stockings into a ball and tucking them into her handbag. Then smoothing out her shirt collar, she stood and gently embraced Chen Mo, her voice slightly hoarse. So we've agreed. The tasting event at the Jean Silu Hotel next week. You mustn't cancel on me. Rest assured, Chen Mo replied, adjusting her hair. The invitation is electronic. I'll send it to you in advance. Xiao Xian leaned up and placed a soft kiss on his lips, then adjusted her skirt, picking up her handbag as she made her way to the door. See you then, goodbye. Just before closing the door, she turned back, flashing a charming smile, the sound of her high heels gradually fading away. As the door clicked shut, Chen Mo let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples with his fingertips. Pondering, With wealth comes an overwhelming tide of temptation that is utterly difficult to resist. He strode naked toward the bathroom, intending to take a shower to clear his mind. After drying his hair, Chen Mo emerged from the bathroom to find his phone ringing, the screen displaying Shun Jiwei's name. He swiped to answer, his tone laced with humor. Hello, calling at this hour. Are you hoping to arrange dinner? Yet, instead of Shun Jiwei's usual soft voice, he was met with faint, muffled sobs that sent a chill down his spine. Chen Mo's smile instantly vanished, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Before he could finish, a somewhat urgent female voice emerged from the speaker, belonging to Sister Sun from the supermarket. Xiao Chen, Jiwei just received a call from home. Her grandmother suddenly fainted and was taken to the hospital. The situation sounds critical, and it's too late to book a ticket now. She thought of you first for help. You must take her back to see. Understood. Keep an eye on her. I'll be there shortly, Chen Mo replied, his heart tightening as he quickly dressed. As he reached the door, his gaze fell upon 2 sets of car keys on the shoe rack. He hesitated for a moment before grabbing the Bentley key. This car had more space, and it would be more comfortable for Shun Jiwei on the way back to her hometown. He hurried into the elevator, his fingers sending a quick message to Shun Jiwei. I'm on my way. Don't panic. First find out the hospital address and send it to me. As the elevator doors opened, he rushed to the car door, the engine roaring to life as the sleek black Bentley sped towards the University City supermarket. Minutes later, the vehicle came to a steady halt by the roadside, and Chen Mo pushed open the car door, striding quickly into the supermarket. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Shun Jiwei standing by the checkout counter. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her nose slightly pink, and upon seeing Chen Mo, tears welled up again as she hurriedly rushed into his embrace, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Chen Mo gently patted her back, his voice soothing. It's all right. It might not be as serious as it sounds, okay? He wiped the tears from her face and took her hand, guiding her toward the exit. Let us hurry to the hospital. Shun Jiwei nodded, gripping his hand tightly as tears continued to fall, though she appeared somewhat steadier than before. Once in the car, Chen Mo wasted no time, pressing down on the accelerator as they sped toward Runzhou City. Along the way, Shun Jiwei's phone rang several times, all calls from Aunt Wang, her grandmother's neighbor of many years. Clutching her phone, her voice trembled as she inquired about the situation, and upon hearing Aunt Wang's response that her grandmother had been stabilized and was no longer in immediate danger, her heart began to ease. Turning to Chen Mo, she said, Grandma is out of danger, but still in the ICU. That's good. As long as she is stable, we need not worry, Chen Mo replied, glancing at her. Noticing her still pale complexion, he increased the air conditioning in the car. Lean back and rest. I'll call you when we arrive. It's not far. We'll be there in about an hour. Shun Jiwei murmured in acknowledgement, obediently leaning against the seat, yet her gaze remained fixed outside the window, clearly still anxious. By 4:30 p.m., the black Bentley slowly entered the parking lot of Runzhou City First People's Hospital. Chen Mo parked the car, and Shun Jiwei almost immediately flung open the car door, hurriedly making her way into the hospital lobby, with Chen Mo closely following, his eyes never leaving her figure. Upon entering the lobby, they spotted Aunt Wang in a floral dress standing by the information desk, scanning the area. Upon seeing Shun Jiwei, she quickly approached, grasping her hand with a comforting tone. Ah, Jiwei, you finally made it. Don't worry, the doctor said she is fine. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Chen Mo behind Shun Jiwei, her eyes appraising him. And who might this be? Hello, I'm Chen Mo, Jiwei's friend. He stepped forward, greeting her politely. Oh, hello, Aunt Wang replied, eyeing him up and down. Chen Mo was well-dressed and exuded a calm demeanor, leading her to surmise he was likely Jiwei's boyfriend. She refrained from further inquiries, instead pulling Shun Jiwei a couple of steps aside, taking out a stack of payment bills. Her brow furrowed. She is fine now, but after just being resuscitated, the medical fees are already here. Look at this bill. I'm too old to have that much cash on hand. Shun Jiwei took the bill, glancing at the amount, momentarily stunned, before looking up to say, I have some savings, it should cover it. Before she could finish, Chen Mo had already taken the bill from her hands, glancing at the figure of 23,800 yuan. He met Shun Jiwei's gaze and said, ICU observation and subsequent treatment will incur costs. You should keep your money for emergencies. I have enough in my card. Shun Jiwei insisted, attempting to reclaim the bill, but Chen Mo deftly sidestepped her. Let us not argue. I'll handle it, he stated firmly, turning away with the bill in hand, his demeanor decisive and efficient. Aunt Wang watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, leaning closer to Shun Jiwei and taking her hand. Her voice lowered with admiration. This young man is quite impressive. Having lived for over 60 years, I've seen my fair share of human affairs. Some young couples may appear charming in their relationships, yet when it comes to financial matters, they often become vague and evasive. However, this child is refreshingly straightforward. exhibiting no hesitation. He is indeed reliable. At this moment, Shen Jiwei has little inclination to elucidate the nature of their relationship. Instead, she gazes at Chen Mo, standing in line at the payment window, her heart a blend of warmth and turmoil. She gently clenches the hem of her clothing, remaining silent, though the worry in her eyes subtly diminishes. Chen Mo soon returns after completing the payment, clutching the receipt, and approaches Shen Jiwei and Aunt Wang, stating, "The fee has been settled. Let us hasten to the ICU and check on her." As the trio reaches the entrance of the intensive care unit, they encounter the attending physician exiting. The doctor, clad in a white coat and holding a medical record, inquires, "Who is the family member of Wang Guofeng?" Shen Jiwei promptly steps forward, declaring, "I am her granddaughter." The doctor opens the medical record, pointing to the diagnosis page, and explains in a calm tone, "Upon initial rescue, we discovered through a brain CT and angiography that it is an acute ischemic stroke, commonly referred to as a cerebral infarction. A thrombus has obstructed the left middle cerebral artery, resulting in ischemia and hypoxia of the brain tissue, which caused her to suddenly collapse." Shen Jiwei feels a pang in her heart and instinctively tightens her grip on her clothing. Fortunately, she was brought in a timely manner. We have administered intravenous thrombolysis, which has dissolved part of the thrombus, and her vital signs are currently stable. The doctor's tone shifts to a more serious note. However, the problem is that her cerebral blood vessels are severely narrowed, with multiple plaques present. Relying solely on thrombolysis addresses only the symptoms. There is a high likelihood of reoccurrence unless we promptly perform a cerebral vascular stenting procedure to ensure long-term blood flow, or else the risk of relapse remains significant. Shen Jiwei's heart sinks, fully aware that such a surgery will incur substantial costs. She knows the financial situation at home all too well. Her meager savings are hardly sufficient. She stands frozen, her complexion paling. Chen Mo perceives her distress and steps forward, directly inquiring of the doctor, "How much will this surgery approximately cost? We wish to prepare in advance." The doctor turns to Chen Mo, contemplating for a moment before responding. The stent itself is not inexpensive, and with anesthesia, surgical operation, and post-operative ICU monitoring, a conservative estimate would be around 150,000 yuan, though the exact amount will depend on the conditions during surgery. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiwei's face grows even paler. Observing her reaction, Chen Mo takes a step forward and states, "Very well. Please arrange the surgery at your earliest convenience. We cannot afford to delay the optimal treatment time." Shen Jiwei suddenly looks up at Chen Mo, about to voice her concerns, but he silences her with a glance. He turns his face slightly, his voice softening. "Now is not the time for pleasantries. We cannot afford to postpone your grandmother's surgery. Leave the financial matters to me. Do not trouble yourself." Aunt Wang, listening intently, feels a warmth in her heart. She gently pats Shen Jiwei's hand, smiling as she chimes in, "Child, Xiao Chun is right. Your grandmother's health is the utmost priority. You should heed his words." With the family members in agreement, the doctor breathes a sigh of relief. Closing the medical record as he succinctly states, "I will arrange for the pre-operative examinations. Please have someone wait in the corridor for updates. I will reach out to you should there be any developments." Shen Jiwei quickly nods, unable to resist stepping forward with a note of hope in her voice. "Is my grandmother awake now? May I go in to see her?" The doctor gently shakes his head, his tone warm yet firm. "Not yet. She has just regained consciousness, and her body is still weak. The ICU requires an absolute quiet environment, and the monitoring equipment is still observing her vital signs. Having outsiders enter may disrupt her rest and pose a risk of infection. You will be allowed to visit once the designated visiting hours arrive." Understanding that this is for her grandmother's benefit, Shen Jiwei suppresses her concerns, nodding lightly. "All right, I understand. Thank you." The doctor offers a few more reminders before turning to attend to pre-operative preparations. Shen Jiwei turns to Aunt Wang, her face radiating gratitude. "Auntie, thank you so much for being here today." "Oh, it's nothing." Aunt Wang waves her hand dismissively, smiling. "We've been neighbors for so many years. How could I not help in your grandmother's time of need?" She glances at the time on her phone. "My little grandson will be finishing school soon. I must go pick him up. I won't stay here any longer." Shen Jiwei and Chen Mo accompany Aunt Wang to the hospital entrance before returning to the corridor outside the ICU. The corridor is nearly empty, and the two find a chair to sit in, the atmosphere momentarily quiet. Chen Mo gently reaches for her hand, enveloping it in his warm palm, offering a sense of reassurance. "Do not overthink. I am here with you." Shen Jiwei leans closer to him, resting her head softly on his shoulder, her eyes subtly glistening with unshed tears as she whispers, "I will repay you for the surgery costs in due time." Chapter 81, A Guest Room. Hearing her mention repayment, Chen Mo refrains from responding. This sum is insignificant to him. He merely gives her a gentle pat on the back of her chilly hand. They sit in the corridor for over an hour when a nurse approaches, softly addressing Shen Jiwei. Are you a family member of Wang Guofeng? You may go in for a visit now, but hospital regulations state that only one person can enter at a time. You must don protective clothing and disinfect before entering to avoid bringing in outside bacteria. The visiting time is 15 minutes. Shen Jiwei immediately rises and follows the nurse inside, donning a light blue gown and putting on a mask and gloves. Upon reaching the bedside, she finds her grandmother awake, though still pale, her voice feeble. Child grandmother. Shen Jiwei holds her grandmother's frail hand, speaking softly, do not worry. The doctor is arranging the surgery, and once it's completed, you will be well again. Wang Guofeng blinks slowly, her throat working hard before she rasps, child, do not spend that money on me. I'm already buried up to my neck. A bit of medicine will suffice. Do not go through all this trouble. No, I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Shen Jiwei's tears well up, trailing down her face beneath the mask. Do not worry about the finances. In that moment, a tear-streaked smile breaks across her face. I met a friend in Jinling. His name is Chen Mo, and he treats me well. He brought me back this time and has already covered the costs. Money can be repaid slowly. Wang Guofeng glances toward the door, suddenly smiling. A friend? Is he perhaps someone special to you? Shen Jiwei's cheeks flush as she grips her grandmother's hand, lowering her head in silence. Wang Guofeng gently pats the back of her hand. That's wonderful. Someone cares for you. Your grandmother can rest easy. They chat briefly before the nurse enters to remind them. Time is nearly up. Please do not disturb her rest. Shen Jiwei reluctantly offers a few more words of comfort to her grandmother before stepping outside. As she removes her protective gear, the nurse informs her. The elderly lady is currently in stable condition. Surgery is anticipated for tomorrow. There is no need for you to stay here. The ICU is staffed 24 hours a day. However, if you wish to rest, I recommend finding a nearby hotel and leaving a contact number. We will call you if anything arises, and you can come immediately. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Jiwei provides her contact number and turns to find Chen Mo. Upon seeing her exit, Chen Mo stands and inquires. How is your grandmother? She is quite well. She still appears weak, though. The nurse suggested we find a place nearby to rest and return tomorrow, Shen Jiwei replies. Her voice still a bit hoarse. All right, he responds. The two exit the hospital and stroll along the street. Numerous hotels and inns are nearby, and after surveying a few establishments, Chen Mo ultimately selects a clean and tidy chain hotel. At the front desk, Chen Mo initially intends to book 2 rooms, but Shen Jiwei gently tugs on his sleeve, whispering, let us not book 2 rooms. Let us save some money. 1 room will suffice. She contemplated how Chen Mo had already incurred substantial expenses for her grandmother's surgery and truly wished not to burden him further. After all, they had spent time together before, so they could manage to share one night in the same space. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, yet his mind harbored no inappropriate thoughts, given the current situation. It would be utterly imprudent to divert his focus elsewhere. Upon entering the room, they found a standard twin room with 2 beds neatly arranged side by side. The lighting sufficiently bright. Chen Mo set his belongings down and turned to Shen Jiwei, inquiring, what would you like to eat tonight? You decide, she replied. Seeing her response, Chen Mo retrieved his phone, then let S order takeout. He browsed through the delivery app, deliberately selecting a highly rated home-style restaurant, opting for a few light and refreshing dishes. Once the food arrived, they sat around a small table in the room, enjoying a simple meal. To alleviate any feelings of discomfort she might have, Chen Mo initiated a conversation. Once your grandmother recovers, should we bring her to Jinling? It would be easier for you to take care of her. And renting a place near the university town is quite affordable. Shen Jiwei shook her head. I've mentioned it to her before. But she can't bear to leave the place she's lived in for decades. Chen Mo nodded in understanding, taking a bite of the greens. The older generation tends to be nostalgic. Having lived there for so long, it's natural for them to feel attached. He paused, continuing in the same vein. However, at her age, being alone isn't ideal. Do you plan to return after you graduate? Shen Jiwei tightened her grip on her chopsticks. I've been conflicted about it. If I return, my salary will undoubtedly be lower than in Jinling, and I worry I won't be able to save enough for my grandmother's care. But if I stay there, I constantly fret about her being alone at home. She took a mouthful of rice, her voice dropping to a whisper. After this surgery, I'll have a proper talk with her. Perhaps if she sees how much I care, she might be willing to compromise. Indeed, after finishing their meal, they gathered the empty boxes and plastic bags. Chen Mo casually remarked, you should wash up and get some rest. We need to head to the hospital early tomorrow. Shen Jiwei nodded and entered the bathroom, quickly taking a shower before emerging dressed. By the time Chen Mo finished washing up and drying his hair, the room was illuminated only by the 2 bedside lamps, casting a warm, golden light that kept the night at bay outside. They exchanged no more words, each lying on their respective beds. After a few moments of silence, Chen Mo softly wished her good night, to which Shen Jue replied, turning off her bedside lamp. The room soon fell into a profound quiet, save for the gentle sound of their breathing, intertwining in the stillness of the night. Time slipped away, and in a state between dreams and wakefulness, Chen Mo faintly heard the sound of muffled sobs nearby. Startled, he opened his eyes and switched on the small lamp by his bedside. As the warm light flooded the room, he saw Shen Jue lying on her side, tears streaming down her cheeks onto the pillow. "What's wrong?" he asked gently, rising to approach her. Shen Jue didn't respond, her eyes closed, murmuring intermittently, "Dad, Mom." Chen Mo's heart softened as he realized she must have been dreaming, and he reached out to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. The moment his fingertips brushed her face, Shen Jue awakened. Upon seeing Chen Mo, her eyes, red-rimmed, gradually ceased their trembling, though the tears continued to flow. "Did you have a bad dream?" Chen Mo's voice became even softer. Shen Jue pouted and nodded slightly, reaching out to grasp the hem of his shirt. Chen Mo felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He sat at the edge of her bed and softly caressed her head. "It's all right, it was just a dream. There's nothing to fear." Shen Jue remained silent, pulling at his arm with a hint of dependence in her gaze. Understanding her unspoken plea, Chen Mo lay down beside her, gently enveloping her in his arms. Shen Jue nestled closer, her nose resting against his chest, a familiar sense of safety flooding over her, reminiscent of the warmth she felt as a child when held by her parents. "I miss Dad and Mom," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Mo tightened his embrace, softly acknowledging her with a gentle hum, as he stroked her back to soothe her. Outside, the night was still thick, and the small lamp illuminated the room as they held each other, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 82, Returning to Jinling. The next morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes to see Shen Jiwei's flushed profile. "Awake? Then let us get up. We should head to the hospital early." Shen Jiwei dared not meet his gaze, merely nodding vigorously before hurrying into the bathroom to freshen up. Upon arriving at the hospital, they casually purchased soy milk and steamed buns for breakfast, and after eating, they made their way to the ward. Shortly after entering, the doctor arrived, holding a checklist and a billing statement. "The elderly lady's indicators are all satisfactory. We can schedule the surgery for this afternoon. Family members may proceed to make the payment." Chen Mo responded affirmatively, took the documents, and turned to pay. Just as he reached the payment window, his phone rang. It was Su Qian. "Mo Go, why didn't you return home last night?" "I'm out on a business trip. Something came up unexpectedly." "What's the matter?" "The landlord is abroad and can't come back, but I've negotiated a price of 9.8 million. Impressive, right?" Su Qian's voice carried a hint of pride. "Indeed, you're quite the bargaining expert. I'll reward you with a handbag later," Chen Mo replied, maintaining his stride as he reached the window. Once the person in front of him finished, he handed over the payment slip and continued. "But if the landlord can't come back, how will we sign the contract?" "The landlord has a domestic bank card and phone number and has entrusted a relative to handle the paperwork. We can do an electronic signature online. It's quite convenient. It just depends on when you're free," she explained. After a moment's consideration, Chen Mo replied, "Let us schedule it for tomorrow. I'll be back tonight." Su Qian agreed and hung up. The staff handed him the payment receipt, and after inquiring about what items would be needed for post-operative care, he turned to return to the ward. Upon reaching the entrance of the intensive care unit, he found a nurse pushing a treatment cart while briefing Shen Jiwei. "We prepared the fasting and hydration protocols for Grandma Wang. The surgery is set for 2 o'clock this afternoon. There's no need to transfer her elsewhere. She will go directly from the ICU to the operating room. You can wait in the designated area outside, and we'll notify you promptly with any updates." As the nurse spoke, she handed Shen Jiwei a checklist of precautions for post-operative care. "Thank you, nurse," Shen Jiwei replied, taking the list with care and folding it neatly to place in her bag. Chen Mo stood by her side, simply keeping her company as they waited. As the clock approached 5 in the evening, the lights in the operating room finally dimmed. When Grandma Wang was wheeled out, still not fully conscious, the doctor followed, stating, "The surgery was very successful. She'll just need to be observed in the hospital for a while." They accompanied her to the ward. And Chen Mo didn't rush to leave. Instead, he went to the hospital's convenience store to purchase some daily necessities for patients. Shen Jue adjusted Grandma Wang's blanket and poured a cup of warm water, placing it on the bedside table. After a while, Grandma Wang opened her eyes. Her face lined with delicate wrinkles, her hair tinged with gray, with a few strands gently resting against her cheek. Spotting Shen Jue first, she then turned to Chen Mo, her gaze pausing momentarily before breaking into a kind smile. "You must be Xiao Chun, right? I truly don't know how to thank you. I've been so grateful for your support for Jiwei during this time." "You're too kind, Grandma," Chen Mo replied with a smile. Just then, the ward door swung open, and a familiar-looking elder sister entered, a caregiver badge around her neck, greeting them as she approached. Chen Mo turned to Shen Jiwei. This is the caregiver I arranged for Grandma. You can take care of her during the day, and the caregiver will come at night, so you can rest well. I've already spoken to Zhou Yechuan at the store and arranged for your leave. You don't need to worry about your salary. Shen Jiwei nodded obediently. Grandma Wang looked at Chen Mo with a kind gaze and said with a smile, "Ah, little Chen, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go. You need not linger here with this old woman." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, Grandma. I would like to spend a bit more time with you." Noticing Grandma Wang looking somewhat bored as she leaned back against her pillow, he inquired, "Do you have any favorite pastimes at home?" Grandma Wang chuckled. "What leisure can an old woman like me have? I enjoy doing handicrafts while listening to the radio for a few plays." "Listening to plays? I enjoy that too." Chen Mo exclaimed, immediately pulling out his phone. With a playful grin, he presented it to Grandma Wang. "Give this a listen, I assure you. It's something you've never heard before. After all these years of listening to plays, can there really be something I haven't heard?" Grandma Wang leaned in closer to the screen, where a bold title read, "Cunningly Capturing Hogwarts, Harry's Clever Schemes, Voldemort's Loss of His Soul Fragment." Just as she deciphered the title, the phone erupted with rhythmic beats, accompanied by the clashing of gongs and cymbals. She perked up her ears, gradually becoming engrossed. It wasn't until Harry shouted, "Expelliarmus," that the verse concluded, prompting Grandma Wang to nod in approval, murmuring, "I truly haven't heard this one before. This Harry, so young yet so clever, is quite a character." Unable to suppress his laughter, Chen Mo replied, "If you enjoy it, I can find more for you later." "Good," Grandma Wang chuckled heartily, standing beside them. Shen Jiwei couldn't help but smile at the sight of her grandmother attentively focused on the phone. After listening for a while, they chatted a bit longer, and as darkness descended, Chen Mo stood to take his leave. "I shall head back now. Please take good care of yourself these days. I'll visit again once I'm less busy." "All right, let Jiwei see you off." Grandma Wang turned to her granddaughter. Shen Jiwei acknowledged and accompanied Chen Mo out of the hospital room, walking with him to the parking lot. Standing by the car, Chen Mo gently pulled her into an embrace. "Be sure to spend quality time with Grandma, and call me anytime if you need anything." Shen Jiwei nestled in his arms, murmuring a soft, "Okay." As they parted, Chen Mo tucked a stray hair behind her ear, smiling as he waved. "Head back now. Don't keep Grandma waiting." Shen Jiwei stood still, watching his car slowly drive out of the parking lot until it disappeared from view before turning back to the hospital room. Once on the highway, Chen Mo activated his daily step count, quickly racking up 480,000 steps. By the time he returned to the Central Ring building, it was already past 8 in the evening. The following morning, Chen Mo and Su Qian dressed neatly and opened a video link in the living room to communicate briefly with their landlord. Subsequently, both parties signed the electronic contract, completing the process in just 20 minutes. "Done," Su Qian exclaimed, shutting off the video and shaking her phone with a smile. "Next, we head to the real estate bureau for the transfer." Chen Mo nodded, gathering the necessary documents as they exited together. The landlord's representative awaited them at the entrance, and they proceeded into the service hall, submitting materials, verifying information, and signing confirmations. After a series of procedures, 2 hours later, the transfer was finally completed. Exiting the real estate bureau, Chen Mo then made his way to the bank, where he paid the remaining balance in 2 transactions, as his card had a single transaction limit of 5 million. Once everything was settled, he had 2.68 million left in his account. Returning to his car, he gazed at the crimson property deed and exhaled deeply. "After all this hassle, I finally have my first property." Chapter 83, The Old House Appointment. By the time he held the property certificate, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After having lunch with Su Qian, they parted ways as he still had a scene task of crossing a bridge to complete. Speaking of bridges, as a native, the first one that came to Chen Mo's mind was the Jinling Yangtze River Bridge. Driving toward the bridge, he could see its familiar silhouette from a distance when the navigation indicated there were 2 kilometers left. As a landmark of Jinling City, it was the first double-decked bridge designed and constructed by Chinese people, serving both rail and road since it opened in the 1960s, still standing proudly across the Yangtze River. Its steel frame blending seamlessly with the horizon, exuding an impressive grandeur no matter how many times one gazed upon it. A few minutes later, he parked on the street near the bridge and walked toward it. He ascended the steps onto the pedestrian walkway, noticing the railings marked by the passage of time. He paused to admire the river below, where the mighty Yangtze flowed swiftly, with cargo ships gliding in the distance, the water surging eastward, extending his view to the horizon. Just then, his phone rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from his mother. Chen Mo paused, his first thought being that a holiday was approaching. Although his mother rarely contacted him, she would always remember to call him for family gatherings during festive times. But then he realized, What holiday could there possibly be at the end of October? The Double Ninth Festival? His family had never celebrated that. Perhaps she had taken an interest in Halloween? Thanks to his recently improved memory, a sudden thought struck him. It wasn't a holiday. It was his grandfather's birthday. Swiping the screen, he answered, "Hello, Mom. Your grandfather's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Remember to come back to the old house for dinner," came the straightforward voice on the other end. Leaning against the railing, his gaze fixed on the distant river, he replied, "Yes, I remember. Make sure to arrive early. He has asked about you twice already." His mother's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. "I will, don't worry," Chen Mo replied, keeping the exchange brief. The other end concluded with, "Then see you then," followed by the sound of a busy signal. Chen Mo tucked his phone back into his pocket, his fingers unconsciously tracing the grooves of the railing, his expression unchanging. He and his mother had always communicated in this manner, simple and direct, devoid of warm reminders or affectionate banter, yet not entirely distant. They had simply grown accustomed to this dynamic. He turned and issued a command to the system in his mind. "Activate the scene card." Ding. Detected that the host has entered the designated scene. The card has been activated. The unit price within the scene range is adjusted to 50 yuan, and the countdown begins for 1 hour. Chen Mo glanced at the timer on the panel and stepped toward the other end of the bridge. He had not donned his exoskeleton. With only an hour to spare, his current physical condition would suffice. The river breeze, laden with moisture, billowed against his sportswear, resembling an ordinary passerby out for exercise. An hour later, the system's voice echoed. Countdown concluded. The total steps for this scene amount to 11,432, yielding a profit of 571,600 yuan, which has been automatically transferred to your linked account. Bank card balance, 52 million. Chen Mo returned to his car, driving toward a shop to purchase a gift for his grandfather's birthday. Gripping the steering wheel, he reminisced about his childhood summers and winters spent at the old house, where his grandfather and grandmother had the most time to bond with him, making their relationship the closest. Chen Mo's mother was the third of 3 siblings, with 2 older sisters. His elder aunt had a son, while his second aunt had a daughter, leaving Chen Mo with a cousin and a cousin sister. Both of them had fared better than Chen Mo in the past. His cousin worked in a state-owned enterprise, while his cousin sister held an executive position at a medical beauty institution. Yet the 3 of them had always shared a close bond, playing together during every holiday. Hence, the entire family's relationship was harmonious, devoid of the usual familial grievances or the common favoritism found among relatives. During festive gatherings, cousin would engage him in conversation about recent happenings, while cousin sister would join in the laughter. The elders would huddle together, sharing jokes and stories, creating an atmosphere that was always vibrant and lively. At this moment, the navigation system announced the arrival at their destination. The car came to a halt in front of a boutique tea shop. Chen Mo, aware of his grandfather's fondness for tea, asked the staff to select a 5-year-aged ancient tree-ripe tea. The staff mentioned that this tea was smooth and had a lingering sweetness, being an old stock from the tea warehouse, priced at 1,680 yuan per cake. He recalled how his grandfather often used an old enamel cup to brew tea, so he decided to purchase a set of tea utensils to enhance his drinking experience. He chose an elegant purple clay teapot set, adorned with subtle landscape engravings, accompanied by 4 small cups that felt warm to the touch. Upon inquiring about the price, it was 1,860 yuan. Without hesitation, he settled the bill, carrying the tea and teaware as he drove to a nearby electronics store. Previously, during the Dragon Boat Festival, he had heard his grandfather complain about back pain. So this time, with financial means at hand, he was determined to arrange for a high-end massage chair for the elderly gentleman. He headed straight to the brand's counter and selected the top model, which featured lumbar heating, gluteal massage, and foot scraping functions. Not only could it connect to a mobile phone for mode adjustments, but it also had voice control, allowing the elderly to operate it without bending down, priced at 15,800 yuan. He requested the staff to include a custom dust cover and a year of free maintenance. The large item would be delivered and installed at home. And Chen Mo provided the address of the old residence, scheduling it for the day after tomorrow morning. Afterward, he sought out a tobacco shop. His grandfather had smoked for decades and was beyond persuasion to quit. Thus, Chen Mo instructed the staff to fetch 2 cartons of 95 Supreme cigarettes. At 1,000 yuan per carton, he decided to take 2. He also remembered that there was a box of Cuban cigars he had purchased from Hangzhou in the trunk, which he planned to gift as well, uncertain if his grandfather would even appreciate them. Having completed his shopping, he had spent a little over 20,000 yuan. Driving back, he contemplated that although it was his grandfather's birthday, he should also show some filial piety towards his grandmother. As he passed an intersection, Chen Mo spotted a gold shop. Indeed, this was a practical choice. The older generation valued gold, and purchasing this was far more sensible than acquiring some flashy, useless items. Entering the jewelry store, he inquired about couple necklaces. The staff promptly showcased several options, including diamond-studded ones, and those crafted using filigree techniques. Chen Mo took a glance and shook his head. They are a couple in their 70s. The staff quickly adjusted their approach, presenting a pair of plain gold necklaces. Here is a fu and show model, with the female piece featuring a round pendant engraved with the character for fortune, and the male piece a square pendant engraved with the character for longevity. The design was simple yet elegant, suitable for the elderly. Chen Mo picked up the necklaces. Feeling their substantial weight, the inscriptions were clear and well-defined, exuding a sense of stability. Without further hesitation, he decided, I'll take these too. Let us settle on a price. After weighing and pricing, the total came to 112,000 yuan. He promptly paid by card, requesting the staff to package them in a red velvet box. After finishing his purchases, Chen Mo noticed that there was still time to spare and thought it would be a good opportunity to swing by the company. Previously, Li Jing had mentioned that a new hire had been brought on board, and as the boss, he had yet to meet this individual, making it the perfect occasion to get acquainted. Starting his Bentley, Chen Mo drove straight to Tiandu Building. After parking, he took a moment to admire the car, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the door. When he recalled the balance in his bank account, the thought of changing cars resurfacing in his mind. He had always had a passion for cars and held no deep attachment to his possessions, believing that experiencing them was sufficient. However, at this moment, he found himself wanting to try out a large G-Class vehicle. With ample funds at his disposal, he felt unencumbered by worry, and with this thought, he locked the car and headed towards the office building. Upon entering the company, his gaze swept across the interior. Lin Yu was enthusiastically explaining something to the camera, while Li Jing stood nearby, closely monitoring the back-end data. Zhao Anren was jogging leisurely on a treadmill, and in a corner, a girl he had not seen before was engrossed in organizing documents. She appeared to be in her 20s, sporting short hair, with delicate features and an average build. Chen Mo surmised that this must be the new hire Li Jing had mentioned. He refrained from interrupting the live stream, nodding at a few individuals before making his way directly to the office. At that moment, Li Jing, focused on the live stream backend, noticed the boss's sudden appearance and discreetly gestured with her eyes, signaling that she would join him shortly. Chen Mo understood and returned to his office. Sitting down and pulling out his phone to message Chao Jun. Are you still interested in that Bentley? Chao Jun, who was leisurely sipping tea at his shop without walking the dog today, saw the message and promptly replied, What is up, boss Chen? Is the car not to your liking? No, Chen Mo replied succinctly. I just feel it's been a while and think I'd like to try a new G-Class. Chao Jun quickly responded, I have a G-Class available. Chen Mo clarified that he intended to buy a new one this time, and added, I haven't had the Bentley for long, so do calculate a price to take it back. Chao Jun checked the records and noted that Chen Mo had indeed driven the car for less than a month, but did not provide an immediate quote, as he needed to inspect the vehicle first. He replied, I'll come by tomorrow to check the condition. Pricing will be negotiable. Fine. Chen Mo didn't dwell on it. Just as he finished sending the message, the office door was gently pushed open, and Li Jing ushered someone in. Smiling as she spoke, Boss, this is Ren Xin, our new dedicated product selector. She has already familiarized herself with quite a bit of the business over the past few days. Hello, boss. Chen Mo looked up at Ren Xin, her short hair exuding a sense of competence. His gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds before he smiled warmly. Hello, have you been adapting well during this time? Yes, I'm adapting well. Ren Xin had heard her colleagues speak of the boss being young, handsome, and wealthy, but she had never seen him in person. Now, encountering his fresh and approachable demeanor, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, that he was even more attractive than she had imagined, though merely from an aesthetic standpoint, as she still preferred women. Seeing that the two had exchanged greetings, Li Jing took the opportunity to add, Ren Xin has a keen sensitivity to product selection. The few products she has screened in the past few days have received excellent feedback. Chen Mo nodded, his gaze returning to Ren Xin, his tone becoming even more gentle. If you need anything from the company, feel free to discuss it with Sister Li, or you can come to me as well. Ren Xin acknowledged affirmatively. Chen Mo then turned to casually inquire of Li Jing. How have things been these past few days? Li Jing, aware that he was concerned about the profit progress, smiled as she replied, We are now on the right track. Based on the live stream data and order volume from these days, we should start turning a profit next month. However, it's difficult to provide an accurate figure for how much we'll earn at this stage. We need to observe the subsequent conversion rates. Chen Mo, upon hearing this, did not linger on the matter, thinking to himself that as long as there were no losses, it was fine. He nodded lightly, understood. After a pause, he added, By the way, let us organize a team-building dinner at the end of the month. Next month, I'll be traveling abroad for business and want to be back for a while, so I'll need you to take care of things in the company. Li Jing immediately nodded in agreement. Once their conversation concluded, the two returned to their tasks. Chen Mo remained in the office, leaning back in his boss's chair and casually pulling out his phone to start a game. He focused intently, playing several ranked matches in quick succession until his fingers felt as if they might pierce the screen, driven by relentless effort. He managed to propel himself from silver back to bronze. At that moment, the office door received a gentle knock, and Zhao Anren entered, a sheen of perspiration on her forehead. "Boss, I've finished my run." Chen Mo tossed his battered phone aside, looking up at her. "Thank you for your hard work. Didn't we say you wouldn't need to report anymore?" Zhao Anren approached the desk, her tone becoming more familiar. "Since you're here today, I thought I'd let you know." As their eyes met, both suddenly recalled the awkward incident from a few days ago at the hot spring, those unsaid, subtle moments surging back to the forefront of their minds. Zhao Anren instinctively averted her gaze, while Chen Mo cleared his throat and said, "All right. Then you should head back to rest early." Zhao Anren swiftly glanced at him once more, nodded, seized her coat draped over her arm, and quietly departed with her bag. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, then promptly activated his step count acquisition. Within mere seconds, a notification popped up on his phone screen. 48,000 steps had been credited to his account. Once the live stream concluded, Chen Mo, accompanied by Lin Yu and later joined by Su Qian, enjoyed a dinner together before returning home to rest. The following morning, Chen Mo adhered to his routine, running, studying foreign languages, and by 2 p.m., he had accumulated 100,000 steps. Without hesitation, he exchanged 200,000 steps within the system for an enhancement to his memory. Currently, all skills in the shop had increased in price to 250,000 steps. He opened his panel to review. Name: Chen Mo. Comprehensive physical quality, 23. Current steps, 57,481. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene cards, countryside path, pending use. Total steps, 278 million. Chen Mo had long realized that boosting memory would yield a percentage increase. If 100 were the maximum, future enhancements would primarily target physical attributes. Even if he could not transform into a superhuman, he would certainly extend his lifespan by a few years. The countryside path scene card was awarded to him after his recent run, priced at 50 yuan and valid for 1 hour. Coincidentally, he was scheduled to visit his ancestral home tomorrow. Although his grandfather no longer farmed, the countryside was never short on fields. He could easily find a suitable spot to utilize it. His recent studies had not been in vain. His vocabulary was sufficient, and his pronunciation was precise. Yet he could not rely solely on self-study. He needed a partner for practical conversation. Suddenly, he recalled online resources. There must be dedicated software for practicing spoken English. He resolved to download one later. After changing into appropriate attire, he set out, with the day's main event being the collection of his new car. Chen Mo drove his Bentley directly to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, parked, and headed straight for the G-Class display area. Chapter 85, Acquiring a New Car. As he approached the display vehicle, a sharply dressed salesperson promptly approached him, wearing a courteous smile. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz. Please take a look at this." Chen Mo did not meander. His gaze was fixed on the robustly designed black G-Class. The salesperson followed his line of sight to introduce. "This is our latest AMG G63 model, featuring an exclusive piano black finish, complemented by a carbon fiber interior package and 22-inch forged wheels. The 4.0 V8 engine boasts an impressive 585 horsepower. No sooner had the salesperson finished speaking than Chen Mo turned to inquire, "Is there a black one available?" "Indeed." The salesperson's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. "You can take it home today." "Very well," Chen Mo replied, his tone unwavering. "What is the price?" The salesperson took a step closer, his voice becoming more detailed. "Sir, the base price for this model is 595 yuan. According to current policy, the purchase tax is approximately 229,700 yuan. And with full insurance plus the basic premium package, the total will be around 2,840,000 yuan. This price is quite reasonable for our region." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate. He retrieved his bank card from his pocket and handed it over. "Let us proceed with the paperwork." The salesperson paused for half a second, then took the card with both hands, his demeanor becoming even more enthusiastic. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the VIP lounge, and I will expedite the process for you." Chen Mo followed him to the lounge, and, just as he accepted a bottle of mineral water from a staff member, he took out his phone and messaged Chao Jun. "I'm at the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Please come and collect the Bentley." Within half a minute, Chao Jun's response arrived. "Understood. I'll finish up what I'm doing and be right over." Not long after, Chao Jun arrived with an employee. As Chen Mo approached the dealership entrance, Chao Jun burst into laughter, extending his hand in a cordial greeting. "Boss Chen, congratulations. You've acquired a new car. One cannot always drive the old clunker after making money. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, then shifted the conversation. However, I do have a fondness for the 1993 second-generation Lincoln Town car. It carries a certain nostalgia. But there are hardly any left in the country. Could you help me find one? I'd like to have it for fun. Chao Jun laughed heartily. Haha, I knew that meeting you meant seeing money. Rest assured, I'll take care of this for you. Chen Mo nodded and added, once you find it, don't rush. Get a reliable repair shop to thoroughly refurbish it, regardless of the cost. Spare no expense. Don't worry, Chao Jun promised, thumping his chest. You are the most straightforward. I'll handle it beautifully. All right, check the car now. If everything is fine, you can drive it away. Chao Jun immediately signaled for his team to inspect the Bentley. In no time, he returned. The car is in good condition, but there is a bit of wear and tear from our in and out. He hesitated, then tentatively proposed. I could offer you 430,000 yuan. How does that sound? Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about the few thousand yuan. Let us finalize it. Selling the car required no trip to the registration hall. A simple video call holding up the documents sufficed. Chen Mo complied without fuss. And Chao Jun promptly pulled out his phone, smiling as he tapped a few buttons. Boss Chen, I've transferred 430,000 yuan to your account. Please watch for the notification. Chen Mo acknowledged with a nod, observing as Chao Jun and his team drove the Bentley away. He casually opened his phone. After acquiring the new car, and with the 430,000 yuan just transferred, he had 760,000 yuan remaining in his account. After waiting a bit longer in the lounge, the salesperson returned with the paperwork. He handed the car key to Chen Mo, smiling as he added, Sir, we've included a few complimentary maintenance services. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Would you like me to arrange a vehicle delivery ceremony for you? No need. Chen Mo replied, taking the key without further ado, turning to sit in the driver's seat of the G-Class. He turned the key, and the engine roared to life. A deep rumble emanating as he gently pressed the accelerator. The sleek black G-Class smoothly exited the dealership and merged into the bustling street. As Chen Mo grasped the steering wheel, his eyes traversed the expansive view afforded by the tall vehicle's windshield. He could clearly see the rooftops of sedans ahead, eliciting a slight raise of his brow. The following day, Chen Mo found no time for running. Just past 10 a.m., he drove his new G-Class towards the outskirts of the city. His grandfather's old house was near the auto parts company where he had previously worked. And after a 40-minute drive, the scenery outside gradually transformed. The once undulating rice fields had been replaced with neatly planted water cypress trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the asphalt road, which swayed and danced before his eyes. At the village entrance, a blue delivery truck was parked outside the supermarket. He had just received a call from the delivery driver, who was struggling to find the exact location. Chen Mo slowed down, rolled down the window, and called out to the truck, Are you delivering massage chairs? A man clad in blue work attire immediately emerged from the driver's seat, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached. Yes, you must be Mr. Chen, right? Indeed, Chen Mo nodded, gesturing towards the depths of the village. Follow me. I'll guide you there. The G-Class led the way, the truck following steadily behind. Though the village roads were not particularly wide, they were sufficient for two vehicles to pass each other. The densely packed houses lining the sides of the road were mostly two-story buildings. After 2 minutes of driving, they arrived at his grandfather's home, where a spacious cement yard awaited, ample enough to park 4 cars without issue. In front stood a 2-story small building, occupying a considerable area, flanked by single-story structures. To the left was a separate kitchen and dining room, while to the right was his grandfather's small mahjong room, equipped with 5 tables where neighbors would gather to play and earn a few extra coins. Chen Mo parked the car in the yard, as workers unloaded a large cardboard box from the truck. At that moment, grandfather emerged from the house. Hey, what is going on? Zheng Weiguo approached swiftly, his gaze shifting from the cardboard box to Chen Mo's face, his eyes instantly transforming into crescent moons of delight. Ah, grandson. Chen Mo smiled as he stepped forward. Grandfather, didn't you mention last time that your back was bothering you? I bought you a massage chair. You can sit and relax whenever you like. The elderly Zheng, now 70 years of age, stood tall and straight, his hair dyed a deep black, his physique lean yet robust, appearing considerably younger than his actual age. Very good. Very good. You are indeed a dutiful grandson. Zheng Weiguo turned again to glance at the grand vehicle parked in the yard, smacking his lips in admiration. This car is far more impressive than the one you had before. Haha. Chen Mo chuckled. Just keep an eye on them here. When you're ready to decide where to place it, let them know. I'll go say hello to grandmother. All right, go ahead. Chen Mo turned and made his way to the kitchen, inadvertently glancing back to see his uncle and second uncle seated at the entrance of the building, both clutching cigarettes. their gazes fixed intently on the imposing vehicle. Noticing this, Chen Mo quickly greeted them, "Uncle." "Ah," the elder uncle responded, his eyes still glued to the car. The second uncle couldn't resist inquiring, "Mo, is this your car?" "Yes, I've been fortunate lately and made some money in business," Chen Mo replied succinctly. The two uncles exchanged glances, recalling that the last time they saw Chen Mo was during the Dragon Boat Festival when he was still driving that dilapidated BYD. How had he possibly earned so much in just a few months? Chapter 86, Family Tradition. After greeting the two uncles, Chen Mo did not linger on explanations and proceeded straight into the kitchen. As he stepped through the door, he was greeted by the rhythmic sound of chopping. During holidays, both aunts always arrived early to assist grandmother with the preparations. Looking up, he saw Aunt Zheng Xia standing at the stove, stirring a dish, while Aunt Zheng Hong was at the cutting board, chopping vegetables. Grandmother Tao Guing sat on a small stool nearby, leisurely peeling garlic. Aunt, grandmother," Chen Mo called out with a smile. "We're here." Aunt Zheng Xia immediately turned to greet him, her spatula still raised. The other two also looked up, their faces lighting up with joy. Engaging in conversation, it was no surprise when grandmother Tao Guing inquired with a smile, "Mo, why didn't your girlfriend come back with you? When are you two planning to get married?" Chen Mo chuckled in response, "We broke up." "What happened? You seem to be getting along so well," Zheng Hong asked curiously. "It just didn't work out." "I'm still young. I can find someone else," Zheng Xia said, lowering the heat as she simmered the dish, then turned around. "I know a girl. I'll tell you about her later." Chen Mo waved his hand with a smile. "No need. I'm quite busy. Work is work, and one must also tend to matters of the heart." Little did they know Chen Mo was referring to feelings. With two potential partners at home, one from afar and another currently in progress. Just then, two workers approached Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen, the massage chair has been installed. Please sign here." Chen Mo nodded and took the pen to sign. Curious, Tao Guiying asked, "My dear grandson, what did you buy?" The others turned their attention to him, and upon hearing that it was a massage chair, they praised him for his filial piety. Chen Mo exchanged a few more pleasantries before quickly excusing himself from the kitchen. As he knew he would soon be arranged for a blind date in the afternoon, he returned to the car to retrieve a gift for Zheng Weigua, at which point two more vehicles arrived in the yard. One was an Audi, the other also an Audi. From the Audi A4 emerged his cousin Wang Peng, around 27 or 28, wearing glasses, with slightly tanned skin and a tall stature. His older cousin Yu Lei also got out from the passenger seat. She was slightly plump but had a lovely face, just over 30. They both lived in the city and had come together. Chen Mo smiled and turned to greet them. "You're here." A flicker of surprise crossed their faces. It had been a few months, and Chen Mo appeared to have undergone a significant transformation. "And this car?" Before they could ask, a woman elegantly stepped out of the nearby Audi A6. She was well preserved, and time seemed to have left little mark on her features. It was Chen Mo's mother, Zheng Lan. Accompanying her were Chen Mo's stepfather Zhang Bin, and a little girl, who was Chen Mo's half-sister. After Zheng Lan exited the vehicle, she instructed her daughter to greet everyone. "Hello, brothers and sisters." The little girl was adorable, and after her greeting, she bounced off towards the house, exclaiming, "Grandfather, grandmother, we're here." Zheng Lan allowed her to play and walked over to Chen Mo with her husband. At this moment, his cousin Yulei spoke first. "Not bad. Little brother, you've got a big car now." "Just lucky," Chen Mo replied with a smile, turning to greet his mother and stepfather. "Mom, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Bin, a businessman who owned a steel factory, glanced at the imposing G-Class but refrained from asking out of respect for the elder. Zheng Lan, however, was more direct. "Son, what is the story with this car?" Chen Mo had no choice but to explain again. Everyone was surprised to hear him say he had made money in business. As they were all family and knew each other well, the sudden windfall naturally raised some suspicion. Cousin Wang Peng stared at the Mercedes emblem, his throat involuntarily moving. His own A4 had cost over 300,000, and this G-Class could buy him 8 of those. Cousin Yulei expressed her delight. "It's impressive that you can still make money in e-commerce. Your luck is extraordinary." Chen Mo chuckled, lifting the gifts. "Let us not linger here. Let us head inside." Everyone carried their presents into the house, and after setting down their belongings, they each pulled out a red envelope to present to grandfather. Chen Mo handed over the red box, saying, "I didn't prepare a red envelope this year. I bought you 2 little things instead." Zheng Weigua opened it to reveal a dazzling chain lying inside, complete with a clasp. He paused, instinctively feeling it. "Is this pure gold?" Aunt Zheng Hong leaned in for a closer look, her eyes sparkling. "Oh my, this must be worth 50 to 60,000. At this, both cousins halted their movements. Realizing Chen Mo's character, they knew he wouldn't present anything fake, even if he didn't bring a gift. Previously, they had speculated whether the car was borrowed. Now, seeing this, it was evident he had genuinely made a profit. Grandmother Tao Guiying smiled. My grandson is doing well. Soon we shall enjoy a life of ease. Zhang Bin also chuckled, though he gripped his red envelope a bit tighter. His prepared 5,000 yuan gift seemed somewhat insignificant in comparison to the 2 gold chains. Zheng Lan watched her son from the side, her eyes filled with a mix of pride and concern. Even if your business is thriving, it has just begun. Take care of yourself first. Chen Mo nodded. Don't worry, I have enough money. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the walls, landing on a faint crack in the corner, and asked, Grandfather, how long has this old house been standing? Zheng Weigua, twisting the tea stem, looked up at the ceiling and chuckled. It's been nearly 50 years, I reckon. With a tone of certainty, Chen Mo replied. I was thinking of using some money to tear this house down and rebuild it, fitting it with a modern layout, ensuring good lighting and underfloor heating. So you and grandmother can live comfortably. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Zheng Lan's teacup froze in midair. Zhang Bin's hand, which was about to offer cigarettes to the uncles, paused, and Aunt Zheng Hong straightened up. That's no small sum. Chen Mo's gaze fell on Zheng Weigua's slightly furrowed brows and added, It's mainly for safety. I noticed the cracks in the corner and worry the foundation might be settling. One of these days, I will summon a construction team for an assessment. Once the project commences, you and Grandma can temporarily reside in the house across the street for just a few months. I will ensure that the construction crew is reliable and efficient, aiming for us to move into the new home by next year's new year. Zheng Weigua hesitated slightly, saying, Isn't that too troublesome? We have grown accustomed to the old house. Habits must give way to safety, Chen Mo replied. Then turned to his uncle. As you're in the building materials business, could you estimate the cost of demolishing and rebuilding this house, complete with top-tier renovations? After pondering for a moment, his uncle responded, Given the area, if you intend to construct 2 stories, the costs, including renovations, will likely exceed 600,000, primarily depending on the materials and craftsmanship. If you choose the finest, it could be incalculable. Zheng Lan, Chen Mo's mother, regained her composure and tugged at his arm. Such a significant sum shouldn't fall solely on you. I, along with your uncle Zhang, can contribute as well. No need for that. I can manage it myself at this point. Just then, Aunt Zheng Xia called from the courtyard, Dinner's ready. Come to the table. A sumptuous spread adorned the table, and grandfather made a point of having Chen Mo sit beside him, frequently adding dishes to his bowl while muttering, Don't work too hard outside. Zhang Bin also raised his glass to Chen Mo, saying, If you need assistance, just let me know. After dinner, everyone took a moment to relax before gathering to play mahjong, a family tradition that necessitated a couple of rounds post-meal. At the mahjong table, Cousin Wang Peng cheerfully remarked to Cousin Yulei, Our little brother is on the rise. Let's team up against him. Chen Mo chuckled, With my card skills. You needn't join forces to defeat me. Laughter echoed around the table as they played for 2 or 3 rounds, and soon, Chen Mo's chips were entirely depleted. After the 3rd round, he stood up with a smile. If I continue, I'll lose all my savings. I won't join you for now. I need to discuss the reconstruction of the old house with my uncle. With that, he turned and approached the courtyard, where his uncle was engaged in conversation with others. Chen Mo stepped forward and directly asked, Uncle, do you know of any reliable construction teams? I would like them to come by tomorrow to take a look and establish a plan. His uncle nodded immediately and provided a contact number. After saving the number, Chen Mo exited the courtyard and strolled down the village path, primarily wishing to utilize the scenario card. The Jinling region is characterized by expansive plains. Yet nestled deep within this village lies a modest hill. The farmland spreads out at the foot of the hill, recently harvested, with late rice and corn gathered, while the winter wheat has yet to be sown, leaving the fields barren, merely showcasing the flattened earth post-harvest. Standing beside the field, Chen Mo felt the wind blowing from the hill, which swept through the empty fields without hindrance from crops. Only the distant rustling of leaves could be heard. Noticing no one around, Chen Mo crouched down, swiftly donned his exoskeleton, and activated the card. Ding! The system has detected the host has entered the designated scenario. The card is activated, and the unit price within the scenario is adjusted to 50 yuan, with a countdown of 1 hour commencing. In the open fields, Chen Mo took off running, his arms flailing as if he were a monkey recently sprung from a crevice. At the far end of the field stood a small house where the village's 2nd elder sat smoking a pipe, basking in the sun, squinting toward Chen Mo. Not having moved an inch for an hour, he knocked the ashes from his pipe, pondering, whose mad dog is running loose. The system's voice interrupted his thoughts, prompting Chen Mo to halt. Countdown complete. The total steps taken in this scenario are 21,064, yielding a profit of 1,053, 200 yuan. Automatically withdrawn to your linked account. Balance, 13 million. Completing his task, Chen Mo scraped the mud from his shoes along the roadside as he walked back. Passing by the 2nd elder, he cheerfully greeted him, enjoying a break. Old Bai Deng? He recognized the elder, aware of his poor eyesight and hearing, and remembered the elder's late wife, Ma Dong, who had passed away a few years back. He recalled a childhood incident where he was chased for 2 miles by a ferocious dog from their yard until his cousin struck it down. The second elder, seeing Chen Mo's bright smile, nodded and returned the greeting. Upon returning to the old house, night had fallen. Zheng Weiguo stood at the entrance, smoking, waiting for Chen Mo to return for dinner, reminiscent of their childhood routine. Where have you been? Dinner is almost ready. I went to the fields. What's there to see? The two chatted as they walked inside. After dinner, relatives gradually departed, leaving Chen Mo in the courtyard to converse with the elder. The elder sat in a bamboo chair, cigarette in hand, gazing at the parked car, and after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Having lived over half a century, I can discern a decent car from a poor one. You've suddenly come into some prosperity. What exactly are you earning? Don't hide anything from me. Chen Mo understood the elder's concern and softened his tone. Rest assured, every penny is earned legitimately. Zheng Weiguo scrutinized him for a while, and seeing his sincere expression, he relaxed. I may not understand the ways of your generation, but let me say this. As long as you have enough to live on, don't be greedy. And certainly don't indulge in anything unethical. Our family has never produced such people. I remember. Chen Mo nodded, standing up. It's getting late. I'll head back now and bring the construction team over tomorrow. All right. Zheng Weiguo pushed a wooden box toward him. Take this foreign thing. I can't get used to it. Sure. Chen Mo picked up the box of cigars and turned to head toward the car. Drive carefully. Chen Mo waved back and settled into the car, the engine's roar quickly fading into the night. Upon returning to the central ring tower, Chen Mo reclined on the living room sofa, scrolling through his phone to download software that would connect him with foreigners. Over the next 6 days, Chen Mo's life became remarkably structured. He ran each morning, visited the old house in the afternoon to measure dimensions with the construction team and finalize plans. And in the evenings, he made time for scenario card tasks. During his free moments, he opened a language app to match with partners for practicing speaking, eventually connecting with a foreign girl named Lillian. Lillian was cheerful and outgoing, her speech infused with the warmth of Californian sunshine. They discussed the weather and their respective lives, with Chen Mo sharing amusing anecdotes from China while Lillian recounted her daily experiences. As conversations progressed, they became regular partners, consistently meeting on the app, resulting in a remarkable improvement in Chen Mo's spoken English. Before he knew it, the last day of October arrived, coinciding with the Chanel appreciation event. That afternoon, Chen Mo donned a tailored black suit, crafted just days prior at a bespoke tailoress, with crisp fabric and a fitted silhouette, costing him a hefty 40,000 yuan. Lin Yu stood beside him in an elegant black evening gown, draped in fur, adjusting his collar. When Lin Yu heard Chen Mo was attending the event, she immediately playfully insisted he take her along, claiming she had been tirelessly streaming live and deserved a break. Chen Mo agreed to take her for some relaxation. Su Qian initially wished to attend as well, but due to limited invitations, Chen Mo promised to bring her back a bag, which ultimately appeased her. Once ready, Chen Mo grabbed the keys to his McLaren and stepped out alongside Lin Yu. Over the past 6 days, through running, task completion, and daily endeavors, Chen Mo had accumulated over 5 million yuan. After paying the deposit for the renovation of the old house, his bank account still held a tranquil 7 million yuan. He had utilized the steps he had amassed to enhance his physical strength and stamina recovery, and his current stats were displayed as follows. Name, Chen Mo. Overall physical quality, 25. Current steps, 162, 140. Unlocked transportation, none. Scene card, burden progress, pending use. Cumulative steps, 3, 52 million. Just 2 days prior. When his cumulative steps reached 3 million, the system upgraded his plunging skill, allowing him to now seize 60 steps from others daily. However, he had yet to utilize the newly released scene card, which stipulated, carry a member of the opposite sex while ensuring their feet do not touch the ground. At a price of 100 yuan, with a time limit of half an hour. Upon hearing the task requirements, Chen Mo contemplated carrying a young girl for a run, as that weight would be negligible for him. He recalled that Li Jing had a daughter. Yet, it seemed the system had caught wind of his thoughts, promptly imposing an age difference restriction of no more than 1 year. After inquiring among those around him, he found that only Zhao Anren met the age criteria, leading him to suspect whether the system had orchestrated this deliberately, though he had no proof. At this moment, Chen Mo had arrived in his McLaren at the entrance of the Golden Silk Hotel, where luxury vehicles were in abundance.